Quit playing dead. Sign the paper. A creased sheet of paper cracked across my face, the edge slicing my cheek. It stung. My eyes flew open. Above me, a kerosene lamp guttered yellow, and around it hung a few faces twisted by greed. This was. Before I could place it, a shrill screech went off in my ears. Linny, are you deaf? Your pa and I have talked it over. You're signing this whether you like it or not. The fine grain is for your brother's bride price. We're not pouring it down Lin Lan's bottomless pit. You want to save that short-lived thing so bad. Take her and get out and live on your own. Zhang Zihua stood with her hands on her hips, spit flying, her slab of a face all impatience and contempt. My head felt like it had been hit with a sledge. Shards of memory poured in and slammed themselves back together. Winter, 1976. Northeast China. Xiahe Village. The night the family split. My pupils drew tight. I'd been reborn. Back to the night I'd hated and regretted my whole life. Last time, on this very night, to scrape together my brother's bride price, my parents drove me and my gravely ill sister out into a 30 below winter. That night, my sister froze to death in a cow sheet, and I, to save my own skin, knelt in the snow like a dog and knocked my head and begged, and got a beating and endless mockery for it. Don't blame Pa and Ma, brother. Lin Air, leaning in the doorframe cracking sunflower seeds, spat out a husk and drawled it out, snide. Xiaofang's family won't marry her off without the three big things. We've got no cushion. I don't get a wife. The Lin line ends with me. Big Sis's sickness is a bottomless pit. Better she goes quick and gets reborn. Don't be selfish and hold up my carrying on the family name. Your brother's right. Lin Dashin, crouched in the corner with his pipe, finally knocked out the bowl and said dully, You're the elder. You give way to the younger. Take this sack of potatoes. The old cow sheet at the west end is yours. Sign it. Don't give the neighbors a show. A sack of potatoes. A derelict cow sheet. 2 lives bought out. I looked at the 3 blood relatives in front of me, and the fog drained from my eyes and left behind a cold like 10,000-year ice. The cowardice and stupid filial piety of my last life vanished in that moment. I gave a cold laugh, my voice hoarse but carrying a chill that turned the stomach. To scrape up a wife for your second son, you'd hound your own daughter and your own son to death. That's what you call giving way. Zhang Zihua froze. Plainly, she hadn't expected the eldest, who normally couldn't be knocked into a word, to talk back. She blew up on the spot, hopping and jabbing at my nose. You want to rebel? That's your own brother. Your sister's a sickly thing that won't last anyway. She dies, she saves us grain. That's her contribution to the family. You heartless, ungrateful wolf. I raised you all these years for nothing. From under the ragged quilt on the Kong came a fit of coughing that tore at the chest. A hand, wasted to bone, reached out and clutched at my sleeve. Lin Lan's face was waxen, her eyes sunk deep, her breath more going out than coming in. Yeetzy, don't fight. I'll go. I won't drag you down. Just tell Pa and Ma you're sorry. Looking at my sister, one breath from gone, my heart felt like a great hand had crushed it. Last life, she thought of this blood-sucking family right up to her death and got not even a shroud for it. I turned my hand over and gripped her cold one and let my gaze go over the 3 of them like a blade. Where's the separation paper? Bring it. The room went dead a second. Lin Dashin looked up, surprised. Zhang Zihua and Lin Air stalled. Come to your senses? Lin Air caught on first, undisguised glee on his face, and shoved the crumpled sheet over. That's more like it. Sign, brother, and the sack of potatoes is all yours. I took it, didn't read a word, grabbed the stub of pencil off the table, and signed my name with a hard flourish, the tip tearing the paper, pressed clean through. I slapped the signed paper down on the table, and the lamp lurched. From today, Lin Lan and I have nothing more to do with this house. My voice was frighteningly calm. No hysterics, no wailing, only a resolve that chilled the blood. Live, age, sicken, die, each to his own fate. Someday when you're old, sick, crippled, don't come to me. And whether my sister and I live or die is no cause for your fake tears either. Zhang Zihua snatched the paper, checked the signature, and her face bloomed with a smile like she'd thrown off a great burden. Well, now you said it. The whole village can bear witness. You ever come begging, don't come to my door. She tucked the paper against her chest, then flipped like a page and pointed at the door. Signed, so get out. Don't leave your bad luck in here to spoil the good. I said nothing. I went to the Kong, gathered up my sister, quilt and all. She weighed 60, 70 Gene at most, and hoisted her onto my back. She was too light. Light enough to make me shudder. Yeetsie, where are we going? She sobbed against my back, despair drowning her. Home, I said low and firm. Our own home. I hooked the sack of potatoes, 30 Gene, the whole of our provisions, in one hand, held my sister with the other, and walked to the door. There I stopped, my back to the so-called home, to the three of them already gloating over the burdened shed. This sack of potatoes, I'm taking it. I turned my head, my cold gaze landing on Lin Air, already reaching for seeds to celebrate, and the corner of my mouth curled. Second brother, since you want a wife so badly, I wish you many sons and grandsons, and a long, long life. It should have sounded like an ordinary blessing. In my cold voice it came out as something else, a curse. I didn't wait for a reaction, kicked the door open and walked out into the storm without looking back. Behind me the rotten door swung on its hinge with a wretched shriek. Inside, Lin Air shivered for no reason, his seeds scattering to the floor. Ma, why do I feel like Big Brother's off tonight? That look gave me the creeps. Pa, he's a coward. What's off about him? Zhang Tsuehua spat, contemptuous. Putting on airs to scare who? You watch. Inside 3 days he'll be kneeling at our door begging for a bite, and I'll make him knock 100 kowtows first. The wind screamed like ghosts wailing. A Xia village night was cold enough to split stone. I trudged through snow past my ankles, the wind whipping my thin, old coat like a lash. But I couldn't feel the cold. The fury in my chest and the wild joy of a second life ran together and set my blood boiling. Out. Finally, clean out of that man-eating swamp. Penniless, the road ahead unknown, but away from those bloodsuckers, with decades of a past life's experience behind me, I'd make something of myself. Yeetsie, put me down, the wind's too much, and you're weak too. My sister shivered against me, her voice breaking up. Don't talk, sis. Keep your mouth shut. Don't take in the wind. I set my teeth and only walked faster. The cowshed at the west end sat alone at the foot of the mountains, abandoned by the production team a dozen years back, walls open to the wind. Half its tiles caved in, a place even a beggar would scorn. Tonight, it was the only shelter we had. I pushed the sagging door open on a wave of moldy rotten straw. Pitch dark inside. Only a little snowlight through the hole where a window should be. I set my sister carefully on the half-collapsed earthen Kong, felt around for dry grass to lay under her, and tucked the ragged quilt tight around her. She coughed, each one like she'd cough up blood. My mind raced. This couldn't wait. Emphysema with infection, in an age with no doctors and no drugs, was a death sentence. Without anti-inflammatories, without nourishment, she wouldn't last the winter. And all I had was a sack of potatoes, not even enough to keep her breathing. Despair? No. I clenched my fists till my nails bit my palms. Living a whole life over, if I couldn't even protect the one person left to me, I'd be better off dead. Money, medicine, food, all of it I'd have to seize with these two hands, fight for. I shot to my feet, my gaze cutting through the broken window to the far-off Changbai Mountains, crouched in the dark like a great beast. Live by the mountain, eat off the mountain. It was the only way out. And right then a flat, mechanical voice went off deep in my skull. Host's fierce will to survive and to avenge detected. System activation conditions met. The branch and leaf, strongest clan system is binding, 10%, 50, 100. Binding complete. I went rigid, and then a wild joy surged up. It was the thing out of the web novels I'd read in my last life. A cheat. It had landed. Novice gift pack issued. Open now? I drew a breath, holding down a voice trembling with excitement, and roared it inside. Open. Congratulations, host. Novice gift pack opened. Reward 1. Grandmaster level hunting skill. Note, this too is an inheritance. You instantly command every cold weapon hunting method in human history. Jungle tracking, trap laying, bow, crossbow, javelin, all at the peak of human craft. The mountains are now your garden. Reward 2. Perfect physique enhancement. Note, your strength, speed, endurance, and senses rise to several times a normal man's limit. This body is no longer a burden, but your strongest weapon. Before I could take it in, A scalding current like magma came out of nowhere in my belly and rushed to my limbs. I grunted and gripped the edge of the Kong. Pain, but a fierce pleasure too, like every bone in me was being shattered and reset, every muscle fiber torn and rebuilt. Muscle that years of hunger had left shriveled began to fill and swell, taut and strong as steel cable. A crackling ran through me like beans popping in a pan, and in a few seconds the tearing was gone, leaving a strength and clarity I'd never known. I straightened slowly. I felt light as a feather with a dragon coiled inside me. I closed my fist, and a hard clod of earth brick on the ground crumbled to powder in my hand. This is strength. In my last life, however much money I had, this sickly body was always my regret. By the end, I could only lie in bed and cling to breath. Now I had the strongest capital there was to stand on in this savage age. I looked at the system screen again. Host, Linny. Age, 20. Physique, 30. Average is 10. Skill, Grandmaster Hunting, Max. Clan members, 2. Lin Lon, near death. Clan assets, destitute. Main quest opened, first bond. Description, a true strong man is not only strong himself, his clan must flourish. Find a member of the opposite sex rated 80 or above and complete a first intimate contact. Reward, 1 random bronze chest, plus 100 points. Side quest opened, first bucket of gold. Description, in this age of scarcity, without money you can't take a step. Obtain wealth worth over 50 yuan within 24 hours. Reward, a basic personal space. Note, a first intimate contact earns a large reward. Getting a partner pregnant earns a large reward. Making a partner happy earns points. At the side quest, reward my breath caught. A personal space. That was a divine tool for a life on the move. With it I could bring big kills home unseen, no one to covet them, no chance of getting tagged a speculator. I had to have it. As for that first bond main quest, I set it aside for now. A woman? Once I'd eaten my fill and had money, what woman couldn't I have? Right now the only thing that mattered was saving a life. I looked back at my sister, sunk in the ragged batting, her breath thinning, a sick flush on her face. No more waiting. Into the mountains, now. I dug through the corners of the shed and turned up a mulberry wood bough I'd once fooled around with, and a rust-eaten cleaver. The bough was wretched work, its string a few strands of frayed hemp twisted loose. 3 arrows in the quiver, the head sheet iron I'd ground myself, the shafts not even straight. Junk. But the instant my hand closed on the bough, a bone-deep familiarity welled up, the muscle memory the Grandmaster skill gave me. Even junk, in a master's hand, sings. I tore strips off my rags and wound them on the string for grip, trimmed the fletching with the cleaver, every motion flowing like I'd done it 10,000 times. It'll do. I stuck the cleaver at my back, shouldered the 3 arrows, and looked at my sister one last time. Sis, wait for me. Tonight we eat meat. I swore it silently, pushed the sagging door, and strode into the storm. Deep night, Xiaohe lay dead silent, only a dog barking somewhere far off. I kept off the main road, ghost silent across the waste behind the village, straight for the spur of the Changbai Range. Before, going into the mountains in weather like this was suicide, sealed passes, beasts come down to feed. Even old hunters didn't dare the deep hills by night. But now my senses ran 3 times a normal man's. The dark was daylight to me. The storm's roar filtered out on its own, leaving only countless small, clear sounds. Field mice digging under the snow, an owl's wings up in a far treetop, wind hissing through dead grass. That command of everything drunk me on itself. I ran the knee-deep snow at frightening speed and made almost no sound. 5 kilometers in 20 minutes, and I came to Laohe Go, the gorge between 2 peaks, named for the timber that grew dense and black in its endless shade. I stopped, crouched behind an old pine, and eased my breathing. I smelled it, the rank musk a beast carries, mixed with pine resin, drifting on the cold. Strong. A big one. I narrowed my eyes and followed the wind. 100-odd meters ahead, in a stand of brush, a huge black shape was rooting the snow for grass roots or frozen fruit. A boar. And a true boar king. By the snowlight, I could make out the back humped like a small hill, the black bristles standing like steel needles, the 2 tusks glinting cold white in the moonlight. 300 gene at least. A boar that size had thick hide and thicker fat, caked with pine oil and frozen mud, natural armor. An ordinary homemade gun might not even punch through, let alone this broken bough in my hands. Missed the killing blow, and a raging boar king could snap a tree the width of a bowl and tear a man to shreds. My heart quickened. Not fear. Excitement. 300 gene. At black market rates, 7, 8 Mao a gene. This one pig's better than 200 yuan. 200. In a year, a worker earned 20 odd a month. It was a fortune beyond imagining. That money was my sister's medicine, our winter grain, and more. This boar had to die. I drew an arrow slow and knocked it. I didn't shoot. I waited for the one perfect chance. A boar's eyes are poor, but its nose and ears are keen. I stood downwind. My scent carried off. That was my edge. But I had 3 arrows, and the bow's pull was too weak to break that hide anywhere but one place, the eye. One shot, clean through the eyeball into the brain. I held still as a carving, snow melting on my lashes. The boar king, sensing nothing, snuffled the ground and drifted toward me. 80 meters. 50. 30. The stink came near enough to gag on. I could see the icicles hung in its hair. Now, as it turned its head and gave me the side of its face, I moved. Slack muscle went taut all at once. I was a fully drawn bow. Draw, aim, loose, the whole run of it inside a 1/10 of a second, too fast to see. The string cracked in the still forest, and the rusted iron arrow tore a dead straight line through the storm, shrieking for the boar king's right eye. Grandmaster technique, killing blow. A wet thud, like a blade into cured hide, clear in the dead silent wood. The arrow buried itself in the socket. The boar king screamed, not a pig's cry but a train whistle shriek. And I don't finish that part. I'll only say it didn't drop. Its huge body thrashed, its head whipping to fling the shaft loose, and its remaining eye had gone blood red and locked onto me 30 meters off. This man blinded me. The ground began to shake. It gave up the useless thrashing, dug in its hooves, blew twin jets of steam, and sank low, a heavy tank loaded to charge. My pupils shrank. It meant to finish it. A 300 gene boar's death charge, met head-on, would send a grown black bear backing away. Run? The thought lasted 1/100th of a second before I killed it. I couldn't run. My sister was waiting on the money that was her life, and this boar was the whole of my hope. I died, she died. In the space of a spark, my mind, under the Grandmaster's skill, went utterly cold. I swept the ground, old pines to the left, a gentle snow slope to the right. There. The instant I had it, the boar king launched, a black bolt wrapped in flying snow, coming at a speed all wrong for its size, the rank wind hitting me from meters off. I didn't back away. I drew a breath and stepped toward it. The broken bough was already dropped in the snow. In my hand was the rusted cleaver. 30 meters. 20. 10. The tusks were on me. I could see the mad threads of blood in that one eye. As beast and man were about to collide, I twisted hard to the left, the perfect speed and balance of the enhanced body showing full, and slid past the sandpaper hide by a hair, like a leaf blown off in a gale. A great crash. The boar, unable to check its charge, drove headlong into the pine behind me. The whole tree shook, snow sheeting down and half burying it, the impact stunning it in place for a beat. The chance. I sprang back like a leopard and came down astride its neck, legs locking round the thick throat. I didn't waste the cleaver on that armored back. I brought it down where the soft spot sits, where the neck joins the skull, the hub of the spinal nerves, and put it in with everything I had. That's where I'll leave it. Its great body seized, then toppled like a small hill, driving a crater in the snow, and the light went out of the blood-red eye. It was over. I slid off, heaving, chest working like a bellows, the exhaustion crashing in as the adrenaline drained. But looking at that mountain of a trophy, I smiled. The first true smile since I'd come back. Sis, you're saved. I laid a hand on the still warm hide. 300 gene of meat, 200 yuan, and the nourishment to bring her back. All of it here. And then, looking round at the thing lying in the snow, heavier than 2 of me, a new and very practical question sat down in front of me. How was I going to get this monster back to the village? The heat rose off it in white fog against the 30 below cold, thick with blood smell. Get it home how? Not alone, not with 2 more strong men. Could I drag a whole boar out of the deep hills? and a whole carcass was too loud. Seen, it would draw endless trouble and hungry eyes. My glance fell on the cleaver still buried in its neck, and it came to me. Butcher it here. Before, unthinkable. Dressing a boar is fine work and heavy work both, and no ordinary hunter gets it clean in half a day with every tool. But now the Grandmaster skills knowledge sat in my head like a living encyclopedia, telling me every joint and grain and how to break the thing down with the least effort. I pulled the cleaver, crouched, and set to. First, bleeding it, a deep opening at the throat, the hot blood gushing and freezing dark red on the snow. Drain it clean, and the meat keeps and stays good. Then skinning, the hardest step, tough hide fused to fat, but in my hand the rusty cleaver turned to a scalpel, every cut parting hide from flesh just so, and in a dozen minutes a whole hide big enough for a mattress lay spread on the clean snow. Clean, unhurried, art. Then the cavity, the organs out. Heart, liver, lungs, good things, quick nourishment for my sister. The intestines, a rare delicacy. I wiped them with snow and set them on a corner of the hide. Then the meat, foreleg, rump, tenderloin, belly, no thinking needed, muscle memory guiding the cuts along the bone seams. Each stroke ruler clean. Inside an hour, the fearsome boar king was a neat stack of parts. I picked out the tenderest loin and the liver, wrapped them in cloth for my sister's soup tonight. The rest was my capital for the first bucket of gold. I tore lining from my coat, found tough vine, and bound the meat into loads. The snow had thinned. The sky's edge was going fishbelly pale. I had to be back before the village woke. I drew a breath and let the enhanced strength move. I lashed the great hide and all the organs into one huge bundle on my back, then hooked vine round 2 loads of hind leg meat, over 150 gene together, and heaved. Up. A weight that would flatten a grown man came up, and I only sank a little, my steps steady, hide and organs on my back, more than 100 gene of meat dragging behind, and set off for Shah. In the last dark before dawn, a figure moved across the white waste, blood-soaked, ragged, carrying a mountain of a harvest, each step sinking deep. And I knew that when I hauled this thing back into that dead village, it would raise a storm. And the ones who'd mocked me and cast me out, what fine faces they'd make. The first to see me was the village's early rising gossip, Wang Matsi, out to empty her night's soil. She reached her gate, looked up, and saw a tall figure far off across the snow, dragging a hill of something bloody toward the village. Mother of mine. The night bucket crashed from her hand. She rubbed her eyes, looked hard, and stood thunderstruck. Wasn't that the Lin boy they'd thrown out? And what he dragged? A skinned giant boar. He killed a huge boar in the mountains. The screech tore the morning open. Dogs went off first. Then doors creaked and sleepy villagers craned out, cross at whoever was breaking their dreams, and then followed her pointing finger, and every trace of sleep vanished. I came up the road step by step, bare-chested in a thin torn shirt, the corded muscle showing bronze. Last night's blood and frost crusted on me, so I looked like a demon walked out of hell. And behind me, the great butchered carcass on its vine, white fat, red meat, the huge frame, the whole hide big as a blanket laid on top, a picture of raw wildness and enormous wealth. Heaven, that's got to be 300 gene, an old hunter breathed, shaking. 3? Look at that frame, 400. He brought it back alone, thrown out last night, and rich by morning. The crowd boiled over, shock, envy, spite braided across their faces. In a year when a pork coupon was worth more than a life, that heap of meat was a mountain of gold on the move. But I looked at none of them, my eyes cold, not resting a second on any shocked or greedy face, and dragged my harvest straight through the crowd to the forgotten cowshed at the west end. My aim from first to last was one thing only, that my sick sister would eat meat and drink soup today. I disappeared into the shed's broken doorway, but the shock I left behind rolled through Shaha like a 12-force quake. Word flew, and every word of it reached the Lin courtyard at the east end, the house that had just thrown me out. Zhang Tsihua and Lin Dashan, spooning thin porridge, dropped their bowls at the neighbor's embellished telling. Lin air shot up off the calm, greed and disbelief all over him. A 400 gene boar? 200 yuan? The good-for-nothing they'd bought off with a sack of potatoes, the richest man in the village overnight? Zhang Tsuawa's fat face twisted with envy and regret, her triangle eyes throwing off greedy light. No, he's Lin blood. He killed it, so it's Lin family meat. Come on, we go get it. That meat, we take half. In the cowshed, a fire I hadn't lit in a life burned in the ruined stove. A chipped clay pot bubbled on it. I dropped thin-sliced liver into the boil for 10-odd seconds till it changed color and scooped it out. No scallion, no ginger, no oil or salt. Only the plain meat smell, but in an age of no meat it pulled the soul more than any feast. The smell woke Lin Lan. She dragged her eyes open, and the cloudy pupils fixed on the bowl in my hand. Sis, awake. I blew on it and sat her up against me. Eat while it's hot, it builds blood. She stared at the meat, her throat working, and the tears came first. Ye'd see this meat, where from? Her voice shook with fear. You didn't steal, killed it in the mountains. I cut in, bringing liver to her lips. A 300 gene boar king. From now on we eat meat every meal. Open. She opened mechanically. The soft liver, the long-lost meat warmth bursting on her tongue. She chewed and wept, big tears dropping into the bowl. This was the meat that saved her life, the meat her brother had traded his life for. I didn't coax her, I only fed her, spoon by spoon. A bowl of liver soup down, and color came back to her paper-white face, her breathing eased. Sleep, I said, laying her flat, tucking the quilt. When you wake, there's better. Weak as she was, with food under her, she went under fast, a soft snore rising. I looked at her peaceful sleeping face, and the nerve held taut all night loosened a little. Then I turned to the mountain of meat in the corner. Wealth and trouble. Before I'd settled how to handle it, the sagging door took a hard kick from outside. Open up. Linny, you dead brat, open this door. Zhang Tsuewa's shriek came through the boards and shredded the quiet. Lin Lan startled awake, curling on instinct, a marrow-deep terror in her eyes. I frowned, patted her shoulder, don't be afraid, rose, and went to the door. I'd barely drawn the bar when it slammed open. Zhang Tsuewa charged in first, Lin dashing behind her sucking his pipe, Lin Air craning eagerly at the rear. 3 of them. 3 starving wolves come to the smell of blood. Zhang Tsuewa's first look wasn't at her eldest son or her dying daughter. Her eyes fixed like iron to a magnet on the red and white heap of pork in the corner, and I clearly heard her swallow. Merciful heaven, she gasped, her slab face flushing drunk excited. It's all meat, how much meat? Lin Air lunged straight for the great hide, hand out, muttering. We're rich, that skin alone's tens of yuan. Take your filthy hand off. A cold voice cut in. His hand froze in the air. He turned into my flat, temperature-less eyes, and for no reason he could name. The brother he used to beat and curse at will now made his skin crawl. His hand shrank back. Something you want. I stood in front of the meat, looking at the 3 of them cold. Zhang Tsuewa came to at the words, her triangle eyes flaring, the shrew rising in her, hands on hips, spit flying. What? I'm your mother. Can't I come see my son? You heartless thing. You kill a boar this size and don't think to bring it home. And I've got to fetch it myself? Have you no mother in your eyes at all? Mother. I twitched a mocking smile. The separation paper you had me sign last night, black on white, forgotten it already? This is my home. That home of yours. Has it anything to do with me? You. She choked, then swept a domineering hand. That was talk in anger. Split or not, break the bone and the tendon still connects. You crawled out of my belly. Split house or no, what's yours is your mother's. And she began, greedy, to divide it up by pointing. Here's how it is. Your pa and I won't take much. Keep 100 gene of this pork, plenty to build up that short-lived, that Lin Lan. The rest, your brother carries home. Right. Lin Air nodded, eyes shining. Brother, look at this ruin. Wine through every wall, the rats'll gnaw the meat. Pa, and I'll keep it for you. And when we sell it, we'll save the money toward your bride price. And the hide makes a mat for your brother. His back's bad, can't take the cold, Zhang Tsuewa added, matter of fact past all shame. I looked at them, at faces ugly beyond words. These were my family. Last life, this so-called kinship had shackled me my whole life. Worked me like an ox, and left me to die miserable. Even reborn, facing this shamelessness again turned my stomach. Finished? I asked flatly. Lin Dashin, silent till now, knocked his pipe and put on the head of house voice. Eldest, listen to your ma. You can't guard this much meat alone. Too many envious eyes in the village. Bring it home, Paul watch over it. We're one family. Who'd cheat you? One family. I chewed the words and suddenly laughed. Last night, forcing me to sign, throwing me and my dying sister out. How come you didn't say one family then? Handing me a sack of sprouting potatoes to live or die on. How come not one family then? I stepped forward, and the blood smell off me drove Lin Dashin back half a step. Now you see me with meat and money, and suddenly it's one family again? Lin Dashin, Zhang Suehua. Can a person really be this shameless? The last, one word at a time. The air seemed to freeze. Was this Linny? The uncomplaining, cringing eldest who wouldn't make a sound under a slap? You've turned on us. Zhang Suehua came to, her face gone liver purple with shamed rage, and raised her palm to strike my face as she always had. You little beast, you'd curse your own parents. I'll beat you dead, you ungrateful wolf. The old habitual viciousness whistled down. Every other time I'd have ducked my neck and taken it. Not this time. A crack. Not palm on face, but an iron clamp hand shutting round her wrist. I held it, expressionless, and pressed. Ow. It's breaking. My hand's breaking. She howled like a stuck pig, buckling. Old man. Second son. Are you dead? The beast's killing his own mother. Lin Dashin and Lin Air's faces changed. They traded a look and made to rush me. Let's see who dares. I flung my arm and threw her 200-gene bulk staggering back onto her backside like a sack, then bent and took up the slaughter cleaver from beside the meat, black-red blood still frozen on it, the edge glinting in the dim. Their half-raised feet stopped dead in the air. I held the cleaver one-handed, my eyes frighteningly calm, like looking at livestock for the block. The paper says plain, each to his own. I thumbed the blood crust on the edge, my voice soft, and every one of them felt the cold crawl into the seams of their bones. This meat, I traded my life for. Anyone who wants to take it, trades his life for it. I raised my eyes to Zhang Zuohua, scrambling to make a scene, and let the corner of my mouth curl cruel. This blade only knows blood. It doesn't know faces. A killing air came off me, the aura only a hunter who's truly seen blood carries. Her wailing cut off like a duck with a hand round its throat. She looked at my emptied eyes and the stinking cleaver and the curses jammed in her throat. Lin Air hid behind Lin Dashin, calves cramping. Lin Dashin's face went iron gray, lips shaking, and he didn't dare take another step. In the shed there was only the fire's crackle and their heavy breathing. But this was only the start. The blood and rust smell hung in the moldy air, smothering. Zhang Sawa sat on the ground, the cold biting up through her, but nowhere near as chilling as the swaying cleaver. She opened her mouth, and every shrewish trick died under my unmoved gaze. You dare, Lin Dashin ground out at last, his voice shaking like a dead leaf. I'm your father. You'd rebel. Father. I gave a small laugh and flicked my wrist. The cleaver whistled down and bit the frozen earth an inch from his toes, sunk 3 fingers deep, the handle humming. He yelped, jumped back, caught his heel on the threshold, and went over flat on his back. Wretched. You're fit for that. I pulled the blade, wiped the dirt on my soul, my voice cool. Last night, when you threw my sister and me into the snow to die, whatever father and son we were ended. Now you covet the meat? Too late. Get out. One word, like a thunderclap. Lin Air, terror-cracked, scrambled to haul up his mother and father, and the 3 of them propped each other and stumbled out like beaten dogs. But past the door, the cold wind seemed to bring the shrew back into Zhang Zuohua. Seeing the dozens of villagers gathered to watch, she found her footing, plopped down in the snow, slapped her thighs, and wailed. There's no justice. A son would murder his own parents. Come look, everyone. This heartless, ungrateful wolf. He gets meat and disowns his mother and father, takes a knife to us. Tears and snot, her voice carrying far in the still morning. The villagers pointed and murmured, some pitying, some gloating, most watching me with flickering eyes. In that age, filial piety was greater than heaven. A son turning a blade on his parents was a thing to be cursed for a lifetime. I stood in the doorway watching the crude performance. I knew, if I didn't crush this outright, the flies would keep coming. Cleaver in hand, I walked out into the snow. The crowd went silent. I stopped before her and didn't argue, didn't trade curses. I only drew out the signed separation paper, shook it open, and held it up for all to see. Uncle Wong, Uncle Zhao, your village elders, you read. My voice was low but reached every ear. Last night, in this storm, they bought out mine and Lin Lan's 2 lives with a sack of potatoes. Black on white it says, live, age, sicken, die, each to his own. A few older villagers came to look, and their faces went interesting. It was too final. It even said we weren't to be buried in the family ground. Since it's cut, we're 2 families. I put the paper away, my gaze sweeping the crowd. I'll say it here. I turned and dragged the cleaver hard across the snow, a deep furrow between me and the 3 Lins and every watcher. This line is the boundary. This is my home. Every liang of meat, every blade of grass in it, I traded my life for. Anyone who crosses this line to take what's mine or to bully my sister. I set the point to the line, my voice frigid, my eyes on Zhang Zihua, who'd screamed loudest. This blade only knows blood. It doesn't know faces. Her wailing stopped like a strangled duck. She knew I meant it. Go on making a scene, and this madman would truly move. The watchers were struck dumb too. The meek Lin Yi was gone, and a hard man no one dared cross stood in his place. Get out. One last word. Lin Dashin's face went purple, knowing the day was lost past all saving. He hauled up the still stunned Zhang Zihua and Lin Air and shoved through the crowd, fleeing. I felt nothing watching them go. I turned back to the villagers still lingering. Everyone break it up. Anyone with a real need, short of a taste of meat, can bring something to trade. But here, I don't keep idlers, and I don't keep ingrates. Their eyes lit. Trade for meat, a fine thing. And the tension eased, and many put on ingratiating smiles and greeted me before drifting off in 2s and 3s. With that one round, I was planted in Xiahe for good. Hard enough, with meat, and able to get things done. That was the standing that strength brings. I didn't hurry inside. My gaze had caught, under an old locust tree not far off, a woman in a washed pale blue floral coat, holding a girl of 3 or 4 by the hand, watching timidly. She was very lovely, an oval face, peach blossom eyes, a soft southern water gentleness that even a famished pallor couldn't hide. The thin coat looked wretched in the wind, and the little girl, nose running with cold, stared wide-eyed at the still dripping pork in my hand and sucked her fingers. Li Xiuyan, the village's comely widow. Memory rose at once. Her husband died on a work site. His in-laws seized the compensation and drove her to the broken thatch hut beside the cowshed to scrape by with a daughter. Last life, the day after Lin Lan died, when I fainted starving in the snow, it was this woman who secretly pressed half a black bun on me and pulled me back from death. And later, unable to bear the village's slander and her in-laws' pressure, she threw herself in the river one night. That half a bun I remembered my whole life. I looked at her flinching eyes, and something moved in me. The first bond quest wanted a rating of 80 or above. Wasted and worn as she was, the grace and goodness in her ran well past it. And she was in dire straits now. I looked down at the belly cut on the hide, took a piece, and walked to the locust tree. Seeing the fearsome man come at her, Li Xiuyan went visibly frightened, pulling her daughter behind her, ducking her head to leave. Sisterly. I stopped her, my voice not cold now, but with an unnoticed gentleness in it. She halted, looked up scared. Brother Lin, is there something? I came up and, without a wasted word, held out the meat. Take it. She froze. It swayed before her, red lean, white fat, a rich raw fragrance. Her daughter Yaya's eyes went straight to it, and she swallowed and piped, meat. Li Xiuyan waved her hands in a panic. No, I can't. It's too dear. I can't take it. In that age a fujin of pork was a gift that could save a life. Sisterly, take it for Yaya. I gave her no chance to refuse, tucking it into the broken basket she used for wild greens, my tone brooking no argument. When my sister was gravely ill, you helped once. Lin Yi remembers that. Take it. I've plenty. I looked at her hands, coarse and red from labor, and her eyes, frightened but clear as water, and thought, this life, since I have the power, I won't let you walk that road again. She held the heavy basket, dazed, and watched me turn and go, tall, straight, a mountain against the snow that might block the wind and rain. A warmth she'd never known moved through the long parched field of her heart. She didn't notice the pair of bean-small triangle eyes fixed on the scene from a wall corner nearby. Wang Matzi, neck pulled in, a leering, venomous smile on her pockmarked face. TSK, drives off his own parents, then goes chasing the pretty widow. Linny, this time you've fallen right into my hands. Her face twisted with excitement, like she'd caught the scent of something better than pork. The scent of a rumor beginning to ferment. Li Xiuyan carried the broken basket home like a fragile jade Buddha, and only when she'd barred the door of patched planks did her heart slow. 5-6 gene of the best 3-layer belly, fat 2 fingers thick. In a year when even a New Year's dumpling wasn't sure, it shone brighter than gold. Meat. Yaya toddled over, clutching the basket rim, sniffing hard, drool at her mouth. Looking at her daughter's eyes, made big by long hunger, Li Xiuyan's tears came again. Since her man died, mother and daughter driven to this ruin, they'd not had meat, not had a full meal. The mother-in-law came every few days to curse her as a jinx, and idle men rapped at her window at night. More than once she'd thought of the rope and the roof beam. And today, the the whole village looked down on, just cast out himself, had given them a way to live. That tall figure was branded on her heart like an iron. "M'all cook it now." She wiped her eyes and lit the fire, and, not willing to stew at all, cut a piece of fat to render oil, sliced some lean, and stewed it with cabbage stalk from the field into a full pot. The long-lost smell filled the drafty hut. Yaya ate great mouthfuls from a chipped bowl, hissing at the heat, unwilling to spit any out. "Slow down, no one'll take it." Li Xiuyan stroked the girl's dry hair, not touching her own chopsticks, looking toward the cowshed, her eyes gone soft. "Brother Lin." In the cowshed, I didn't know the widow was thinking of me. I was working through the rest of the boar. Driving off my parents didn't change what Lin Dashin had said true. This much meat in a broken shed wasn't safe. The blood smell would draw beasts, and the red-eyed, 2-legged beasts of the village. Then the mechanical voice sounded again. Ding. Hosts held goods, 300 gene of boar, exceed 50 yuan in value. Side quest, first bucket of gold complete. Reward issued, basic spirit spring space, plus 100 points. Attribute, 1 mu of black earth, about 666 square meters, with a life-giving spirit spring. Note, within the space it is temperate year-round, crops grow 10 times as fast, and the spring water can wash the marrow, heal illness, and ripen plants. No living thing may enter, the host accepted. My hand stopped, my pupils shrank. Not a plain storeroom, a whole mu of land with a spirit spring? A thought, and my mind was dragged into a strange place. Gray mist overhead, and underfoot a vast stretch of glossy black earth breathing a rich soil smell, so fertile a fistful looked ready to run oil. At the center sat a stone pool the size of a wash basin, its water clear to the bottom, glowing faint blue, sweet even at a distance. The spirit spring? I crouched and drank a handful. Cool. Sweet. The instant it went down, it turned to a warm current running through me. A sleepless night's fatigue, and the ache of the boar fight gone in a breath, my head clearer than ever, sight and hearing lifted another notch. Good stuff. Light blazed in my eyes. No basic space, an inexhaustible mountain of gold. 10 times growth. Plant ginseng and lingji here, and 1 year would beat 10 outside. And the water. I thought at once of my sister, barely breathing. If it washed marrow and healed illness, could it save her? Even short of a cure, it could hold her breath and mend her body over time. I drew a breath, forced down the joy, and pulled out of the space. A thought at the meat heap, store. A blur, and hundreds of gene vanished, reappearing in a corner of the black earth. In that even temperature, a natural icebox, never to rot. With this, how could I fail to rise? I took my sister's chipped water bowl, drew a bowl of spring water quietly from the space, cut it with warm water, and went to the calm. "Sis, drink." I raised her and fed it to her. She drank a few muddled swallows, and her knit brows eased, a faint flush touching her white face. "This water, so sweet," she murmured, her breath going deep and even, and slept. I let out half the weight on my heart. System. Host has formed an initial emotional bond with a high-rated female, Li Xiuyan, rated 88, favor risen to 30, gratitude. First bond quest bound, pursue Li Xiuyan. New side quest issued, a medicine magnate start. Description: with a spirit field, why grow potatoes? Within 3 days, find and transplant at least one rare medicinal herb into the space. Reward: basic herb identification skill, plus 50 points. I raised a brow. Grow herbs? Suits me. The Changbai range wants for nothing so much as wild mountain ginseng. With herb identification, the space's tenfold speed, and the spring water, a fortune was a matter of time. As for Li Xiulian, no hurry. At the old well by the village mouth, Xiaha's intelligence center, 5 or 6 women crowded even in the deep cold, scrubbing clothes and running their mouths. Hey, heard the Lin eldest killed a boar hundreds of Jin last night. Long since, drove old Lin and his wife right out, took a knife to them. Looked so honest, that Linny. Turns out he's a hard case. And Wang Matzi sidled up with an empty basket, that mysterious, leering smile on her pocked face like she carried a world-shaking secret. That's stale news. I just saw with my own eyes something with far more juice. She dropped the basket, rolled her triangle eyes, and lowered her voice all-knowing. I just saw that beast Lin carry a big slab of belly meat, 5, 6 Jin at least, straight into the little widow's hut at the west end. What? A gasp. You mean, Li Xiulian? Who else but that vixen? Wang Matzi spat, contemptuous. Think about it. Lin just threw out his own parents, wouldn't give his own father a bite, and turns round and hands the widow 5, 6 Jin? What kind of relationship is that? Is that a decent one? She clapped her hands. I say the two of them have been carrying on a long time. Maybe the widow put him up to the whole split. It was oil poured into a hot pan. In that age, keeping a broken shoe was a killing charge. Surely not. Li Xiulian seems honest, a young wife muttered. Honest? Wang Matzi sneered, venom in her eyes. You know, a face, not a heart. Peach blossom eyes on that widow, a temptress. Plays pitiful, and behind closed doors who knows how she carries on. Else why would that hothead disown his own parents over her? The logic was thin, but told with relish it soon sounded reasonable. Envy is the best kindling. They were all dirt poor. Why should the widow eat meat? Inside half a day the rumor of Lin and Li Xiulian, carrying on, an adulterous pair, flew like winged flies into every house in Xia. And that fell right into one man's plan. On the crowd's edge, drinking it in, stood the village accountant Zhao Dezhu, pushing up his glasses, an evil glint behind the lenses. He'd long craved Li Xiulian, and used his position to hint at her more than once, always refused. He'd thought her a chaste woman, and here she'd taken Lin Yi's meat. So, Li Xiulian, playing the virtuous widow, when really I just wasn't offering enough. Watching Wang Matzi's excited face, a vicious plot took shape in him. You like a broken shoe? Then I'll help you make it more broken. He turned and quietly followed Wang Matzi as she headed home. Zhao Dezhu was a man of action, most of all at making mischief. He caught Wang Matzi behind the crook-necked old tree at the village mouth. Sister Wang, in fine spirits. He pushed his glasses up, calculation glinting behind them. She startled. Accountant Zhao. Off to the brigade office to do the books. The books? He smiled without smiling. I'm looking at someone who's been sold and is still counting the buyer's money, and thought I'd warn her. Her triangle eyes narrowed at the odd scent. How so, Accountant Zhao? Who's been sold? He glanced round, dropped his voice, leaned in. I heard your talk at the well. You say Lin and Li Xiulian have a thing going. No lie in it. I saw the meat go in with my own eyes. The meat went in. And the man? He asked, unhurried. You didn't wonder. Lin used to be a dumb gourd. How's he suddenly bold enough to pull a knife on his family, and just happens to be so good to that widow? She blinked. You mean, he fanned the flame. Think. If Li Xiulian's got Lin backing her, will she let you pour filth at her door anymore? Let the village push her around? Sister Wang, you'll be crossing the road to avoid her. It struck her square in the lung. She loved bullying Li Xiulian above all, to feel her own weight. The wretch rising would sicken her worse than swallowing a fly. Pa. In her dreams, a broken shoe, wanting to turn the sky over? Cursing's no use, Zhao Dezhu said softly. A rumor has to be told with detail, made to be believed. Best of all, made true. Her eyes rolled. Catching his drift, she leaned close, a leer on her. Accountant Zhao, you're a schooled man, quick in the head. You say how? Ruin that pair of dogs, and I'll do whatever you say. He nodded, satisfied, drew out a crumpled grapefruit cigarette, gave her one, and murmured in her ear. The wind through the dead branches covered the dark scheming. Her eyes brightened as she listened, and she slapped her thigh. Brilliant. Accountant Zhao, you're something. This works, and won't that Li Xiulian be drowned in a pig cage? And then Lin Yi's hundreds of gene of pork are public property, confiscated. As for Li Xiulian, a lewd glint behind the lenses, a broken shoe needs educating. They traded a smile, each with his own black heart, and parted. A rumor, in an age starved of entertainment, spreads faster than plague. By supper time, the sky over Xiahe seemed to have changed color. Lin Yi gave Li Xiulian a piece of meat, became, at the east end. Lin Yi spent half an hour in Li Xiulian's hut. At the west end, someone heard noises in her hut, and by the time it reached the cowshed, it had evolved into Lin Yi split from his parents on purpose to keep Li Xiulian as his mistress. Villagers who looked so honest turned righteous moralists, crouching under wall eaves in 3s and 5s, pipes going, guessing at the adulterer's details in the foulest terms, spit flying, as if they'd watched. In the thatch hut, Li Xiulian held her daughter, curled in the corner, shaking. Foul curses seemed woven into the wind outside. At the well earlier, women who'd been civil enough turned their heads at her, spat hard on the ground, cursing slut, shameless. Some children, put up to it by adults, threw dirt clods at her window, shouting broken shoe. Ma, why do they throw things at us? Yaya wailed, burrowing in. She covered the girl's ears, tears streaming. She'd done nothing, only taken a piece of life-saving meat. Why did this world hold such malice for a widow and her child? She looked through the paper-patched window at the cowshed. That man, did he know? What would he think? Would he decide she was trouble and never speak to her again? The thought crushed her chest. More than the villagers' curses, she feared the disgust in his eyes. In the cowshed, I shut it all out, my whole attention on my sister. An hour since the spring water, and the effect was fiercer and gentler than I'd hoped. Her waxen face had a healthy flush. The bellows wheeze was gone for deep, even breath, and the withered, bruised veins on her hands had risen a little, her skin gone faintly glossy. Cough. Her lashes trembled, and she opened her eyes, no longer cloudy and scattered but clearer. Yitzi, she said, weak still but with none of that about to go feel. I'm hungry. Hungry. For a gravely sick person, heaven's own music. Eat, and you live. Overjoyed, I slipped out, took a piece of cooked lean from the space, tore it fine, and fed it to her. Slow, sis. We won't go short again. She ate half a bowl and sank back to sleep, and the last weight lifted off my heart. Spirit water, miraculous. No instant cure for the lung, but with steady drinking to rebuild her, the sickness was half beaten already. Settled, I stood and worked my stiff neck. The medicine magnate quest gave 3 days. With her stable, tomorrow I had to go deep to finish the quest and to find a way to turn some of the boar to cash. No money, no moving in this age. I pushed the door out. Dusk already, wind driving snowgrit. Stepping onto the clearing for firewood, I caught the wrongness at once. Villagers passing stopped and pointed, heads together. Look, that's Lin Yi. Tisk, look at that vicious face. No wonder he took a knife to his own father. Heard about him and the one next door. Lo, but to my sharpened ears a shout in my face. I frowned and swept a cold look, and they shut up and hurried off like rabbits under a wolf's eye. But I caught the key words. Widow. Broken shoe. Boar meat. I'm no fool. Decades of a past life. What viciousness of the human heart hadn't I seen? Plainly someone was working tongues behind my back, aimed at Li Xiulian and me. Zhang Cuihua. Linaire? I shook my head. That lot were openly rotten, not this sly. This back alley name poisoning smelled of the village's idle gossips. I looked at the widow's shut door and black window next door. Not a light in it. A silence that set the nerves crawling. I could picture the frail woman huddled trembling in the dark. A blind fury shot up in me. This filth. Aimed at me. I wouldn't care. I was already the village villain. But throwing dirt on a widow and her child was driving someone to death. My hand crushed the firewood, knuckles white. I didn't blow up. In that age, slander was a bloodless killing knife. Explain, and you look guilty. Hit someone, and you've confirmed you're shamed into rage. To break it, You catch them in the act. Someone wanted a show. I didn't mind making it a bigger one, big enough that they'd regret ever being born. I drew a breath, pressed the anger down, and carried the wood back inside. The shed door shut hard, and in a dark corner, Zhao Dezhu, who'd been watching, smiled cold and vicious. Holding it in? We'll see how long. He crushed his cigarette and spoke to the dark behind him. Go tell Wang Matzi, stoke the fire tonight. Tomorrow I want the whole village to know Lin Yi's a great romantic fool. Right, brother Zhao, just watch. A shifty shape slid out of the dark. The village layabout Lai Tu San, snickered, and vanished into the night. In the brigade office, the tobacco smoke hung thick as a brick kiln. Fly specks dotted the dim bulb, and even its light came out muddy. Behind a peeling three-drawer desk, Zhao Dezhu sat with a great front burned nearly to his fingers, a long finger of ash unflicked. His eyes narrowed at the two men across the smoke. One was the layabout Lai Tu San, just ducked in from the cold. The other was Wang Matzi, still cracking seeds. Brother Zhao, the word's out, Lai Tu San said, hunching, fawning, his thief's eyes sliding to the cigarette pack on the desk. The whole village is chewing on it now, and ugly. I passed the scent down Yude's quarters just now. Even the city kids are talking about it. Zhao Dezhu tossed him the rest of the pack and pulled a cold thread of a smile. Talk isn't enough. He rapped the desktop with a knuckle. Catch a thief with the loot, catch adulterers in the act. Without hard proof, it's only slander. Lin Yi's got a knife now, and he's a hothead. Push him too far, and he'll fight to the death. We have to make it so he can't. We have to ruin him. Wang Matzi spat a husk and leaned half over the desk. Accountant Zhao, quit stringing it out. How do we do it? The boy guards his food like a dog now. Who dares go near that cow sheet? Nobody goes near it. Zhao Dezhu pushed up his glasses, the look behind the lenses like a snake's. We make him come to us. He waved them in, and three heads bent together under the dim bulb. Late tonight, past the dead hour, he said low, like reciting a death charm. Lie to, you're quick on your feet. You crouch under the widow's back window. When it's still enough, you throw stones, play ghost, scare the little girl. She's a timid thing. She'll cry for certain. Lai Tu San gave a yellow-toothed grin. Scaring a kid, that I know? Then what? Then? Zhao Dezhu sneered. Li Xiulian's the type. The child screams, and she panics. That's your cue, Sister Wang. You hide in the dark, and when the place is in an uproar, you throw your voice like the girl. Scream help. Scream she's burning up. Scream she's dying. Make it pitiful. Make it loud. Loud enough that Lin Yi hears it in the cowshed next door. Wang Matzi's eyes rolled, and she slapped her thigh. Sharp. He gave the widow meat. He's still got his mind on her. He hears that. He comes running. The instant he sets foot in that room, Zhao Dezhu crushed his cigarette, sparks bursting on his fingertips without his flinching. Lie to. You jam the door from the outside. And Sister Wang, you throw your lungs open and wake the whole village. Say Lin Yi went over the widow's wall in the dead of night, meaning to force her. In this day and age, a morals charge means a bullet. The cold in his voice went to the bone. Corner him in that room. Lone man, lone widow, deep night, and her door a rotten board. I say it was rape, then it was rape. Who believes he went to save anyone? Even if he keeps his life, he rots in a cell till his hair goes white. And those few hundred gene of boar, contraband. Confiscated. There'll be plenty in it for you too. The pair's eyes shone as if the red and white pork already sat on their own Kong. Brilliant, genuinely brilliant. Lai Tu San stuck up a thumb. Brother Zhao, it takes a schooled man. Vicious. This buries Lin Yi for good. He brought it on himself, not knowing when he's well off. Zhao Dezhu stood and straightened his collar, the sanctimonious mask back on. As for that broken shoe Li Xiulian, once Lin Yi's inside, let's see who in the village she leans on then. The wind rattled the office's cracked window frame, and a net woven to kill a man hung finished in the dark, waiting only for the prey to step in. In the cowshed, I had no idea a grave was already dug for me. I sat by the fire working the slaughter cleaver over the whetstone, slow and steady, the harsh scrape loud in the dead night, the edge going a shade brighter with every pass. Lin Lan slept deep, her breathing even enough to ease my heart. But I couldn't sleep. An unease had settled on me like the pressing low weight of air before a storm, and every hair on me stood up faintly. It was the instinct the Grandmaster skill carried, The feeling of being marked by a beast in the deep hills. Someone was scheming against me. Something lethal. Who? I stopped and tested the edge on my thumb, sharp enough to shear a hair off my breath. I lifted my eyes to the pitch black outside the broken window lattice. The village was too quiet. Quiet as a graveyard. It put me in mind of the life before. A cold winter night just like this, when Li Xiuyan drowned herself and the villagers pointed at my nose and called me a jinx, and I left this place at last in despair. This time, I would not let the tragedy run again. I sheathed the knife, went soft-footed to the window. The thatch hut next door was dark too. Mother and daughter must be asleep. Hope I'm only jumping at shadows, I murmured. But I didn't drop my guard. I put the cleaver under the pillow and lay down in my clothes, body loose, mind a drawn string, listening to every blade of grass outside. The night deepened. The village dogs went quiet. The moon vanished behind thick cloud, and Xiaohao went black enough that you couldn't see your own hand. And into that dead silence a few furtive shadows came, hugging the wall like dirty rats, creeping toward the west end, toward Li Xiuyan's lone thatch hut. Lai Tu-san, half a brick in his hand, breath fogging white, crouched under her back window. He glanced at Wang Matzi hunkered behind a straw stack, and she flashed him the signal. He grinned, teeth pale in the dark, raised the brick, and slammed it against the newspaper-patched window frame. A dull thud, loud as a thunderclap in the still night. Then, pinching his throat, he loosed a wail like a vengeful ghost hunting a soul. Inside, Li Xiuyan jerked awake with her daughter in her arms, and little Yaya stiffened and broke into a heart-tearing cry. "Wama, a ghost. There's a ghost." That cry was the spark to the fuse. The trap was sprung. The half-brick punched through the flimsy window paper and landed on the edge of the calm, cold wind and snowgrit riding in behind it. Li Xiuyan, scared witless, clutched Yaya to her and shrank into the corner. "Who's there?" she called, shaking, half a sob in it. No answer. Only the wind moaning through the broken hole like a chorus of ghosts. Then a clod of frozen dirt flew in and struck her shoulder. "Ma?" "Scared." "Wah." 3 years old. The girl had never met anything like it. Her small face went white, and she screamed, a sound sharp and piteous in the dead night, like a nail dragged across glass. But that scream was exactly what the ones outside wanted. Hidden in the dark, Wang Matzi felt the fat of her face jump with an ugly glee. Her cue. She cleared her throat and threw that cracked gong voice toward the cowshed in a warped shriek. "Aya, somebody come quick. There's going to be a death." Yaya's gone into fits. Her eyes are rolling back. This widow and her child are dying in there. Piteous as could be, as though she were the most anxious neighbor alive. And she didn't stop. "Xiuyan, don't scare your auntie. Why's the child gone silent? Help! Somebody help!" As she wailed, she cut her eyes at Lai Tu-san under the wall, and he caught it, crept, bent double, a coil of thick hemp rope in his fist, to the side of that broken wooden door, and pressed his back to the wall and held his breath, only waiting for the figure to duck inside. The instant a foot crossed the threshold, he'd rush the door shut and lash the rope round the handle. A turtle in the jar. In the cowshed, I'd opened my eyes the moment the brick struck the calm. I didn't move. I listened. The Grandmaster skill gave me more than the instinct to kill. It gave me a keen nose for danger. Then came Yaya's crying. Then Wang Matzi's overblown help. Fits. Eyes rolling back. I sat up, and the corner of my mouth curled cold. That cry of Yaya's had full breath behind it. Plainly a child frightened, nothing like a gravely ill one in convulsions. And Wang Matzi, who any other day would wish the pair of them dead, just happened to be awake past the dead hour, next to that wall, and the first to discover the child was sick, clumsy, far too clumsy. But behind the clumsiness sat a killing intent. If I were an ordinary hothead, I'd hear the child's dying and, doubts or no, run straight in to save her. And the moment I entered that room, I glanced at the bed I'd barely warmed, then at the cold cleaver under the pillow. Morals charge. The 3 words flashed through me. In this era, that hat would flame me if it didn't kill me, and in any future I had. Nicely planned, I said under my breath, and something violent moved behind my eyes. "You want to play? I'll play you something bigger." No lamp. In the dark, I pulled on my cotton shoes, tucked the cleaver behind my back, and eased the cowshed door open. The wind cut like a blade. I stood in the snow and did not run panic the way Wang Matzi was counting on. I bent my head a little and swept the ground. To ordinary eyes, the Black Knight was a wall. To eyes the enhancement had remade. The fresh scatter of prints on the snow was ink on white paper. One track ran to the widow's back window, the stone thrower. One hid behind the straw stack not far off, Wang Matzi, the screamer. And one more. My gaze followed it and stopped in the shadow by the widow's door. There, a very faint, suppressed breathing. A snake in the grass, mouth open, waiting for the prey to walk in. Lai Tu-san. The reek of cheap tobacco named him at once. A village layabout, Zhao Deju's cur. So the one behind it, laying the board, was Zhao Deju. It came clear to me. Wang Matzi's wailing was still going, more piteous now. Lin Yi. Where have you died to, Lin Yi? You gave her meat. Why not save a life now? The child's almost gone. She was forcing me. With morals, with the whole village's ears, forcing me to show. Don't go. And by tomorrow the rumor becomes Lin Yi let them die, false-hearted. Go. And it's broken to a home at night, meaning rape. A road with no turning. A poison plan. Pity they got one thing wrong. The Lin Yi standing here now was not the prey. He was the hunter. I straightened my collar, put on a look of alarm, and strode toward the thatch hut, the snow loud under my boots. Wang Matzi, seeing the tall figure finally appear, nearly slapped her thigh with excitement and signaled Lai Tu-san. He gripped the rope in the shadow, palms sweating, eyes locked on my feet. 10 meters. 5. 3. I reached the door. Inside, Li Xiuyan, clutching the sobbing Yaya, heard the steps and called on instinct. Brother Lin? Is that you? It's me. I answered loud, all urgency. Don't be afraid, sister. I'm here. Lai Taozen's heart climbed into his throat. He leaned forward, set to spring, and slammed the door. Just push it. Just push the door. My hand rose toward the rickety board. He held his breath, his grin already half-formed. And a hair's breadth from the wood, my hand stopped. Like a paused frame. I stood frozen half a step outside the threshold and did not advance 1 inch. Time seemed to set. In the shadow, Lai Tu-san froze too, the grin stuck on his face, not knowing whether to rush out or keep waiting. Far off, Wang Matzi froze, mouth open, forgetting to wail. What's happening? Go in, damn you. And into that eerie dead silence, I suddenly drew my hand back, turned my back to the door, faced the black village road, filled my chest, and let loose a roar like a great bronze bell that shattered the whole village's quiet. Everyone up. Get up, all of you. Sister Li's house is under attack. There's a man here trying to kill someone. The enhanced body drove the shout through the night, 10 times louder than Wang Matzi's dry howling, loud enough to shake snow off the far treetops. Lai Tu-san went blank. Wang Matzi went blank. Even Li Xiuyan, about to open the door, went blank. I gave them no time. Accountant Zhao? Village head. Bring men, quick. I heard it. The thief's crouched right under the wall. Looks like he's got a knife. Catch the killer. What's it called when you strike first and cry thief? Lai Tu-san, staring at the back bellowing right over his head, felt himself drop into an ice pit. He had a rope in his hand, no knife. But now every dog in the village was going off, lamps kindling one by one, footsteps rushing in from every side. The trap was broken, and the man who dug it looked ready to kick the whole ambush crew into the pit and shovel dirt on top. I turned my head a fraction, and through the shivering shadow behind me a cruel little smile. You wanted to catch adulterers? Tonight I'll bring the whole village to catch you ghosts. Far off, the village head came running with a storm lantern, a coat thrown over him. Who's killing? The show had begun. My one shout blew Xiaohe wide open. Flashlight beams swung wild through the black, footsteps and dog barks pouring in from all sides like a tide. In the door shadow, Lai Tu-san was a rat blinded by strong light, his blood gone cold. Run? Where? The only way out was blocked by that killing god of a man standing there like a door guardian. Stay? When the head and the militia arrived and found him crouched at a widow's door with a rope in his fist, he could grow 100 mouths and not talk his way clear. Lin Yi, you son of a... His teeth chattered as he cursed Zhao Daju's ancestors back 18 generations. A turtle in the jar, they said. How am I the turtle? Who's there? A shout, and the first flashlight beams landed on the hut door. The village head Zhao Jiangwo, in an old army coat, an elm cudgel in his hand, panted at the front, a few thick-armed militiamen and a pack of trouble-hungry villagers behind. Village head. Here. I spun and pointed at the shadow, urgent and righteous. This is the one who was smashing the widow's door with a rope in his hands. He meant to strangle someone. What? Kill someone. Zhao Jingwo's scalp crawled. A death on his watch, and his post was finished. Surround him. No one lets him run. The militia rushed in, clubs and forks sealing every exit. Lai Tucson panicked and started to rise and explain, and I gave him no chance. Under cover of the rushing crowd, I stepped forward as if by accident and drove a hard kick into his backside. He yelped and rolled out of the shadow into the middle of the snow, right into a ring of flashlight glow, and the thick hemp rope he hadn't managed to drop fell beside him, stark against the white. Dead silence. Dozens of eyes fixed on Lai Tucson and that rope. Lai Tucson. Zhao Jingwo's eyes near popped. You the layabout. Lai Tucson, forgetting his aching backside, flailed his hands. No. Village head. It's a mistake, a terrible mistake. I didn't kill anybody, I swear. Didn't kill anybody? I stepped up, picked up the rope, shook it out, and gave a cold laugh. Past the dead hour, not asleep, crouched at a widow's door with this in your hand. Tell us what you came to do. Hang a new door curtain for her. The crowd roared laughing, then turned angry. Lai Tucson's up to no good as a rule, but who knew his heart was this black? A rope. That's for tying someone up. Meaning to force her. Force her? Robbery and murder. More like. Heard Lin, he just gave the widow meat, and this cur marked it. With my steering, the tide swung hard to robbery and murder. Lai Tucson sweated rivers. He wanted to tell the truth, that he'd come to catch adulterers. But that meant selling out Zhao Dezhu and admitting he'd helped frame a man. Even if he dodged prison, he'd never live in the village again. And if he stayed silent, the robbery-murder pot got dumped on his head, and that really did mean a bullet. Just as he teetered on the edge, Wang Matzi, who'd stayed hidden, finally cracked. If Lai Tucson went down, she was next. She shoved through the crowd. Aya. It's a mix-up, all of it a mix-up. She slapped her thigh, a false smile stacked on her face. Village head, Lai Tucson's no killer. I heard Linny go into the room just now. That's why I called for help. This Lai Tucson probably heard the noise and came to catch the adultery. A clumsy swing to muddy the water and steer it back to Broken Shoe. If the crowd suspected Lin Yi had gone inside, Lai Tucson became a have-a-go hero. Zhao Jingwo frowned and looked at me. Lin Yi, what's the truth of it? Did you go in or not? Every eye swung to me. The key moment. I looked at Wang Matzi's slab of a face and laughed inside. Finally out of the hole. I didn't rush to defend myself. I turned to the shut door and raised my voice. Sisterly, open up. Say a fair word in front of the whole village. Did I, Lin Yi, set one foot inside your room tonight or not? It rang, open and unafraid. Everyone held their breath, every eye on the sagging board. The only witness was inside. Wang Matzi's heart climbed to her throat. The door creaked open a crack. Li Xiuyan, a thin, ragged coat thrown on, the still hiccuping Yaya clutched tight, showed half her white face. She looked at Lai Tucson pinned in the snow, then at me standing at the crowd's heart like a guardian god, and the tears came pouring. Zhao Jingwo stepped up, stern. Li Xiuyan, the truth. Did Lin Yi enter your room tonight, or not? She shook in the wind, biting her lip, some fierce struggle working in her. Then she lifted her head, and in those tear-filled peach blossom eyes flashed a resolve I'd never seen, and she looked straight at the village head and threw every ounce of her strength into it. No, Brother Lin never came in. I heard someone outside shout the child's dying, and just as I went to open the door, I heard Brother Lin outside shouting catch the thief. If he'd been inside, how could he be shouting out there? The one who smashed our window was Lai Tucson. If Brother Lin hadn't found him in time, my child and I would be dead tonight. The victim's word, clear and clean, the logic plain. Wang Matzi's face went white, her lips shook, and no new lie would come. The villagers weren't fools. This was no adultery, it was a framing, whole and outright. The fury caught fire. Animal. Won't even spare a widow and child. Beat him. Beat the plague dead. A few hot-tempered men rushed in and set on Lai Tucson with fists and boots. Stop, stop. I'll talk. I'll tell all. He howled under the rain of blows, arms over his head. It wasn't my idea. Someone put me up to it. It was ZH. Ahem. A heavy cough cut across from the crowd's edge, not loud, but carrying an authority that turned the stomach. The two syllables Lai Tu-san was about to say jammed back down his throat, and he shuddered all over. The crowd parted. A middle-aged man in a mouse suit walked in slow, hands behind his back. Zhao Dezhu, the hand behind it all, finally on stage. He pushed up his glasses, not sparing Lai Tu-san a glance, and fixed a weighing look on me. No panic of a failed plan in it, only a snake's cold. What's all the racket this hour? His gaze swept the ground and settled on me, and his mouth pulled a smile that wasn't one. Lin Yi. In fine spirits, it seems. I met the look and stepped forward instead of back. Accountant Zhao, you've come just in time. I pointed at Lai Tu-san on the ground. This thief just said someone put him up to it. Since you're here, why not help us all get to the bottom of it? Who's so rotten they'd send a man to prey on a widow and child in the dead of night? A straight ball. A declaration of war. On the ground, Lai Tu-san looked up at Zhao Dezhu, his eyes full of pleading and fear. Zhao Dezhu's face stiffened a hair. He knew the honest man he used to despise had staked him over the coals. Save him or cut him loose. A single thought, and heaven or hell. Zhao Dezhu pushed up his glasses, the look behind the lenses 2 ice picks driven into Lai Tu-san's face. He said nothing, only drew a handkerchief slow from his pocket, took the glasses off, breathed on them, and began to wipe, unhurried and precise. To Lai Tu-san, it was the king of hell turning the pages of the ledger of the dead. He shook like chaff. He knew Zhao Dezhu, a face like a scholar, a heart blacker than a pot's bottom. And Zhao Dezhu held a hook in him. 2 years back, Lai Tu-san had stolen the team's grain, and Zhao Dezhu had covered it, and taken his life in hand doing so. Sell Zhao Dezhu out, and it was mutual ruin. Zhao Dezhu might or might not go down, but Lai Tu-san's old grain theft would surely be dug up, and that meant a bullet. Take the fall, and maybe Zhao Dezhu would remember the old debt and pull him out later. Lai Tu-san. Zhao Dezhu finished at last and set the glasses back, his voice smooth and flat. Lin Yi wants you to talk, so talk. Who put you up to it? The Jade Emperor himself, or that greed of yours with no gate on it? Words within words. He bit down hard on greed. Lai Tu-san stiffened, the light going out of his eyes. He dropped his head as if his spine had been pulled, sagged into the snow, and rasped. Nobody put me up to it. It was me. My own greed. He set his teeth and threw his lot in. I heard from Wang Matzi that Lin Yi gave the widow meat, so I figured I'd come scare them in the night, and grab some off her, take a little pork. You lying dog. Wang Matzi, dumbstruck, came alive like a cat with its tail stepped on. Lai Tu-san, you thousand cuts wretch. It was plainly Zish, Sister Wang. Zhao Dezhu's voice cracked out and cut her off. You want to go in and eat prison rice too? Lai Tu-san just said the tip came from you. What? You'd like to claim the plan was yours as well. It stunned her still. She looked at his cold snake eyes, at the glaring villagers, at the militiaman with the rope, and the string in her head snapped. She dared not cross Zhao Dezhu. The accountant held the work points and the grain money. Offend him, and her whole family drank the northwest wind. Her mouth hung open, and then she dropped into the snow bawling. I'm wronged. I only ran my mouth a little. I never dreamed this animal would really do it. Which was as good as an admission. And so a vicious plot against a widow and child was waved off into a layabout seized by greed, and a long-tongued woman whose gossip made trouble. Zhao Dezhu turned to me, grief and outrage arranged on his face. You see, Lin Yi, guard by day and night, and still the house thief slips through. That our village bred such scum is a failure of my teaching and the heads. Rest easy. These two will be dealt with hard. He waved at the militia. What are you standing there for? Tie these two disgraces up. First light, off to the commune station. The militia swarmed in and lashed the pair with the very rope Lai Tu-san had brought. Wang Matzi wailed to heaven. Lai Tu-san's face went ash. The villagers spat and cursed. Serves them right. People like that should be shot. Accountant Zhao's a fair man, putting family feeling aside for justice. I stood watching Zhao Dezhu's sanctimonious mask and laughed inside. Sacrifice the cart to save the general. The old fox was ruthless and decisive with it. But did he really think this was the end? I stepped forward, square in his path out. Accountant Zhao. Not loud, but pitched for the villagers still lingering to hear. You're right just now. This village's ways could use a cleaning up. His brow knit. Meaning? Nothing much. I pointed at Lai Tu-san, then Wang Matzi, then let my gaze rest, heavy, on Zhao Dezhu. I just find it strange. Lai Taozen's a layabout with no brains. Wang Matzi's a shrew with no nerve. How do the two of them together cook up a plan this tidy? Smash the window, cry for help, ready a rope to jam the door? I paused, and my eyes went sharp as a blade. That doesn't sound like a whim. It sounds like someone taught it, hand over hand. The villagers chewed on it, and the murmuring rose again. True, Lai Taozen's fine at filching a chicken, but this is a cut above and nasty. Not something that pig brain thinks up on his own. Zhao Dezhu's face changed at last, a crack running through the false calm. Lin Yi, talk needs proof, he said low, thread under it. Throw hats around and you'll answer for it. Oh, I've no proof at all. I shrugged and grinned wide. Just talking off the top of my head. You're the schooled man, Accountant Zhao. You see to the bottom of things far clearer than us rough sorts. Isn't that right? That schooled man was pure barb. I named no one, but I planted a seed of doubt in every villager's heart, and that was enough. From here on, any small move Zhao Dezhu made, people would watch a little closer. And for a village cadre, that collapse of trust is fatal. He stared at me, his chest heaving twice, then gave a cold snort and swept off. Take them away. Break it up. All of you, back to bed. Zhao Jiangwo, feeling the air gone wrong, hurried to smooth it and scatter the crowd. The farce was over. Lai Tu-san and Wang Matzi were marched off, the villagers drifting away in twos and threes, still savoring the night's drama. Before the thatch hut only I remained, Li Xiuyin and Yaya, and a careworn Zhao Jiangwo. She still stood in the doorway holding Yaya, her thin frame shuddering in the wind, wanting to say something to me, but not daring in front of the head, only brimming over. All right, Xiuyin, get inside. Don't freeze the child, Zhao Jiangwo sighed, rubbing his temples. Tonight's business. Huh, a crying shame. The culprits were caught, yes, but Wang Matzi's earlier screaming and the whole village's loose talk had already fouled Li Xiuyin's name. At a widow's door, once there's scandal, the truth of it stops mattering. He looked at my hard, steady face, then at Li Xiuyin weeping like rain on pear blossom, and the scale in his mind tipped and swayed. Lin Yi had just split off, but those few hundred gene of boar were real family stock. And the nerve and the hand the boy had shown tonight marked him as no fish for a small pond. As for Li Xiuyin, at this rate, she really would be drowned in spit. As head of a village, he had to hold the water level even and clear away this mess. Lin Yi, he paced 2 steps in the snow, then stopped, his tone gone weighty. Come here a minute. Your uncle's got something to talk over with you. I glanced at Li Xiuyin and nodded. Uncle, go ahead. We walked to the old crook-neck tree off to the side. He took out his pipe, tried to light it, but the damp matches wouldn't catch. I dug a few from my pocket, struck one, and cupped it over for him. He drew a mouthful, breathed out white, and looked at me with something complicated in it. Yeet see, tonight's leveled out, but some things I've got to say plain. Wang Matzi's mouth is filthy, but the village took in what she said. Everyone's watching you, and Li Xiuyin now. You're a grown lad, unwed. She's a widow with a child. You two this close, even if it's clean as snow, the spit alone can drown a person. I was quiet. He spoke the truth. In this age, a name is your life. So what's on your mind, uncle? I asked back. He knocked out the pipe like a man who'd made a big decision. To lay the talk to rest, and to cut off any more ideas from Zhao Dezhu's side, your uncle's thought of a way. He raised his eyes and fixed them on me, burning. You've got that meat now, you've got some standing, it's time you started a household. Once you've a proper wife, who can say you've an eye on a widow? And then there's no one left staring at Li Xiuyin either. A household? I paused. As it happens, there's a sent-down girl at our youth quarters. Because of her class background, nobody's dared marry her, and she gets pushed around there, worse off than Li Xiuyin even. He dropped his voice, a note of testing in it. If you don't mind it, your uncle will make the match. The girl's handsome and educated. Only her temper runs a little cold. He looked at me. Su Xiaoya. You know the one. Su Xiaoya. At the name, a face rose in my mind at once, cold and clear as frost, and beautiful enough to stop the heart. In the life before, that woman's whole story was a tragedy too. Hounded in the village for her family background, she wasted away in the end and died in low spirits. I hadn't thought this life's wheel would turn a corner right here. The head meant to use one marriage to stop the whole village's mouth, find me a wife, free Li Xiulian, and solve the hard case of Su Xiaoya, all in one stroke. 3 birds. I rubbed my chin, something flickering behind my eyes. The system's main quest was branch and leaf. Li Xiulian was my target, but the time wasn't right yet. And Su Xiaoya. Uncle, this business. I raised my head, and a slow, weighted smile pulled at my mouth. Would she even agree? Under the crook-necked tree, the ember in the pipe bowl winked on and off. Zhao Zhengwo breathed out a cloud and squinted at me through the fog of it. Would she agree? I'd asked. My memory of Su Xiaoya was clear. That woman was proud as the snow on Changbai's peak. In the life before, she'd gone to her death without once bowing her head to any power in the village. Marrying her off to a just split-out man with a foul name, and asking her to help shield a widow's door from gossip besides. That was harder than making an iron tree bloom. Agree? Zhao Zhengwo knocked out the ash, a cold, world-worn indifference in his creased face. Yitzi, you're still young. In these years, staying alive comes before everything. He held up 2 fingers and shook them. Su Xiaoya's a thorn in this village's side. That family background of hers, black category. The grain at the youth quarters is counted out, and everyone does heavy labor. Who wants to share with a black brat? She's been out of grain 3 days now. At this rate, she won't last the winter, starve, or freeze. And if a sent-down youth dies in my village, I catch the criticism for it. He raised his eyes to me, and his tone turned knowing. You've got meat. You've got a roof against the wind. You've got strength in your arms. To her, that's a straw to a drowning woman. Pride, face, in front of an empty belly, all of its wind. I was quiet. He was right. It was a merciless age, and survival was the only law. And, he went on, sharp with the cunning of long experience, her background's bad, and your poor peasant stock, a fresh bachelor. You marry her, you're reforming her, answering the call. Nobody in the village dares make anything of it. And Li Xiulian's gossip. Once you've a wife this pretty, this city-raised, who still believes you've got your eye on a widow with a child. Fight poison with poison. Use Su Xiaoya's bad class label to cancel out my bad name, and my hard strength to fill her survival crisis. 2 broken puzzle pieces forced into one. Slippery as the old man was, his eye for people and his hand with a mess weren't nothing. Fine. I nodded without much hesitation. If she's willing, I've no objection. In the past life, I'd felt only pity for Su Xiaoya. This life, given a chance to take a future scholar and a capable helpmate into my house and settle the trouble at my door in the same stroke. Why not? And the system's main quest was branch and leaf. She would rate at the very top. Good man. Zhao Zhengwo slapped his thigh. No better day than today. While the iron's hot, let's go up to the youth quarters. If it takes, I'll cut you the introduction letter tomorrow. The sent-down youths lived at the north end, in what had been a broken temple, later made a collective dormitory. It was no better than the cowshed. Wind screamed through the failing courtyard wall like ghosts. When I followed Zhao Zhengwo in, the place was dark but for one beam of yellow lamplight from a west room. He stood in the yard and coughed hard, and soon the door opened. A bespectacled male youth in a coat peered out, and seeing the head, heaped a fawning smile on his face. Oh, village head. So late, what brings you? Come in, sit. The quarters leader, Lu Weidong. No sitting. Zhao Zhengwo waved it off, face set. Where's Su Xiaoya? Lu Weidong stalled, his eyes flickering, and pointed at a corner shed with no window paper. Only a grass curtain hung across it. In the woodshed. She said the rooms were crowded, and she didn't want to hold back everyone's progress, so she asked to move over there herself. Volunteered my foot. Anyone with eyes saw it for what it was. She'd been driven out. I looked where he pointed. The so-called woodshed had no door, only a ragged grass curtain, and the wind blew snow straight in behind it. Living there was no different from sleeping in the open drift. Zhao Zhengwo didn't call it out, only frowned and shouted toward it. Su Xiaoya, come out a minute. The village has something to talk over with you. Several seconds passed before the curtain stirred. A hand, pale near to translucent, lifted it, and a thin figure came out swaying. By the little light spilling from Lu Weidong's room, I saw her clearly. An ill-fitting old cotton coat, patch stacked on patch, a wrist showing at the cuff worn down to bone. And yet, when she raised her head, my breath caught a moment. She was beautiful, beautiful in a fragile, half-starved way, her skin gone pale as porcelain from too little sun and too little food, her features fine as a painted figure. Most of all, her eyes, cold, clear, stubborn, like a pool of winter spring water, and even at the very end of her rope with not a trace of a beggar's cringe in them. This was Su Xiaoya, the high mountain flower who in the life before would rather die than bend, and froze to death at last on a night of wind and snow. She came and stood before Zhao Jiangwo without a word, her thin frame a dead leaf in the wind that the next gust might carry off. "Sent down, Comrade Su," he said, a little uneasy under his own jurisdiction, and cleared his throat, gesturing at me. "Let me introduce you. This is Lin Yi, just split from his family, living on his own now." Her gaze moved to me, slow, without a ripple, as if I were no different from the millstone or the dead tree in the yard. "You may have heard of Lin Yi's situation," Zhao Jiangwo said, cutting to it. "He took a boar, a few hundred jin of meat at home, but he's short a wife, someone to keep a house." At a few hundred jin of meat her throat moved, the faintest bit, body's instinct, but her eyes stayed cold. "The village talked it over and thinks the two of you would suit. Lin Yi's background is good, red root and red sprout. Marry him and you're answering the call to put down roots in the countryside, and nobody makes trouble over your origins anymore. And most of all," he paused, and his voice went flat and cruel, "married over there, you eat your fill. Meat every meal." The air seemed to freeze. At the edge, Lu Weidong's eyes went wide, red with envy. Meat every meal, a thing even a county cadre wouldn't dare dream of. I said nothing, only watched her, and waited for this proud woman to choose between survival and dignity. She stood in the driving snow, frost on her lashes, and did not look at the head but fixed her eyes on me as if to see straight through. "You want me?" Her voice was low and cold, roughened from long silence. I met it and nodded. "Yes. You know what I am." "I know," I said plain. "Su Xiaoya, a sent-down youth. The rest, I don't care about." A very faint, self-mocking curl touched the corner of her pale mouth. She glanced once at the drafty woodshed, once at Lu Weidong's face stacked with envy and spite, and then her eyes came back to me, and in them something broke, and something new began to set itself in the pieces. All right. She didn't ask whether she'd be beaten, didn't ask whether she'd be scorned, didn't even ask about a bride price. On that cold winter night, facing a stranger she'd met minutes before, she gave her answer. But it was no simple all right. In those winter-spring eyes, I read a resolve that unsettled me, the hardness of someone who, to go on living, would set herself down on the gambling table as a chip. Zhao Jiangwo left wearing the satisfied smile of a man who'd closed a big deal, tucking the overnight written introduction letter into my coat, patting my shoulder with a look I didn't care for, and one parting line. "Take her home tonight. Can't let our village's bride freeze in that dump." And then it was only Su Xiaoya and me in the yard, the wind driving snow down our collars. She swayed, plainly at the end of her strength. I stepped up and, without ceremony, put an arm round her to hold her up. She was startlingly light, and she stiffened at the touch, trembling. "Don't fight it," I said low. "You want to live? Save your strength." She bit her pale lip and went still. She truly had nothing left, and besides, from the moment she'd said all right, she'd sold herself, and to be looked over by the buyer was, to her mind, only a matter of time. I didn't spare Lu Weidong another glance, only bent and lifted her. She weighed almost nothing, a snowflake that might melt in my arms, and carried her out into the storm. Back in the cowshed, the warmth wrapped us both. I set her on the far end of the Kong, away from the stove, so the swing from cold to hot wouldn't hurt her. Lin Lan slept deep, breathing even. Su Xiaoya drew into the corner, awkward, looking round at the broken but warm place with something complicated in her face. "Take the coat off," I said, feeding the firebox without turning. Her fingers trembled. She looked at my back, a flash of humiliation in her eyes, quickly buried under a resigned numbness, and slowly began to unfasten the grease-stained, patched old coat. She thought she knew what came next, the other half of the bargain, and she braced for it, resigned, her eyes shut, her body one taut string. I turned around, and I did not do the thing she was braced for. I looked at her, gaunt, frightened, proud even now, and something in me turned. This wasn't a trophy to be claimed. In the life before, this woman had been hounded to a lonely death. Even reborn, taking advantage of her at the lowest point of her life would make me no better than the men who'd driven her to that woodshed. Cover up. I reached over and drew her collar closed, rough about it, but taking nothing. She opened her eyes, startled. I turned back to the basket in the corner, which was really the space, and took out a good piece of cooked belly meat and ladled a bowl of hot soup. Eat. The smell hit her and broke every reserve she had. Her throat worked, the cold, clear eyes fixed on the meat, and she took it and ate without minding the scald, wolfing it down like a small, starving cat. Color came into her face as she ate, a fine sweat on her brow. I sat across and watched her, not with a leer, but the way you watch a life come back into someone. When she'd finished, licked the last of it off her fingers, and looked up to meet my eyes, she flushed, suddenly aware of how she'd eaten. Full? I asked. She dropped her head. Late, and you're worn out. I looked at her startled eyes and kept my voice even and plain. You're in this house now, so you're my wife. Getting your health back comes first. That other business, there's a long road ahead. No hurry. She went still. In an age that treated a woman as property, as a tool for children, that no hurry steadied her more than any sweet word could have. She answered, low, and the taut string of her body finally went slack, and something moved at the back of her eyes that I thought was real gratitude. And the system's voice, absent a while, sounded again with a pleased electronic lilt. Ding. Host has taken a high-potential female, Su Xiaoya, into the clan. Though the final step is not complete, the bond is formed and ownership established. Clan potential greatly raised. Congratulations, staged reward for expand the clan issued. Detected. Host finances are severely lacking, hard to keep a household running. Special, newlywed settling package issued. 100 yuan cash, 50 gene of nationwide grain coupons, 20 industrial coupons, 2 zhong of cotton cloth coupon. Reminder, side quest, a medicine magnate start, 42 hours remain. The herb identification skill it rewards is the key to your fortune. As the voice fell, the lining of the patched coat in my hand went suddenly heavy. I felt in and drew out a thick roll of great Unity notes, and a stack of many-colored coupons appeared from nowhere in the inner pocket. My heart eased. With this, tomorrow's trip to register the marriage and lay in what a household needs had solid ground under it. Ding. Su Xiaoya feels safety and gratitude. Happiness up. Reward, plus 20 points. Balance, 120. Points shop unlocked. Basic stamina tonic, 50. Fine rice / white flour, 10 per gene. Cloth, daily goods. My eyes lit. I'd nearly forgotten. The system said making a partner happy earns points. A perfect virtuous circle. I looked at Su Xiaoya with a good deal more warmth. Not just a wife, a treasure that pays out in points. Next morning I was up early. The settling money made the day's plans easy. Su Xiaoya was washing in the yard, the morning light on her, some of the death gone out of her face already. Done. I handed her a new towel, quietly redeemed from the shop for points, passed off as one I'd saved. She took it, faintly overwhelmed. Tidy up. We're going to the town. Register the marriage first, move your household over. Can't let it drag. The money, where'd it come from? She asked, worried. A man's business, don't dig into it. I rubbed her hair, laughing. Not stolen, not robbed. Stay with me, you won't go hungry. At the Red Flag Commune Civil Affairs office, 2 red marriage certificates came into our hands, and it was settled. She looked at the two of us standing side by side in the photo, and the great stone in her chest finally came down. She was no longer a masterless, black category. She was a Lin wife. Ding. Su Xiaoya's sense of belonging greatly raised. Happiness plus 30, points plus 30. From there I took her to the co-op, and with cloth and cotton coupons in hand cut a length of fine cotton, red ground scattered with white flowers, and weighed out a few gene of new batting. This is too dear. She watched the clerk's scissors and winced, small hand tight on my sleeve. We've just started out. We should save. Save what? I tucked the cloth into her arms, my eyes going over the patched old coat she wore. My wife's not going about dressed like a beggar. Make yourself something that fits. She flushed to her ears. Ding. Su Xiaoya feels her husband's care and praise. Happiness. Critical hit. Points plus 100. Inside I grinned. A dozen yuan of cloth, and back came 100 points. 10 jean of fine flour, or 2 stamina tonics, at shop prices. Pure profit. Out of the co-op, we went to the state restaurant, and watching her eat braised pork in quick small bites, color high in her face, I knew the life had started for real. Xiaoya. I set a piece in her bowl. After we eat, we head back. This afternoon, you mind the house and look after my sister. Have sisterly teach you to sew. And you? She looked up, and there was a leaning toward me in her eyes now. I've got to go into the mountains. I turned to the snow peaks out the window, my gaze sharpening. The medicine magnate countdown had 40 hours left. Miss it and no herb identification skill. Money in hand's not enough. Sit and eat and the mountain empties. I have to go find some seeds that grow into money. She paused, then put down her chopsticks and caught my hand, a little tense. The deep hills, they're dangerous. Rest easy, I said, turning my hand to hold her cold one. Guard the door. When I'm back, we'll plant some good things at home. Light words, but I knew this trip into the mountains was more than a quest. It was the first stone laid under the fortune to come. With that herb skill, ginseng and lingji would be there for the digging. What I didn't know was that while we were up in town enjoying the newlywed days, back in Shaha a pair of jealous, vicious eyes was fixed on the cowsheet. Zhang Cuohua listened to a neighbor's report, spat a seed husk hard onto the ground, her triangle eyes throwing green light. Off to the town buying things with the girl youth? Where'd that spendthrift get money? Then she thought of the boar, and something clicked. No, that boar meat. He's hidden it and sold it. That's the Lin family's money. While the little animal's up the mountain, I'll go through that cowshed properly. We reached Xiaha by early afternoon. The pale winter sun lay weak on the threshing stone at the village mouth, and a few old folks sunning there caught sight of us on the road and near dropped their eyes out of their heads. My hands were full of parcels, a tin of malted milk catching the light, co-op goods, high-end. And Su Xiaoya behind me, a big roll of red-flowered cloth in her arms, still in the old coat, but her face wind-flushed and alive, not a trace of the death in her from the night before. The murmuring rose like flies. Heavens, is that malted milk? Several yuan a tin. Lenny struck it rich? Threw his parents out and spends like that. I looked straight ahead, and with my free hand fell naturally into shielding Su Xiaoya from the side wind, a thing that set a few of the watching young wives quietly sour, since their own men wouldn't so much as let them off the wind to work. Back in the cowshed, the warmth met us at the door. Lin Lan was awake, up against the wall stitching a shoe sole, and at the sight of the parcels and, most of all, the red marriage certificate and new cloth, the long-sick woman's tears came at once. Good. That's good. She caught Su Xiaoya's hand, her wasted fingers shaking. Yixi's got a family. Su Xiaoya, shy, still called out clear and proper, sister. It sent Lin Lan's whole face into bloom. She fumbled a crumpled handkerchief from under her pillow with 50 cents knotted in it. Xiaoya, your sister's no use. This is a little I saved. Don't scorn it, a change of address gift. Su Xiaoya glanced at me. I nodded. Take it. It's the custom. And she did, warmed through. All right, enough of the tears. I opened the malted milk and mixed 2 bowls with hot water, the milk scent filling the room. Sister, drink this, it builds you back. Xiaoya, one for you too, warm your stomach. Then I turned to pack my kit, cleaver, bow, a water skin, spirit spring water, and a few black buns. Su Xiaoya set down her bowl and came quietly to straighten my collar from behind. You're really going now? She asked, small. Sooner's better than later. I turned to face her, a woman with a young wife's color in her now, the leaning and the worry in her eyes brushing at my heart like a feather. Ding. Su Xiaoya feels attachment to the host. Happiness slightly up, plus 10. Even a mosquito is meat. I tucked a stray hair behind her ear. The house is yours to hold. Then my gaze went to the flimsy wooden door, and cold came into it. When I'm gone, some in the village may get ideas. My parents, most of all. She stiffened. Remember, this house is your word now. I fetched a rolling pin from the corner and put it in her hands and closed my grip over hers so she felt the weight of it. Anyone forces the door, anyone comes to make a scene, never mind who, never mind rank. Drive them out. Anything comes of it, I carry it. She looked at the heavy pin, then at my eyes, and drew a breath, and that deep sent-down youth stubbornness came up in her. Rest easy. As long as there's breath in me, no one touches a needle or thread of this house. I smiled satisfied. That was the spine I wanted. Only a woman who guards the food is fit to keep my house. 3 in the afternoon, bow on my back, I stepped into the snow and vanished at the mouth of the mountain forest behind the village. The cowshed door shut and barred behind me. Su Xiaoya sat on the Kong edge with scissors and the red cloth, cutting a new jacket for Lin Lan. Xiaoya. Lin Lan glanced at the window, worried. Yitzi, gone like that. Will he be back tonight? He said he'll stay the night in the hills, looking for herbs. Su Xiaoya answered without looking up, the scissors flying. Don't fret, sister. He's more than able. The words were barely out when, bang, the courtyard gate took a hard blow, groaning on its frame. The scissors stopped in her hand. Linny, come out here, you little animal. Zhang Tsuewa's shrill voice knifed through the boards, all gunpowder. I know you're home. I saw you come back with your shopping. Open this door. Lin Lan went white, near stabbing her own hand, and made on instinct to climb down. It's mother, sister, you sit. Su Xiaoya pressed her back, set down the scissors, and straightened, and the frost came over that gentle face. She drew the rolling pin from under the pillow. Linny said it. This house is my word now. She went to the door and looked through the crack. Zhang Zihua stood there full of menace, Lin Er beside her, an empty cloth sack in her hand, her triangle eyes already crawling greedily over the cowshed window. Come to strip the place bare while the man was away. Su Xiaoya gave a cold laugh and spoke through the door, her voice clear and cold. Lin Yi's gone into the mountains. Whatever it is, wait till he's back. At gone into the mountains, the wariness dropped off Zhang Tsuehua's face, and a gloating boldness took its place. Gone up the mountain, even better. She pounded the boards, dust sifting down. I'm his mother. I've come for my son's things, heaven's own right. You're Su Xiaoya? A little bride just through the door. What do you know of the rules? Open up, or I'll pull this rotten door off myself. She cut her eyes at Lin Er. He caught it, stepped back, and drove his heel into the boards. With a crack the flimsy bar gave. This was no house call. This was armed robbery in the open. The door bar gave with a crack, and the flimsy wooden door slammed inward on a gust of snow and Zhang Tsuehua's sickening greed. Aya, heaven above. She was barely over the threshold before her triangle eyes swept past the rolling pin and Su Xiaoya's frost-hard face and locked onto the Kong table. The tin of malted milk, the roll of red-flowered cloth, the packet of sugar. Spendthrift. It's all good things. Her eyes went red as a starving wolf's at meat, and she lunged. This was bought with the Lin family's money. It's mine. She reached straight past Su Xiaoya for the cloth, treating the thin city girl as furniture that wouldn't dare truly swing a stick. She was wrong. Su Xiaoya was thin and weak. But she remembered the look in Lin Yi's eyes when he left, and that this cloth was the dignity he'd bought her. It was hers. The instant that grimy fat hand was about to touch it, she shut her eyes, set her teeth, and brought the rolling pin down with a whistle of desperate resolve. A crack, flat across the back of Zhang Tsuehua's hand. She screeched like a stuck pig, a red welt rising, and snatched the hand back, disbelieving. Little slut. You dare hit me. This is my house, Su Xiaoya said, both hands white on the pin, her thin body shaking but her cold eyes hard, planted in front of the Kong. Linny said it. Anyone who steals, we drive out. Get out. Rebellion. Rebellion. Zhang Tsuehua wheeled and screamed at the door. Second, are you dead? Watching your mother get beaten? In here. Haul this little wretch off and carry everything out. Lin Er, long hungry for that malted milk, gave a leering laugh, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed in. 20-odd and built like an ox. Crushing a frail woman youth was, to him, like pinching an ant. Sorry, sister-in-law, but good things aren't for the likes of you to keep. He grabbed for the pin. Su Xiaoya flailed it in panic. He caught it and yanked, and the pull dragged her off balance, stumbling forward. His filthy hands reached for her shoulder. On the Kong, Lin Lan wailed, tried to climb down to help, and fell straight to the floor. Despair. Su Xiaoya shut her eyes. I can't hold the house. I'm useless. And in that hair's-breadth moment, a furious, tear-cracked shriek went off at the door. I'll see who dares touch her. A figure charged in like a maddened leopardess, an iron spade raised, Li Xiulian. The widow who dropped her eyes at every passerby and never dared raise her voice stood there wild-haired, eyes blood-red. She'd been listening through the wall, terrified, but more terrified of the disappointment in Lin Yi's eyes when he came home. He was her benefactor, the man who'd given her meat and saved her and her child. His house, his wife, being robbed. If she played dead, was she even human? She swung the spade down onto Lin Er's back with a heavy clang. Not a killing spot, but enough. He yowled and let Su Xiaoya go, spun clutching his back, and gaped at the shaking widow. Widow Li? You've gone mad? What's this to you? This is Brother Lin's house. She threw herself in front of Su Xiaoya, chest heaving, and leveled the spade. Brother Lin's in the mountains, but we're still here. You want to rob it? You go through me first. Su Xiaoya got up off the floor and looked at the woman shielding her, the legendary broken shoe widow, and saw her legs trembling with terror, and saw that she did not give one step back. Something in Su Xiaoya's chest was struck hard. She picked up the rolling pin and stepped to Li Xiulian's side. One tall, one slight, two women with no prior bond, standing shoulder to shoulder in that moment for the same man, the same home. Come on, then, Su Xiaoya said coldly to Zhang Zuohua. Either you beat us both to death, or you get out. Wait till Lin Yi's home. See how he deals with you. At the name Zhang, Zuohua's face twitched. She remembered the blood-wet slaughter cleaver. And the racket had drawn the neighbors, heads craning at the door. If this blew up and the village head came, her robbing her own son had no leg to stand on. And most of all, facing these two red-eyed women, a thread of real fear crept up in her. Fine, fine. You wait. She spat, vicious. Two shameless little vixens, ganging up on your own mother-in-law. We'll see what that little animal says when he's back. Second move. She hauled the still rubbing Lin Er and shoved out through the crowd. Crisis passed. The spade clattered from Li Xiulian's hands, and she folded, wrung empty. Su Xiaoya caught her, and startled at how soft she was, a ripe peach fullness even through the coat, a world away from her own gaunt frame. You all right? Li Xiulian gasped, cold sweat on her face, already reaching for Su Xiaoya's hand first. Not hurt. Nothing taken. Su Xiaoya looked at the concern brimming in her eyes and felt everything tangle. She'd heard the village gossip too. But in this moment, all she saw was a woman who'd risked her life to guard a home. I'm fine. She took out the handkerchief Lin Yi had bought and gently wiped the sweat from Li Xiulian's brow. Thank you, Sister Xiulian. Thank me for what? Li Xiulian mumbled, ducking her head, red to the ears. Brother Lin gave me meat, saved my life. His house, I've got to help watch it. Su Xiaoya said nothing, only helped her to the Kong and lifted Lin Lan up off the floor. Meanwhile, up on Changbai, I was wading snow past my knees, wind scraping my face like a knife. 3 hours in, I stopped under a red pine, wiped the ice from my face, and frowned. Hard going. Without the herb identification skill, finding a rare medicinal in a snow-sealed forest was a needle in the sea. What I had was the Grandmaster hunting skill, which read the lay of the land and the way plants grew, sun and shelter, and the perfect body sight and hearing that could catch the faintest wrongness under the snow. I remembered old ginseng hunters in the past life saying the best roots grow on shaded slopes, too steep for crows, in mixed pine and broadleaf, stands where the good air gathers. So I didn't blunder about. I worked toward the steep, shaded, trackless places, the only ground that might still hide untouched hard currency. Even so, the going was maddeningly slow. Frozen roots, common magnolia vine, nothing more. I drank a mouthful of spring water, cool, sweet, the fatigue and the itch of impatience easing, and pushed deeper, toward the belly of Laohe Shan, where the old folks swore the beasts were thick, tigers even, and the good things all lay. A Leon, I stopped dead. Every hair on the back of my neck stood up at once, the shudder of being marked by a top predator. The Grandmaster skill screamed the alarm through my nerves, not herbs. Death. It was too quiet. No birds. A twig snapped, faint, in the brush behind and to my side, a sound the wind would have swallowed if not for the sharpened ears. I didn't turn. I didn't even change my breathing. But my hand slid, slow and easy, toward the cleaver at my waist. 20 meters back, in the yellow scrub, two eyes burned green as ghost fire, fixed on the back of my neck. A grown leopard, near 2 meters long, coin spots flowing over muscle that moved like water, dropping low, paws sheathed, easing into the shape of a killing spring. In this forest, it was the assassin king, and the two-legged thing ahead looked like the perfect meal. One man, one cat, locked in the frozen dusk between living and dying. The wind died. The air went thick as glue. I kept the pose, back to it, every muscle drawn to a full tight bow, betting on the beast's patience. A leopard loves the ambush from behind and springs the instant its prey turns or runs. My only road out was to be faster and meaner than it. The breath behind me thickened. Now, the skill read the timing to a hair, and the instant its hind legs drove off the ground I moved, not turning but throwing myself flat and forward into an ugly, life-saving roll. A black shape ripped past a finger's width over my scalp, the claws. Half a second slower, and my skull opens like a melon. It landed, spun, for claws raking up a spray of snow, and came again, a fired shell, too close now for the bow. I dropped to one knee and gripped the cleaver, and made my eyes meaner than the beast's. Can't run, so kill. Come on. I roared and went at it, and as its jaws opened for my throat, I drove my left arm up into that mouth. The fangs tore through the coat and into me, pain to the bone, but that was the trade. Bait the mouth, lock it in place. Then the knife, everything behind it, up and in under the soft of the belly. That part I'll leave there. It shrieked and thrashed, claws shredding my coat to ribbons and scoring my chest, blood everywhere. But I didn't give a step, and the perfect body strength, 3 times a normal man's, pinned the 100-gene cat under me until the green light in its eyes scattered and went out, and it lay still. I shoved the carcass off and lay back in the blood-red snow, heaving, laughing, wild and open. A true fight for my life, and I'd won, and winning meant meat, meant money. I sat up, drank deep of the spring water, and the wound's fire dimmed, the bleeding staunched. A glossy hide, a hole in the belly but still worth good money. The bones better still, a tonic and liquor. I turned to break the beast down, and my eye caught the brush it had sprung from. Under a wind-sheltered rock face, where the snow lay thin, a patch of dead yellow grass showed through. And at its center, one plant, keeping an eerie deep green, palmate leaves, and at the crown a cluster of berries red as dripping blood against the white, a red so vivid it ran my heart faster. My eyes locked on it. I didn't need the skill to know it. The marks were too plain. Ginseng, wild ginseng, and buried. I forgot the wounds and scrambled to it. 6 prongs of leaf, an old root, 50, 60 years of fire in it by the trade's reckoning, a true earth spirit. No wonder the leopard held this ground. The old people said heaven's treasures always have a fierce beast set to guard them, and it's true. I drew the red cord from the space, a hunter's rule, so the ginseng won't run, and tied it to the stem with shaking hands. Then, not daring even to use iron, worked the frozen earth loose with my fingers. Half an hour later, a flawless old wild ginseng, whiskers whole, neck long, shaped like a little man, lay in my palm. Ding! Congratulations! Rare medicinal, 60-year wild ginseng, obtained. Side quest, a medicine magnate's start complete. Reward, skill book, advanced herb identification, grandmaster branch, points plus 50. Advanced. The reward was supposed to be basic. Had the sheer grade of what I dug pulled the reward up with it? When I opened my eyes again, the world had changed. Looking at the root in my hand, the detail bloomed in my mind of itself. Wild ginseng, 62 years restores collapsed chi, greatly nourishes the source. Transplanted into the space, gains an estimated 10 years of medicinal age per 30 days. 10 years a month. I drew a sharp breath. This wasn't farming. This was printing money, the kind of life-saving money no one alive can refuse. Without hesitation, I swept the root and the whole leopard carcass into the space. With this ginseng and the spirit field, the capital was in hand. I looked at the darkening sky. Time to go home. 2 women were waiting. But when I came back to the cowshed reeking of blood, what I saw put the fury clean over the joy. The door was shut, but the bar was a freshly cut stick, replaced. And in the snow at the door, besides my own tracks, ran a mess of big footprints and a few drops of blood not yet covered over. Blood. Trouble. I shoved the door open. Su Xiaoya came off the Kong edge like a shot, the scissors in her hand leveled at the door, wound tight as a cornered cat, and even Lin Lan shrank into a ball. But it wasn't Zhang Cuihua come back. It was a man wrapped in snow and rags and a thick reek of blood. Lin Yi. The scissors hit the Kong with a clang. She stood frozen a second. Her eyes went red, and she threw herself at me heedless, arms locked round my waist, face buried against my cold, blood-smelling chest, shaking. All the hardness she'd shown Zhang Cuihua collapsed the instant she saw me, into an endless flood of grievance and after fear. I stiffened, then lifted my good hand and patted her back. It's over. I'm home. Over her shoulder, Li Xiuyan standing lost by the stove with a basin, tear tracks not dry, Lin Lan pale but unhurt. I breathed out, and the killing that had wanted to tear the sky came down a little. The blood at the door? Whose? Lin Airs, Li Xiuyan said, small, wiping her hands. They came to rob you. I hit him with the spade. I looked at the two of them, one with a rolling pin, one with a spade, and they'd driven off that shrew and that layabout between them. Well done. I let the approval show, and the widow flushed to her ears, sweeter than honey inside. Su Xiaoya lifted her head to say something, and her eyes froze on my left arm. The coat torn away, the meat curled and open, blood gone black-purple and stuck to the wadding. You're hurt. Her face went white, her voice shaking. This much blood, what did you meet? Claw marks, Li Xiuyan breathed, a mountain woman who knew them at a glance. A tiger? A leopard? A scratch? Ran into a beast that didn't know better. I waved it off. No sense telling them about a leopard, or neither would sleep. Don't move, that's no scratch. Su Xiaoya pressed me down and turned to Li Xiuyan. Sister, hot water, quick, and scissors and clean cloth. In that moment, she took up the mistress of the house. By the yellow lamp, I sat bare to the waist while she knelt at my side, cutting the cloth and wadding away from the wound, her hands shaking, her tears dropping hot onto my arm. Crying for what? It's nothing. I reached to wipe her face and got my hand slapped away. Don't move, she snapped, red-eyed, fierce and heartbreaking at once. Are you made of iron? A gash that deep and you don't even flinch. Li Xiuyan came with the water, saw Su Xiaoya had the cloth in hand, and stepped quietly back, something wistful crossing her face, quickly settled into her own place. She'd been married. She was a widow. She knew where she stood. To be near him at all was enough for her. I'll do it. I took a little bamboo tube from my coat, the space, with diluted spring water in it. Herb juice I found up the mountain. Stops blood like magic. A small lie, and I poured it on. A cool wave crossed the burning. Before their eyes the bleeding slowed, the edges drawing closed. Both women stared. What is that? So quick. A hill remedy, I said, vague, and looked at Su Xiaoya. Bind it, and it's done. Cheap for what it bought. You're not to throw your life away like this again, she wept, wrapping the bandage. If you didn't come back, what happens to me and sister? To this house? Something at the softest part of me took the blow. I pulled her into my good arm, my chin on her hair. As long as you're here, I always come back. Ding. Family members Su Xiaoya and Li Xiuyan's reliance on the host has peaked. Clan cohesion greatly raised. Reward, points plus 200. Balance, 500. Listening to the chime, feeling the warmth against me, my eyes went past them, cold and deep. We'd won the fight, but it laid bare a great problem. This home was too soft. A broken cowshed with no proper door. Leave, and any shrew or layabout can shove in. And the more I hauled back from the mountains, the more eyes would turn. Money isn't enough. I need ground. I need walls. I need a fortress no one can break, not just to grow herbs, but to shut the covetous flies out for good. Late that night, Li Xiuyan gone home and Lin Lan asleep. Su Xiaoya wouldn't hear of me on the floor and dragged me onto the Kong. I lay on my side and looked at her still quick breathing. Can't sleep? She burrowed closer, a startled kitten. Every time I close my eyes, it's Zhang Cuihua's face and the blood on your arm. Xiaoya. I said into the dark. You want a different life? What life? We don't stay in this cowshed. On that way slope at the west, and I'm going to raise a house. Gray brick, tile roof, high walls, a big yard, a couple of wolfhounds. Anyone comes near, we let the dogs off. She gave a small, rueful laugh. That'd cost a fortune, and the village would never grant the land. The money I have. The land. I thought of the 60-year route in the space, and smiled. In this age some things beat money. Tomorrow I go talk to the village head. And I'll have the whole village watch the Lin family walk out of this shed, raise a tower, and set out the feast. She listened to a blueprint that sounded a world away, and yet in my arm her floating heart came to rest. I believe you, she said, a hand on my chest over the heartbeat, and slept. Next morning I was up early, the wound scabbed thick overnight from the spring water. In the space the ginseng had already rooted, its whiskers plumped. The age jumped from 62 to 63 in a single night. I didn't mean to sell it. It was a life-saving trump and a knocking stone. To land that slope, money to the village wasn't enough. Land belonged to the collective, and selling it was a grave crime. The only road was to contract it under the banner of a sideline, developing the collective economy. And that wanted someone with pull, someone who could hold off the pressure from above. Zhao Jiangwo didn't have that weight. My eyes turned toward the county seat. In the life before, the secretary of the County Revolutionary Committee, Liao Wan, was famously devoted to his mother, and that mother, high-placed and long-ailing, had gone into the county hospital these very days with heart failure. A favor for a foundation. I took an ordinary 10-year route from the space. Not the prize. Plenty for a first meeting gift. The treasure was for a truly big man. Off to the county today, I told Su Xiaoya as I changed. She straightened my collar without a word, her eyes soft. Come back early. Tonight, I'll make dumplings. Home, in 3 words. I pinched her cheek and went. At the village mouth, I ran into someone I hadn't wanted to. Zhao Daiju, hands behind his back, that stomach-turning false smile on him. Oh, Lenny, off to make your fortune this early. I stopped. His eyes kept sliding to the bundle on my back. The old fox, had he caught a scent? Make a fortune? I said flat. A fresh-split drifter living in a cowshed. What fortune would I make? Dug a few roots and barks to trade for medicine in the county. Keep my sister breathing. Roots and barks. He pressed a step closer, sniffing. Lin E, our village is collective. Every blade on that mountain is the state's. You go up there on your own and dig something precious and don't hand it over. That's tearing at the wall of socialism. Speculation. A big hat, and worn smooth from use. In this age those words could crush a man. I looked at the sanctimonious face and, far from panic, wanted to laugh. In the life before this official tone might have cowed me. Now I leaned in and let the beast I'd built killing animals in the deep hills off its leash. The reek of blood and rust off me from the leopard, unwashable. He went pale. Accountant Zhao, I said low, hoarse, a knife dragged over his eardrum. The Lai Tucson business, forgotten already? My memory's poor. My knife's memory is good. I'll kill the beasts on that mountain. So if someone truly won't let me live, won't let my sister live. I paused, reached out, and gently straightened his collar, my cold fingers brushing his warm neck, so he shuddered head to foot. Then I've no choice but to trade lives with him. He stumbled back 2 steps, near sitting down, and stared into my eyes and found no fear there, only a flat indifference to whether anyone lived or died. This one had killed, had seen blood. You. His nerve leaked out of him all at once, and he waved a hollow hand. Fine your heart. Go on, get out of the road. I snorted, shifted the bundle, and walked on toward the county, and only when I was gone into the snow did he find his back soaked through. The little animals turned unnatural, he muttered, venom in it. Wait till you're alone. On the county road the system's voice chimed. Ding. New main quest. Family cornerstone. A great tower rises from flat ground. A strong clan must hold its own ground. Within 3 days, lawfully obtain use rights to the 15 mu of wasteland on Xiaha's west slope. Reward. Grandmaster building blueprints. Basic manner. Points plus 500, plus 1 random attribute. Failure. Forfeit all current points. The system was a worm in my own gut. I was already set on the house, and here came the quest, with Grandmaster blueprints for a prize. In an age of mudbrick and, at best, Red brick. A manor built to those plans would be a blow from another dimension. County Secretary Liao Wan, I murmured. It all rides on you now. Hongqi County in 1976 was only a shade livelier than the town. Gray Soviet blocks, red slogans on the walls, revolutionary songs blaring from the loudspeakers, everyone hurrying by in blue-gray padded work clothes. I had no eye for the period scenery. I went straight for the hospital on the strength of memory. Liao Wan, the famous filial son, his mother's old heart trouble suddenly worse this winter, the hospital out of answers, the man near to kneeling to the doctors. At a time like that, money's no use. Only a life-saving medicine is. At the gate, the disinfectant reek hit me, and a knot of gawkers pointed inward. Over their heads, I saw a jeep in the yard, and beside it a middle-aged man in a four-pocket cadre coat, sweating, bellowing at a white-coated doctor. This is your level? I bring my mother here, and all you give me is prepare for the funeral? Secretary Liao, please, calm yourself. The doctor pleaded, Cap ask you. It's heart failure, and she's very old. We've even used the imported drugs. Her body just won't take them. I don't want to hear it, the man cried, red-eyed, collar torn open, all his usual polish gone. I'm asking you, is there a way to save her? Even one more month. The doctor bowed his head, silent. The man shut his eyes in despair and swayed against the jeep door, a big man in the county reduced to a helpless child before the loss of his mother. I have a way. My voice came from the edge of the crowd, calm and level, and every head turned like a stone dropped in a pool. Liao Wan's eyes snapped open. I came through the crowd, ragged coat, bow and bundle on my back, and though I looked wretched, my eyes were bright, a mountain man's wildness and certainty on me. Who are you? He asked, wary. Xiahe Village. Lin Yi. I stopped 3 steps off, neither cringing nor cowed, reached into my coat, and drew out the red cloth bundle, opening it fold by fold. I hear the old lady's weak, won't take a tonic. I held out the old root, whiskers whole, neck long, shaped like a little man, faint sheen along the body, the berries at its crown red as blood. Dug it in the deep Changbai forest. A pure wild ginseng, 60 years. What the old ones call the life-hanging golden herb. A hiss went through the ones who knew. The doctor's head came up, and he lost his voice. 60 years? That's a treasure. Liao Wan's pupils shrank. He knew nothing of medicine, but he read the roots grayed off the faces around him. You say it can save her? His voice shook. Try it and see. I met his eyes, flat and certain. Shave a slice. Hold it under her tongue. 10 minutes. If it does nothing, my head's yours. The most arrogant promise there is, and the one a desperate man can't refuse. He stared at me 5 full seconds, then snatched the bundle and ran for the ward, roaring, Director Wong, slice it. Now save her. I stood watching him go, the corner of my mouth lifting. Outside the emergency room, the corridor was thick with dread. I leaned on the wall, eyes shut, ignoring the nurses and families whispering that I was a swindler, a country boy gone mad chasing a big man's favor. I was going over it. The 63-year route was a true treasure. But what would truly pull the old woman back from the brink was the few drops of spring water I'd quietly shaken onto the cloth. Ginseng steadies the root. Spirit water washes the marrow and wakes the life. Put them together, and King Yama himself would have to wait at the door a while. The door creaked open. Liao Wan came out clinging to the frame, soaked through as if fished from a river after half an hour. But on the gray, despairing face was written a disbelieving, overflowing joy. She's alive. She's really alive. Not a quarter hour after the slice went under her tongue, the color had come back into her face, the monitor's line gone from a thread to a steady beat. Director Wong himself called it a miracle. Where's Lin Yi? Comrade Lin, where are you? His eyes raked the corridor. Here, Secretary. I opened my eyes, knocked the dust off my sleeve, and walked over. He gripped my hand hard enough to crush the bones. Brother, thank you. A great kindness needs no thanks. Beside himself, dropping rank to call me brother before the whole hospital. You saved my mother's life. You saved Liao Wan's life. This debt I carry to the grave. The doctors and nurses stared, dumbstruck, the county's top secretary calling a mud-legged farmer brother. You overstayed it, Secretary. I drew my hand back, easy. The old lady's blessed by heaven. I only happened by. If the root can save a life, That's the best home it could find. Huh. Well said, blessed by heaven. The more he looked at me, the better he liked me. Able, bold, and unpuffed by the deed, a temper you rarely see even in cadres. Come to my office. Name your price for the ginseng. Whatever it is, I won't haggle. In his office at the county committee, a cup of good jasmine tea steamed in front of me. Brother, don't stand on ceremony, he said, earnest, across the desk. 60-year wild ginseng. I know the rate, 500 on the black market more. My salary's small, but I'll scrape 300 together. The rest I'll write you a note for. 300 yuan. In 1976 that bought a small courtyard or married 3 wives. I nodded to myself, a man worth dealing with, one who repays a kindness. But I hadn't come to sell for money. Money I could make endlessly with the system and the space. Power and a protecting umbrella money can't buy. Secretary, I don't want the money. I pushed the passbook back. He stiffened, went stern. Brother, what's this? Too little? Or do you look down on Liaowen? Neither. I shook my head and turned serious. I'm a Xiahe villager, raised in those mountains. It grieves me to watch my village sit on a gold mountain and beg. That range is full of treasure, and the folk are poor to the bone. I want to open a test field on the waste slope at our west end. Contract that stony ground nobody wants, grow herbs, raise stock, and with my own 2 hands lift my family, and in time the village, into a better life. But the policy being what it is, and some of our cadres being timid and rigid, I'm afraid my bit of fire gets smothered with a capitalist tail hat before it's even lit. So I don't want money. I want you to write me a note, a bit of policy backing, so I can do this out in the open, by rights. It came out righteous, and squarely on the right side of the line, not for private gain, but a test field, collective economy. His whole view of things opened. He hadn't expected such awareness and vision from a countryman. Grow herbs, raise stock. He rubbed his chin, thinking. From anyone else he'd have refused flat. Contracting land was a mistake to be punished. But Lin Yi had saved his mother and had that grade of ginseng in hand, which meant he truly knew the craft. And the wind above was shifting, diversified management was being encouraged. Good. He slapped the desk, admiration in his eyes. You've got the heart, I've got to back it. This isn't taking the capitalist road. This is exploring a new path for mountain economies. It's a contribution to the revolution. He took up his pen, spread a red header sheet, and wrote. Minutes later, a reply regarding support for Xiahe Village's pilot in mountain herb cultivation, stamped with the County Revolutionary Committee's red seal, was in my hand. It approved my contracting 15 mu of wasteland for a pilot and added a line. The commune and brigade are requested to cooperate and support. That wasn't a note. That was an imperial sword. Take this, he said gravely. Show it to your village head. Anyone tries to block you, send him straight to me. And he pressed 200 yuan and a fat handful of industrial coupons on me besides. That's the medicine money, a separate account. Refuse it, and you slap my face. I couldn't decline. 200 yuan, an imperial sword, and a county secretary in my debt. The trip had paid many times over. Bundle heavier by the imperial sword, I didn't hurry home. Money in hand, nerves steady, and to build big and live well, a slip of paper isn't enough. In an age of scarcity, solid goods are the hard truth. I walked into the county supply and marketing building. Past the counters of goods, I didn't flinch like the other country folk, but went straight to hardware and dry goods. Comrade, your best trowel, a short-handled hatchet, 2 windproof storm lanterns. The clerk, a middle-aged woman with her nose in the air, cracked seeds without looking up. Industrial coupons? No coupons. No sale, money or not. A stack of crisp coupons, still smelling of ink, slapped down on the glass. 20 of them. Harder currency than cash in that county. Her seed stopped mid-crack. She looked up at the ragged coat and the cadre steady bearing, and spun 180 degrees. Aya, one moment. Comrade, I'll fetch you the best. That's the world. It greets the coat before the man, but before sheer buying power a torn coat carries the weight of a fur one. I ran my finger down the counter. 10 jin of fine flour, 10 of rice, 2 drums of soybean oil, 5 jin of that brown sugar. And my eye stopped on a pair of small red leather boots in the corner, the height of fashion then, a luxury only a cadre's child could wear. Su Xiaoya's feet were small, and her patched cloth shoes had long since let the chilblains in. Those boots, size 36. Wrap them. A sweep of the counter, 50-odd yuan gone of the 300, and every fun of it worth spending. Out in a quiet alley, I slipped most of the weight into the space and walked out of the county with the rice and flour and the little boots in hand, into the dark. Xiaoha had gone near lightless when I reached it. Only that bean of yellow in the cowshed window. Before I touched the door, I heard Su Xiaoya's voice, low and firm. Sister, sleep. I'm not tired. I'll stitch a couple more rows of sole. Lin, he said he'd be back tonight. Xiaoya, you rest too, Lin Lan urged weakly. Staring at that door, you'll ruin your eyes. I'm not tired. Watching the house, my heart sits easy. I stood in the snow listening, and a warmth ran through me. This was home. However, I fought and schemed outside. When I came back here, a lamp was lit for me, and someone was waiting. I pushed the door in on a gust of cold. Who? The scissors leveled at me. Then she saw my face, dropped them with a clang, and threw herself into me heedless. You're back. Two thin arms locked round my neck hard enough to choke me. I caught her one-handed and felt her shaking against me, worried near sick. I told you I'd come back. She let go, wiped the corners of her eyes, embarrassed, and went to fetch my slippers. Not yet. I stopped her and produced from behind my back a box tied with red ribbon. Try these. She blinked, opened it careful, and there lay a pair of new dark red leather boots, fine-grained, still carrying that good leather smell. A thing walked out of a picture magazine, in a village of black cloth and rubber shoes. 4 for me. She covered her mouth, eyes round. Who else? I crouched and, without asking, took one of her feet, patched socks, toes curling shy, and warmed the cold little foot in my hand, worked off the old shoe, and slid on the boot. A perfect fit, the red setting off the pale ankle. There. Wear these out from now on, I said, looking up at her. You're my woman. Let the whole village see that with me. You don't suffer. She looked at the boots, then at the man kneeling to put them on her, and the tears came and would not stop. Ding. Su Xiaoya's happiness has broken the threshold. She has entered a wholly devoted state. Reward, points plus 300. Note, your partner's emotional state is excellent. A deeper exchange now has a high chance to trigger a special reward. My throat moved. I stood, lifted the still weeping woman, and set her on the new bedding at the head of the Kong. Crying for what? Dry your eyes. I leaned over her, a hand to either side, looking down. She flushed apple red and didn't shy away, only shut her eyes, lashes trembling, yielding. I bent and found the lips I'd wanted. The rest of that night belongs to the two of us. Across the Kong, Lin Lan buried her burning face in the quilt and made a show of sleep. Next morning I woke clear-headed. Su Xiaoya still slept, curled like a lazy cat. I didn't wake her, washed, took the precious red header from the space, and tucked it away. The home was settled. Now for the land. In the Xiaoha Brigade office, the tobacco smoke hung thick. Behind the desk, Zhao Deju nursed an enamel mug and grumbled at the village head. Village head, I don't like to say it, but that Lin, he gets crazier by the day. At the village mouth yesterday, that look of his, like he'd eat a man. Off to the county to buy his sister medicine, he says. More like off to blow the boar money somewhere. That kind's a wall of wet mud, a little cash, and it burns a hole in him. Zhao Jingwo drew on his pipe, frowning. Enough. Last night got smoothed over, but the wrong of it was yours. The boy has meat now, and he's a hothead. Push him too far, and nobody profits. Push him in what? Zhao Deju snorted. This is still Xiaoha, and it's still our say-so. He wants a footing here. He doesn't move without our nod. That house he wants to build. Long as I'm sitting here, he doesn't get 1 foot of land. Who says I don't get the land? The door banged open on my boot. Cold poured in and scattered the smoke, and I walked in, filling the doorway like a tower. Zhao Deju jumped, spilling tea in his own lap. Linny. What? This is the brigade office. You want to rebel? Zhao Jingwo frowned too. Yeetsi, talk it out. What's kicking the door for? Talk it out. I pulled a chair over and sat broad, looking the two of them over. I'd like to. Only just now at the door I thought I heard someone say, long as he's sitting here, I don't get the land. Zhao Deju's face stiffened, then curled cold. I said it, so what? Linny, don't think 1 boar makes you somebody. That's collective land. Build on the west slope? Dream on. State property. The approvals are a maze. The commune has to nod. The county has to file it. You got the reach for that. Officialese, to crush a man. In this age, that maze could run a common man's legs off and leave him with nothing. Approvals? I smiled and drew from my coat the folded red header, gentle as handling a treasure. Accountant Zhao's right. Things want doing by the rules, with paperwork. I laid it on the desk, 2 fingers on it, and slid it across. Take a look, both of you. He glanced down, contemptuous, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. The blazing red line at the top, Office of the Hongqi County Revolutionary Committee, hit him like a hammer. Then the body, approved. Xiaohe Village, pilot. Lin Ida contract, every word a ringing slap. And at the bottom the fresh red seal and Liao Wen's own flying signature. This is impossible, he stammered, hands shaking. How would you know Secretary Liao? It's a fake. It has to be fake. A fake. I leaned back. Forging an official document is a beheading matter, Accountant Zhao. If you think it's fake, call the county now and ask. I'll cover the call. He went dumb. Bad as he wasn't fool enough to think I'd forged that. Zhao Zhangwo leaned in, and his old face changed color. Years as village head had given him an eye. This was an imperial sword. Yitzi, no, Comrade Linny. He snatched the paper up in both hands like a decree. Would you look at this? We were just this minute talking over how to support your sideline, and you've gone and got the county's word already. This is a fine thing, a heaven-sized fine thing. He shot Zhao Dezhu a glare. Old Zhao, what are you sitting there for? The county's spoken. Those 15 mu on the west slope, we back it to the hilt. Bring the seal, sign the contract. Zhao Dezhu looked like he'd swallowed a fly. A breath ago, he'd sworn I'd never touch the land. Now the paper had slapped him flat, and it came pressed down from the county, so he didn't dare so much as break wind. He took the seal from the drawer, shaking, and every time it came down his heart bled, because this wasn't about a piece of ground. It was power changing hands. From today, I carried a charm no one in Xiaohe would dare cross. Minutes later, a red-stamped land contract was in my hand. 30-year term, rent 10 yuan a year. Wasteland was worth nothing then. A token sufficed. Ding. Main quest, family cornerstone complete. Rating, perfect. Used high connections for a dimensional strike. Took the land and cowed the vermin outright. Reward, Grandmaster building blueprints. Basic manner, stored to the space. Points plus 500, plus 1 random attribute, assign. I put the point into physique, and a warm current ran through me. Last night's spend restored, and then some. I stood, looked down at the ash-faced accountant, and clapped his shoulder. Thanks, Accountant Zhao. Then, low in his ear, that land's mine now. If you've nothing to do out there, don't come wandering. The dogs I'll keep won't know a friendly face. I laughed and walked out, leaving 2 cadres staring after me. Old Zhao Zhangwo sighed. From now on, leave him be. That boy's made. Zhao Dezhu's knuckles went white on the mug, the venom near spilling out of his eyes. Made? The higher you climb, the worse you fall. Outside, the sun was good. I looked at the rolling waste at the village's west end, a field of loose rock and dead weeds. And where others saw stones, I saw a manor rising, herb plots, stock pens, the root I'd stand on in this age. I needed hands. And one name came up, Li Dazhuang. The village's famous big simpleton. Huge, honest, dirt poor, near 30 and no wife. Building a house needs muscle, and a loyal, uncomplicated man was exactly what I wanted first. At the village's tail end, in a mud house half caved in, the poorest in Xiaohe, poor enough to make a mouse weep on the way out, I pushed aside the grass mat door. Li Dazhuang was crouched over a cracked bowl, shoveling black wild greens paste into his mouth, his blind old mother moaning on the calm. At the sight of me, 190 of him and built like a black bear, he flinched so hard he near dropped the bowl. Lin, brother Lin. He scrambled up, wiping his hands on his patched trousers. What brings you? You come to fight? I've got strength. In his simple head, I was the village's hard man now, and a hard man comes to brawl. I looked at those clear, dumb, honest eyes and laughed. Not fighting. Working. I put a grain coupon and 2 yuan on the 3-legged table. Those 15 mu on the west slope, I've contracted them. I need a man to watch the ground and do the heavy work. 3 meals a day, oil in every one. 20 yuan a month wages, and a share of meat at year's end. In or out? The bowl hit the floor and shattered. How much? 20? And fed. His ox eyes went wide and the tears came out of nowhere. A lifetime working for the production team had never once put cash in his hand. In. Brother Lin, I'll sell you my life. Keep your life. I want your back. I clapped his shoulder. Come now, help me measure the ground and drive stakes. Half an hour on the west slope waste, the sky hung low and gray and the northwest wind cut like blades. Li Dazhuang and I floundered through the rock with stakes and rope, marking the 15 mu. Brother Lin, it's all stone. Nothing will grow. Under the stone's the gold, I said, and glanced at the sky, and my brow tightened. Wrong. The cloud pressed too low, a bone-deep, wet cold in the air, the white hair wind, Chambai's own herald of a blizzard. Then, on the mountain track a way off, a figure fighting the wind caught my eye, a wash of faded blue. Li Xiuyan, a basket on her arm, floundering toward us, her headscarf torn away, her face wind-red. Sisterly, I set down the mallet and went to meet her. Brother Lin. Her face lit as at an anchor, and she pushed the basket at me, panting. I heard you'd taken this land and were out working. Figured you'd not eaten, so I fried a few scallion cakes, still warm. Golden cakes, the good smell of them plain, no small cost to her. I looked at her cracked, wind-red hands and something moved. Thank you, sister. I'd barely got it out when a shriek tore out of the valley and the world changed color. The drifting flakes became a wall of driven snow in an instant. Visibility crashed to under 5 meters. The white hair wind. No good. My face changed. This weather in the open kills. Lose your way and you die. Dazhuang, you're quick on your feet. Get back to the village now? Don't mind us. He hesitated. Roll. That's an order. He set his teeth, dropped the stakes, and ran off downwind. Thick-hided and running with the wind, he'd make it. But Li Xiuyan couldn't. Frail, she was already swaying, a leaf about to blow away. A gust caught her, and she cried out and went down in the snow. I grabbed her by the waist. We can't make it back. Toward the village was into the wind. Carrying her, we'd freeze on the road. Brother Lin, go, leave me, she sobbed, pushing at me, her voice torn to pieces by the wind. Quiet. I swept her up, wrapped her into my coat, and turned for the lee of the cliff, riding the Grandmaster skill's memory of the ground. Hold on to me. I remembered a vine-covered crack up above this rock slope, a natural shelter. Snow like knives, every step deep and sure. Against my chest she pressed to the heartbeat, and, oddly, the despair in her went quiet. Even dying here, together, seemed not so frightening. I found the rock face, hacked the dead vines off the mouth with the cleaver, and a black cave opened. In. I ducked into the dark with her, and the storm cut off behind us. Inside was not cold. 15 meters on a strange, warm, damp air met us. A faint smell of sulfur and flowers. I lit the county-bought storm lantern, and when the light came up we both stopped. A natural limestone cave, stalactites hung from the roof, and at the deepest point a pool, maybe 2 meters across, water clear to the bottom, steam curling off it, a faint glow to it, and by its edge a few unknown herbs growing lush green. 30 below outside. In here, spring. Is this the Dragon King's bathhouse? Li Xiuyan breathed, forgetting she was still in my arms. I didn't answer. My eyes were on the spring. In my mind the system was flashing hard. Ding. High concentration spirit source detected. Earth vein spirit spring, tributary, found. The space is drawing in spirit energy to recharge. Area slowly expanding. So that was it. The spring in my space was the mother spring. This was a child spring off the same earth vein. No wonder the stony slope looked barren and was really a treasure ground. Brother Lin, put me down. Her voice had gone unsteady, her face red. I came to and set her on her feet. She was soaked through, shaking with cold in the wet coat. Sister, wet clothes'll make you sick in here, I said, and she ducked away toward the pool to splash her face and steady herself. And the moss underfoot was slick, and with a cry she went over backward into the steaming water. It wasn't deep, waist-high, but it soaked her to the skin and the old coat, waterlogged, dragged. She floundered, unable to rise, wretched and helpless. And the system, of course, chose that moment to nudge me toward acting. I ignored it. This wasn't a thing to be taken. If it happened because she chose it. I shed my coat and waded in and got a hand under her arm to lift her. She came up against me and looked up, those peach blossom eyes brimming, fear in them and shyness, but under it something else. Since she was widowed, she'd known nothing but scorn and cold. This one man had given her back her dignity, given her a way to live, and minutes ago had carried her through a killing storm with his own body for a wall. If her life was already his, she seemed to decide, then let the rest be his too. Yeetsi, she said. The name changed, low, trembling, and shut her eyes, two clear tears running down. Be gentle. And that was her answer, given freely. The rest of that hour in the warm cave belongs to the two of us. Outside, the white-hair wind raged on. Inside, the storm was shut away. A long while later, quiet came back to the cave. She lay spent against me, color high, her eyes soft, and there was something new in her whole bearing, as if the spring itself had washed years of hurt off her. So the spirit water did more than heal. Ding. Deep bond formed with a high-rated female, Li Shulian, 8895. Main quest, first bond, perfectly complete. Reward, random silver chest ×1. Points plus 500. Special trait, basic charm aura, attraction to the opposite sex plus 20%. Li Shulian's regard locked. To the death, 100 out of 100. New quest chain, the land's first blood. You've taken the ground and the person. Within 24 hours, use the space's spirit water or seeds to complete a first planting on this new territory, the seed of a commercial empire. Reward, basic beast taming, points plus 200. I kissed her brow. From now on, you're mine. Anyone dares hurt you again, I'll have his life. She curled into me, and the tears came again, happy ones this time. I'll do whatever you say. Outside, the blizzard tore on. Inside this small cave, spring held. I opened the silver chest. Silver chest opened. Special passive skill, danger sense, intermediate. The hunter's instinct evolves into a sixth sense. 3 seconds before danger arrives, a strong bodily warning, with a rough read on the direction of the threat. Good stuff. Against the leopard, I'd relied on the Grandmaster skill's judgment. This was a true, life-saving radar. In an age where men are more dangerous than beasts, a black shot from behind would come hard now. Then to the quest. My eye fell on the herbs by the pool, wild dendrobium, a shade and damp-loving thing thriving here on the earth-veined spring. First blood, let's make it count. From my kit in the space, I drew the leftover 10-year understory ginseng, the one I'd meant as a lesser gift. I dug a hole in the soft, warm earth nearest the pool, bedded the root, and instead of the cave spring water fed it a thread of the pure mother spring off my fingertip. A drop sank in, and the wilted leaves sprang up, unfurled and darkened before my eyes. And under the soil I could hear the faint hiss of roots racing to grow. Rich, earth-veined ground, catalyzed by the mother spring. In 5 minutes, a 10-year root carried the weight and gloss of a 20-year wild one. Ding. Quest, the land's first blood complete. Rating, turn dross to wonder with twin spirit waters. Reward, basic beast taming, passive, affinity plus 30%, points plus 200. Done. This cave would be my secret nursery. The top-grade herbs too valuable, too eye-catching to grow in the open, I'd raise them here. Yeetsi, came a drowsy murmur behind me. She sat up, and I tossed her the clothes the earth heat had dried. Dress. The wind's about done. Time to go back. At back she flinched, the old timidity flooding up. Going back, Sister Xiaoya. Will she whispered. I stepped behind her and did up the loosened row of buttons. Remember what I said? I told her, low and hard. You're mine. In this house, without my nod, no one gives you a cold face. Xiaoya's clever. She knows the measure of things. You just stand up straight and be a person. She went stiff, then leaned back into me, tears coming again. I'll listen to you, the head of the house. She said it soft and long. All right, the little wildcat at home's likely half out of her mind by now. When we ducked out, the world had changed. The blizzard had stopped, everything white, snow to the knee, the whole slope scoured to a clean blank page, every track wiped away. I re-hid the cave mouth with vines and blocked the seams with stones, then took Li Shulian on my back and started down. She lay against my shoulders looking out at the cold white waste, and for the first time in years her heart sat easy. She knew, from now on, no storm would freeze her again. Back in Xiaha, the cowshed, the sky hung like an overturned black pot. Last night's rare white-hair wind had knocked down chimneys across the village and littered the ground with broken branches and scattered wood piles. The cowshed door was shut, but the two thin boards looked painfully frail in the wind. No fire inside. Su Xiaya sat on the cold floor with her back against the door, the red boots on her feet, the worn bright rolling pin clenched in both hands. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face paper white, her lips cracked. A whole night. The man had not come back. Yesterday afternoon Li Dazhuang had come stumbling home like a snowman, weeping that the white-hair wind had trapped Lin Yi and Li Xiuyan on the mountain. To Su Xiaya the sky had fallen. She was a sent-down youth. She knew better than anyone what a Changbai white-hair wind was, a wind that turned the living to ice statues, King Yama's own whistle. Xiaoya, drink a little water, Lin Lan urged weakly from the Kong, holding out a bowl, tears running. Yizi's got a hard life in him. He's surely all right. She didn't believe it herself. Su Xiaya shook her head. I'm not thirsty, sister. I'm waiting for him. He told me to watch the house. As long as I don't fall, no one comes through that door. Then, bang, 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 a brutal pounding, dust sifting from the frame. Su Xiaya jerked, cold light in her eyes. Not Linny. His knock had a rhythm. 3 long, 2 short. This carried a sickening greed. Open up. Su Xiaoya, I know you're in there. Zhang Cuihua's shrill voice, thick with excitement and malice. Open this door, quit playing dead. Then Lin Air's oily drawl. Sister-in-law. No, comrade Su. My brother's business, we heard. Don't take it too hard. The dead don't come back. But life goes on, doesn't it? Filth. Su Xiaya shot to her feet and screamed it with all she had. Lin Yi's not dead. He's coming back any minute. Not dead? Heh. Zhang Cuihua laughed like she'd heard the year's best joke. Big dumb Dazhuang said it himself. In that weather, even the gods don't live. Your pa and I have come to see to the funeral. This cowsheed's the old Lin family's, after all, and those things Yizi left, that's the Lin family's blood and sweat money. An outside surname woman like you has no right to sit on it. The knife out of the sheath at last. Not a day since I'd died, the body not cold, and these so-called kin had come running to pick the household clean, too impatient even to keep up the funeral pretense. Nothing in their mouths but things, money. Get out. Su Xiaoya held the rolling pin crosswise, shaking with rage. This is Lin Yi's home, and mine. Anyone comes in, I fight them to the death. Oh, still got some fight. A prying sound at the door, a rusty spade jammed into the gap and levered. The bar groaned, near breaking. She threw herself against the boards, shoulders slammed, and didn't give an inch. On the Kong, Lin Lan struggled to get down to help and fell off the edge. Ma, I beg you, don't. Yizi's not even dead. Shut it, you short-lived little wretch. Zhang Cuihua's curse came with a heavy blow, and the bar cracked and gave. The door swung wide, cold roaring in. Zhang Cuihua and Lin Air shoved in, a few gawking idlers trailing like vultures on carrion. Her eye went straight to the red boots on Su Xiaoya's feet, and the envy near caught fire. Little slut. Jinx. My son died because you cursed him. She rushed to grab Su Xiaoya's hair. Get those boots off. Bought with my son's money. You're not fit to wear them. Su Xiaoya swung the pin, and Lin Air, ready, caught her wrist and twisted, cruel under the polite words. She cried out. The pin fell. Despair took her. Can I truly not hold it? And as Zhang Cuihua's filthy hand came at her face, a sharp whistle of air split the storm at the door, and an arrow, cold-wreathed, shaved past Zhang Cuihua's scalp and buried itself in the frame behind her, the shaft still humming, a few gray hairs drifting down. She froze as if pinned by a spell, her sneer gone to raw terror. An inch lower. Dead silence. Every eye swung to the door. Out of the driven snow a tall figure rose, the mulberry bough in my hand, Li Xiuyan on my back, my eyes 3 degrees colder than the storm. I came into the yard step by crunching step. I hear someone's come to see to my funeral? My voice was level, and the killing in it ran to the bone. And to pull my wife's boots off, I set Li Xiuyan down and drew a second arrow, knocked it, and laid the head on Lin Air's brow. Since you're all here, don't leave just yet. Ding. High difficulty main quest triggered. The clan totem. Ring 1. Without killing bloodkin, give the invaders a lesson they'll never forget and lay down the clan law. Reward. Special blueprint. Clan ancestral hall. A lesson they'll never forget. That I could do. The arrow's cold light hung 3 inches off Lin Air's brow. His eyes crossed on the point, his legs shook like beaten cotton, and a dark stain spread down the front of his trousers, a sour smell rising in the wind. Brother, don't. His teeth chattered too hard for a whole word. He'd only ever played the tyrant at home under his parents' wing. He'd never in his life met a man who truly meant to kill, and to him I wasn't the meek elder brother anymore, but a devil climbed up out of hell. Zhang Tsuhua, pinned by the shaft in the frame, her own gray hair still drifting past her eyes, opened her mouth and could only make a strangled clucking, a hen with a hand round its throat. Just now, which hand touched her? My voice came low but clear to every ear. I didn't ease the string. I only tipped my head toward Lin Air's right hand, still hanging in the air in its grabbing shape. Didn't touch her. I swear I didn't. He whipped the hand behind his back and dropped into the snow. Brother, I'm your own blood. Break the bone and the tendon holds. We're brothers. Brothers. My mouth curled. You wait till I'm gone, pry my door, hit my woman, take my house. That's your brotherhood. I loosed. He screamed and rolled through the snow, but he wasn't dead. The arrow had shaved the outer edge of his wrist, taken a strip of skin, and buried itself in the frozen ground, blood reddening the snow. Not a hand lost, but the brush of death that close would haunt his sleep the rest of his life. Second, my son. Zhang Tsuihua wheeled and threw herself over him, then rounded on me, screeching. Lin Yi, you heaven-cursed animal. You'd wound your own brother. I'm your mother. Would you kill me too? Lay one hand on me and see. Heaven, send down a bolt and strike this unfilial wretch dead. She was betting I wouldn't dare. In this age, filial piety could crush a man. A son striking his mother was a monstrous thing to be pointed at till death. The gawkers at the gate pulled their necks in and looked away. Hard as I was, if I truly struck my own mother, my name was finished. I lowered the bow and walked to her, my shadow swallowing the shrieking woman. I won't kill you. I looked down at her, my eyes as flat as if I were looking at a stone. Killing you would dirty my hands and dirty my ground. I drew the crumpled separation paper from my coat. But mark this. The night you threw my sister and me out into the snow, this blood tie you cut yourselves. I pointed at the cowshed behind me, then at the 2 tear-streaked women. This is my home. They are mine. And in this home, there is one law. I wrenched the arrow from the frozen ground and snapped it clean across in front of her face. Anyone touches my family, I take his life. Whoever he is, man or ghost, father or mother. The killing came off me in a wave, and Zhang Tsuohua's curses died in her throat. She looked into eyes with no feeling in them and felt, for the first time, a fear from the root of her soul. He meant it. This eldest son would truly kill her. Out. I straightened and said the one word. She scrambled up, hauling the wailing Lin Air, and fled the yard like a soul fleeing a plague god, and the idlers who'd trailed and were long gone, not daring even to look back. Ding. Main quest, the clan totem, ring 1, complete. Rating, cowed the bloodkin by thunderbolt, laid down the shield your own, law, authority established. Reward, special blueprint, clan ancestral hall, basic. I turned to Su Xiaoye, still in the doorway with the rolling pin clenched white in her hands, the cold proud youth gone. In her place a wronged child biting her lip against tears she stubbornly wouldn't shed. I'm back. I took the pin from her and dropped it, and pulled her, dust and all, hard into my arms. I'm sorry. I frightened you. That undid her. She sobbed into my chest, gripping the back of my coat, pouring out a day and a night of terror. I thought you weren't coming back? I thought the house was gone. They wanted to take everything. I couldn't beat them. It's over. I'm here. I stroked her back, and over her shoulder I saw Li Xiulian standing off to the side, head down, twisting her hem, wistful and small, ready to slip quietly away, knowing she was the odd one out in this. As she turned to go, I put out my other hand. What are you standing there for? Get inside, you're not cold. Her head came up into my eyes, and Su Xiaoye lifted her face from my chest, looked at me, looked at Li Xiulian, Clever as she was, she read the too high color on the widow and the closeness she couldn't name and guessed. But she said nothing. She sniffed, stepped back out of my arms, and went and took Li Shulian's cold hand herself. Sister Shulian, come inside. We are one family. At one family, the widow's tears broke their banks. In the snow, 3 figures leaned close for the first time. The lamp was trimmed bright again. The fire built up, and on the Kong table sat a great basin of steaming stew. Wild boar meat from the space in big chunks with dried mushrooms, cabbage, and glass noodles, oily and fragrant. An emperor's feast for the year and the place. Eat. I laid a fat slab of belly in each bowl. Lin Lan, weak but lifted in spirit at my safe return, sipped at the broth. Su Xiaoya and Li Shulian sat to either side, the air a little delicate but thawing under good food and safety. Yitzi, I owe you my life this time, Li Shulian said, head down, cheeks steamed pink. If not for you, I'd have frozen up there. Su Xiaoya's chopsticks paused a beat. She glanced at the widow, her eyes resting a second on the faint mark at her collar, then set the meat in my bowl as if nothing were amiss. The mountains are dangerous. Don't go deep alone anymore, she said, even with a mistress's care. Sister Shulian, since we're family now, stay home and help me with sister. The outside, Lin Yi and Da Zhuang can handle. That was acceptance. I looked at her, surprised. I'd braced for a hard meal, and the youth's largeness of mind ran past what I'd hoped. Ding. Household harmony detected. Principal member Su Xiaoya's tolerance up. Clan cohesion +10, points +50. Xiaoya's right. I set down my chopsticks and turned serious. We scared that lot off, but a broken cowsheed's no plan for a life. I spread the red-stamped land contract on the table. That ground's mine now. Tomorrow I send Da Zhuang to the town for masons. We build. Lin Lan worried. That's a fortune. We've barely got a footing. Don't fret over money. I touched the 200-odd yuan in my pocket. Enough for a plain mud brick house. But the grandmaster blueprints in my head drew gray brick and tile, walls, a courtyard, even drainage laid for the future. By those specs, the materials alone ran past 1,000, an astronomical sum in a year when a fun was split in two. 200 wouldn't finish the foundation. How much short? Su Xiaoya caught my frown. I've a Shanghai brand watch. It'd fetch something. No. I covered her hand, smiling. What kind of man has his wife sell her dowry to build his house? I looked to the black window and the mountains beyond. There's gold in those hills for anyone with the nerve to take it. The leopard hide still lay in the space. 3, 400, handled right. Not enough. To raise that manor, to plant my roots so deep in Xiahe that all anyone could do was look up, I needed more. Tomorrow I'm going to the town livestock market, I said, turning the talk. Buy a beast. Li Shulian blinked. An ox to plow. Not to plow. I tapped the table. To pick up a bargain. 15 mu to break needs more than backs. And I've a mind to fetch home a big worker cheap. I remembered a rumor from the life before. About now, a prize breeding ox would come onto the town market dirt cheap, sold off, sick. A strong beast in its prime the vet had given up on. Its owner sure it was dying. To a man with spirit water, that was no sick ox. That was free muscle, a walking pile of money. And if I could bring a doomed beast back to life, my name in the 10 villages would stop being the hard man and become the man of hidden depths. And a name, sometimes, is worth more than money. Morning. The white hair wind had blown itself out, the sun blinding on the snow. I just got my coat on when a small tug came at my hem. A thin scrap of a girl stood at my leg. Yaya, 3 and a bit but the size of a 2-year-old, hair dry and sparse from long hunger. In an oversized coat Li Shulian had cut down, cuffs rolled twice over small hands cracked with chilblains. Uncle Lin, she sat up at me, those 2 big eyes full of wanting but afraid to be loud. Ma said you're off to catch big monsters. Can Yaya come? A small child knows only that this tall uncle can conjure meat and drive off the bad people, and that near him is safest. Something in me went soft. In the life before, this child had gone into the river with her mother, and when they pulled her out, her small hand was still clenched around half a mildewed bun. I crouched to her level and took the cold little hands in mine, warmth passing into them. Yaya, be good. I produced a white rabbit candy from the space, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. Her eyes went round with the sweetness. Uncle's off to do a big thing, to earn us a big house. You stay and help watch your ma and your auntie, all right? Yaya watch the house. Yaya be good. She nodded hard around the candy like she'd been handed a sacred charge. I patted her head and stood, the softness folding away. By the stove Li Shulian watched, her eyes rimmed red, holding the dirty clothes I'd shed, all tenderness. I nodded to her and went out. At the village mouth, Li Dazhuang waited, stamping against the cold in his wadding leaking coat, hands in his sleeves, nose running. Brother Lin. Here. We tramped to the red flag commune town, market day, and even in the freeze the place roared. Frozen pears, pipe tobacco, rat poison, the cries going up on all sides. I took him straight through to the livestock market in the far corner, thick with the reek of dung. Brother Lin, we really buying an ox? He asked, wincing over the money. One's a few hundred. Spend it, and how do we build? Money's earned, not saved. My eye swept the pens and locked on. In a corner, a knot of people pointed and laughed at something on the ground. Old Ma, your ox is about to breathe its last, and you still want 50? Money's driven you mad. Look at that foam, that bloated belly. Ate moldy grass, poison dead, no god could save it. 10 yuan. I'll take it, and I'm running a risk just to skin it for meat. In the middle, an old man in a broken felt cap crouched clutching a halter, misery on his face, and behind him lay a big-framed yellow ox, eyes clouded and dull, white foam at its mouth, belly swollen like a ball, breath quick and thin, twitching now and then. This is my strong ox. 5 years I raised it, old Ma choked. It can work. If my old wife didn't need the money for surgery, I'd never. 50, not a fun less. Give over. It's a dead ox, a fat butcher-type spat. 15, take it or leave it. Wait, and it's cold. And then not even 10. Old Ma shut his eyes in despair. 30. My voice cut through, and heads turned. I came through, Li Dazhuang tugging my sleeve in a panic. Brother, you can't. It's dying. I ignored him and stood over old Ma. Ding. Side quest, bargain pickup. Take a beast with hidden potential when no one else sees it. Reward, points plus 50, basic veterinary experience pack times 1. Old man, I'll take it. I drew 3 great Unity notes. 30. Everyone can see the state of it. If it dies on me, that's my loss. If that suits you, take the money now. Old Ma looked at the crisp bills, his hands shaking. The butcher offered 15. This young man, 30, no price for a good ox, but a fortune for a dead one. Sold. I sell. He snatched the money, weeping. You're a good man. This ox, it's had a hard life. The crowd looked at me like a fool. Where's this idiot from? Money to burn. 30 for a heap of dead meat. Go home and cry. The butcher sneered, green as a melon. It'll rot in your hands. I heard none of it. I took the halter and laid a palm on the ox's head, basic beast taming. And the twitching beast, feeling some kindness, turned a clouded eye to me. Dazhuang, lend a hand. Get it home. He came, hangdog and unwilling but obedient. On the road home, Li Dazhuang led the half-dead ox at a snail's pace, the beast kneeling every few steps, foam trailing. Brother Lin, it really can't. 30 yuan. And to him, that was half a year's grain for his mother and himself. I said nothing, only stopped now and then to water. A little diluted spirit water down its throat to hold its last breath. At the village mouth, we met the seed-cracking gossips. Wang Matzi jailed, but her hangers-on still sunning themselves. Oh, Linny, off making your fortune, and you lead home this unlucky thing? Planning its funeral? Huh, Lin Yi's gone mad for beef. 30 for a dead ox, spendthrift, money burning a hole in him. The mockery flew, and before I reached home, the whole village knew I'd been the day's prize sucker. I didn't turn a hair. I led the ox not to the cowshed but to a sheltered fold on the west slope. Dazhuang watched the path. Let no one come near. He didn't understand, but my face was serious, so he ran off to stand door guard 40 meters out. Once I was sure no eyes were on me, I took the high-purity spirit water and a fistful of the spirit grass I'd grown, pried the ox's jaws, poured half the flask down, and pushed the grass in after. The effect was immediate. The drum-tight belly gave a thunderous gurgle, and with one enormous report a rush of foul gas blew out the back end for a solid half minute, and as it went the swollen belly visibly sank. Then a light came up in the clouded eyes. It worked its legs, no longer soft but with strength in them, and gave a hoarse but solid bellow. Li Dazhuang came running at the noise and near dropped his eyes out. The dying ox stood straight, head down, tearing at the dead grass, tail swishing. It's a miracle. He circled it 3 times, felt the horns, slapped the back. Brother Lin, what immortal pill did you feed it? A hill remedy, I said mildly, keeping the merit hidden. Good stock, just bloated. Vent the gas and it lives. The ox nuzzled my palm, uncannily gentle. Basic beast taming +1. Looking at the beast come back to life, I could already see the 15 moo turn to good field. But an ox and land weren't enough. I needed the house, and the manor blueprint had been circling my head for days. Ding. Host now holds territory, labor, Li Dazhuang plus ox, and basic standing. Stage 1 main quest triggered, family cornerstone, the manor. Within 1 month, build the manor's main structure per the blueprint, gray brick tile house plus walls. Difficulty, high, funding gap 1500 yuan. Reward, unlock clan shop access, random gold chest ×1, plus 5 free attribute points. Failure, all special skills revoked. 1500 yuan, in a year when a gene of pork was 7 mao, a mountain of money. The leopard hide would fetch a few hundred. Not enough. I needed something worth far more. My eyes went to the deep Changbai, the endless snow forest rolling away without an end. If common herbs wouldn't feed the gap, then I'd try my luck in the valley the old folk called Ghost's Dread, where the king of 100 herbs was said to grow, the top-grade wild ginseng, and things fiercer than any leopard besides. Dusk, and the cowshed warm. On the stone stove a wok steamed with twice-cooked pork, wild boar belly sliced thin as cicada wing, curled crisp in the hot oil with dried chilies and green garlic shoots. A smell to steal a man's soul. Who in that year cooked with that much oil, all meat? Yaya hung at the stove's edge on tiptoe, small hands on the rim, near drowning in her own drool. Uncle, smells, little glutton here. I blew on the fattest slice and fed it to her, and her eyes squeezed shut in bliss. Cheeks packed like a hoarding squirrel. Good. Uncle's cooking's the best. Ding. Family member Yaya greatly satisfied. Points +10. At the table the 3 women were seated. Eat. I laid a heaping load of meat in each bowl. Eat well tonight. Tomorrow I go deep into the mountains, 2 or 3 days maybe. Su Xiaoya's chopstick stopped. Into the mountains again? You've only just come back. The ox is healed, a good worker, but breaking ground and building want money. I gave her a steadying look. Rest easy, I've a measure. No big beasts this time, just herbs. Then, take this. She set down her bowl and drew out a lotus-embroidered peace charm she'd sat up night stitching. A pinch of cinnabar sewn inside, and pressed it shyly into my hand. I read once that it wards off evil. I closed my hand around the warm little thing. Right, my wife made it. I'll wear it against my skin. She flushed and didn't pull her hand back. Ding. Su Xiaoya feels valued. Happiness up. Points +30. Beside her, Li Xiuyan bit her lip, worked up her nerve, and scraped most of her own meat into my bowl. Yitzi, head of the house, eat more. It's cold up there. You need the fat to carry you. She had no pretty words, only that clumsy way of caring. I met her eyes and let the corner of my mouth lift. Ding. Li Xiuyan, points +30. This was living. A room of grown folk and a child, mouth shining, every face content. I checked the panel. Points, 870. Points are for spending, and the deep mountains were true no man's land. 10 times the west slope's danger. A broken bow and my own hands would keep me alive, but slowly, I needed better cards. I opened the clan shop, passed the rice and flour, and went to the strengthening line. System, basic constitution enhancement serum. Ding. 500 points spent. A blue glowing vial appeared in the space. On top of the perfect body, it would push recovery and burst strength higher still. On the pretext of stepping out for air, I drank it off, and a hot current tore through me. A few minutes, and my single-arm strength had cleared 400 gene, past any human mark. With the 370 left, I took 2 special wound medicines, 2 packs of strong beast-repelling powder, and a fine folding sapper's spade, and the reserves in the space steadied my nerves. Deep in the night, Li Xiuyan and Yaya gone to the next room. Lin Lan long asleep. Only Su Xiaoya and I left. She lay curled to the inside, her breath a little uneven. I slid under the quilt and drew her back against me. She stiffened, then softened, and caught my hand with hers. "Don't, sister's right there," she breathed. "She's asleep. The rest of that night is ours." A long while after, the quiet came back, and she lay against me tracing small circles on my chest. "Come home safe. I kissed her brow. "When I'm back, we build the big house. I'll make you a study of your own, so you can read." Her eyes lit, then dimmed. "What's the use of reading these days? There's use. A great use coming." I said it with meaning she couldn't yet unpack. Before dawn the next day, in the dark, I got up without waking Su Xiaoya. I left a few dozen yuan and some grain coupons on the table, money for the house, and with the mulberry bough on my back, the cleaver, and the new sapper's spade at my waist, I stepped out into the black before morning. This time the target was Ghost Dread, deep in the Changbai Range, true no man's land, ground even the most seasoned old hunters wouldn't set foot in lightly. They said clouds sat on it year-round, that the earth's field ran so wrong a compass span uselessly there, that the beasts owned it, and men had seen tigers bigger than an ox. But I had to go. Only ground like that grows the king of 100 herbs, the top-grade wild ginseng. Clear of the village, I opened up. Twice remade now, my body ran the knee-deep snow like flat ground, 2-3 meters astride, landing silent. A leopard walking on 2 legs. 2 hours on. The country had changed utterly. No more thin second growth, but old forest, sky blotting, red pine, and larch too thick for a man's arms to wring, crowns heavy with snow. Cold to the marrow, my own breath freezing white on the air. Here, I stopped at the mouth of a long, grim gorge between 2 peaks. Ghost Dread. A pressure came off it that squeezed the heart. Danger sense triggered. A coolness crawled up the back of my neck, the sixth sense warning. Something's watching me. I didn't panic. I dusted the beast repellent powder on my clothes and boots, a system-made thing. Little smell to a man, but a natural dread to animals, masking the human scent off me, and opened the advanced herb identification. The world gained a layer. The tangled scrub and snow resolved into labeled information. Magnolia vine, too young, low value. Siberian ginseng, common. Snow-buried Solomon seal, 10 years, harvestable. I passed the common goods and read the lay of the land instead. The ginseng hunter's rhyme running under my breath, shade and the good air from the east, and my eyes fixed on a fiercely steep shaded slope on the gorge's left, thick with growth, a strange eddy of air circling it. There, treasure air. I hitched the pack and started for it. Then, out of the gorge's depths, riding the wind, came a low, pressed-down roar with something like a metal ring shivering through it. Not loud, but it shook snow from the branches. My pupils shrank. Not a wolf, not a leopard. That king's pressure belonged to one creature. A Manchurian tiger, the true lord of beasts. Warning. Danger sense, intermediate, severe alert. Extremely dangerous creature, 1.5 kilometers dead ahead. My heart kicked once, then steadied, and something hot rose in me under the fear. Afraid? Of course. But wealth is won in danger, and where a tiger walks, the spirit air is richest, and the top ginseng grows. Big cat. Well water and river water needn't cross. I want the root. Leave me be, and I never saw you. I gripped the spade, its edge cold in the snowlight, and instead of pulling back, dropped low and slid toward the shaded slope under the cover of the trees. This was the hunter's world. You die, or I live. And reborn, I would not be the dead man. I went up the cliff. Not by the smooth-looking snow, under that could be a bottomless ice hole, but by the jutting rock and root, fingers hooked like iron into the seams, the spade driven into the frozen earth for purchase, climbing the fearsome wall like a nimble ape. Wind like a knife, and steam rising off me. 100 meters. 200. The growth changed as I rose. The common brush gone, shade-loving ferns and moss in its place. The herb sites scanning every inch. Common gentian. Wild ashram. Fritillary. Nothing worth stopping for. And the tiger's roar came from nearer with every meter. The cold at the back of my skull sharpening. The danger sense not yet at the red line, but the between-the-shoulders prickle keeping every nerve taut. The lord of beasts was close, patrolling or dozing. I rounded a great crouching boulder halfway up, and the view opened. A small sheltered flat ringed by rock, the snow thin in the lee, old pines screening most of it. And in the brush beneath them, a burst of vivid red slammed into my heart. A cluster of berries red as jewels against the white and green. My breath stopped. Red lanterns. The trade's word for ginseng seed, and by the size and color of these, no common root. I went cat-soft, eased the dead grass aside with the spade, and there it stood in the wind. 6 compound leaves, a purple-red stem, thick dark foliage, that heavy string of scarlet seed. Wild ginseng, 6-prong leaf. Age, 85 years. Quality, top, earth spirit grade. Value, priceless. My heart hammered. 85 years. 6-prong. A 5-prong root is already a rare thing, decades in the making. 6-prong is the fabled ginseng king, a century and more to grow. In a later age, it would open at auction in the millions. Even now, it was hard currency enough to keep a family in comfort for life. Made. I breathed and reached for the red cord. Warning. Danger sense at full. Death is closing. The alarm went off like an air raid siren, the sting flooding me head to foot. I didn't turn, didn't think. Threw myself flat and rolled behind the pine. And where I'd stood, a black shape came down out of nowhere with a reek of blood, snow bursting, rock cracking, a paw the size of a wash basin punching a crater in the frozen ground. A roar split the air a hand's breadth away, my eardrums screaming, snow sheeting off the tree. I looked out from behind the trunk and saw it whole. A giant Manchurian tiger, well over 3 meters, black and gold and oil sleek. The king, marked clear on its brow, 2 gold eyes fixed on me, its breath fogging out thick with the smell of blood. 3 times the leopard I'd killed. The true lord of this forest. It had guarded this place. The 80-year king root was its companion, its private treasure. When I'd neared, it hadn't rushed. It had circled downwind like a patient hunter for the one killing blow. Without the danger, since my skull would already be paced. Meet it head on? No joke. 600 gene if it was an ounce, a ton behind that paw. Even now, spade against tiger, I gave myself under 3 in 10, and 1 wound in these hills was a death sentence. It didn't spring again. It came low and slow, a rumble in its throat, gold eyes cruel and playing, a 2-legged morsel already in its bowl. I gripped the spade, and my other hand found the beast repellent, my 1 card. And past the tiger, meters off, the red seed swayed in the wind. Run or gamble. Through my mind went Yaya's wanting eyes, Seuss Yaya's back at the door in the cold, the manor on the blueprint. Wealth is one in danger. Meat at the lips isn't spat back out. I broke from behind the tree, not at the tiger, at the root. It hadn't reckoned on prey that ran toward its treasure. It roared and launched, all that mountain of weight in the air. As it came I threw, a great cloud of white powder bursting full into its nose and eyes, the system's strong repellent, a chemical weapon to a cat's keen nose. The lordly roar became a shriek. It crashed down clawing at its own face, rolling in the snow in agony. I didn't try for the kill. That was suicide. I slid to the root, and instead of a hunter's patient digging, I cut a half-meter clod of earth straight around it with the spade and heaved the whole thing, dozens of gene, king root, and all, up by main strength and, without a glance, willed it into the space. Under 3 seconds. Then I turned and threw myself down the slope, and behind me the tiger, recovering, loosed a roar to shake the earth. It had smelled it, the treasure gone, taken by the cursed 2-legged beast, and the sound rolled through the gorge and started a small avalanche. But I was already tumbling down the steep like a snowball, gone into the white sea of trees. The way down I ran for my life, the roar never breaking behind me, the great cat hunting my scent in a fury. I'd planned for it, buelled through thorn brush, waded the freezing streams, anything to break the trail, even with the repellent's afterbite. A guardian beast groaned that old wouldn't quit easily. 10 odd li and 2 ridges later, the death prickle finally faded. I dropped by a frozen creek, heaving, lungs on fire, coat shredded, face scored with thorn cuts, and grinned, silent, shoulders shaking. 1. A fistful of snow to cool the coppery burn in my throat, and I sank my mind into the space. The great clod lay on the black earth, the king root's main body and even its red seed unharmed by the rough dig. its leaves already unfurling under the spring's care, breathing out a faint light. Ding! Rare treasure obtained. 85-year wild ginseng. Points plus 200. I breathed out. In the space, it was mine. The Jade Emperor himself couldn't take it. With this, the manor's paid for, and a few more oxen besides. I stood, knocked off the snow. Near dark, time to get down before the women worried. And I thought of Yaya's wanting eyes. Bring a gift back. A half hour with the Grandmaster's skill and 2 fat hares, and a bright pheasant hung at my belt, easy as picking things up in my own yard. It was deep night in Xiaohe when I pushed the cowshed door. The lamp still burned. Su Xiaoya sat on the Kong edge with a book, held upside down, and she never knew it. And Li Xiulian stitched a sole with wandering, absent stitches. At the door both heads came up, and at the sight of me, snow-caked, ragged, blood on my face, the book fell and the needle pricked her hand. Yitzi, head of the house. They came at once. Su Xiaoya got there first, seizing my arm, tears brimming, looking me over. How did you get like this? Are you hurt? Where's the blood? It's nothing, branches. I handed the pheasant and hares to Li Xiulian, smiling. Skin scratches. She took them, weeping quietly, and, knowing better than to ask, went for water to wash my face. A small head poked out of the inner room then. Yaya, rubbing sleep from her eyes, lit up at the sight of me. Uncle, you're back. She came running barefoot. I crossed and swept her up and rubbed my stubbled cheek against her soft one till she shrieked with laughing. See what Uncle brought. From my coat, the space, I produced a fistful of red mountain berries, magnolia vine fruit and hawthorn picked coming down and soaked in spirit water, sweet. Red berries. She grabbed a handful, eyes gone to crescents with the sweetness. Watching the whole warm, noisy roomful, the killing I'd picked up in the deep hills drained clean out of me. That's what the trip past Death's Gate was for. This lamp, this hot food, these few faces. Next morning I didn't rest. Clean clothes, the pack of local goods on my back, and I went alone to the town and caught the county bus. This time not to Liaowen. The 60-year route had bought a favor. The 85-year king I meant to turn to hard cash. Liaowen was a cadre, not a man with that kind of ready money, and a thing this precious pressed on him might do him no good. My target was the county's Tongrintang, a century-old apothecary, public-private now, but its depth intact, and the word was a provincial buyer was making his rounds in the county these very days. Inside, the thick smell of herbs. Behind the counter, an old shopkeeper in reading glasses worked an abacus. Comrade, filling a prescription, or seeing the doctor? He asked without looking up. Selling. I set the red cloth clod on the counter. Selling what? He pushed his glasses up, careless. I lifted a corner of the cloth, the jade-clear neck of the root, the string of dripping red seed. His glance fell on it, and an abacus bead dropped off the frame. He shot to his feet and pressed his face to the glass, hands shaking, wanting to touch and not daring, breath sawing like a bellows. This is six-prong leaf. Earth spirit, I said, level and certain. Take a look, shopkeeper. He drew a breath, took off his glasses, and looked at me grave. Young comrade, this is above me. Wait, I'll fetch the provincial expert. Minutes on, in the back room, a white-haired man in a mouse suit turned a magnifier over the root, murmuring wonder. Perfect, simply perfect. Whiskers whole, all 5 forms good. This skin, this grain, 80 years at the least. A true treasure. He set the glass down, excited. Young man, we'll take it. Coupons, or cash, I said flat. No coupons. Money. He traded a look with the shopkeeper. Large cash deals needed approval in that age, but rules bend before a thing like this. Done, he said, setting his teeth. State top purchase price, plus 20%. 2,000 yuan. 2,000. The old shopkeeper sucked in his breath. 10 years of a worker's wages. Even I felt the kick. Done. No haggling. Hand to hand. Root for money. When 2 tight bundles of great unity notes went against my chest, my heart finally sat all the way down. With this, the manor on the blueprint could break ground. What does it feel like to carry 2,000 yuan when a worker earns 20 or 30 a month? Heavy, dragging the coat lining down, and hot, a coal burning at the chest. I didn't go straight home. I stopped at the town co-op first. Money makes the back straight. Comrade, 2 bottles of good liquor got Moutai. Moutai special supply. You got coupons? The clerk sneered. I only smiled. 2 of sheafing, then. Cut me 5 gene of head meat, fatty, and 2 gene of that fruit candy. Getting things built takes people, and people take liquor. Building a house is a big matter. Money isn't enough. You need hands, and you need to smooth the ways. Bought, I slipped most of it into the space in a quiet corner, left a little showing, and walked home. Nunichaha. Straight to Li Dazhuang's, where he squatted honing a sickle. Brother, you're back. The village is saying you took the money and ran. Ran? Where to? My home's here. I tossed him a bottle of sheafing and a packet of the meat. For your mother. This afternoon, run and fetch the best masons in the village to my place. Tell them I've a big job. He cradled the liquor and meat, hands shaking. Brother, this is too dear. And we're really building? Where do we get brick and tile? Go when I tell you. Brick and tile be here. I turned back to the cow sheet. Inside, the mood was heavy. Su Xiaoya and Li Xiulian sat mending, silent, both sick with worry. I'm back. Yitzi, head of the house. They stood, the joy playing. I shut and barred the door, and even stuffed a rag into the window crack. And the 3 women, Lin Lan too, went a little tense at all the mystery. What is it? Has something happened? Su Xiaoya asked, palms damp. I set the pack down, opened my coat, and drew from the inner pocket 2 thick newspaper-wrapped bricks. Slap. One on the Kong table. Slap. The other beside it. The room went silent. I tore a corner of the paper, and it was as if gold light struck every eye blind. Great unity notes stacked square as tofu blocks, crisp new tens, 1,000 a bundle, 2 bundles, 2,000. A ragged gasp went round the narrow shed. Su Xiaoya's needlework dropped, her mouth an O that wouldn't close. Li Xiulian sat straight down on the floor, white-faced. Heaven above, did you rob the co-op? Even Lin Lan bolted upright on the Kong, eyes like bells. None of them had seen such money in their lives. Not 2,000. 200 was many a family's whole savings. Don't be afraid. I pushed the money to Su Xiaoya, smiling. Clean money. I dug that ginseng, and I sold it. Sold for how much? Her voice shook, her hand hanging in the air, not daring to touch it, as if it were live coals. 2,000. Flat, as if I'd said to. With this, our manor gets built. She drew a breath, steadied herself. A sent-down youth who'd seen more of the world, and still this was past her reckoning, and reached out a trembling hand and touched the notes. Real. Rough. Ink-smelling. No dream. You truly mean to build a big house. Not just a house. I drew the Grandmaster blueprint from my coat, one I drew myself, as far as anyone outside would know, and spread it on the Kong. See, the main house here, we live in it. East wing for sister. West wing for Xiulian and Yaya. A big yard out front, gray brick walls 3 meters high, broken glass set on top against thieves. A cellar in the back, a stock pen. And here, a south-facing study kept for you, for our children to read in one day. Her eyes went red as she listened, seeing in those fine lines a life that wasn't a drafty cowshed in days of fear, but a real home, walled and safe. What'll all this cost? Li Xiulian murmured, longing and aching at once. Money's earned to be spent. I pushed 1 bundle into Su Xiaoya's arms. This 1,000's yours. You're the house's accountant. Brick, tile, paying the workers, all of it out of your hand. The other 1,000 I keep, for other uses. She held the heavy bundle like 1,000 gene weight on her shoulders, and yet it was sweet as honey inside. This was trust, his whole life laid in her hands. Ding. Su Xiaoya, great trust and belonging. Household standing confirmed. Points plus 100. Li Xiulian, future security felt. Loyalty locked. Points plus 50. Money is a man's nerve and a woman's face. With this, who in the village would dare look down on them again? All right, put it away, out of sight. I stood. Dazhuang's likely brought them in. I'll go talk to them. Xiaoha boiled over. The morning after I came back, a dozen tractors rumbled into the village heaped with red brick, cement, and timber, louder than New Year's firecrackers. The convoy stretched from the village mouth to the foot of the west slope. Merciful heaven, who's building a palace? Look at that brick, top-grade red flag kiln, the stuff they build the commune hall with. Cement, dozens of bags of it. The whole village ran out to gawk, and when they saw me up on the slope directing Li Dazhuang and a dozen masons unloading, they were struck dumb. Lin, how's it possible? A Kaoshi dweller. Where's the money from? Heard he dug a treasure in the mountains a couple days back. An old ginseng, they say, sold it for thousands. The rumor flew, and envy and awe and shock crossed on every face. At the crowd's edge, Lin Dashan squatted against a wall drawing on his pipe, his face black as a pot bottom. Zhang Cuihua stared at the brick, greed near dripping off her, and didn't dare move. Lin Er, his wrist still bandaged and the arrow's memory carved into him, turned weak in the legs at the sight of me. Pa, Ma, that's our family's money, he ground out. That one root. Give it me, and I'd have gotten 2002. Why does he swallow it all? Shut it, Lin Dashan muttered. Don't you see what he is now? A mad dog. You go ask him for it. Go on, I've not lived enough yet. Lin Er pulled his neck in and said no more. They could only watch. Watch the eldest son they'd thrown out like trash raise a tower and set out a feast before their eyes. Worse than being killed. Up on the slope, it was all fire and motion. I stood with the blueprint, laying it out for the head mason, old Zhang, the most famous bricklayer in the 10 villages, a lifetime of houses behind him, and his hands shaking a little at my drawing. Boss, this foundation, dug this deep? Crushed stone and cement laid under? That's sturdier than the county's air raid shelter. A fortune in materials. Buy the plan. Short of material, I buy more. My voice was firm. This house is for a lifetime. The foundation has to be sound. And the wall, solid gray brick, all of it, 3 meters, no cutting corners. Not just a home, a fortress. Money draws envious eyes. That wall was the first line. That broken cow sheet. How many times had I left it, and how much danger had it seen? Right you are, boss, you do it big. Old Zhang was a plain-spoken man. If the owner spent, he'd build a showpiece. Brothers, work, meet every meal, wages daily, put your backs into it. A cheer went up. In a hungry year, meet every meal and wages by the day was heaven. Li Dazhuang, stripped to the waist, ran 2 cement bags at a time like a tireless bull. I took a spade to the center of the marked foundation, drew a breath, set my feet, and drove it in. Up. The first blade of black earth flew. Ding. Host has broken ground. Main quest, family cornerstone, progress, 10%. Manor bonus active. During construction, all workers' efficiency plus 20%, building durability plus 30%. As the earth fell, the firecrackers went off in a long crackling roar that scattered the gloom over Xiahe and announced the first, most solid step of my rise in this age. Not far off, Su Xiaoye and Li Shuoyan watched the man commanding the dust and the crew, pride and softness in their eyes. But my own gaze had already gone past the foundation to something farther off. The house is one thing. You need an enterprise. 15 mu of waste wouldn't be broken by one ox. And the 20-year ginseng in the space, grown now, was about ready to earn its keep. Liao Wan, I said inside. The house would want a great deal of steel, roof beams, anti-theft grills, controlled goods, not to be had at any co-op. Time to spend that favor. The West Slope site ran hot. Old Zhang's masons were fine hands, but they'd never worked for an owner this open-handed. A great pot sat over hardwood in a lean-to, flames licking the base with a roar. Li Shuoyan, apron on, face lit red by the fire, sweat beading her brow, lifted the lid off a steamer wider than a millstone. A burst of white vapor, and on it the smell of pure meat and wheat. Food, Li Dazhuang bellowed. The men digging the foundation dropped their tools and closed in like starved wolves. In the steamer, ranks of fat white buns the size of a grown man's fist, thin-skinned, meat-heavy, the oil showing through, pure white flour, pure boron scallion, not a grain of coarse meal or cabbage stem in them. In a year when even cornmeal was rationed, this was fairy food you wouldn't dream of at New Year. Merciful heaven, real white flour meat buns, a young laborer swallowed, wiping his hands, not daring to reach. Eat. There's plenty. I came up with a basin of radish and bone soup, an inch of fat floating on it. You work for me. You don't go hungry. Anyone who doesn't eat his fill shames me. The boss is a righteous man. Old Zhang stuck up his thumb and bit into a bun, the scalding juice near making him swallow his tongue. Brothers, you've eaten the boss's meat. Put your backs into it. This foundation had better be sound. They wolfed it down, and their spirit went through the roof, not laboring so much as repaying a debt with their lives. Off behind the tree line, a few village idlers crouched, drinking in the smell on the wind, drooling. After lunch, I took Li Dazhuang to the 15 mu, all loose rock and weed, decent soil under it, but a great work to break. The revived yellow ox stood tethered at the field's edge, coat gone oil glossy, legs thick and strong, a bright light in its eye, no trace of the dying beast. Brother, this ox has power to spare. I near got yanked over pulling it, Li Dazhuang said, patting its rump fondly. I rubbed its horn and it nuzzled my palm. From now on we'll call you Dahuang. Winter, and most crops wouldn't take, but the slope was sheltered and south-facing, and with spirit water I could run an off-season test plot or start with cold hardy herbs. I needed seed. Quality seed and saplings in quantity. Ding. Host holds idle land and labor, and clan construction is underway. Side quest, Hope of Spring. Within 1 week, break at least 5 mu and sow a first crop. Reward, basic farming toolkit. Points plus 100, random crop seed pack. Break 5 mu with Dahuang and Li Dazhuang, a gift. Dazhuang, hitch the ox we plow? Clear the stone off that side for the wall, and turn the good earth up. All afternoon, 1 man and 1 ox worked the frozen field, Dahuang dragging the rusted old plow through the crust in deep furrows while I followed behind, quietly misting diluted spirit water into the turned earth. I was feeding the ground. Soil the spirit water had touched might grow things even in a northeast winter. At dusk, I came back to the cowshed to find Su Xiaoya under the lamp with a little ledger, brown knit, muttering. Book's not balancing. I washed and came over. She jumped, then relaxed and handed it up. The books are fine. It's just, we're spending so much. Brick and cement alone was 200 today, and wages and food. At this rate, 1,000 barely lasts a month. Raised poor, she wins to watch money run like water. And old Zhang says a sound house wants good beams. Better still, some rebar for the ring beams. Where do we get rebar? That's a state-controlled thing. I pinched her cheek. Enough. Don't frown. You'll line your face. I'm talking business. She slapped my hand, cross. What about the rebar? No rebar. The wall won't take a knock and the house won't sit steady. I've a way for the rebar. I sat, my eyes going deep. Remember the man I helped in the county? The big secretary? Her eyes lit. Liao won. That favor was banked for exactly this. Steel's controlled. The co-op won't have it, but he'll have quotas. And since we've opened the land, I'll ask him for good seed and saplings you can't buy on the market too. Her flutter of worry blew away. This man always had a way. So you're off to the county again? No rush, a letter will do. I took pen and paper and wrote by lamplight, and she watched from the side. The sure, unhurried hand, the ease and self-possession in every line. No country hand. A general laying out a campaign. Done. I folded it in. I'll post it tomorrow and pick up some things for the house. The cowshed's too cold. We've a month yet in it. Can't let anyone freeze. She warmed at that. Then she leaned close, cheeks pink, and murmured near my ear. Sister Xiuyan told me today, hers is over. I blinked, then took her meaning. I glanced at the faint light in the next room. So, I looped an arm round her waist, smiling. Then tonight, you want me here or over there? She buried her face in my chest, voice a thread. Sister's right here. Go looking on her, don't keep her waiting. Pushing her own man out the door and holding her chin up doing it. Chief wife largeness. As my lady says. I kissed her and went next door. The next room held one small Kong, barely room for two. Yaya slept, softly snoring. Li Xiuyan was up, in the washed pale pink shirt, stitching a pair of insoles by moonlight. 2 mandarin ducks worked in fine close stitches, for me. She startled at the door, and when she saw it was me her eyes lit like stars. Head of the house. She set the work down and shifted in, warming a space. Xiaoya, she sent me. The rest of that night is ours. The quiet came back after, and she lay against me, and I felt the years of loneliness eased out of her. Ding. Li Xiuyan deeply content. Reliance on the host deepened. Points plus 50. After she slept I couldn't. The danger sense hadn't sounded, but a hunter's unease sat on me. I rose, threw on a coat, and looked through the window crack. Black outside, wind howling, and toward the west slope site, a few furtive shadows moving where the materials were stacked. I watched one of them lift a can and start dousing the stacked timber, and even in the dark I knew the shape and the reek of cheap tobacco. Lai Tu-san. Out of jail already, Zhao Deju's hand in that, no doubt. Fire. A vicious stroke. Burn the timber, cost the money, wreck the schedule, maybe catch the dead grass, and take the whole slope. My eyes went cold. I took the spade from the corner and slipped out into the night, silent as a cat. He was fumbling a match to the kerosene-soaked wood when an iron hand closed on his wrist out of the dark. The match dropped and died in the snow. He whipped around into my eyes. Who? Not a friend. He never got to finish the crime, and I won't dwell on how I dealt with him. Only that no fire started and no body was left to answer for. Killing's easy. A corpse is trouble and a lawsuit. So I disabled him instead, took the joints out of him where the Grandmaster skill's knowledge of the body told me to, and dropped him into one of the beast pits dug against wolves, with a little food left in it out of what he'd call mercy. Whether he climbed out, whether anyone found him, was between him and his luck. In a 30-below night, even living, those limbs were finished. That was the price of coming with a can of kerosene. I checked the site clear and went home, thinking the walls needed to go up faster, and that Li Dazhuang alone couldn't watch the ground. My mind went to De Huang and to the beast-taming skill in my kit. Maybe the house wanted a guardian. Lai Taozen's vanishing didn't raise a ripple in Xia. A layabout gone missing for a stretch surprised no one. They figured he was off carousing somewhere. Only Zhao Deju's eyelid jumped these days, and he took to crossing the road when he saw me. I'd no time for such jumping clowns. Early on, I biked into the wind to the town post office. The letter was to Liao Wen. Thanks for the last help, and 2 requests. Building materials, rebar, glass, for greenhouses and walls, under the herb cultivation pilot banner, with a note if he could manage it. And answering the diversified management call, good fruit saplings and herb seeds not to be had on the market, through the agri-station or any channel. The more the better, money no object. Posting done, I stopped at the co-op's farm supply counter. Comrade, that sack of cabbage seed and the radish, wrap them. All of it. What are you planting in dead winter? The clerk gawked. Feed for chickens. I lied, and off the black market besides I bought corn and soybean seed. No prize stock, but enough for the system's quest. Back on the slope, Li Dazhuang was harrowing the 15 mu with De Huang. The frozen crust broken to show dark earth beneath. Under the spirit waters rounds the barren rock slope was quietly changing. Dazhuang rest. We sow today. Brother, the ground's not thawed. Will it live? I've a measure. I took a mister of diluted high-grade spirit water from the space. You dig, I seed. Man, and ox worked the cold field. Every fistful of seed I laid down, I missed it after. And a strange thing, the shriveled seed, meeting the mist, seemed to plump a little and breathe out the faintest life. Spirit water didn't only quicken, it gave the crop a fierce cold hardiness. By sundown 5 mu were sown. Ding. 5 mu broken and sown. Side quest, hope of spring complete. Reward, basic farming toolkit. Points plus 100, random crop seed pack. I checked the pack. High-yield, cold-resistant winter wheat seed, 50 gene, system optimized, cold, and drought-hardy, triple ordinary yield, growth cycle shortened 30%. Fine stuff. With that, even a northeast winter under a simple greenhouse could put fresh white flour on the table. Dazhuang, knock off. Meet at my place tonight. Over ribs and steamed buns, watching Yaya gnaw a bone and eyeing the cow sheet. Door and window now, but still frail. I frowned. Lai Tu-san had reminded me. He was handled, but there'd be a next one. A house full of women and a child, and Li Dazhuang home nights with his mother. De Huang was strong, but neither quick nor watchful. We need a guard on the place. I set down my chopsticks. Tomorrow I'll go up the mountain again. Again? Su Xiaoya tensed. Not deep, just the edges. I want a dog, or some other clever beast, to watch the house. A dog's good. Li Xiuyan brightened. Yaya loves puppies. We'll see what turns up. But it wasn't a dog I had in mind. Common curs were too weak, wolfhounds too hard to break, and it would waste the beast-taming skill. I remembered a hunter's tale from the life before. Past the west slope, Tenad Li Yin, Near Monkey Rock Mountain lived a troop of macaques gone near sentient, and among them a gold-furred monkey king, clever as a man, that had once led a lost herb-gatherer home. Nimble, tree climbing, a natural sentry, with beast taming, a guardian worth 10 dogs. Next day, bow on my back and cleaver at my waist. I went in alone, target clear. Monkey Rock Mountain, not deep hills, but broken, crag-strewn ground named for a great monkey-shaped stone. I moved through the winter-still forest with danger sense open, and found the sign, small plum blossom prints in the snow, scattered, and gnawed fruit cores. A troop. I followed. Half an hour on came a shrill, desperate screeching, sharp, piteous, full of despair. I crested a ridge into a shaded pine stand, and the sight caught me. A rusted iron cage, some abandoned trapper's rig, held a small shape, a monkey, not a common macaque, thin, but its fur shimmered a faint gold in the snow glare. A hind leg was clamped in a trap, the wound bad, and it slammed itself against the cage, each struggle worse than the last. Outside, several big gray monkeys circled, baring teeth, frantic to help and helpless. A golden macaque, a mutant, and gold fur was the mark of a monkey king. I didn't rush in. The big ones looked no easy thing. I reached for the repellent, then put it back. I'd come to win it, not to kill. Use the powder and I'd make an enemy. Instead, I took a bamboo tube of the purest spirit water and opened it, and a clean, sweet scent drifted through the cold. The screeching troop went still, noses working. Animals are keenest of all to spirit air, and the killing light in their eyes turned to want. I walked in slow, letting the beast taming's affinity carry my goodwill ahead of me, and the big monkeys, still wary, drew back and opened a path. At the cage, the golden monkey had no fight left. It looked at me with big, uncannily knowing eyes, not a beast's ferocity but a child's plea, and a strange intelligence, as if it knew this two-legged thing was its one chance. I crouched, offered the tube. It took it in trembling paws and drank, and light came back into its eyes. Hold still, I'll get you out. I gripped the rusted trap and forced it open, the perfect body strength bending steel that could snap a wolf's leg like dough, and lifted the monkey free, dusted the special wound medicine into the wound, and rinsed it with spirit water. The bleeding stopped, the wound scabbed as I watched. And the monkey did a startling thing. Instead of fleeing, it threw both arms around my neck and buried its furry head against me, cooing. The big monkeys stopped baring teeth and knuckled the ground toward me, like bowing thanks. Ding! Rare spirit beast, mutant golden macaque, rescued and won over. Beast taming greatly improved. Points plus 100. Traits: very high intelligence. Loyalty 80 out of 100. Can command a monkey troop. A little king in the making. I stroked it, and it leaned into me. From now on, your name's Wukong. Corny for the gold coat and the cleverness, but it fit. It seemed to like the name, nuzzling in. I scattered a handful of town-bought fruit candy to the troop, tucked Wukong into my coat with only its small head out, and went down the mountain. Home by dark. I'd barely opened the door when Wukong poked its head out to inspect the new place. AI, what's that? A monkey. Li Xiuyan, sweeping, cried out in delight. Yaya bolted off the Kong without her shoes. A monkey. A gold monkey. Uncle, is its son Wukong? It is. Its name's Wukong. I set it on the Kong, and the little thing, not shy at all, turned a nimble somersault despite the bad leg and bowed to the two women till they laughed out loud. Wukong seemed to know who ran the house. It shinnied up and hugged Su Xiaoya's finger, all sweetness. Land sown, house rising, and now a watchman. Only Liao Wen's reply left to wait on. Once the steel came, the manor would go up, and I'd be the true master of Xia. The site changed by the day. The men, well fed, worked flat out. The foundation was dug and packed with crushed stone and cement into a hard skeleton, taking shape from a distance. And a new gold streak moved through it. Wukong, in a little red vest Su Xiaoya had stitched, its leg not fully healed but unable to sit still, carrying a gourd dipper the way it had watched Li Dazhuang do, bringing water to the workers, chattering, eager. Huh. Thanks, brother monkey. A sweating laborer laughed, taking the water. The boss's monkey's a wonder, more sense than me. Wukong bared its teeth proudly, flipped, and ran off to play with Yaya, who was building a castle by the sand heap, passing her small stones. I stood up on the rise with the blueprint, working out the drains with old Jean. Boss, these pipes want laying now, or you're digging it up later, but ceramic pipes hard to get. Brick culverts under stone slabs, sealed tight, I said, and a quest chimed. Ding. Potential threat to your territory detected. Side quest, Guardian of the Land. Using your defenses, spirit pets included, repel the night intruders without involving the authorities. Reward, points plus 100, basic trap mastery skill book. Again, Lai Tucson barely dealt with. Red brick and cement drew eyes, someone always wanting easy money, or just to wreck. I glanced at Wukong swinging from a branch and smiled cold. Kept a soldier 1,000 days. Tonight, Wukong, it's on you. Night, the wind up again. The men gone. The slope dead quiet. Only the half-built wall throwing broken shadows in the moonlight. A few furtive shapes came bent back up the unfinished track. Second brother, we're really stealing cement? This is Lin Yi's ground. Scared of what? He's home tonight. No time for this. The leader was a slab-faced bruiser, Zhao Hu, Zhao Deju's own nephew and a known village thug. The accountant hadn't the nerve to come himself, so he'd egged his nephew to carry off a little. A bag of cement fetched a few yuan on the black market. A haul like this was a city worker's month's wage. Move. 2 bags each. Grab and run. Zhao Hu waved his 3 underlings at the oilcloth-covered pile. What they never saw. Overhead in the branches, a pair of gold eyes watching cold, and behind them in the dark a dozen more points of green. The troop Wukong had called. The instant Zhao Hu's hand touched the oilcloth, a piercing shriek split the night. What was? Before he could look up, a hail came down out of the trees. Frozen pears, pine cones, stones, frozen clods. Hard and horribly accurate, aimed at heads and joints. My head. Who's hitting me? Ghosts, it's ghosts. The 3 underlings scattered, howling. Wukong dropped like gold lightning straight onto Zhao Hu's shoulders, clawing at his face. And Zhao Hu flailed, slipped, and cracked headfirst into the not-yet-dry cement wall and went down seeing stars. Wukong sprang to the wall top with half a brick raised, teeth bared. Move again, and I finish it. While a dozen big monkeys leapt from the trees, armed, and ringed the thieves in. "Mon, monkeys," an underling quavered, wetting himself. They've gone spirit. Then flashlight beams and running feet. I came up with Li Dazhuang. Zhao Hu scrambled off the ground and ran. Fall back. Go. And the lot of them fled into the dark, dropping their loot. I didn't chase. I looked at the blood spots on the snow, then at Wukong perched on the wall puffing its little chest out for praise, and laughed. Well done. I gave it a handful of white rabbit candy. It hooped, shared it round the troop, then sprang to my shoulder and nuzzled my cheek. Ding. Side quest, Guardian of the Land, complete. Reward, points plus 100, basic trap mastery skill book. Dazhuang. Looks like we don't need a dog. I rubbed Wukong's head, looking after the fled thieves. These monkeys beat any hound. By next morning, Xiaohe was in an uproar again. Zhao Hu and the idlers turned up scratched and bruised, claiming they'd fallen in a ditch on a night walk. But anyone could see those were claw marks. And paired with the eerie noises off the west slope, a new story spread. Lin Yi was a mountain god reborn, with a divine beast guarding his house. And whoever stole from him met disaster. And with that, the small-time vermin who'd been circling gave it up for good. Money mattered, but you needed a life to spend it. By next morning, Xiaohe was in an uproar again. Zhao Daju's nephew Zhao Hu and the idlers turned up bruised and clawed, claiming they'd fallen in a ditch on a night walk. But the marks told another story, and paired with the eerie noises off the west slope, a new tale spread. Lin Yi was a mountain god reborn, with a divine beast guarding his house, and whoever stole from him met disaster. The petty vermin who'd been circling gave it up for good. From then on, the west slope was forbidden ground. At noon, a low engine roar broke the quiet. Not a tractor's put-put, but the bellow of big trucks. 3 Army Green Liberation trucks rolled up in a cloud of dust and stopped at the foot of the slope. A young man in a 4-pocket cadre coat swung down. "Excuse me, is Comrade Lenny here?" I came down at the sound. "That's me, Comrade Lin. Little Zhang, from the County Revolutionary Committee. Secretary Liao sent me with your materials." He pressed a manifest into my hand. Special handling, the secretary said. The rebar and glass you wanted, and a load of cement, all on the trucks. And these 50 top-grade apple saplings and grape vines the agri-station released. The secretary saw to that himself. I ran my eye down it. 2 tons of rebar, 50 crates of plate glass, a whole truck of grated cement. None of it to be had at any co-op. Hot goods money couldn't buy. With that steel, my manor wouldn't be a mud house, but a true reinforced concrete fortress. Once it stood, I could finally stop worrying. As the old saying goes, it's not the thief coming that frightens you. It's the thief remembering you. Thanks Secretary Liao for me. I set Li Dazhuang and the men to unloading, and when the cold gleaming steel came off, the gawking villagers went stiff. They'd never seen the like. Merciful heaven, that's rebar? The stuff they build towers with. County trucks, delivering to him. This Lin Yi's someone. Best not to cross him. My standing rose another notch. Before it had been money, now it was power. Money and power both. A local emperor, above even the village head. Trucks away, the blueprint could open all the way. Dazhuang, tell the brothers to dig in. With this steel we pour a cast roof, and rebar in the walls too. Right, Brother Lin. Sturdier than a bunker. Then I went to the saplings, 50 apple trees, dozens of grapevines. Money trees to come. But my mind ran past selling fruit. Fruit spoils and travels badly. But wine? I remembered a wild fruit liquor of the Changbai, ruined by crude, old methods. With spirit water and a special recipe out of the herb identification, winemaking. A road to real profit, and liquor keeps, mellows, ages. The perfect trade for a mountain hollow. Ding. New commercial idea detected. Side quest, mountain nectar. Within the hills, find and gather at least 3 wild fruits fit for wine, mountain grape, magnolia vine, etc. Reward, points plus 100, basic distilling equipment blueprints. The system always kept up with my thinking. But that means another trip up the mountain. I looked toward the deep range, where the wine fruit grew, and where that unfinished business, the tiger, still waited. With the steel now, I could try building the bow. In the life before I'd seen a compound hunting bow with high-tension steel limbs, brutal power. Materials in hand at last. I only wanted a good string, and the best string is tiger sinew. But no tiger sinew without killing the tiger, and no killing the tiger without the bow, a dead loop. No, there's another. My eye fell onto Huang grazing. Ox sinew. Aged, specially cured. Not tiger's equal, but tough enough. Time to lay in some sinew. Su Xiaoya was washing clothes in the yard. She wiped her hands and came. That truck, from the county? Liao Wen's doing. The materials are all here. The manor goes up soon. And tonight, I've something to show you. She flushed, thinking I meant some night mischief, but I drew from the space a thick book, a high school math text I'd salvaged from the county scrap buying station. This is, she stared. For you. I put it in her hands, grave. Xiaoya, don't let your books go. I've a feeling the world's about to change, and when it does, knowledge is the key that turns fate. She held the worn book, looked into my eyes, and something struck her hard. A fierce nod, tears turning in her eyes, and a smile brighter than a flower. Ding. Su Xiaoya feels the host's deep care and foresight. Admiration up, points plus 50. The next day, the walls already rising. The 3-meter gray brick wall a mile past a man's height in places. I left the site to old Zhang and went with Wukong for the wine fruit. Not deep this time, but along the range's edge toward the broadleaf woods on the neighboring village's line, sheltered and sunny, where wild fruit runs thick. The herb site open, I found them. Under a sunlit crag, dead vines hung with clusters of deep purple berries frozen hard but jewel clear, wild mountain grape, and a fine strain at that. Wukong helped, snatching the high clusters no man could reach, and the basket filled. Nearby I turned up magnolia vine and a red wild kiwi the locals call soft jujube. 3 fruits, done. I was about to head back when Wukong stopped chewing, ears up, and chittered urgently toward a ridge. That ground ran close to the neighboring Kaoshantan. On the wind came a man's drunken bellowing, cursing, and under it the frightened crying of children. You cost me. Nothing but a burden, the pair of you. No firewood, no supper. I'll sell you off for drink money. My eyes went cold. Plenty of men beat their families in these years. But this was a drunk raging at children and talking of selling them. I went to look. Over a bank, in a gully below, a red-faced man reeking of liquor stood over two ragged, terrified teenage girls huddled together in the snow, one shielding the other, who looked sick, sisters, near-grown, but children still. And he was threatening to hand them that night to some predatory older man in the next village for 100 yuan of bride price. I didn't watch it play out. A thrown stone cracked the belt out of his hand before it could fall, and I stepped down off the bank, Wukong bared-teethed on my shoulder. He spun, blustering, "My family's business. I'm their father," until he saw the cleaver and the strange gold monkey and half-sobered. I paid him no mind, put two warm white flower buns into the older girl's hands, and fixed him with a look. "This mountain's the beast's ground and mine. Let me catch you beating anyone up here again, or selling a child, and I'll throw you in a wolf den to sober up." An arrow into the snow at his feet finished it. He fled without his belt. To the two frightened girls I said only that I was Lin Yi, from the west slope of Xiahe, and that if it ever came to it and they'd nowhere to turn, they could come there. Then I shouldered the basket and left. Children in a bad house. Nothing more I could do but that, and I put it out of my mind. Home. I said nothing of it to anyone. I had a bow to build. Ding. 3 wine fruits gathered. Side quest, mountain nectar complete. Reward, points plus 100, basic distilling equipment blueprints. I set Li Xiulian and Su Xiaoya to washing and drying the fruit, cull the bad, keep the good, dry them well, and slipped a few drops of spirit water into the wash basin when no one looked. My secret ingredient, good for everything. Then I ducked into the work shed where the steel lay. Besides the rebar, I dug out of the scrap a few high-tension leaf spring plates, truck springs, superb elastic steel, the thing I'd truly wanted. Dazhuang, work the bellows. The forge went red, stripped to the waist. I heated a plate, laid it on the anvil, and swung the hammer, the ring of it carrying across the slope. I forged the spring steel into 2 flat limbs, a hard birch grip between, and simple fixed pulleys at the tips. No fine cams like the later kind, but even fixed wheels saved draw force and lifted the arrow's speed. By sundown, a strange, black, cold gleaming steel bow sat in my hand. Rough, but 150-pound pull, past any ordinary man, and just right for me. For a string, I took an aged oxback sinew from the space. Bought deer at the slaughterhouse, spirit water-soaked and specially cured, astonishingly tough. Twisted it to cord and strung the limbs. A flick of a finger and it thrummed a deep, muffled note like far thunder. A good bow. With it and the 3-edged armor-piercing arrows I'd ground from rebar, even a tiger's skull would open. That night, I brought the bow in. Su Xiaoya sat over the math book, brow knit at something. She glanced at the fierce black bow and went a little pale. For hunting, I hung it and stepped behind her, looking at the page. "This one's not hard," said X as a couple of words of guidance. She turned, startled. "You know this?" "Learned a bit off an old sent-down youth." I brushed it aside. "Don't ruin your eyes, sleep." She flushed and blew out the lamp, and we lay together in the dark. But I didn't sleep. Behind my eyes the danger sense twitched. Not for here. Something far off, from the deep hills. Faint on the wind and snow, I seemed to hear a tiger's roar, thick with rage and hunger, rolling across the whole range. The beast couldn't hold back. It was hunting me, or hunting the root I'd stolen. "Come, then," I said in the dark, fist closing. Bow in hand, arrow on the string. Who's hunter and who's prey is still an open question. Days on, the manor's main walls topped out, old Zhang's men raising the beams, red pine logs thick as water barrels, sweet with resin, Da Huang hauling on the ropes. I stood off with the blueprint, talking window styles with Su Xiaoya, big panes for light, double glass for warmth. A smoke flue for a heated wall against the winter, when a shriek tore in from the village mouth. "Help! A tiger's eating people." A man came staggering up, drenched in blood and pitched face first into the snow, a long red smear behind him. "That's Suzi, the hunter from the next village." I shoved the blueprint at Su Xiaoya and ran. His left thigh was torn open to the bone, the wound a ragged bite. I dusted it with the blood-staunching powder. Tiger," he gasped, eyes glassy. "The big one. It's come down. Crow's mouth pass. Still there, feeding." And he fainted from the pain. The crowd went up like a kicked pot. Crow's mouth was 3 li off. Panic spread like plague. Ding. Extremely dangerous creature near your territory. Severe threat to the clan. Emergency side quest. Tiger Scourge. The Lord of Beasts has come down for revenge and drawn blood. Unremoved, it will treat this place as its larder. Within 3 days, kill or drive off the tiger. Failure. Random clan casualties possible. At the last line my eyes went to iron. This beast wouldn't be left alive. Dazhuang, get Ert Suzy to the clinic. Tell the village head to warn everyone off the mountain and pin the animals. And you? Su Xiaya caught my sleeve, white-faced. I'll go look. It dared come down, it won't go back up. I fetched the new steel bow and 3 armor-piercing arrows and the spade. Wukong sprang to my shoulder, gold fur bristling, glaring toward the pass. Coming? Then mind me, don't run wild. 1 man, 1 monkey, off toward the blood smell under the whole village's frightened eyes. Crow's mouth was a churned red ruin, frozen blood black-purple, scraps of meat, a gnawed dog bone. I read the tracks, plum blossom prints big as wash basins, sunk deep. 600 jin, easily. And they didn't run back into the deep hills. They ran along the foot of the range, toward Kaoshan Tun. My gut dropped. Kaoshan Tun was lower, its houses scattered, and it was where those 2 children lived. The beast had the taste of blood now and was going for a buffet. Wukong, keep up. I dropped all cover and ran flat out, an arrow off the string, the danger sense wide open, the red death point in my mind sliding fast. At the tail of Kaoshan Tun, before a broken thatch house, the drunk father, Tian Laochi, came weaving home with his bottle, cursing his daughters under his breath. He pushed the fence gate, looked up muzzily, and the bottle shattered on the ground. Not 5 meters off, a vast striped tiger lay draped over his low pigsty wall, a still twitching piglet in its jaws, gold slit eyes on him. In the sty the sow screamed. Inside the house came the terrified cries of the 2 girls. Tian Laochi's legs went, and he sat down hard in the snow. The tiger dropped the piglet, more interested in the 2-legged thing, licked the blood off its muzzle, and coiled to spring, a roar splitting the little village's quiet. Tian Laochi scrabbled backward toward the house on all 4s. Girls, shut the door. The tiger. And in his terror, even he thought of the daughters he used to use as a whipping post. Inside, the 2 sisters cowered, and yet the older one set her teeth and darted to the door to drag the drunk in. As she cracked it open, the tiger moved, 600 jin over the fence like a black wind, contemptuous of the flimsy door, and half the thatch wall came down in a crash. Tian Laochi bowled into the room. The great head shoved through, cold eyes sweeping the 3 inside. It had eaten a dog and taken a pig. Its blood was up. It bent for the nearest throat, Tian Laochi's. From. A muffled thunder note tore across hundreds of meters of wind and snow, and behind it a shriek of air. A black 3-edged armor-piercing arrow came through the broken wall like a dark meteor and buried itself half its length in the tiger's left shoulder. The beast screamed and slewed sideways, its bite going wide, snapping a table leg instead of a neck, and wheeled its bloodshot eyes to the door. 100 meters off under a great tree I stood, the steel bough still up, the string still humming, and let it see me. Beast, your quarrels with me. It knew me at once. The human who'd stolen its treasure, an old grudge and new pain drove it mad. It abandoned the house and came for me in a death charge, 600 jin shaking the ground, 100 meters nothing to it. Good. I didn't back up. Second arrow knocked, drawn, closer now, the threat greater, the danger sense screaming its every next step. 50 meters. I held my breath, locked on the great head, loosed, dead for the brow. But the beast had learned. Mid-stride it wrenched its head aside, and the arrow shaved past, took an ear and plowed a bloody furrow along its skull without cracking the bone. 20 meters, too close for the bow. I dropped it, spade in one hand, cleaver in the other. Wukong. Up the tree, and the monkey shot up with the paper packets of quicklime I'd given it. The tiger leapt, its shadow blotting the light, forepaws like hooks for my chest, jaws for my throat. I didn't dodge. I threw the spade's edge up into its good foreleg with everything I had, steel meeting claw with a ringing crack, the shock splitting my grip open, and 2 of its claws came away. It screamed and lost its balance. And from the tree, Wukong's packet burst white across its face. Quicklime, blinding, burning, and it flung its head in agony. I threw the spade, took the cleaver in both hands, and drove in under the soft of its jaw. That's where I'll leave it. Its great body convulsed, claws raking lines down my back, and I held the hilt and did not let go until the mountain of it went still beneath me. The wind dropped. I shoved the carcass off and stood, blood-soaked, heaving. In the wrecked house, the two girls clung together, safe, staring, unharmed, both of them. The beast had taken nothing but a piglet. That was all I needed to see. But out of the ruin, Tian Laochi came crawling, not toward his children, toward the tiger, toward the great oil-sleek hide. Greed swallowed his terror whole. Mine. It died in my yard. Heavens paid me back. No one takes it. Mine. And he lunged for the tail like a mad dog. I lifted my head, wiped the blood from my face, and let a cold smile come. Ding. Emergency quest, Tiger Scourge, complete. Solo kill, reward critical. Special trophy note. Something exceedingly rare seems to be forming inside this tiger. I gripped the still dripping cleaver, looked at the oblivious drunk clawing at the hide, and at the blinking question mark on the panel. Seems today, I don't only kill a tiger. I teach a man, too. Get out. I let out a furious roar and lashed out with a brutal kick, catching old man Tian number 7 square in the shoulder. Bam! The old bastard flew through the air like a busted sack of grain, slamming hard into his own fence before tumbling down into the snow. He lay there grimacing in pain, teeth bared, unable to drag himself up for a long while. I stepped over the tiger carcass, still steaming in the cold, the pig slaughtering knife in my hand still dripping blood, sending up little wisps of white steam into the freezing air. I glared down at him, my eyes colder than the blade itself. This tiger, you kill it? Or are you looking to join it in the grave? Tian 7 clutched his shoulder, staring at the killing air radiating off me, and the booze drained right out of his system. But that greed buried deep in the old bastard's bones still hadn't gone anywhere. This thing died in my yard, he bellowed, craning his neck defiantly, all bluster and no backbone. It smashed my house, ate my pig, it's owed to me. You're from another village, so who the hell are you to take it? Dad, have you no shame at all? From the wreckage, that girl named Tian Shaoi finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She helped her little sister to her feet, her dirty little face streaked with tears, yet burning with a kind of reckless resolve. If it weren't for Big Brother Lin just now, we'd already have been the tiger's dinner. Instead of thinking about paying him back, you want to rob the man who saved us. You're not even human. You little wretch. Whose side are you on? Tian 7 scrambled up, ready to swing at her. I raised you all these years, and this is how you repay me, turning against your own family? You worthless money pit. I should have let that tiger eat both of you just now. Tian Shaoi's body shuddered, but she planted herself firmly in front of her sister, not backing away a single step. I recognized that look in her eyes. It was the hollow, hopeless emptiness of someone who had completely given up on ever finding love in their own family. Honestly, watching these two sisters, something in my chest gave a sharp tug. I was moved. Enough. I raised a hand and cut the whole farce short. I walked up to Tian 7, reached into my coat, and pulled out a thick stack of 10 yuan bills. Right in front of his face, I counted out 10 of them, a full 100 yuan, and waved them under his nose. Tian 7's eyeballs went dead straight in an instant, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. It was the rawest, most naked kind of hunger a man could feel for money. Want the cash? I sneered. Yes. Yes. He reached out to grab for it. I pulled my hand back. Forget about the tiger. That's my trophy. I pointed at the two sisters. This 100 yuan buys me 2 things. Name it. Anything I've got. His eyes were completely fixed on the money now. First, the damage to your house. 100 yuan is more than enough to build you 3 big tile-roofed rooms, and whatever's left over is your compensation for the fright. I paused, my gaze landing on Tian Shaoi and Tian Xiaofeng. Second, these 2 girls, I'm taking them with me. My distillery is short 2 women to wash bottles. This money buys out their wages for the next few years, and it buys out any father-daughter bond between you. I lowered my voice and drove each word down like a hammer. Take the money and sign a contract. From this day on, Whether they live or die has nothing to do with you. Tion 7, ever again. And if you dare come harass them, I'll show you that this knife doesn't just kill tigers. It kills people too. The little abacus in Tion 7's head clicked and clacked away. Even the small dowry that lame Lou had offered still required him to throw a wedding feast, whereas I was handing over straight cash, no meals to provide, either. On top of that, given the state I was in, if he refused, not only would he lose this money, he'd also earn himself a beating. Deal. Deal. Take them. Take them all. He snatched the money away, licking his fingertip and counting it out, his wrinkled face splitting into a grin. He didn't so much as glance at his two daughters. These two money pits should have cleared out ages ago. Boss Lin, you're a saint. Hurry up and take them off my hands. Tian Xiaoyi and Tian Xiaofeng stared blankly at the scene. They'd long given up any hope in this father of theirs, but actually being sold off like merchandise, that feeling still cut into their hearts like a knife. I walked over, softening my tone a little. What's wrong? Don't want to come? Stick with me, and you'll have food to eat, new clothes to wear, and nobody will beat you. But you'll have to work. We're willing. Tian Xiaoyi pulled her sister down and dropped to her knees. Thud. In the snow, kowtowing to me hard. Big brother Lin. No, master. We'll work like oxen and horses to repay you. I pulled them back to their feet. Get up. I don't go in for that stuff. Go pack up. If there's nothing valuable, don't bother bringing it. I've got everything you need over at my place. Half an hour later, a strange procession appeared at the entrance to Xia village. I walked out in front, dragging by the tail a 600-pound northeastern tiger, hauling it through the snow like a dead dog. Behind me followed two frail girls in tattered padded jackets, leaning on each other for support. And at the very back was Wukong, perched on a treetop, standing lookout. The villagers clearing snow at the village entrance rubbed their eyes, thinking they must be seeing things. A tiger. That's a tiger. One shriek, and the whole of Xia village exploded. People came pouring out of their houses, and even the workers laboring on the west slope dropped their tools and crowded around. The moment they got a clear look at that colossal beast, everyone sucked in a sharp breath and backed away, one after another. That was a tiger, after all. That giant head alone, with its eyes still frozen open in death, was enough to fuel a man's nightmares for half a lifetime. The old village chief pushed his way trembling through the crowd, staring at the blood and gore all over me, his voice quivering. Lin, Linny, did you do this? Yeah, over by Kaoshan Hamlet. Killed it on my way through. I said it as lightly as if I'd stepped on an ant. The old chief swallowed hard. Before, the villagers had feared me because I was reckless and quick to pull a blade. But now, what filled their eyes was awe. A man who could take down even the mountain god single-handedly. Was that someone an ordinary mortal could afford to cross? Someone shouted out, "He's the mountain god reborn." In the crowd, Lin Dashin and his wife, who'd originally been waiting around to watch me fall flat on my face, now cowered in a corner, their faces white as paper. I waved a hand. All of you, break it up. There's too much blood in the air. Don't let it spook the children. The crowd immediately parted, opening a wide path. Dragging the tiger and leading the two sisters, I headed straight up the west slope. Su Xiaoya and Li Shulian had already come out to meet me. Seeing me covered head to toe in blood, they went pale with fright, only breathing easy once they confirmed it was tiger's blood. But when they caught sight of the timid pair of twins behind me, their expressions turned a little odd. Easy, who are these two young sisters? Li Shulian probed cautiously. Picked them up on the road. I gave a simple explanation. From now on, they're part of our family, the distillery's first batch of employees. Shulian, take them to wash up and get them into some clean clothes. Xiaoya, rustle up something to eat. Su Xiaoya glanced at the two girls, probably feeling a twinge of jealousy, but seeing how pitiful they looked, her maternal instincts kicked right in. Aya, what poor, hard-luck children. Come on, inside with you. From now on, this is your home too. Once I'd gotten them settled, I didn't rest. I had Li Dazhuang drag the tiger carcass to the open ground in the back courtyard. Dazhuang, boil some water. I'm going to skin it. You got it, bro. Li Dazhuang rubbed his hands together in excitement. Skinning a tiger was enough of a story to brag about for the rest of his life. I crouched down beside the carcass. The Grandmaster level hunting techniques in my head made me intimately familiar with this beast's anatomy. I sliced open from the lower jaw, then drew the blade smoothly down along the white line of the belly all the way to the base of the tail, flowing like water without a single snag. I slowly peeled off the entire pelt in one piece. A few holes here, and there were no big deal. Find a good tanner to patch it up, and it'd be a priceless treasure. Then I took the bones, the meat, and the tiger's pizzle. Tiger bone was good stuff. Paired with the tiger bone liquor recipe the system had given me, it made a miracle tonic for strengthening the body and prolonging life. But just as I cut open the stomach and prepared to clean out the innards, clank, the tip of my knife struck something rock hard. I frowned. This tiger swallowed a stone. I reached inside and felt around, touching something round, warm, and hard, its surface rather coarse. I fished it out and rinsed it clean in the melting snow. It was a grayish-brown sphere about the size of a fist, looking like a gallstone. Yet in the fading glow of the sunset, it faintly gave off a golden shimmer. At that very moment, Wukong, who'd been crouched off to the side watching the whole time, suddenly let out a screech and shot far away, every hair on his body bristling. He stared at that sphere with a mix of fear and craving. Ding! A sound rang out in my head. Congratulations, host, on discovering a rare and precious treasure, the Tiger Amber Golden Pill. This northeastern tiger once devoured a natural spirit treasure, which incubated within its body over many years to form this essence. It cannot be consumed directly. It must be soaked in spirit spring water and strong liquor for 49 days to produce Tiger Amber Divine Wine. Once drunk, it can strengthen the body's bones and meridians, and may even have a chance to awaken sentience in a creature, triggering an atavistic mutation. My hand jerked, and I nearly lost my grip on the stone. Awaken sentience? Atavistic mutation? If I gave it to Wukong, or better yet, to my family? I stared at that faint ring of golden light, unable to suppress the heat rising in my eyes. Dazhuang. I shot to my feet, tucking the golden pill into my coat. Forget the water. Go bring those 2 jars of wild grape wine I just brewed. Li Dazhuang slammed the thick wooden door shut with a bang and drove the bolt home tight. The room went dark all at once, leaving only the firelight from the stove, casting a glow over our few faces, tense and excited all at once. Wukong crouched on the woodpile, his 2 front paws scratching restlessly, growling low in his throat, drool practically dripping down. Bro, what the heck is this thing? Why is it glowing? It's worth more than a night-luminescent pearl. I didn't explain further. With something this far beyond the bounds of common sense, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Just then, that settlement notification I'd ignored earlier flashed through my mind again. I silently commanded it to settle. Quest, Tiger Menace Settlement. Critical hit triggered. Host single-handedly slew a mutated creature far above his level, with no major casualties. Rating, perfect. The original bronze treasure chest has been upgraded to a silver treasure chest. Open immediately. So this critical hit wasn't just the golden pill. Even the treasure chest had been upgraded. Open it. A burst of silver light exploded in my consciousness. Skill book acquired. Basic creature enhancement. Uses a special medicinal solution to optimize a creature's genes. Combined with beast taming techniques, it can drastically boost a pet's abilities and induce atavistic evolution. My gaze snapped to Wukong, then back to the golden pill in my coat. Wasn't this a perfect match? The golden pill was the raw material, and the enhancement technique was the instruction manual. With these 2 things, I could build myself a whole army of divine beasts to guard the homestead. Dazhuang, bring the biggest wine jar, the cleanest one. Li Dazhuang deftly hauled over a big black clay jar capable of holding 50 caddies. I poured in the wild grape wine, brewed but not yet sealed, the deep purple-red liquid giving off a rich fragrance. This stuff had been fermented with spirit spring water. It was already extraordinary. Then, carefully, I placed that golden pill at the bottom of the jar. SSSSS. The moment the golden pill hit the wine, it let out a soft hiss, like a hot iron being quenched. Then, threads of gold rose through the purple-red liquid, swimming through the wine like living things before slowly dissolving away. An aroma so overwhelmingly domineering it defied description burst from the mouth of the jar, filling the entire room. It was the scent of raw life essence. Li Dazhuang caught just one whiff, and his face flushed red down to his neck, his whole body burning up. Mother of mine, this wine's got a real kick. I didn't dare breathe too much of it in myself. I quickly took out the full set of tiger bones I'd stripped clean, picked out the choicest spine and leg bones, cracked them and tossed them in, then poured in a whole pot of high-concentration Spirit Spring Mother Essence. Seal the jar. I sealed the mouth of the jar tight with oil paper and yellow clay, cutting off that intoxicating aroma. Wukong scratched his head and ears in agitation, circling the jar, but he didn't dare act up and could only look at me with a pitiful, wronged expression. Don't be impatient. 7 days, and it'll be ready. I patted him on the head. The Spirit Spring water speeds up how fast the medicine fuses. When the time comes, there'll be a cup for you. No worries. Only after finishing all that did I feel the strength drain out of me, and the wounds on my back began to burn and sting. Dazhuang, this jar stays in this room. You sleep in here tonight and guard it. Nobody's allowed to look at it, not even your mother. Don't you worry, bro. Even if my eyelids can't hold up, I'll never sleep so deep I miss something. Back in the main house, the two women had already gotten the twins washed up. For women all turned to look at once, and the moment those two sisters, now in clean clothes, saw me, they were about to drop to their knees again. Enough. No more kneeling from now on. I waved a hand and sat down wearily on the edge of the calm. Only now did I get a good look at the two girls. Washed clean of the grime and dressed in floral padded jackets that Li Shulian had taken in to fit them, they looked like completely different people. Though long malnourishment had left them thin and pale, their delicate features could no longer be hidden. Oval faces, willow leaf brows, and especially those two pairs of identical almond eyes, clear and bright, with a timid, watery glimmer, like a pair of startled fawns. They were two pearls buried under dust. Once fattened up with a little healthy color, they'd be a matching pair of stunning beauties. Master, thank you for saving us. We can work. Laundry, cooking, feeding the pigs, we can do anything. Tian Shaoi kept her head down, twisting the hem of her jacket in her hands. Don't call me master anymore. Call me Big Brother Lin. Su Xiaoya smiled and took their hands. And don't treat yourselves like outsiders. He brought you home to protect you. In this household, no one would dare bully you. As she spoke, her gaze drifted almost imperceptibly toward me, carrying a hint of teasing and helplessness. I gave a dry cough. Shulian, get them something to eat and set them up to sleep in the west room. Then only Su Xiaoya and I were left in the room. The wounds on your back, let me put some medicine on them. She dropped the teasing, her eyes full of heartache. As she cut open my blood-soaked shirt and saw several deep gashes that reached down to the bone, her hands trembled, and tears fell drop by drop onto my back. From now on, could you please not throw yourself into danger like this? If something ever happened to you, what would this whole house full of people do? This is the last time. I turned around and grasped her hands. From here on out, all we have to do is sit back and enjoy the good life. The next few days, Xia village was eerily calm. The lingering intimidation from my killing the tigers still hung in the air, and no one dared come make trouble. The estate went up fast, money and materials were both plentiful, and old Zhang and his crew worked day and night. In just 5 days, that 3-meter-high gray brick wall was completely enclosed, the top studded with broken glass shards, the 4 corners left with space for guard towers, and the front gate made of elm wood wrapped in sheet iron, so heavy it took 2 or 3 strong men to push it open. From the outside, this was no farmhouse. It was a small military fortress. Late on the night of the 7th day, the workshed's doors and windows were shut tight. Li Dazhuang, Wukong, who'd long been unable to contain himself, and I gathered around the wine jar. Open it. I slapped the clay seal off. Pop. The moment the seal came off, a visible golden mist surged out from the mouth of the jar and hung suspended in midair without dispersing, actually taking the shape of a roaring tiger's phantom before collapsing into a rich fragrance. That aroma was so overpowering it was suffocating. What you breathed in wasn't the smell of wine, but scalding hot lava. The liquid in the jar had turned a pure amber gold, thick as honey, radiating a soul-stirring luster. Screech. Screech. Wukong couldn't hold back a second longer. In one leap, he jumped onto the rim of the jar, and stuck his head in to drink. Hold it. With lightning reflexes, I grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and hoisted him up. This wine's medicinal potency was far too fierce. Drinking it straight would likely rupture his body and kill him. Using a wine ladle, I scooped out half an ounce, poured it into a porcelain bowl, then diluted it with half a bowl of spirit spring water. Drink up. Wukong cupped the bowl and gulped it down in one go, smacking his lips as if it still wasn't enough. But the very next second, screech! A shrill, agonized scream tore out of his mouth. Every strand of golden fur on his body instantly stood on end, like a golden porcupine. His body shook violently, and from within his small, scrawny frame came the sound of bones cracking and popping like beans in a hot pan. His eyes went bloodshot, his fangs visibly growing longer at a frantic pace, his claws turning sharp and curved. Even his body swelled a whole size larger. A violent, savage aura erupted with a roar, shaking dust loose from the shed's roof to rain down. Bro, is it turning into a monster? Li Dazhuang grabbed a shovel in fright and backed away. I didn't move. Using my danger sense and beast-taming skill, I watched. He hadn't gone mad. He was evolving. This was a leap in the very tier of his life. The golden pill's power was reforging his bones and meridians, and the spirit spring water was healing his old wounds. A full 10 minutes later, Wukong stopped shaking and slowly straightened up. His once hunched simian back now stood ramrod straight. He opened his eyes, the bloodshot color receding, and two beams of golden light shone from them, almost solid. He casually picked up a length of rebar as thick as a thumb and, crack, snapped it like a stick of crispy noodles. Li Dazhuang and I sucked in a breath at the same moment. This was no longer a monkey. This was a hulking colossus wearing a monkey's skin. Spirit pet Wukong has consumed the Tiger Amber Divine Wine and completed his first atavistic evolution. Current status: Spiritual Stone Monkey, Juvenile Stage. New abilities gained: Bronze Skin, Iron Bones, Colossal Strength, Intimidation. If a monkey turned into a Hulk from drinking it, then what would happen if a person drank it? Especially me, with my body already enhanced to a perfect constitution? Bottoms up, I hoisted the big coarse porcelain bowl, and without diluting it, scooped out a full bowl of the raw wine and tipped my head back to pour it down. The scalding liquid slid down my throat like swallowing a line of fire. Boom! The wine hit my gut and turned to thunder. There wasn't a trace of drunkenness, only a terrifying heat exploding in my stomach, surging toward my limbs and bones like a dam bursting. Pain. Pain that reached the marrow. It was my bones reforging, my muscles tearing and healing all at once. But I bit down hard and didn't cry out, channeling the enhancement technique to guide this violent energy to scour through every last corner of my body. Crack, crack. My bones exploded with sound from within. I felt my skin grow tougher, my muscle fibers denser. My five senses sharpened to the extreme. With my eyes shut, I could hear snowflakes landing outside, could feel the rapid pounding of Dazhuang's heart. Half an hour later, the heat slowly retreated back into my dantian, transforming into a warm current lying dormant. I opened my eyes, and in the dim workshed a flash of fierce lightning seemed to streak across, a golden tiger's shadow flickering deep within my pupils before vanishing. When I exhaled a breath of turbid air, it shot out like an arrow more than 2 meters, blowing up the dust on the ground. Tiger Amber Divine Wine consumed. Constitution leap. Strength plus 20, Agility plus 15, Endurance plus 20. Passive gained. Tiger's Might. Natural intimidation against ordinary creatures. Passive gained. Steel bones, iron frame. Skin toughness greatly increased. Capable of resisting blunt weapons and small caliber sharp weapons. I casually pinched that thumb-thick rebar and applied a bit of force. Creak. Twisting it into a pretzel like it was modeling clay. The me of right now, if I ran into that northeastern tiger again, wouldn't need a bow or arrows at all. With my bare hands, I could pin it to the ground and grind its face in the dirt. I ladled out half a bowl of an even more heavily diluted mix for my loyal Dazhuang, and he downed it in one gulp. His face went red as a monkey's rear end, and he fell flat, out cold, snoring away. His constitution wasn't as strong as mine, so he had to sleep off and digest the medicine's potency. Once he woke, taking on 10 men at once would be no problem. 3 more days passed. On the west slope construction site, firecrackers went off all at once, and gongs and drums thundered. After nearly a month of round-the-clock effort, this estate, which the villagers regarded as nothing short of a miracle, was fully complete. A 3-meter gray brick wall enclosed a huge rectangle, with watchtowers built at all 4 corners complete with lookout slits, and 2 towering black lacquered iron gates standing with imposing majesty. Inside, 5 spacious, bright main rooms had been fitted with double-paned glass windows hauled in from the county seat, so luminous they were almost blinding. This was no country house. It was an independent castle. The villagers down the slope craned their necks to look. One and all, their eyes filled with nothing but envy on top of envy. Lin Dashin and his wife hid at the back of the crowd, sour as if they'd downed 5 pounds of aged vinegar, yet lacking even the nerve to draw near, because crouched right at the gate was a golden monkey half a man's height, twirling an iron rod like it was a magic staff. With a fierce look like that, who'd dare provoke it? Congratulations on completing the main quest. Foundation of the family, the estate. Rating, perfect. Rewards, family marketplace access unlocked. Random gold treasure chest x1. Free attribute points +5. Family fortune value +100. A gold treasure chest, a good thing a full tier above silver. But I didn't rush to open it. Today was the housewarming celebration, and also the day for laying down the rules. That evening, a big banquet table was set out in the main hall. No outsiders, all my family. I sat at the head of the table and raised my cup, which I'd spiked with a bit of the tiger amber wine. Today is a good day. We've got a new home, we've got an enterprise, and from now on we won't have to live at anyone's mercy. I shifted my tone, sweeping my gaze across every woman present. But that's still not enough. The house is built, and we've made a bit of money. But I don't want you to be nothing more than women who just circle around the cook stove. Su Xiaoya paused, setting down her chopsticks. Easy, do you mean? Knowledge changes destiny. From behind me, I hauled out a stack of books: Chinese, math, physics, chemistry, history, a full set of high school textbooks that I'd asked Liao when to dig out of the county middle school's waste paper pile. Sis, Xiaoya, starting tomorrow, the housework goes to Xiulian and the others. Your task is to read these books and review, to pick back up everything you once learned. Review. Lin Lan looked utterly bewildered. Sis is already so old, and there aren't any exams anymore anyway. There will be. My gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, seeing that winter of 1977 that was drawing near. Trust me, dawn is about to break. When that day comes, I want you to walk into a university with your heads held high, instead of being stuck in this mountain gully for the rest of your lives. Su Xiaoya stared at that stack of books, her hands trembling faintly. University, that was a word she'd never even dared to dream about. But looking at the certainty in my eyes, that fire in her heart, long since extinguished, roared back to life with a whoosh. I'll study. Long-term main quest triggered, the spark of knowledge. Urge family members to complete their high school review and pass with honors when the college entrance exam is restored. Reward, determined by exam ranking achieved. And not just you two. I turned to Xiulian and the Tian sisters. You need to learn to read and do accounts too. This distillery of mine is going to become the biggest enterprise in the whole province someday, and I don't trust outsiders, only my own family. If you can't even read, how are you going to help me manage the books and manage people down the road? These words set the several women's blood pumping. So in their head of household's heart, they weren't dependents. They were his right and left hands. Dezhuang, don't just sit there grinning like a fool. I nudged him with my foot as he gnawed on a pig's trotter. Starting tomorrow, you learn your characters too. Even a security captain has to be able to write his own name. Yes, sir. Whatever you say, bro. That night, the estate's lamp stayed lit for a long time. Outside, the winter wind howled bitter and cold, but inside this new home, a seed for the future had already been quietly planted. Back in my own room, I didn't rush to sleep. I rubbed my hands together and opened that glittering gold treasure chest. Open. The lid slowly lifted, and an ancient, desolate aura swept through my consciousness. Acquired. Unique spatial wonder. Breathing soil. 1 handful. Spatial rule completed. Time flow control. Basic. Special seed. Purple jade graped. My eyes flew open, my pupils contracting violently in the darkness. Breathing soil? Time flow. I knew all too well the weight those few words carried. I sank my consciousness into the spirit spring space. In the center of the once empty black earth, a small pinch of iridescent, glowing soil had appeared out of nowhere. I tried scattering it onto the ground, and the entire plot of land seemed to come alive, expanding wildly outward. 10 mu, 20 mu, 50 mu. In the blink of an eye, that little patch of land had become a farm of 50 mu of fertile fields. But the most astonishing thing of all was that time flow control. Host may designate 1 mu of time field. Within the zone, the flow of time can be freely adjusted, with a maximum ratio of 1 day outside to 1 year inside the space. 1 day, 1 year. I sucked in a sharp breath, my heart pounding like it would smash through my chest. Did I even grasp what this meant? A ginseng I planted, 1 month passing outside, meant 30 years passing inside. Wine I brewed and buried in there, 1 day outside, and I'd pull out a bottle aged a full year. In a liquor and medicinal herb market that lived and died by vintage, this ability was flat out a nuclear weapon inside a money-printing machine. It's locked in, totally locked in. I clenched my fist. 10-year aged, 30-year aged, I could have as much as I wanted. I ask you, in all the world, who could be my rival? I immediately planted the purple jade grape in the time field, channeled spirit spring water to irrigate it, and cranked the acceleration to maximum speed. Once I'd finished all that and withdrew from the space, it was already deep in the night outside the window. The new house was warm, without a single draft. Yet I lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I had the people, the land, the money, the technology, even a core competitive edge. And yet this was precisely the most dangerous moment. An ordinary man is guilty of no crime, but carrying a jade treasure makes him a target. I stared at the ceiling, murmuring to myself. When I was poor and had nothing but a sack of potatoes, no one gave me a second thought. Once I had wild boar meat, relatives came to grab it. Once I built a house, hoodlums came to burn it down. And now that I was about to have a distillery churning out an endless stream of gold, what I'd attract would be more than small fry like Zhao Hu and Scabby Head 3. It'd be real, ravenous wolves, maybe even fierce tigers. I need greater power, harder connections, and more ruthless methods. Just as I was calculating my plans for the future, screech, screech, an extremely short shriek, laced with terror, came from the front courtyard. It was Wukong. Ever since he'd evolved into a spiritual stone monkey, this fellow had grown fearless beyond all bounds. He'd dared to ride the big yellow ox. And this was the first time he'd ever made a sound like that. Then, right after, danger sense red alert triggered. Extreme danger. Extreme danger. The alarm blared in my head. My scalp went numb, and every hair on my body instantly stood on end. This feeling was 10 times stronger than the day I'd faced the northeastern tiger deep in the mountains. Bang! A thunderous crash tore through the silence of the night. It wasn't a firecracker. It wasn't thunder. It was a sound crisper and deadlier, a gunshot. And not the muffled boom of a homemade hunting rifle, either. It was the sharp crack unique to a standard-issue firearm. From the side room, next door came the terrified screams of Li Xiuyin and the sister flowers. Don't come out. Everyone get down. I leaped up from bed. No time even to put on my shoes, snatching the composite steel bow and the pig-slaughtering knife off the wall and charging out the door like a whirlwind. The courtyard was ghostly pale in the moonlight. On the heavy iron gate there now gaped a scorched black bullet hole, still smoking. Wukong, who'd originally been standing lookout in the guard tower, was now curled in a corner, clutching his left arm, blood seeping through his golden fur as he wailed in pain. He was wounded. Even an evolved spirit beast hadn't been able to react in time. The enemy's marksmanship was terrifyingly fast. Who's there? I rolled and dove behind the spirit screen wall, the steel bow drawn full in an instant, the three-edged armor-piercing arrow aimed dead at the gate. My heart was racing, but my hand was steady as bedrock. These weren't ordinary petty thieves. These were true hardened bandits who'd seen blood and killed men. Haha, decent reflexes. A hoarse, cold voice came from beyond the gate, like 2 chunks of raw iron grinding together. I only meant to borrow a little money to spend. But who'd have thought this poor mountain gully was hiding a fine house like this? keeping a monkey this clever. Looks like this job's fatter than I figured. Clack. A round was chambered. Through the crack in the gate, I could see 3 figures outside. The one in front wore an old army green overcoat and hefted a 5-shot hunting rifle with the barrel sawed short, its black muzzle aimed right at the door lock. The 2 behind him each carried a gleaming machete, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. This wasn't a break-in for theft at all. This was a coming to wipe out an entire household. Lenny, right? Heard you killed a tiger? The leader's tone was contemptuous. What a coincidence. Back in my day, out in the forest, I made a specialty of killing tigers. Be smart. Open the door, hand over the money and the women, and I only want the goods. Might not even take your life. But if you dare say one word of no. He raised the rifle and fired another shot at the lock. Bang. Sparks flew everywhere, and the iron lock snapped clean off. Then I'll turn this new house of yours into a grave for your whole family. The gate creaked open a sliver, and a killing intent more piercing than the snow and wind crossed the threshold along with those 3 dark figures into the fortress I'd so carefully built. In that instant, I understood my beginner's protection period in Shah Village was well and truly over. The real underworld, real malice, reeking of gin smoke and blood, had for the first time blasted open the door of my home, holding nothing back. You want to turn this place into a grave? Hidden in the shadows, my eyes gradually filled with blood, the bowstring in my grip drawn to its absolute limit, groaning under the unbearable strain. Then let's see, tonight, who exactly is burying whom. In the moment that foot in the big leather boot crossed the threshold, I silently gave the command in my heart. No roar, no warning. At a moment like this, kill or be killed. One extra word was gambling with your own life. The leader was a cautious bastard. He'd blown off the lock, but he didn't step in first. He kept his body tucked behind the door panel and kicked the machete-wielding lackey in to scout the way. Go on, see if there's an ambush. That lackey was a desperate character too. He licked his lips and, machete in hand, stepped into the courtyard by the light of the moon. In one glance, he spotted the artificial rockery in the yard and the trail of blood Wukong had left on the ground. Bro, that's... Twang. Before he could finish, a shrill snap of the string exploded from the shadows. That was the 150-pound powerhouse, bow capable of punching through steel plate. He didn't even have time to scream. His whole body was flung backward as if struck by a truck. A thick, 3-edged, armor-piercing arrow had run clean through his right leg, dragging up a spray of blood mist, and buried itself deep into the door panel behind him. Only after the man was pinned to the door did that heart-rending howl finally come. Late. That shot was too savage. The 3-edged head had a bloodletting groove that had ground his leg bone to pieces in one blow. He's got a gun? No, it's a bow. The boss outside the gate had razor reflexes, snapping his head back the instant the string sang, and firing a shot from the 5-shot rifle at roughly where the sound had come from. Boom. Iron pellets sprayed sideways, striking the spirit screen wall and kicking up a shower of sparks and shattered stone. I'd already rolled aside the very moment I loosed that arrow, clearing out of the spot. A few stone fragments struck my body, blocked by that layer of tough flesh and skin, leaving only a few white marks, not even breaking the skin. Steelbone's iron frame, showing its power for the first time. He's over there. Old 3, charge with me. That kid's using a bow, getting close, and he's finished. The boss was an old hand at this game. He knew that retreating at a moment like this would only make him a sitting duck. Even as he worked the bolt and chambered around, he barked at the other lackey to charge in, meaning to pin me down with firepower. The one called Old 3, seeing his comrade nailed to the door, went red-eyed. He charged in, swinging his machete and howling. I'm gonna kill your whole family. He lunged at the spirit screen where I'd just been hiding. But what greeted him wasn't me. It was a bolt of golden lightning dropping from above. Screech, roar. The wounded Wukong had been lurking on the eaves the whole time. Seeing someone break in, old and new grudges erupted all at once. He let out a roar that sounded less like an ape and more like a tiger, sprang down from the rooftop and landed straight on Old 3's neck. Though his left arm was wounded, he still had his teeth, and that right claw, harder than an iron hook. Chomp! He bit down on Old 3's ear and ripped violently. Ah, my ear. Old 3 dropped his machete from the pane and clawed at the monkey on top of his head with both hands. But the evolved Wukong's strength was terrifying. That one good right claw raked savagely at his eye socket. Blood sprayed. An old three rolled on the ground, clutching his face, screaming like a ghost wailing. "You beast! Die!" The boss behind him twisted his face into a snarl and raised his gun to fire at the man and monkey tangled together. He didn't care about hitting his own comrade. He only wanted to blast the threat before him into pieces. But at the very instant his finger was about to squeeze the trigger, an aura that froze his very soul came sweeping in from the side. That feeling was just like all those years ago, deep in the old forest of the greater Shingon Range, when a starving tiger had locked its eyes on him. His hair stood on end, his hands and feet went ice cold. Tiger's might activated. His movements froze for that one instant. And it was that split second, that 0.1 of a second, that let a dark figure slip ghost-like into his guard. I'd cast aside the bow and grabbed the knife. At this distance, shooting arrows was too slow, so I'd chosen the most primal, most bloody option, hand-to-hand combat. One iron vice hand clamped down on the rifle barrel and jerked it violently upward. Bang! That shot fired into the sky, shaking snow loose from the eaves. "You!" He stared in terror at my young face, cold as ice. He wanted to draw his knife, wanted to fight back, but before the strength given to me by the Tiger Amber divine wine, he was as helpless as an infant. "Nice shooting. Too bad you're no good up close." I coldly tossed the words at him. Crack! With one hand, I forced the barrel to bend. Then my right fist clenched, and with an explosion of short-range force, I drove a punch into his chest. Thud! He was hit as if by a charging wild boar, his sternum caving in a large chunk in an instant. A mouthful of blood mixed with bits of shattered organs sprayed out, and his whole body flew backward 3 meters, crashing hard through the big water vat in the yard where the lotus flowers were kept. Icy water mixed with blood streamed across the ground. It was over. From the gate being breached to all 3 bandits lying flat, no more than a minute had passed from start to finish. All that remained in the courtyard were their pained groans and Wukong's furious panting. I stood in the moonlight, slowly wiping the blood off my hands. My heartbeat was perfectly steady, without a single ripple. This was the confidence that power gave. Wukong hopped over, clutching his still bleeding left arm, looking up at me pitifully. "Good work. I didn't dote on you for nothing." I took out a special golden wound medicine from the space and applied it to him, then fed him a mouthful of spirit spring water. At that point, the main house door opened. Su Xiaoya held a pair of scissors, Li Xiuyin gripped a kitchen cleaver, and the Tian sisters brandished fire-stoking pokers. The several women rushed out with resolve written all over their faces. They'd been ready to fight to the death. But once they saw the carnage in the courtyard, saw those 3 bandits who'd been so ferocious moments ago now lying like dead dogs, they all froze. "Easy, are you all right?" Su Xiaoya threw down the scissors and rushed over. "I'm fine." I patted her shoulder. "Xiaoya, take Xiuyin and the others back inside and shut your eyes. What comes next isn't fit for women to see. But do as I say." My voice was gentle, yet it carried a weight that brooked no argument. She glanced at the thug still twitching on the ground, gritted her teeth, and pulled the several frightened, witless women back inside. I walked over to the boss, who was still foaming blood, planted my foot on his wrist, and gave it a slight grind. "Ah." He looked at me, and fear finally showed in his eyes. Don't kill me. I'm one of Black Dragon's men. Kill me, and you won't live either." Black Dragon? My brow lifted. I'd heard that name. It was a big hoodlum gang entrenched in the neighboring county. They had real weapons, had pulled off plenty of double crosses on other criminals, and were a genuine cancer in these parts. I never imagined my little estate would draw out a big shot from beyond the province like this. "Very good." I nodded, and added a bit more force underfoot, crushing his wrist bone outright. "Since you've got a backer, all the more reason not to leave you alive." But before sending him off, I crouched down and pulled several crumpled maps from his coat, along with an unused dagger. I picked up that deformed rifle too. The barrel was bent, but it was good steel. Later I'd have Dazhuang melt it down and forge a knife. Just as I was about to deliver the final blow to these few men and put an end to the threat once and for all, a clamor of voices and the glow of torches suddenly came from the distance. "Hurry! It's on the west slope." I heard gunshots. grab your weapons. Everyone, grab your weapons. Anyone who dares touch Brother Lin, Li Dazhuang, will fight them to the death. The villagers had come. That fellow Li Dazhuang, at the sound of gunfire, his first instinct hadn't been to hide, but to run back to the village and rally people. And from the sound of it, more than just him had come. Even the old village chief had rushed over with the militia. My eyes flickered, and I put the knife away. Since people had come, I couldn't handle this privately anymore. Killing and burying the bodies was clean, but with this many pairs of eyes watching, it'd invite trouble. Besides, handing these live captives over to the authorities might let them follow the trail and dig out the even bigger carrot behind this black dragon. Consider yourselves lucky. Soon, a large crowd surged in through the gate. Li Dazhuang charged in front, hefting a hay cutter, followed by the old village chief carrying a homemade hunting rifle, and dozens of able-bodied young men wielding hoes and manure forks. Brother Lin, are you okay? Li Dazhuang rushed in, and seeing the blood all over the ground and the men lying there, his eyes went red. I'm fine. Just a few petty bandits. Dealt with. I said it flatly, casually tossing the bent rifle to the ground. Clang. The twisted barrel hit the ground with a muffled thud. The whole crowd went instantly silent. Everyone stared at me, the man standing in the very center of the courtyard, without a single speck of dust on him. Then at that gun bent by bare hands, and at the shattered water vat. This is armed robbery. The old chief was so shocked his tobacco pipe fell out of his hand. This is a major case. A huge case. Chief, I'll trouble you to send someone to report it to the police. I lit a cigarette, the flame illuminating my calm face. And tell the comrades at the station, these are Black Dragon's men. Have them bring more people. Also, I blew out a smoke ring, my gaze sweeping over every person present. My voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a domineering force that made people submit. Tell everyone in every village for miles around. This west slope of Shaha village is Lin Yi's territory. Man or ghost, dragon or tiger, anyone who dares stretch out a claw, I'll chop it off. Host's prestige detected to have broken through the critical threshold. Reputation quest triggered, regional overlord. Within 3 months, through business, force, or connections, become the undisputed boss of this region. Reward: family aura, territorial suppression, crime rate within the territory reduced by 90%, and the chance of family members being injured greatly lowered. Looking at the panel, I curled my lips into a cold smile. The boss, huh? That suits me just fine. Black Dragon, is it? Since you've crossed me, then don't blame me for using you, you worm, as a sacrifice to raise my banner. Take them away. At the police station chief's command, several officers in green uniforms stepped forward and clamped icy handcuffs onto the 3 bandits, who'd long since passed out from the pain. The cold wind swept the snow along, slapping against the police car's flashing lights, illuminating faces still shaken from the terror. The old village chief gripped that rifle I'd bent, his lips trembling as he reported to the chief. Chief Zhang, you didn't see it. These men had real weapons. If it weren't for Lin Yi, Shaha village tonight would have been a bloodbath. Chief Zhang was a veteran detective in his 40s. He looked at that ruined gun, then at me. This young man without a single wound, whose gaze was so calm it was unsettling, and a stormy sea churned inside him. Bending a gun barrel with bare hands? Was this even human? Comrade Lin Yi, thank you for helping us capture these roving criminals. Chief Zhang extended his hand of his own accord, his tone carrying a gravity it had never held before. We've had our eyes on this Black Dragon bunch for a long time, and this time we've caught them red-handed. Rest assured, this is a great service. The county will commend you. No need for commendation. I clasped his hand. I have only one request. Interrogate them until you find their lair, and find out who else is behind them. I don't want there to be a next time. I lowered my voice. And if it's not convenient for the authorities to act. I didn't finish the sentence, but the flash of red light that passed through my eyes made even Chief Zhang, a man who'd seen life and death, shiver. It was the gaze of a tiger picking out its prey. Understood. We'll investigate thoroughly, to the very end. No leniency whatsoever, he hastily promised. The police car sped away with a wail of its siren, carrying off the evil, and carrying off the peace of Shaha village for this one night. Back inside, the mood was still heavy. The several women sat huddled together on the kong, all pale-faced, and little Yaya was curled up in Li Xulian's arms, her small body shaking with sobs. I washed the blood off my hands, changed my clothes, and did my best to soften my expression. It's over. The bad men have been taken away. I took Yaya from Li Xulian's arms and gently patted her back. Uncle's here. From now on, no one can get in. Really? Yaya asked timidly. Really? And Uncle's going to raise a whole troop of big monkeys in the yard, just for fighting off bad men. Once I'd coaxed the child to sleep and comforted the women, I went alone to the cellar in the back courtyard, locked the door, gave a thought, and vanished. Inside the Spirit Spring space, life flourished. Outside it was the dead of winter, the 12th lunar month, but in here it was warm as spring. The moment I entered, I was stunned by the sight before me, and quickly strode to that one moo plot I'd designated as the time field. Before the bandits attacked, I'd just planted the purple jade grape seeds and set the acceleration to 1 day equaling 1 year. From when I'd gone out to fight, dealt with the scene, and now come back in, probably less than 3 hours had passed outside, but in the time field, that was equivalent to a full month and a half gone by. Ordinary grapes in a month and a half would sprout a shoot at most. But this was a spirit seed improved by the system, nourished by both the breathing soil and the spirit spring water. At this moment, that 1 moo of land was no longer bare black earth, but a lush green sea of interwoven vines. Thick, sturdy vines climbed frantically up the trellises, and beneath the emerald leaves hung cluster upon cluster of heavy fruit, all of it fully ripe. These grapes weren't the near-black purple of ordinary ones. They shone with a kind of semi-transparent purple jade color, each one the size of a ping-pong ball, its surface coated with a faint white frost of spiritual energy and giving off an enchanting sweet fragrance. This growth rate, it's downright heaven-defying. I casually plucked one and popped it into my mouth. Pop! The skin was thin as paper, and at the gentlest bite, abundant juice burst across my mouth. Sweet. An ultimate sweetness with just the right touch of subtle tartness, along with an indescribable floral fruity aroma, sliding down my throat and turning into a warm current that nourished my organs. Those wild grapes I'd picked in the mountains before, compared to this, they were basically dishwater. Wine made from this stuff, even without a single additive, would be more than enough to crush every red wine on the market. Harvest. Inside the space, I was the absolute master. With a single thought, those clusters of purple jade grapes detached on their own and flew into the dozens of large vats I'd prepared nearby. This 1 moo of land yielded a full 5,000 caddies. Next came the brewing. Crush, detem, and vat them for fermentation. Seal the juice into clay jars, then bury them beneath the time field to keep accelerating. Grape wine, with its 2 rounds of fermentation, usually took a month total, but 2 hours outside meant a month inside. 2 hours later, I got up and dug out a jar. By the rate of time flow, this jar of wine had completed all its fermentation and become clear grape wine. It still couldn't really be called aged, new wine at most. But the raw material was so heaven-defying that the moment I cracked the clay seal, an undissolvable fruit and wine fragrance instantly filled the entire space. The liquid was a deep ruby red, clear and translucent. I took a sip, smooth on the palate, with a long, lingering aftertaste, carrying that sweetness unique to the Spirit Spring. Good wine. I nodded, satisfied. If the new wine was already this good, then buried in the time field for a few more days, it had become a true nectar of the gods. I'll keep a few jars as samples first and bury all the rest back. Wait 3 days, and this'll be a top-grade vintage aged 3 years. When that time comes, let's see which of those city folks can resist it. With this batch of goods, I had every confidence I could nail the regional overlord quest. A trade of money and power? No, I was going to make those big shots come begging to buy my wine. Meanwhile, 50 miles away in Heilong County, a basement dance hall called Night Blossom was thick with smoke, awash in neon lights and cheap glamour. Over the deafening disco beat, a crowd of young people in bell-bottom pants and long hair were dancing like a pack of demons. But in that fancy VIP room on the 2nd floor, the atmosphere was suffocating, downright terrifying. A burly, bare-chested man covered in tattoos sat on the couch, rolling two iron balls in his hand, his eyes cold and vicious as a viper's. He was the boss of Heilong, Long San. Crack! He slammed the iron balls down on the coffee table, and the thick glass top shattered instantly. The music cut off abruptly, and a few hostesses screamed and shrank into the corner in fright. "What did you say?" Long Sen stared at the trembling underling in front of him, his voice grinding out through clenched teeth. The three of them, my number two included, got wiped out? By some dirt-poor farmer from a village. Why, yes. Boss Long. The underling knelt on the floor. Word came from our inside man at the police station. That Lin E is something else. Number two and the others actually fired their guns, and they didn't even scratch a single hair on him. He hauled all three of them straight to the lockup. Useless. Every last one of them is useless. Long Sen kicked the coffee table over, the meaty flesh on his face quivering with rage. He'd ruled this whole territory for years, and it was all built on ruthlessness and those few guns in his hands. Now his men were gone, and even that 5-shot repeater he'd worked so hard to get his hands on had been seized. If word of this got out, where would that leave Heilong's reputation? How could he ever lead his crew again, or collect protection money? Lin E. Xiahe Village. He pulled a Black Star pistol from the small of his back and slammed it hard on the table. Anyone who touches my men is spitting in my face. Since that police station has the guts to arrest my people, then I'll blow this thing wide open. He shot to his feet, murder blazing in his eyes, like an enraged beast. Pass the word. Get Old Ghost back here. I don't care where he is. He'd better be here tonight. At the name Old Ghost, the underling on the floor shuddered from head to toe, his eyes filled with dread. That was the maddest dog Long Sen kept on a leash. A real killer with several murders under his belt, only ever let loose when blood needed to be spilled. Boss Long, you're calling an old ghost? Then this is a full-on massacre we're talking about. So what if it is? Long Sen sneered and downed his glass of hard liquor in one gulp. I'm going to make that Lin bastard understand. Cross Heilong, and even the mountain god himself would have to kneel and kowtow to me. I'll drench that estate in blood and send it along to keep my number two company in the grave. A crazed bloodlust spread through the VIP room. And me? I was still busy figuring out how to sell my wine, completely unaware that a far crueler, far bloodier storm, one that would bring out the real trump card, was brewing at breakneck speed in the darkness, about to sweep down on that little mountain village that had only just settled into peace. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the double-paned glass into the room. All was calm and still. I'd gotten up early and stood in the yard watching Wukong wrestle the big yellow ox to see who was stronger. Then I looked over at the newly repaired iron gate, my gaze deep and thoughtful. Last night I'd scared off the small-time punks, but I knew in my heart the real storm was still coming. Long San and his crew would never let this go. Sitting back and taking a beating wasn't my style. To truly plant my feet on this land, just hunkering down and guarding the fortress wouldn't cut it. I had to get out there. I needed money, enough to bury someone in it. And I needed power, a network of connections that would make even a local snake like Long Sin think twice. Easy, you're up this early? Su Xiaoya came out with a jacket draped over her shoulders, holding a freshly ironed mouse suit. Heading into town today? Yeah, got some business to take care of. I took the suit and put it on. She'd picked the finest fabric, and on my enhanced body it hung tall and straight as a pine. Not a trace of country bumpkin about me. I looked more like a young official who'd long held a high post. Keep an eye on things at home. Have Dazhuang watch the gate closely, and don't let any strangers in. After giving my instructions, I turned and headed for the cellar in the back courtyard. When I came back out of my space, I was carrying 2 exquisite sandalwood boxes. Inside them were the 2 jars of purple jade grape wine, aged in my time field to the equivalent of 3 years in a cellar. This was my knock on the door to the county's upper circles. Hongqi County, the #1 retail branch of the sugar, tobacco, and liquor company. A weathered wooden sign hung out front. It looked unremarkable, but any old-timer in the county knew just how deep the waters ran inside. In the era of the planned economy, the sugar, tobacco, and liquor company held the most sought-after goods in the whole county: mitai, Zhonghua cigarettes, special supply tea. Those items you'd never see on the counter all circulated in the back courtyard of this branch. moving only within certain circles. A dark green Jeep was parked out front, and one look at the license plate told you it belonged to some powerful department in the county. Carrying my wooden boxes, I walked in, calm and composed. Up front were the ordinary counters, where a few salesgirls sat knitting sweaters, not bothering to pay attention to anyone. I didn't stop, heading straight for the half-open wooden door that led to the back. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The back is the storeroom. No unauthorized personnel. A stout woman with sharp eyes immediately hollered. I'm here to see Manager Zhou about a big deal. I didn't slow my steps, casually pulling an unopened pack of Dakiaman cigarettes from my pocket and tossing it dead center onto her counter. Excuse me. The stout woman froze, gave the pack a squeeze, and swallowed the curse that had been on the tip of her tongue. She rolled her eyes but stopped trying to block me. I pushed through the back door, walked down a hallway stacked with cardboard boxes, and arrived at a door marked Manager's office. It was ajar, and inside, through a haze of smoke, came the sound of someone grumbling. Old Joe, come on, this is no fun. I'm heading to the provincial capital this time to chase down transport quotas. I've got to meet with the big brass. And you're fobbing me off with a few bottles of Shifeng? After all these years we've known each other, you're still holding out on me. The voice was rough and overbearing. Then came a bitter, apologetic reply. My dear Captain Xiao. I wouldn't dare fob you off. Matai's scarce to begin with. The prefectural committee inspected us last month and hauled the whole lot away. I really don't have any. Captain Xiao? The corner of my mouth curved up slightly. Better lucky than early. I'd done my homework before coming. Xiao Sihai, the captain of the Hongqi County Transport Brigade, was the county's god of wealth. He had dozens of trucks under his command, controlled the flow of goods in and out of the whole county, and had connections on both sides of the law. In these times, drivers were the hottest ticket around, and Xiao Sihai, the man who ran the drivers, was basically a local emperor. Hook up with this connection, and I'd never have to worry about a sales channel for my wine. Down the road, hauling materials to build my estate, even backup against Heilong. All of it would be covered. This was the perfect breakthrough for my regional overlord mission. So is there anything else? As long as it's good liquor, money's no object. I'm not short on cash. I'm short on face. Xiao Sihai was clearly getting anxious. I really don't have any. How about trying this bottle of Wuliangya? It's just a bit young. A bit young? Can you even put that on the table? What I need is the kind that commands the room the moment you set it down. Just as he pounded the table in frustration, I raised my hand and knocked 3 times. Who is it? Can't you see we're in the middle of something? Manager Zhou shouted impatiently. The door swung open, and I strolled in carrying my 2 wooden boxes. Both men in the room stared. Xiao Sihai wore a finely made leather jacket, his face covered in stubble, rugged, just like the rumors said. He looked me up and down and frowned. Who are you? A new purchasing agent? No. I gently set the 2 rustic red pine boxes on the coffee table, not the least bit intimidated, and looked at him. My tone was calm but confident. I'm here to bring Captain Xiao some face. Bring me face. He narrowed his eyes, a flicker of interest showing, though mostly suspicion. Kid, that's big talk. Do you know who I am? In Hongqi County, who doesn't know Boss Xiao? I gave a faint smile. I heard you just now from outside the door. Boss Xiao's looking for good liquor that can command a room. Well, wouldn't you know it? I happen to have 2 jars right here. Manager Zhou wasn't having it. Hey, what's the matter with you, young man? This is a state-owned unit. You come in here to buy low and sell high. Old Zhou, shut it. Xiao Sihai raised a hand to stop him, his eyes locked on the boxes on the table. He was an old drunk with a keen nose. Before the box was even opened, he seemed to catch a faint, incredibly distinctive fragrance. Open it up. Let's see. I didn't waste words. I unfastened the latch and lifted the lid. Inside was a black clay jar, rustic in shape and tightly sealed. I broke open the mud seal. Pop, a soft little sound. No harsh blast of alcohol rushed out. Instead, an incredibly elegant, mellow aroma, as if it blended the fragrance of 100 flowers with ripe fruit, drifted out like an invisible ribbon, slowly but overpoweringly winding its way into both men's nostrils. It was the scent of years, the unique spirit of the purple jade grape. The words Manager Zhou had ready to throw me out caught in his throat. His nose twitched hard. and a look of rapture spread across his face. As for Qiao Sihai, it was as if he'd been struck by lightning. He shot to his feet, knocking his chair over. What is this smell? He crossed to the coffee table in a few strides and stared hard at the ruby-deep liquid in the jar, his throat bobbing violently. This wine, it's got some age to it. Aged 3 years. I grabbed 3 clean glasses and poured 3 cups. The liquid clung to the sides like oil, its color enchanting. Boss Qiao, Manager Zhou, give it a taste? Qiao Sihai grabbed his cup without a word. He'd meant to knock it back in one gulp, but the aroma was so alluring it made him instinctively switch to a small sip. The wine entered his mouth, none of the harsh burn of cheap baijiu, only a silky smoothness. Then a warm current exploded in his belly, that pleasant buzz that didn't go to your head, the feeling of every pore on your body relaxing wide open. It was pure bliss. Good wine. This is damn good wine. He slapped his thigh hard, the flesh on his face trembling with excitement. I, Qiao Sihai, have been drinking my whole life, and next to this stuff, everything I drank before was horse piss. He turned to me, his eyes hot with something close to greed. Little brother, how much of this wine do you have? I'll take it all. This wine isn't for sale. But at that moment, I gently shook my head and put the lid back on the remaining jar. Not for sale. He froze, his face darkening. What's this? Did you come here to play games with me, Qiao? A pressure radiated off him, the weight of a man used to being on top. You misunderstand, Boss Qiao. I met his gaze, neither humble nor arrogant. What I mean is, this wine is too precious. Talking money over it would cheapen it. I've come looking for a business partner. These 2 jars are a gift to mark our first meeting. If you think this wine is worthy of the leaders up in the province, then we can discuss what comes next. This was the art of retreating to advance. With a man like Qiao Sihai, the more you begged him to buy, the more he'd beat down the price. But hand him something so good he couldn't refuse, and then propose to partner with him. Suddenly you were on equal footing. He stared at me for a full 5 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing and clapped me hard on the shoulder. Good kid. You've got guts. I love dealing with a straight shooter like you. I'll take this wine, and I'll take you as a friend too. Host has successfully befriended a key regional figure and displayed core competitiveness. Mission Regional Overlord, progress updated, 10%. Assessment. A bond built on mutual interest is often stronger than one built on affection. I smiled. Step 1 done. With Qiao Sihai on my side, dealing with Heilung next would no longer be just my problem alone. After all, if someone tried to smash Boss Qiao's wine jar, he'd be the first to have a fit. Excellent. Qiao Sihai slapped his thigh again. Good accounts make good friends, so let's be clear. If this wine really can catch the eye of the leaders up in the province, we need to hammer out exactly how this'll work going forward. He was a rough man, but by no means a stupid one. You didn't get to be captain of the transport brigade, holding the county's entire logistics lifeline, without a razor-sharp eye. That one mouthful of wine. He hadn't just tasted the flavor, he'd tasted the fortune waiting behind it. Boss Qiao is a sharp one. I leaned forward slightly, tapping my fingers on the tabletop. My idea is simple. I handle the winemaking, top quality, guaranteed supply. You, Boss Qiao, handle the channels and the connections. Connections? You mean the sales channels? Not just sales. I shook my head. Also protection. My operation is just getting off the ground, and a poor backwater like Shaha village has plenty of jealous eyes and plenty of troublemakers. Without a name that commands respect, this wine works won't run smoothly. That was the honest truth, and also a test. I wanted to bind him completely to my chariot. Ha. I thought it was something serious. Qiao Sihai pulled out a pack of Zhonghua, tossed one to me, and lit his own. In this little patch of Hongqi County, is there anyone who dare mess with a business of mine? Qiao Sihai's? Relax, brother. Anyone who dares stir up trouble at your works is cutting off my money supply. And cutting off a man's livelihood is like killing his parents. I'll skin them alive. The words landed with weight. Beside us, Manager Zhou listened with his heart in his throat, and the way he looked at me changed in an instant. He's already climbed on as such a high branch? This young man is really something. With those words from you, Boss Qiao, I'm at ease. I lit my cigarette and took a deep drag. I've got a proposal for our partnership. This wine won't be sold retail, only the high end. I'll give you the sole distribution rights for the whole county. Every drop goes only to you. How much you sell it for, who you give it to. That's your business, and I won't ask. Monopoly. Xiao Sihai's eyes lit up instantly. He loved this arrangement. In the whole county, even the whole prefecture, only he would have this stuff. Those people begging to buy it, they'd wear his threshold down flat. Great. It's settled then. He decided on the spot. So the price. 1 jar, 10 caddies, X-Works price 50 yuan. I quoted a figure that was, for this era, a truly staggering sum. Ordinary bulk baijiu went for a few jiao per caddy, and even mitai was only 8 yuan a bottle. 5 jars would buy a good machine. This was an absolute gamble. Manager Zhou sucked in a sharp breath and was about to say the kid had lost his mind. But then he saw Xiao Sihai didn't even furrow his brow. Done. 50 it is. This wine is worth it. In his heart, he saw it clear as a mirror. Package this wine nicely and take it to the provincial capital, and people would fight to buy it at 100, 200 a bottle. There's one problem, though. I tossed out the issue at just the right moment. Right now I'm brewing by traditional methods, using clay jars. To make it classy and produce in volume, I'll need glass bottles, ideally the fancy Western kind with cork stoppers, the wine bottle style. I can't get my hands on those. Bottles. Xiao Sihai turned to Manager Zhou. Old Zhou, that's your department, isn't it? Manager Zhou jolted and quickly nodded. I can get them. The county glass factory has a batch of wine bottles that were originally meant for export to the Soviet Union but got returned over defects. They've got some tiny air bubbles that don't affect use. They're just sitting in the warehouse gathering dust. Haul the whole lot away. Xiao Sihai waved a big hand. Put it on my account. And old Zhou, write up a proper document too. Say it's a joint venture works of our sugar, tobacco, and liquor company. Anyone who dares to investigate can come find me. Now that was the move of a true heavyweight. With one sentence, he'd solved my packaging and draped my little black market operation in a coat of official legitimacy. Mission Regional Overlord has made a breakthrough, successfully established a solid business alliance, and gained official backing. Progress updated, 20%. Reward, plus 200 points. Slap. Xiao Sihai pulled 3 bundles of 10 yuan notes from his handbag and slammed them down on the coffee table. That's 3,000 yuan. Call it a deposit, and call it your startup capital. I'll have the bottles sent out to Shaha village tomorrow. I don't ask for much. This time next week, I want to see 100 bottles, all filled and ready. 3,000 yuan. Add that to the money from selling the ginseng before and all my other bits and pieces, and I'd honestly lost track of how much I had. I just knew it was a whole lot. In these times, that made me a bona fide super rich man. No problem. I put away the money, my expression still unruffled. Just send a truck out next week to pick it up, Boss Xiao. I gave him the address. Now that's the spirit. Xiao Sihai stood and personally poured me a cup of tea. By the way, brother, I never asked your name. We'd talked for ages before he thought to ask, proof of just how much the wine had captivated him. Lin E. Good name. E. Resolve, willpower. Extraordinary. He raised his cup. Brother Lin, from now on, in Hongqi County, if you've got a problem, just drop the name Xiao Sihai. It'll open doors. Stepping out of the sugar, tobacco, and liquor company, the sky outside had turned gray, as if more snow were on the way. I touched the scorching hot stack of bills in my coat, then looked at the joint venture works permit in my hand, stamped with an official seal, and the corner of my mouth curled into a cold smile. With this cover, let's see if that Zhao Dezhu still dares to cross me from now on. And that Heilung bunch. I didn't rush back to the village. I made a trip to the hardware company and, on the strength of Xiao Sihai's note, bought a batch of cork stoppers and a bottle capping machine. Then I went to the Xinhua bookstore and picked up a few books on business management and finance. Those were for Su Xiaoya and Lin Lan. Once I'd finished all that, I found an empty alley, stowed the bulk of the goods into my space, and kept only the light items on me. I was just about to head for the bus station when a burst of urgent honking sounded behind me. Beep, beep. A dark green Jeep pulled up beside me. The window rolled down, revealing Xiao Sihai's rugged face. Brother Lin, get in. Boss Xiao? Something come up. Huh, isn't this a coincidence? He waved me over, his face full of intrigue. Just got a call. There's an inspection delegation from the province passing through our county. and tonight the county's throwing a welcome banquet at the guest house. The county chief specifically asked me to sit in and bring some good liquor. Saying this, his ox-like eyes gleamed with cunning. I got to thinking, why wait for a better day when today's staring me in the face? With good wine on hand, why not seize the chance to open the eyes of those big leaders? If the folks from the province take a shine to it, your wine works will become a treasure of the whole county from here on out. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and also a huge gamble. If the wine was good, I'd shoot to the sky. If something went wrong, it'd be a major disaster. That he dared do this showed he truly counted me as one of his own, and truly had faith in that wine. So, you got the guts to come charge into that dragon's den gauntlet with me. He looked at me with a half-smile. I laughed, pulled the door open, stepped up in one motion, and settled steadily into the passenger seat. Why wouldn't I? Good. Xiao Sihai stomped on the gas, and the jeep roared off. But Brother Lin, this banquet won't just have leaders. Word is there's a big boss who came all the way from the provincial capital. Says he's here to scout out some kind of project on our turf. Those types have sky-high standards. Whether you can command the room comes down entirely to that wine of yours. A big boss from the provincial capital? Something stirred in my mind. In these times, anyone who could be called a big boss, apart from foreign investors, was the kind of red-hatted merchant with connections reaching all the way to the top. The jeep cut through the streets, heading straight for the county committee guest house. I had a premonition. Tonight's banquet wouldn't just be a chance to make my wine works famous. It would be the site of the second major turning point in my life. And at that very moment, back at the West Slope Estate in Xia Village, Su Xiaoya was leading Li Xiulian and the two Tian sisters in washing the big winemaking vats that had just been delivered out in the snow. Suddenly, Yukong, who'd been playing, jerked to a stop. He dropped the snowball in his hand, scrambled up the tallest watchtower, and let out a low, hostile snarl aimed toward the village entrance. Oh, in the wind and snow, it seemed something unclean was quietly drawing near. The jeep screeched to a halt in front of the red brick building of the county committee guest house, its tires plowing two deep black furrows in the snow. Xiao Sihai pushed open the door. That overbearing swagger of his considerably reined in. As he straightened the collar of his leather jacket, he lowered his voice and cautioned me. Brother, when we get inside, say little and watch how people react. Tonight's main guest is Boss Chin from the provincial capital. He's a real big shot. Even the county chief has to fawn over him. I nodded, carrying my two heavy sandalwood boxes, my expression calm. We passed down a hallway laid with red carpet and arrived at the VIP hall at the very end. The moment the door opened, a wave of heat mixed with the smell of smoke and liquor hit me. The enormous round table was already crowded with people. County Chief Lu Jiangwo sat in the host's seat, his face wreathed in smiles as he toasted a middle-aged, scholarly businessman in the seat of honor, a man in gold-rimmed glasses and a gray mouse suit. The businessman had a refined air. He was smiling, but beneath his eyes lay a certain aloofness that came from long holding a high position. Clearly he'd seen this kind of scene countless times, and was even a little tired of it. "Ayo, old Xiao's here." The moment County Chief Lu spotted Xiao Sihai, it was like seeing a savior. He hurriedly waved. Come, come, come. Boss Chin was just saying we've got nothing special around here. Didn't you say you had good liquor? Bring it out, and let Boss Chin have a taste." Xiao Sihai was no fool either. He instantly switched on a hearty grin and strode over. "Boss Chin, County Chief Lu. I, old Xiao, am a rough man. I don't understand any grand principles. But when it comes to a liquor to go with venison, I've got a real treasure right here." With that, he stepped aside and presented me. "This is my brother Lenny, a young talent of our county. And this wine, he brewed it himself." Whoosh. Every gaze at the table converged on me. Seeing that it was a young fellow in a mouse suit, still holding two dowdy-looking wooden boxes, disappointment flashed in more than a few eyes, along with a hint of contempt. "Old Xiao, you must be joking?" One of the bureau chiefs seated at the table frowned. "What's on this table is special supply matai, and you bring out some country hooch brewed in a village. That's hardly appropriate, is it?" Boss Chin in the seat of honor also set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with his napkin, and said nothing. But that air of complete disinterest said it all. To a man like him, what fine liquor hadn't he tasted? What good could possibly come out of a poor backwater like this? Xiao Sihai's face couldn't take the loss of face. He was about to explode. Whether it's appropriate, let the wine decide. I stepped forward, ignoring the bureau chief's mockery, and set my box directly on the lazy Susan, facing Boss Chin. I opened the box, lifted out the black clay jar, and broke the mud seal, a seamless series of motions, smooth as flowing water, without the slightest fumble. The seal opened. No harsh blast of alcohol, but the next instant, a mellow fruit fragrance that seemed to contain the entire bounty of autumn, mingled with the aroma of years settled deep, gripped the breath of everyone present like an invisible hand. Boss Chin's originally indifferent gaze froze the very instant he caught that scent. With a light flick of my wrist, deep ruby-red liquid poured into the goblet before him, refracting a hazy halo in the lamplight, clinging to the glass like oil, its fragrance concentrated and lingering. Purple mist rising from the east. Please, Boss Chin, taste and judge. I made a gesture of invitation, my bearing as elegant as an old-world gentleman. Boss Chin gave me a long, deep look, then lifted the cup, bringing it first to his nose for a light sniff. His eyes brightened, and he took a small sip. The wine slid across his tongue, silky smooth, the three notes of sour, sweet, and tannin in perfect balance. Then a warm current shot straight to his belly, instantly dispelling the winter chill, leaving him thoroughly at ease from head to toe, as if every pore was breathing. Marvelous! His eyes flew open and the words burst out. Superb wine. I never imagined this land beyond the passes was hiding such an exquisite treasure. He drained the cup in one gulp, and the first genuine smile of the evening spread across his face. Young man, what's the name of this wine? What's it made from? In answer to Boss Chin, this is made from the purple jade grape native to the Changbai Mountains, using an exclusive traditional method, and cellared underground for 3 years to produce purple mist from the east. I answered with composure, spinning my earlier tall tale without a single seam showing. Purple jade grape. Never heard of it, but it's truly extraordinary. Boss Chin clearly knew his stuff. He pointed at the jar. This wine, however much you have, I'll take it all. I came here to scout, and I was fretting over having no local specialty to bring back for the old senior leaders in the province to sample. This would do me proud. The moment those words left his mouth, the whole table was stunned. Even the old senior leaders in the province were getting some as a gift. That endorsement was off the charts. The bureau chief who'd mocked me a moment ago now had a face as red as a monkey's backside, wishing he could crawl under the table. County Chief Liu was overjoyed, and the way he looked at me was full of appreciation. This kid hadn't just given Xiao Sihai face. He'd pulled the county chief himself out of an awkward spot. It's Lenny, right? Come, sit down and talk. County Chief Liu personally called for a waiter to add a chair. Just like that, I went in an instant from some random hanger-on to an honored guest. Mission Regional Overlord has made a major breakthrough, successfully won the favor of provincial-level capital, and brand value has soared. Progress updated, 30%. Reward, plus 300 points, and a special item, business reputation card. When used, it forces the initiative in a single business negotiation to your side. At the table, cups came and went in a flurry of toasts. Young as I was, the experience of 2 lifetimes let me move with ease among this pack of old foxes. Neither groveling nor overly flashy, the insight and vision that showed through in my words made Boss Chin like me more and more. After 3 rounds of drinks, he finally extended the olive branch. Brother Lin, any interest in growing this wine works of yours? I've got some channels in the provincial capital. If you're willing, I can invest, and we'll join forces to sell this purple mist from the east all the way to the capital. This was talk of taking the business to the very top. Beside me, Xiao Sihai listened with his hands actually trembling, excited and nervous at once, terrified I might cast him aside. But I only gave a faint smile and raised my cup to toast Boss Chin. That you think so highly of it is my honor. But bite off more than you can chew and you're liable to hurt yourself. Better we take it slow and build on solid ground. As long as you enjoy it, Boss Chin, I'll keep this wine coming, as much as you want. I didn't agree to the investment on the spot. I chose to keep my independence. The me of right now wasn't ready to be beholden to anyone. Boss Chin was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Good. You've got character. I like that streak of pride in you. Fine, we've got plenty of time ahead of us. At this banquet, I hadn't just become the main event. I'd made a name for myself in a single stroke. But right there, amid the clinking cups and mingling voices, my danger sense suddenly flared. It was faint, but that needle-prick feeling put me instantly on alert, and the direction was Shaha village. Something had happened at home. My eyes went cold in an instant, and that fake business smile vanished from my face without a trace. At that very moment, at the West Slope estate in Shaha village, the night was thick as ink, and the cold wind howled beyond the walls. Su Xiaoya hadn't gone to sleep. She sat on the edge of the Kong, gripping tightly the pig-slaughtering knife I'd left behind, her eyes fixed warily on the window. Li Xiuyan and the two Tian sisters had all gone to bed, but their sleep was fitful. Ever since I'd left, Su Xiaoya's heart had been on edge. I'd said everything was fine, but a woman's intuition told her tonight would not be a peaceful one. Suddenly, Screech, Wukong, who'd been dozing on the roof beam, let out a piercing alarm cry, leaped down from the beam to the windowsill, pointed at the southeast corner of the wall, bared his teeth, and snarled. His golden fur stood on end all over, murder blazing in his eyes. Su Xiaoya's heart leaped into her throat. She strode quickly to the window and looked in the direction Wukong pointed. There was no moon tonight, and outside was pitch black. But by the faint glow reflecting off the snow, she dimly made out a dark figure atop the 10-foot-high wall, clinging to the surface silently as a gecko, trying to avoid the broken glass along the top. The movements were skilled to a chilling degree. This was no ordinary sneak thief. This was a trained fighter. Dazhuang. Su Xiaoya didn't scream. Instead, she spun around and shouted toward the gatehouse. Li Dazhuang was a light sleeper. At the sound of the shout, he sprang straight out of bed, grabbed that specially made hay cutter of his, and charged out. The dark figure on the wall clearly hadn't expected to be spotted so quickly. His movements hitched for a fraction of a second, and in that very instant, roar, Wukong launched himself, smashing through the paper of the window like a golden cannonball, streaking straight at the dark figure. The figure reacted with lightning speed. With a flick of his wrist, a streak of cold light shot straight at Wukong's face, a flying knife. In midair, Wukong twisted his body in an impossible contortion to dodge the vital spot, but his shoulder was still slashed open in a bloody gash. Yet this didn't scare him off. It fully roused the beast's ferocity. He seized the man's wrist and yanked hard. The dark figure let out a muffled grunt, but somehow withstood Wukong's enormous strength head-on. With a backhand palm strike, he sent the monkey flying, using the momentum to flip back over the wall and vanish into the boundless night. Fast as a phantom. Don't chase, Su Xiaoya barked, stopping Li Dazhuang, who was about to leap the wall in pursuit. Guard the house. She walked out into the yard and picked up the flying knife that had fallen to the ground. The blade was jet black, engraved with a fierce skull. She didn't recognize the mark, but she knew it was no ordinary man's tool. This was a killer's knife, and if the scout had come, then the main force was probably not far behind. Meanwhile, back at the guest house entrance, the banquet had ended, host and guests all satisfied. I declined Xiao Sihai's offer to drive me back to the village and watched the Jeep and Boss Chin's sedan drive off. Standing in the biting wind, the cold air blew away most of the wine's buzz. I pulled out of my space that old motorcycle I'd picked up on the black market. I'd prepared it specifically to make the trip. Virum. The engine roared in the silent, snowy night, like an enraged beast of steel. I hunched over the handlebars and twisted the throttle all the way. The savage cold wind slashed at my face like knives, but I didn't so much as blink. The wheels kicked up a storm of snow powder, throwing out one hair-raising drift after another along the mountain road. A road that would normally take half an hour, I tore through in 10 minutes, and I reached the foot of West Slope. Who goes there? Hearing the motorcycle, Li Dazhuang let out a thunderous shout from the corner tower, a flashlight beam sweeping toward me. It's me. I braked the motorcycle and swung off. Brother, you're finally back. The great iron gate crashed open, and Li Dazhuang came running out, nearly in tears. Just now there was a dark figure. I know. I tossed the motorcycle to him and strode into the yard. The lamp in the main house was lit. Su Xiaoya was bandaging Wukong's wound. Li Xiuyan and the two Tian sisters stood guard nearby, each of them clutching some kind of weapon, their faces deathly pale, yet not one of them had backed down. When they saw me walk in, the air in the room seemed to thaw in an instant. Easy. Su Xiaoya stood up and handed me the blood-stained flying knife. That man got away. Wukong's got a minor wound, but he'll be fine. I took the flying knife. The blade was heavy, forged of fine steel, its edge giving off a faint blue glint. I gave it a sniff, and my brow furrowed. It's been dipped in poison. Lucky for Wukong, his constitution is special. He pulled through. If an ordinary person had taken that hit, even somewhere non-vital, they'd likely be dead from the poison by now. The method was viciously cruel. This was a scout and a declaration of war. I turned the flying knife over in my hand, my eyes cold. Looks like that Long San has finally let his deepest, most vicious ghoul off the leash. Then let's call the police? Li Xiuyan suggested in a trembling voice. I shook my head. Those few men at the police station were fine for dealing with common thieves, but against a professional killer like this, showing up would just be serving themselves up as dinner. Da Zhuang, go to the storeroom. Bring out the leftover rebar ends, the wire, and that barrel of unused diesel. I took off the mouse suit and changed into a set of trim, snug cotton clothes, then tied my shoelaces tight. Brother, what are you going to do? Set up a killing field. The corner of my mouth curled into a cruel arc, since they want to play dirty. Then I'll show them what a real trap looks like. Don't forget, I had a skill rewarded by the system, basic trap mastery. Combine that with the hunting experience from my Grandmaster level hunting techniques, and tonight this estate would become a hell-on-earth killing ground that swallowed lives whole. For the next 2 hours, the West Slope estate turned into an enormous work site. With Li Dazhuang, I laid countless inconspicuous but lethal contraptions outside the walls, in the yard, even on the rooftops. Beneath the seemingly smooth snow were buried sharpened bamboo spikes and barbed wire. In the shadowed corners, tripwires thin as spider silk were strung taut, so that a single touch would drop a heavy stone from overhead. And along the only path through the front gate, I poured out an entire barrel of diesel and covered it with a thin layer of snow. Memorize these spots. I pointed at several marked places on the ground and told the women of the house gravely. Once the fighting starts, no matter what you hear, no one is to leave the house, and absolutely no running around. You staying inside is the biggest help you can give me. Su Xiaoya gripped the pig-slaughtering knife and nodded firmly. Don't worry, I'll watch the house. Wukong, his wound bandaged, hopped over too. He seemed to sense the tension before a great battle and stopped his playful antics. He took the sack of lime powder I handed him, hung it around his neck, and scrambled up to the highest chimney on the roof. He was the best sentry and the most treacherous assassin. With all this done, I dragged over a chair and sat down, bold and commanding, right in the center of the courtyard. In front of me was a small table, on it a jar of wine, a bow, and a single arrow. Everything was ready. Now I just had to wait for the ghosts to come. Meanwhile, in a stretch of woods 5 li away, a dozen motorcycles and jeeps sat in the shadows with engines still running, white exhaust drifting through the frozen night. More than 30 men, all in black cotton coats, held cleavers, steel pipes, and even 2 homemade shotguns. This was the main force of the Heilong gang. Long Sen sat in a jeep, rolling 2 newly bought iron balls in his hand, his face so dark it looked ready to drip. Beside him sat a lean, gaunt middle-aged man, dry as a mummy, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt pulled down low so that only a pair of dead fish eyes and a hooked nose showed. In his hand, he toyed with a flying knife, identical to the one Su Xiaoya had picked up. He was Old Ghost, the notorious lone wolf assassin of Heilong County, with no fewer than 5 lives on his hands. Well, Longson asked. A bit interesting. Old Ghost's voice was hoarse, like 2 sheets of sandpaper grinding together. That wall is high, hard to get over. And that monkey, it's uncanny. My flying knife couldn't even kill it. I'm asking you, are you sure you can pull it off? Longson cut him off impatiently. As long as he's human, he dies. Old Ghost put away the flying knife, a glint of bloodthirst flashing in his eyes. Just now I only want to say hello. Now, it's time for the funeral. Good. Long Sen shoved open the door and swept out a big hand. Listen up, brothers. Tonight there's only one target. Wash the West Slope estate in blood. Cripple the men, take the women. Whoever cuts off that Lin Yi's head, I'll reward with 1,000 yuan. Kill. The pack of desperados let out a low roar, like wolves loosed from a cage, and crept toward Xiahe village under cover of darkness. The wind had died, clouds veiled the moon, and heaven and earth were plunged into pitch black. The perfect time for murder and mayhem. Inside the estate, I lifted the wine bowl and took a sip. The alarm of my danger sense had gone from an on-and-off flicker to one continuous, sustained wail. That needle-prick sense of crisis came surging in from all directions. They're here. I set down the bowl and picked up the bow. Screech. Wukong on the roof let out a short, piercing cry. Then, from the snow around the estate's perimeter, came the faintest but densest patter of footsteps. Shoo, 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 like countless rats closing in on a granary. Thump. A muffled snap broke the silence. Someone had stepped into the animal trap I'd buried at the base of the wall. Ah! A shrill scream had barely begun when something forcibly clamped over the man's mouth. But that scream was like a starter's pistol. Charge in. Kill. Long Sand's crazed roar rang out beyond the wall. A dozen grappling hooks flew up over the top at once. These desperados had come prepared, meaning to swamp the estate with sheer numbers. I sat dead center in the courtyard, not moving, only slowly drawing back the steel bow and knocking that three-edged armor-piercing arrow to the string. My gaze wasn't on the wall. It was fixed hard on that heavy iron gate. I knew the real killing blow wouldn't come over the wall. It would come through the gate. Boom. An earth-shaking blast, and the iron gate was blown apart by a homemade explosive charge. Through the billowing smoke and dust, a gaunt, ghostly figure came riding the shockwave of the explosion, twin knives in hand, hurtling straight at me at an unbelievable speed. It was Old Ghost. He meant to take the head first thing. I've been waiting a long time for you. I released the bowstring. Twang. The black arrow tore through the smoke, screaming toward him like the Reaper himself. Clang. An ear-grating clash of metal on metal. That armor-piercing arrow, enough to punch through a wild boar's skull, was somehow caught cold by Old Ghost's twin knives crossed in an X. Sparks flew everywhere, lighting up his gaunt, mummy-like face, now twisted and fierce from the extreme strain. Though he'd stopped the arrow from piercing through, that terrifying 150-pound draw force still slammed into his wrists like a sledgehammer. Old Ghost grunted. The base of his thumbs split open, and his feet plowed 2 deep furrows in the frozen earth, sliding back 3 or 4 meters before he barely managed to stop. Such tremendous strength. The contempt in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by the excitement and bloodlust of meeting a worthy match. But he had no chance to catch his breath. The very moment the arrow hit the ground, I'd already tossed aside the bow and, dragging that heavy entrenching shovel in one hand, came barreling through the smoke like a tank charging at full speed, right up in front of him. Die! The entrenching shovel came chopping down at his head with a howling gust of wind. No fancy moves, only pure power and speed. Overwhelming strength crushes all cleverness. Old Ghost's face changed drastically. He didn't dare meet it head-on. His body twisted eerily, sliding to the side like a boneless snake, and his twin knives darted like flicking serpents' tongues, striking cunningly at my soft ribs. Ding! Ding! 2 crisp sounds. The knife tips pierced my cotton coat, but were like stabbing at a tire. They sank in only a fraction before catching fast against a layer of tough flesh. Bones of steel, muscles of iron. I didn't even furrow my brow, as if they were nothing but 2 blades of grass tickling me. Riding the momentum of my turn, the entrenching shovel swept out sideways, its sharp edge tracing a shrill half-circle in the moonlight. Thwack! Old Ghost couldn't dodge in time. He felt a chill at his waist, followed by searing pain. He looked down. Half his waist had been sliced open, blood gushing out. You're a monster. The light in his eyes rapidly drained away. His prized speed and technique were, in front of a monster like me. Defense maxed out, strength off the charts, nothing but a joke. Be a better person in your next life. Expressionless, I finished with a kick, snapping his sternum clean. Old Ghost flew off like a rag doll, crashing into a snowdrift not far away. He twitched twice, then went still. Having dealt with the trickiest customer, I whipped around toward the gate. That pack of desperados had already come flooding in like a tide. Charge! Old Ghost got him. Grabbed the money. Grabbed the women. They hadn't seen how Old Ghost had ended up, still thinking that blowing the gate open meant victory. But what awaited them wasn't gold and silver. It was hell. Ah, the two thugs charging out front felt the ground vanish beneath their feet, dropping straight into the deep pit I'd dug, its bottom bristling with densely packed sharpened bamboo spikes. Their shrill screams made the crowd behind them stall. Then, in the shadowed corner, several wires were tripped, and huge logs came swinging down from above, sweeping through the crowd like pendulums. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of snapping bones and torn tendons rose one after another as 7 or 8 thugs were sent flying. But these desperate thugs got even more bloodthirsty at the sight of blood. Don't be scared. There's just one of him. Rush him and hack him down. More than a dozen of them skirted around the traps, trampling over their own fallen comrades as they charged at me, howling like animals. I stood alone, entrenching shovel in hand, planted in the driving snow like an immovable iron tower. Behind me was the door to the main house. And there were my women, my family. Cross that line, and you die. My voice was soft, but the wind carried it into every one of their ears. The next second I moved. Not to defend, to charge. I plowed into them like a tiger crashing into a flock of sheep, the shovel in my hand transformed into a reaper's scythe harvesting lives. Every swing came with the sound of cracking bones and shrill screams. Nobody could withstand a single blow from me. Nobody could even follow my movements. This was the terrifying combat power that came from combining a perfect physique with grandmaster-level fighting skills. Up on the roof, Wukong let loose too. Wounded as he was, he threw himself into a frenzy, hurling down lime bags and bricks, even picking up firecrackers, lighting them, and tossing them into the crowd. Bang, crackle, pop, the explosions, the screams, and the battle cries all blurred into one chaotic roar. In just 3 minutes, of the 30-odd men who'd been so ferocious moments ago, fewer than half were still standing. The rest, staring at the blood and severed limbs covering the ground, staring at me, drenched in blood yet without a single scratch, finally broke. A ghost, he's a ghost. Run! One man threw down his blade and turned to flee. Fear is contagious, and in the blink of an eye the remaining thugs collapsed into a rout, scrambling over one another to escape through the gate. Sitting in the jeep, Long San felt the cigarette but in his hand burn his fingers. He watched it all, dumbstruck, watched the old ghost he'd paid a fortune to hire lying in the snow like a dead dog, watched his elite men getting cut down like weeds. A chill he'd never felt before made his scalp prickle. This was no fat sheep for the slaughter. This was a man-eating Tyrannosaurus that wouldn't even spit out the bones. Third Master, what do we do? The driver was so scared his legs were shaking. Long San's eye twitched, and a flash of vicious, ruthless resolve crossed his gaze. He'd clawed his way to where he was today by being brutal even to himself. Light it. He pulled a homemade dynamite bundle from inside his coat, lit the fuse, but didn't throw it at me. Instead, he hurled it viciously at his own men who were fleeing back toward him. Boom. A massive explosion erupted at the gate. Flames shot into the sky, and the blast wave knocked several of his fleeing underlings off their feet. It also cut off my pursuit for the moment. Bunch of worthless trash. If you're gonna die, die clean. Don't leave any loose ends for me. Taking advantage of the chaos, Long San kicked the stunned driver out of the vehicle, jumped into the driver's seat, and floored the gas pedal, leaving behind a venomous roar in the wind. Lin E. I'm keeping a tally of today. When I come back, I'll skin you alive. The jeep roared like a startled beast, plowing madly through the snow as it tore out of the village. I burst through the flames, watching the jeep disappear into the distance. I didn't give chase. I only shot a cold glance in the direction its taillights had vanished, then turned to face the courtyard. It was a scene of utter carnage. The explosion hadn't killed everyone. There were still a dozen or so thugs left, some with legs blown off, some with their eyes clawed out by Wukong, all lying in pools of blood, moaning. When they saw me walking toward them, they looked at me as if they were seeing the king of hell himself. Master Lin, spare me. We were forced into it. It was all Long San. I've got old folks and kids to feed. Expressionless, I walked up to a small ringleader who was still begging, and gently patted his cheek with the shovel. Forced into it. When you charged in here just now, screaming that you'd take my money and my women, how come you didn't say you were being forced then? Once you pick up a blade, you'd better be ready to be cut down by one. My voice was soft, but it pronounced a death sentence on every one of them. I'm a small-minded man. Anyone who tries to touch my family, I wipe out their whole line. And what's more, I looked around, my eyes going dark. I don't like leaving anyone alive. Only the dead can keep a secret. Thunk. My hand rose, and the shovel fell. The begging cut off instantly. Over the next few minutes, the Sheepa estate became a silent slaughterhouse. I didn't bother with any fancy interrogation or torture, and I didn't hesitate for a second. Like harvesting a field of grain, one swing, one man, clean and decisive. Wukong crouched on the wall and watched in silence. As a spirit beast, he didn't find it cruel at all. If anything, he thought this was exactly how the strong were supposed to live. 10 minutes later, not a single moan remained in the courtyard. More than 30 corpses lay strewn across the snow, their blood staining the not yet finished paving tiles crimson. So many bodies. Where to bury them? Burying them on the back hill was too easy to discover. Dumping them in the river would just make them float back up and poison the water supply. Then suddenly, I remembered my space, that 50 acres of black soil, and those purple jade grapes that were desperate for nutrients. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. A strange curve tugged at the corner of my mouth. Since you wanted to seize my estate, then stay here and become its foundation. A single thought, a sweep of my hand. Collect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The corpses on the ground, the severed limbs, even the blood-soaked snow, all vanished into thin air, sucked into the spirit spring space. In that self-contained world, I buried them deep beneath a patch of wasteland as far from the water source as possible. With the powerful decomposing ability of the spirit soil, it wouldn't be long before these guilty bodies broke down into the purest organic fertilizer, nourishing this land and growing the sweetest fruit. This was the truly perfect way to dispose of evidence. No one would ever know, not a soul would suspect. Once all that was done, I channeled spirit spring water out of the space and washed the courtyard clean of every trace of blood. Apart from the faint metallic smell still lingering in the air and the big crater blown open by the gate, it was as if nothing had happened that night at all. Dazhuang, come out and clean up, I called toward the corner tower. Li Dazhuang, who'd been hiding inside and not daring to show his face this whole time, poked his head out, trembling. When he saw the empty courtyard, his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Bro, where'd everyone go? They ran off. My tone was flat, as if I were mentioning something utterly trivial. Long San's dynamite scared them off. This rabble, they can't take a real fight. Li Dazhuang scratched his head. Something fell off, but his trust in me was absolute. Good that they ran. Scared me half to death. Some darkness. I'm fine carrying alone. With everything handled, I looked down and picked up a blood-stained scrap of sheepskin parchment from the ground. By the moonlight, I could faintly make out the intricate lines and markings drawn on it. It was a map of the underground drainage network beneath Heilong County, and at one of the junctions, a striking red X had been drawn. You have obtained a special item. Incomplete treasure map, Part 1. Note: this is a clue to a secret vault the Heilong gang has spent years plundering and accumulating. Long San may have escaped, but he left the capital for his comeback right here with you. A secret vault? I looked in the direction Long San had fled, a hint of mockery in my eyes. Long San, oh Long San, you think you escaped with your life? Our little game is only just beginning. The first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, shining down on the brand new gray brick pavement of the Sheeper estate. I stood in the center of the courtyard, holding a cup of hot tea, watching Li Dazhuang rinse the ground with clean water. The bloodshed of last night felt like an illusion. With those dozens of corpses gone, all that remained in the courtyard was the faint scent of plum blossoms. The wintersweet Su Xiaoya had planted in the corner had bloomed. Is it all cleaned up? Bro, I've rinsed it 3 times over. Didn't miss a single crack. Good work. I nodded, then turned and went to the cellar in the back courtyard. Locking the door behind me, I sent my consciousness into the space. The instant I entered, a life force so thick it was almost tangible rushed over me, nearly making me drunk on the pure oxygen. That patch of wasteland where I'd buried the 30-some special fertilizers had already transformed. The once dark brown earth now shimmered with an eerie, deep red glow, as if magma flowed through the soil. And in the thyme field beside it, the second batch of purple jade grapes was growing at a shocking pace. The vines were thicker than my thigh, the leaves as green as carved jade, each one as big as a wash basin. Even more absurd were the fruits. Once the size of ping-pong balls, they'd now grown as large as eggs. The frost of spiritual energy on their skins was as thick as a coating of sugar. So purple it was nearly black, so purple it shone. Detected, land has gained high-grade organic nutrients. The purple jade grapes have undergone a beneficial mutation, blood jade grapes. Efficacy enhanced. In addition to the original beautifying effects, they now replenish chi and blood and strengthen the sinews and bones. Long-term consumption can slowly raise the upper limit of the human body's constitution. I plucked one and popped it into my mouth. It burst. The sensation was like biting through a bomb filled with divine nectar. Not just sweet, but a warm current instantly flowed through my whole body, and that trace of fatigue left over from last night's battle vanished completely. Good stuff. My eyes blazed. Alive, those desperate thugs were nothing but a menace. Dead, they'd actually made a contribution. With this batch of blood jade grapes, the wine I brewed from them would be worth a lot more than just money. It could be sold as medicine. I withdrew from the space in a great mood. Back in the main house, Su Xiaoya and Li Shulian had already made breakfast. White rice porridge, boiled eggs, and a dish of crisp pickled radish strips. They'd had a fright last night, but seeing that I was safe and sound, the women all looked much better, though the Tian sisters still seemed a bit timid. Eat up, I rapped on the table. Once we're done, we're heading into town. Into town? Su Xiaoya was startled. What for? It's not even New Year's yet. Who says you can only go to town for New Year's? I peeled an egg and put it in her bowl, then peeled another for Li Shulian. The house is built, we've moved in, and last night we survived a real disaster. Since it's cause for celebration, we ought to celebrate. We'll go to the department store, buy clothes, buy watches, pick up a few big-ticket items for the house too. I patted the thick wad of 10 yuan bills in my pocket. Money's meant to be spent once you've earned it. Let it sit, and it'll just go moldy. Su Xiaoya was about to say, let's spend carefully, but Li Shulian quietly tugged her sleeve. Li Shulian was a traditional woman. She felt that a man willing to spend money on his woman was showing her the greatest possible favor, and you must never turn that down and make him lose face. We'll do as the head of the house says, she said softly. Su Xiaoya blushed and nodded. Then, let's buy Sis a new outfit too. That padded jacket of hers is 5 years old. Everyone gets something. No one's left out. I looked around at this house full of women, my heart full of a sense of accomplishment. Out there, fighting for my life. Wasn't it all for moments like this? At 9 that morning, the Hongqi County Department Store. This was the busiest place in the whole county, a 3-story building packed with all kinds of goods. I strode in with my 2 women and little Yaya. Quite the imposing procession. The group turned heads. Me, tall and handsome. Su Xiaoya, cool and refined. Li Shulian, curvy and alluring. And little Yaya, fed so well she looked like a porcelain doll. Comrade, let me take a look at that Manhwa brand watch. I pointed to the most expensive women's watch in the display case. The Manhwa watch? That'll be 180 yuan, and you'll need industrial coupons too. The salesgirl was young, and seeing my air of wealth, she didn't dare be too sharp, though her eyes still held a note of doubt. Slap. A stack of crisp industrial coupons hit the counter, with plenty of 10 yuan bills pressed underneath. Enough? I asked flatly. Enough. Plenty. The salesgirl's eyes lit up, and she hurried to bring out the watch. I grabbed Su Xiaoya's wrist and, ignoring her struggles, forcibly fastened it on her. The silver band gleamed against her fair skin, delicate and elegant. Looks good. I nodded, satisfied. We'll take it. And bring out a Shanghai brand men's watch too. That Shuangshi one's nice as well. Wrap them up. Su Xiaoya stared at the watch on her wrist, her heart pounding. 180 yuan was as much as a whole year's grain rations back at her old sent-down youth posting. This is way too expensive, she said, trembling with distress. Only something expensive is worthy of you. I murmured in her ear. You're the lady of this house. From now on, When you deal with all those officials' wives, how can you hold your own without a fine watch? With that one sentence, I filled up both her vanity and her sense of duty. Having bought Su Xiaoya a watch, I certainly wasn't going to play favorites. I led everyone to the ready-made clothing counter. This red wool coat, let Xiuyan try it on. Li Xiuyan waved her hands in a panic. No, no, no. This homespun padded jacket suits me just fine. That wool coat is for city folks. People would laugh at me if I wore it out. Who'd dare laugh? I draped the coat right over her shoulders. You're my woman, Lin Yi's woman. You look good in anything. Li Xiuyan looked at herself in the mirror. The fitted red coat traced out her full curves, and the once slightly countrified farm wife had instantly transformed into a charming, still graceful young wife. As she kept looking, her eyes reddened. Never in her life had she dreamed she'd get to wear such fine clothes. Thank you, head of the house. By the time we'd swept through the store, I'd spent close to 1,000 yuan. Everyone's hands were full of purchases, and their faces glowed with contentment. Just as the family was about to head to the state-run restaurant to eat, a jeep suddenly pulled over to the curb. The window rolled down, revealing Qiao Sihai's rugged face. But at this moment his expression was oddly grave and puzzled. Little brother Lin, what are you doing here? Master Qiao? What a coincidence. Just brought the family out to buy a few things. I greeted him with a smile, my expression perfectly normal. Qiao Sihai pushed open the car door and hopped out, pulling me aside. He handed me a cigarette and lowered his voice. Little brother, were you home all last night? I was. Why do you ask? I took the cigarette, my face all confusion. Qiao Sihai took a deep drag, brows knitted tight, an indescribable strangeness in his eyes. Strangest thing, I just got a call from the station. They said this morning, someone found Long San's jeep in Wild Boar Gully, about 10 li from your village. Oh, a car accident. I already knew the score, but I didn't let it show on my face. An accident? It's far worse than that. Qiao Sihai dropped his voice, his tone turning eerie. That car looked like it had been smashed by something heavy. The whole rear end was caved in. The driver's seat was covered in blood, but that Long San, he was gone. Gone, right? No living man, no dead body. And the freakiest part is, word is the whole core crew of Heilung's enforcers vanished into thin air last night too. Not a shadow of them anywhere. As Qiao Sihai spoke, a chill ran down his spine. He couldn't for the life of him imagine that I'd been the one to do it all so ruthlessly, so cleanly. To him, this looked more like the Heilung gang had been struck down by heaven's wrath, or had crossed some untouchable mysterious power and been wiped out root and branch. As for that scourge Long San, his car wrecked like that, and he still managed to run? The man's luck was as tough as a cockroach's. Little brother Lin, you'd better watch yourself these next few days. Qiao Sihai warned me out of genuine concern. I know Long San's type. He's the kind who repays every slight. Now he's a lone wolf with nothing to lose, and there's no telling what scheme he's cooking up somewhere. If you catch any sign of him, tell me or call the police right away. Thanks for the warning, Master Qiao. I'll be careful. I nodded, my expression solemn, though a flicker of cold amusement passed through the depths of my eyes. For a while at least, this vicious wolf wouldn't have the strength to bite anyone. All right, I'll let you get on with things. Boss Chin up in the province is pressing hard for the shipment. That wine of yours. Don't worry, it'll be ready to ship in a few days. Perfect. With your word on it, I can rest easy. That afternoon, I took the women to the Xinhua bookstore. Boss, this self-study series in math, physics, and chemistry. Give me as many sets as you've got. In one go, I bought 10 sets of textbooks, bundled them up, and handed them to Su Xiaoya. Xiaoya, from today on, these books are more important than that watch. The day is about to break. I don't want the lot of you spending your future stuck by the stove. I want you to walk into a university with your heads held high. Su Xiaoya stroked the covers, sensing the plan I was laying out for the future, and nodded firmly. By the time we got back to Xia village, it was already late. Li Dazhuang was standing anxiously by the gate, and only relaxed when he saw me return. Bro, there's a letter. Don't know who stuffed it through the gap in the door. I took the envelope. No postmark, just a twisted black line drawn on the front. I opened it to find a single line written in blood, the strokes crooked and shaky, clearly written by someone whose hand had been injured. The Green Mountains never change, The clear waters flow on forever. Lin, I've left my property in your care for now. When I come back to collect it, I'll take your life as principal plus interest. It was signed with a red fingerprint. Long San. So the bastard really did have 9 lives, and he was watching me from the shadows. Left it in my care. I sneered and crumpled the letter into a ball. I knew what he meant, that treasure map. Want to come back and collect it? We'll see whether you've got what it takes. I felt the half of the treasure map tucked against my chest. Since Long San had mentioned his property, that meant this secret vault was crucial to him, his one and only hope for a comeback. But what if I cleaned out that vault first, cut off his supplies, and let's see what he'd use to recruit an army? After dinner, I was in the study explaining math problems to Su Xiaoya, savoring a rare moment of warmth. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. Someone was pounding heavily on the courtyard gate. Who'd come at this hour of the night? I frowned, but my danger sense didn't sound any alarm, which meant it wasn't an enemy. I'll go take a look. I threw on my coat and went out, opening the peephole in the main gate. By the light of the lantern hanging there, I saw someone I never expected, an old man wrapped from head to toe in a thick padded coat, wearing a dogskin cap, an old worn medicine chest on his back, his beard hung with icicles, shivering in the biting wind. He looked half frozen to death. "Excuse me, is this the home of Lenny?" The old man's voice was quavering and hoarse. "That's me." I opened the door and eyed him warily. The old man took off his cap, revealing a head of disheveled white hair, his cloudy eyes bloodshot. "I'm Sun Jishir, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor from the county hospital. Secretary Liao sent me here. He said you might have the top-grade wild mountain ginseng that saved his mother's life the other day." Sun Jishir? A flash of recognition went off in my mind. In my memories from my past life, Hongqi County did indeed have a miracle doctor named Sun Jishir, a true heir to the master's tradition. Sadly, because of his bad class background, he'd always been suppressed. Yet this old man's medical skills were extraordinary, and he commanded deep respect among the common people. So he'd come for the ginseng. Back when Liaowen was searching everywhere for medicine to save his mother, it was my 60-year-old wild mountain ginseng root that had brought the old lady back from the brink, and word of that must have spread through the upper circles at the county hospital. "Please, even a few of the ginseng whiskers would do." As he spoke, Sun Jishir's knees actually buckled, and he was about to kneel before me, tears mixing with the ice on his face as they fell. "My granddaughter. She was born with a cold poison in her, and it's flared up these past few days. Western medicine has no answer. Only aged ginseng can keep her breathing, hold on to that last breath of life. I've searched the entire county, and only you have it." Quick as a flash, I caught hold of him and held him up. "Granddaughter? Cold poison?" It came back to me. Sun Jishir had a granddaughter named Sun Jing, who would later become the most beautiful and coldest, most aloof, female doctor at the county hospital. In my past life, I'd heard her health had always been poor. So this was the reason. This wasn't just about saving a life. It was a connection walking right up to my door. Sun Jishir's ties spread throughout the entire county. Even people up in the province owed him favors. And what's more, if I could cure Sun Jing, I didn't have the 60-year ginseng anymore, but I had my space. I had 20-year ginseng, Spirit Spring Accelerated, its medicinal potency rivaling a 50-year root. And I had that freshly brewed Tiger Amber Spirit wine, brimming with a vast essence of life force. If it was cold poison, then Tiger Amber wine, that thing of purest yang, would be exactly the right remedy, wouldn't it? "You're too kind with your words. Old Sunday healing the sick and saving lives builds up good karma." I didn't agree outright, nor did I refuse. I stepped aside to let him pass, a gentle smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. "It's cold out. Let's go inside and talk. I really don't have any ginseng left, but I happen to have a medicinal catalyst even more potent than ginseng. It might just save your granddaughter's life." What? Sun Jishir was stunned. "Come inside. You'll understand once you see it." I shut the gate, closing out the wind and snow. I knew that with this gate closing, my commercial empire was about to gain another important piece of the puzzle, one called medicine. "Sit." I gestured to the wooden chair by the firewall and poured him a cup of hot water. Sun Jishir cradled the hot water, his body still shivering uncontrollably, chilled to the bone, and burning with anxiety besides. his cloudy old eyes fixed on me intently, like a drowning man clutching at his last piece of straw. Comrade Lin, what you said just now, a medicinal catalyst even more potent than ginseng. It's old son, you're a master of Chinese medicine. You must know that with an illness like cold poison, ginseng alone, which just replenishes qi, treats the symptom but not the root cause. I was in no hurry to bring out the item. Instead, I spoke slowly and deliberately. Ginseng keeps a person breathing, but that's for cases of depleted qi and blood. Your granddaughter, though, has cold poison seeped into her bones. That's an evil, deathly energy. To save her life, you need something of the purest, hardest yang to force that cold air out or melt it away. Sun Jishur was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile and nodded. I understand the principle. I've tried aconite, cinnamon, all these heating medicines. I even used deer's blood. But this child's constitution is too unusual. Ordinary heating medicines go in like a clay ox sinking into the sea. They can't suppress that cold energy. Unless… He paused, his eyes dimming. Unless I had the legendary tiger bone or ambergris, those things of great yang. But in times like these, where would I find them? And even if I could, it would have to come from a beast that had grown into its full power. Clunk. I set a coarse porcelain bowl on the table and turned to go into the inner room. Really just as cover, so I could take it from the space, and came back out cradling that slightly smaller wine jar I'd sealed not long ago. I slapped off the clay seal. Whoosh, a wave of heat, invisible to the eye yet strong enough to shoot straight through the crown of the head, rushed out along with a rich, overpowering aroma of wine, instantly filling the entire hall. And in that fragrance, there even seemed to be a faint tiger's roar, one that set the soul trembling with excitement. The water cup in Sun Jishur's hand hit the floor with a crash, shattering to pieces. He shot to his feet, nostrils flaring wildly, eyes locked on that wine jar. His face went from shock to wild joy, then to disbelieving awe. This is tiger amber. I poured out a small bowl. The golden liquid was thick as oil, giving off an aura that made a person's whole body burn with heat. This is that Manchurian tiger that broke into the village a few days ago. A 600-gene king of beasts. The very essence of its marrow is all inside. And what's more, I lowered my voice. I've added a few good things in here that even you couldn't see through. Sun Jishur reached out a trembling hand, dipped up a drop of the wine, and placed it on his tongue. Boom. It was as if a ball of fire had exploded on the tip of his tongue, instantly blazing through his whole body. The old man's face, once blue with cold, actually turned ruddy within a few seconds, and his hunched back straightened up a little without his even meaning it to. Pure yang. Utterly pure yang. This is a true raging fire. Sun Jishur was so moved that the tears of an old man streamed down, and he was about to kneel again. There's hope. Jinger has hope. Comrade Lin, no, my benefactor. How much for this wine? I'll pay any price, even if it bankrupts me. I told you, I'm not short of money. I held him up, then resealed the small jar of wine and carried it in my hand. Let's go. Lead the way. Saving a life comes first. Sun Jishur was stunned for a moment. This was the very heart of a great physician. This was the spirit of a true hero. Yes. The car's at the village entrance. Let's hurry. A county hospital ambulance was parked at the village entrance, the driver already stamping his feet against the cold. When he saw old Sun coming out with me, he was surprised but didn't ask questions, just floored the gas, and the rickety ambulance went racing off through the snowy night. I sat in the jolting compartment, cradling the wine jar, eyes closed, resting my mind. I was thinking. I knew the medicinal power of this tiger amber spirit wine. Yukong drank it and reverted to a more primal, ancestral form. I drank it and my body was strengthened. But Sun Jing, a frail girl with a cold poison constitution, if she drank it straight down, might she not be too weak to withstand such a potent tonic and simply burst from the inside? System, is there any risk in using tiger amber spirit wine to treat cold poison? After calculation, the target's constitution is extremely cold, and it will produce a violent neutralizing reaction with the wine's extreme yang property. Recommendation: this must be paired with massage and guided energy circulation, or the harmonizing of yin and yang, in order to dissipate the shock of the medicinal force. Otherwise, though the poison can be expelled, the meridians may be damaged. Massage, harmonizing yin and yang. The corner of my eye twitched. When this system got improper, it really did suit my tastes rather well. Half an hour later, the car sped through the county hospital's front gate. By now it was deep in the night, and the hospital was silent. Sun Jisher led me straight to the special care ward at the back. The moment I pushed open the door, a bone-piercing chill rushed at me, making even someone with my sturdy constitution shudder. There was no heating on in the ward, because the patient couldn't tolerate warmth, but the temperature was still far too low, thick frost flowers frozen across the windows. A young woman lay on the hospital bed. This was Sun Jing. Even ravaged by illness, her beauty still held a soul-stirring power. Skin so pale, it was almost translucent, features like a painting, yet radiating a coldness that kept people at arm's length. White frost actually clung to her long eyelashes, and she looked like an exquisitely carved ice sculpture. Beautiful, but fragile, as if she might shatter at any moment. Right now her eyes were shut tight, her breathing faint to the extreme, and the hand resting outside the blanket had nails already turned a bruised purple. Jinger, Grandpa's back. Sun Jisher threw himself down at the bedside and touched his granddaughter's forehead, cold as iron to the touch, and the tears came instantly. Quick, Comrade Lin, quick, bring the wine. I stepped forward but didn't rush to feed her the wine. I activated herb identification. This skill offered some assistance in judging illnesses in the human body as well, and let my gaze sweep over Sun Jing's body. Inside her, I could see a thick black cold energy coiled at her dantian, endlessly devouring the last bit of vitality she had left. It's even worse than I thought, I said in a low voice. Old son, this wine's medicinal properties are too fierce. She's far too weak right now. Drinking it directly, I'm afraid she couldn't bear it. Someone needs to help her by massaging her to disperse the medicinal force. Massage? Sun Jisher was startled, then nodded. I can do it. Let me. You can't. I shook my head and spoke bluntly. You're advanced in years. Your yang energy is insufficient. When that cold energy backlashes, you won't be able to withstand it. We need a man in the prime of vigor, brimming with qi and blood. In this ward, apart from Sun Jisher with one foot in the grave, the only one with qi and blood surging like a dragon was me. Sun Jisher looked at me, then at his unconscious granddaughter, his eyes wrestling with the choice for a moment. Propriety demanded that unmarried men and women keep their distance. But what time was there for that now? Her life was slipping away. What use was there in clinging to feudal etiquette? Comrade Lin, I'm begging you. He gritted his teeth and bowed deeply. A healer has the heart of a parent. There's nothing to be squeamish about here. As long as you can save Jinger, you'll be the great benefactor of our Sun family. Then forgive me. I set down the wine jar, poured a small cup of the golden liquid, walked to the bed, and lifted Sun Jing up, cold to the touch and soft as if she had no bones. I pried open her jaw and slowly poured that cup of wine, laden with spiritual energy and a tiger's might, down her throat. Gulp. The wine went down. In just 3 seconds, Sun Jing, who had lain as still as a corpse, suddenly began trembling violently. An unnatural flush surged across her face in an instant, her brows knitting tight, as if she were enduring immense pain. The cold poison inside her met the ultra-yang tiger amber wine like cold water flung into a scalding pot of oil. It exploded in an instant. NGH. Sun Jing let out a pained moan, her body writhing involuntarily. Hold her down, I said sharply, and past caring about anything else, kicked off my shoes and climbed onto the bed, sitting cross-legged behind her, both hands pressed against her thin back. The breathing technique from the biological enhancement art began to circulate. Boom. The qi and blood inside me surged like a rushing river, and a scalding heat poured continuously through my palms into Sun Jing's body, guiding that violent wine force to slam against the cold poison clogging her meridians. In that moment, I was like a great furnace, and Sun Jing was a block of solid ice. The clash of ice and fire unfolded within the girl's frail body. As time passed, the temperature in the ward actually began to rise. There was even a haze of steam. The frost on Sun Jing's body melted, turning to sweat that soaked her clothes. I sat behind her, eyes fixed straight ahead, focused solely on channeling my internal force. But I could feel that, as the cold poison receded, the cold body in my arms was growing hotter, softer, even starting to press toward the source of heat on its own. In her unconsciousness, she instinctively craved warmth, unwittingly leaning back until her entire back was pressed into my embrace. A soft murmur, tinged with a sweetness, escaped her lips, utterly different from the pained moaning of before. Standing guard beside us, Sun Jisher's old face suddenly reddened, and he awkwardly turned around, pretending to look out the window. This tiger amber wine. Its side effects seemed to be a bit much. I drew a deep breath too, silently reciting "form is emptiness" a few times over. The cold poison had retreated, but another kind of fire had begun to blaze. Finally, when I was drenched in sweat, whoosh, Sun Jing let out a long breath of murky air laced with black energy and slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, once cold and clear as ice, were now clouded over with a misty haze. She gazed blankly around her, feeling the scalding embrace behind her and that heat inside her, a heat she'd never known before, shameful yet longed for. She didn't scream. She only slowly turned her head to look at me, right there beside her. Our eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. Target Sun Jing successfully treated. Detected, the Tiger Amber Spirit wine has produced a side effect. The target has entered a state of arousal. Emotional bond quest triggered, fire and ice. Please handle this special affinity, born of saving a life, with care. Sun Jing bit her lip, her face flushed as red as a boiled shrimp, her voice trembling and faint. Who are you? Why am I so hot? Water. She unconsciously licked her cracked, peeling lips, those eyes as if veiled in a pink mist. She felt that unprecedented heat inside her slowly evaporating away her reason, and the source of warmth behind her had become her only lifeline. Instinctively, she turned around, her two slender arms winding around my neck like vines, her scalding cheek pressed against the cold buttons of my coat. Hot, so hot. I drew a deep breath, the fragrance unique to a young girl, and the scent of sweat swirling at the tip of my nose. This Tiger Amber Spirit wine's potency was even fiercer than I'd anticipated. For a girl like Sun Jing, eroded by cold poison for years, never once having encountered yang energy, this wasn't just a tonic. It was a raging fire set to dry kindling. Don't move, the energy channeling isn't finished yet. I pressed down on her restlessly shifting shoulders, my voice low and hoarse, circulating the breathing technique, my palm pressing against her sweat-dampened back once more, forcing that wild, surging heat down into her dantian. Sun Jisher stood by the window, his old face crimson, listening to the sounds coming from behind him, unable to leave, unable to stay. He knew this was medical treatment, saving a life, but the scene really did stir all sorts of improper imaginings. At that delicate, tense moment, bang! The ward door was slammed open with force, the door panel crashing against the wall with a resounding boom. Sun Jing, I heard you were. A young male doctor in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses rushed in, still holding a patient chart in his hand. The anxiety on his face froze the instant he took in the scene, into utter shock and twisted rage. There in the dim ward, a country bumpkin was sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed, and the goddess Sun Jing, whom he had pined for, whose hand he'd never so much as touched, was at this moment disheveled, her face flushed all over, clinging desperately to that man's waist, practically hanging off of him. You animal! What are you doing? Zhou Wentao felt his mind go off with a roar. He flung the patient chart hard to the floor, charged over, and reached out to grab me by the collar. Let go of her. You degenerate. I'm calling the police to have you arrested. My brow furrowed sharply. This was the critical moment of channeling the energy. The last thing I could afford was to be disturbed. I didn't even turn my head. I simply swept my hand back in a backhand strike. Get lost. That sweep looked casual, but it carried the terrifying, explosive force of a perfect physique. Smack! Zhou Wentao's outstretched hand was struck hard by the back of mine. A tremendous force slammed into him, and he was sent staggering back 5 or 6 steps as if hit by an iron rod, landing hard on his backside on the floor, the back of his hand instantly swelling up in a high, red welt. You dare to hit me? He scrambled up from the floor, grimacing in pain, pointing at me and shrieking. Old son, are you just going to stand there and watch this out-of-town degenerate abuse Jing? This is a hospital. This is rape. It's a crime. By now Sun Jishur had snapped out of it. He hurried to the bedside and first glanced at Sun Jing's complexion. Her expression was a little off, but her face was ruddy and her breathing was strong. The old man was so moved his beard quivered. He spun around and roared at Zhou Wentao. Zhou Wentao? You shut your mouth. Old son. Zhou Wentao was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at his usually gentle, refined teacher. Have you lost your mind? He's saving her life. Sun Jishur pointed at the steady rhythm pulsing on the monitor, his voice trembling. Look closely. Jinger's cold poison, it's reseated. Zhou Wentao froze and instinctively looked at the machine. Heart rate 85, blood pressure 110/70, blood oxygen 99%. The readings couldn't have been more normal. They were even a touch stronger than a healthy person's. How is this possible? He rushed over, grabbed Sun Jing's wrist, and moved to take her pulse. Just yesterday she was in organ failure. How could she possibly? The moment his hand touched her, it was scorched by a searing heat. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is the last flare before the flame goes out. He's used stimulants. Zhou Wentao couldn't accept the reality. He was a top graduate of Western medicine, trained abroad, an illness that he and even the provincial specialists had pronounced hopeless. How could it possibly be cured by some country bumpkin? It was like having his face ground into the dirt. Move aside. By now I'd completed the final channeling of energy. I withdrew my hands, gently laid the limp, boneless Sun Jing back onto the pillow, and pulled the blanket up over her. Though Sun Jing's eyes were closed, her hand still clutched the hem of my coat, refusing to let go. I had to pry her fingers open with a bit of force, then stood to face Zhou Wentao. At 1.85 meters, with the murderous aura forged from years of life and death fighting, I completely overwhelmed this pale-faced scholar in sheer presence. You're a doctor? I looked down at him from above. I am. Head of surgery at the county hospital. Zhou Wentao puffed out his chest. I have a proper medical license. And you? Do you have credentials? This is practicing medicine illegally. I don't know anything about credentials. I pulled a handkerchief from inside my coat and wiped the sweat from my hands, unhurried. All I know is, when she was dying just now, you weren't here. Now that she's alive, you show up to make noise. Since you're the department head, let me ask you. Cold poison seeped into the bones, meridians clogged. What good was that pile of antibiotics and steroids you prescribed? Besides draining away the last of her life force, what else did they do? Every word drove like a nail into Zhou Wentao's sore spot. That was a scientific treatment plan, he argued, his face flushing red. Science. I let out a sneer and pointed at Sun Jing lying on the bed, breathing steadily. The fact is, your science left her to die, and my country method brought her back to life. That's the result. Zhou Wentao was left speechless. He looked into my eyes, full of mockery, and the jealousy and hatred in his heart shot up like wild weeds. Why? Why should a country bumpkin be able to cure an illness he couldn't? Why should Sun Jing throw herself into this man's arms? Fine. Very well. Zhou Wentao ground his teeth, his gaze venomous. Lenny, is it? Don't be so smug. Practicing medicine illegally is a serious crime even if the patient doesn't die. And that wine you brought, with its unknown ingredients, I'm sending it to the lab. If there are any banned substances in it, you can wait to rot in prison. With that, he glared viciously at Sun Jishur, then turned and slammed the door on his way out. The ward fell quiet once more. Sun Jishur sighed, looking at me with a face full of guilt. Comrade Lin, what a scene. Wentao is a narrow-minded man. Please don't take it to heart. I'll go explain things to the director later. It's nothing. I waved a hand, unbothered. A clown like that wasn't worth my attention. As long as Sun Jing was well, that was the best proof there was. With the Sun family connection now in hand, a mere head of surgery couldn't stir up any waves. A soft sound came from the bed. Sun Jing had woken. That violent medicinal force had finally settled, and reason had returned to her mind. She slowly opened her eyes, her lashes trembling, her gaze locking first on me standing at the bedside. The earlier memories came flooding back like a tide. The despair of near death, the fire that had entered her mouth, and that scalding, solid embrace that had made her feel utterly safe. And the shameful, abandoned things she'd done while lost in her delirium. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, all the way to the roots of her ears. "You're awake." I walked over, not avoiding her gaze, and instead naturally reached out to feel her forehead. "The fever's gone down. How do you feel?" Sun Jing felt the warmth of that large hand on her forehead, her heart pounding traitorously. I'm better." Her voice was very soft, yet it carried a vitality and vigor she'd never had before. "It's warm inside me. That bone-deep cold I always used to feel, it's gone." "That's good." I withdrew my hand. "Drink plenty of hot water these next few days, and go easy on raw and cold foods. There's a little of that wine left. Drink a small cup before bed each night to consolidate the effect." Then I turned to Sun Jishur. "Old Sun, she's been saved, and I ought to be going. There are things to see to at home." "You're leaving already?" Sun Jing bolted upright, ignoring the weakness in her body, and called out before she could stop herself, "Don't go." The words startled even her. When had she, always so cool and reserved, ever lost her composure like this? I stopped in my tracks and turned to look at her, a trace of a smile at the corner of my mouth. "Is there something else?" Sun Jing bit her lip, her peach blossom eyes brimming with a watery light, as if she held 1,000 words within them. In the end, they distilled into a single, very quiet whisper. "Thank you for saving my life. This debt, for saving me someday. I'll repay it." I gave her a long, deep look. "All right, I'll be waiting." I pushed open the door and strode out into the wind and snow. Sun Jing watched that tall figure vanish through the doorway, her hand pressed tight against her chest. There, her heart was beating harder than it ever had before. Stepping out the hospital's front gate, the cold wind hit me square in the face. I tightened my collar and got on my motorcycle. Saving Sun Jing. That move on the board had come to life. Sun Jishur's gratitude, Sun Jing's affection, and Zhou Wentao's jealous hatred. These three things all woven together. But right now there was a more pressing matter. Long San, that scourge who'd gotten away. I felt the incomplete treasure map tucked against my chest. Since Long San wanted this money for his comeback, he'd never stray too far from where the treasure was hidden. Rather than sit and wait for disaster, better to strike first. Virum. The motorcycle roared to life, tearing through the curtain of night. I didn't head back to the village. Instead, I turned the bike around and rode toward the mass graves on the north side of the county town. According to the markings on the treasure map, the first clue lay in that place where the dead outnumbered the living. The motorcycle rolled over a stretch of withered, rotting tree roots and jolted to a stop at the edge of the mass graves. I cut the engine and got off. I pushed the bike into a hidden cluster of shrubs, then reached back and drew the entrenching shovel from my back. This is Red Flag County's infamous Cursed Ground, a mass grave left over from the wars of years past, later becoming a gathering place for unclaimed, ownerless graves. It was the dead of night now, and the cold wind whistled through the broken tombstones and dead trees, moaning like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Will-o'-the-wisps flickered on and off among the distant weeds, glowing an eerie green that carried a chill straight to the bone. My face showed nothing. Not even my heartbeat skipped. I've killed the living. Why would I fear the dead? I pulled out that blood-stained sheepskin map and made out my bearings by the faint moonlight. The Big Dipper points the way, the withered locust is the gate, 30 paces west, beneath the nameless stone. I looked up and found that old locust tree, struck by lightning, leaving only a charred half-trunk. I pushed off with my feet and darted swiftly between the burial mounds. My danger sense stayed on the whole time, scanning my surroundings like radar. Soon I stood before a crooked, blank stone marker. The stone looked ancient, half buried in the earth, surrounded by overgrown weeds, completely unremarkable. But my sharp eyes caught something. Though the soil around the marker was covered in snow, the earth underneath was clearly softer than elsewhere, as if someone had disturbed it recently, or came often to fill it back in. This is the spot. I didn't hesitate. I swung the entrenching tool and drove it down hard. CHK, CHK, CHK. The frozen earth split open under the sharp blade. After digging down about a meter, The tip struck something hard, ringing out with a dull metallic clang. Clang. I sped up, clearing away the loose dirt. A tin box the size of a military footlocker, wrapped layer upon layer in oilcloth, came into view. I jumped into the pit and, with one arm, hauled the box, easily 100 pounds, straight up. I cut through the oilcloth and pried off the padlock. The instant the lid flipped open, even in this pitch-black night, I saw a flash of gold dance before my eyes. The top layer, neatly stacked big yellow croakers, gold bars, a full 10 of them. Beneath them were bundles of 10 yuan notes, plus grain coupons, cloth coupons, industrial vouchers, and even a few silver dollars. A rough estimate put the cash alone at no less than 20,000 yuan. Add the gold, and this fortune was an astronomical sum for this era. Long San, you dog, you plundered plenty. I gave a cold laugh and was just about to stow the box into my space. Suddenly, the danger sense in my mind exploded without warning, a stabbing pain shooting straight to the back of my skull. That was a lethal threat. Bang! A gunshot shattered the deathly silence of the graveyard. A bullet grazed past my ear and struck the stone marker behind me, kicking up a spray of shards. A few bits of rock bit into my face, stinging fiercely. The instant the shot rang out, my body reacted on instinct. I dove forward, rolling into the pit I'd just dug. Cough, cough. Quick reflexes, aren't you, Len? A cold, weak voice, thick with venom, came from behind a burial mound a dozen meters away. I lay against the edge of the pit and poked my head out slightly. Behind that mound, a figure slowly rose. It was Long San, but his current state was utterly wretched. Half his face was swollen like a pig's head. One leg was clearly broken and dragging on the ground, his body wrapped in a tattered military overcoat. In his hands, he held a sawed-off homemade shotgun, its black muzzle fixed dead on my direction. He hadn't run far, or rather, he couldn't run far. Gravely wounded and penniless, this graveyard vault was his only lifeline. He'd been hiding nearby all along, waiting to retrieve the money, never expecting me to arrive so fast. Long San, tough as nails. I stayed low in the pit, my voice steady. Your car's totaled, and you still crawled all the way here. Are you part cockroach? Cut the crap. Long San panted heavily, the muzzle trembling. Push the box out. Then get the hell out of here yourself. Otherwise, I'll blow you away. This thing's loaded with iron shot. One shot, and I'll turn you into a sieve. He was at the end of his rope. That earlier shot had missed because his hands were shaking, and because he'd lost so much blood his vision was blurry. You want the money? A sneer curled at the corner of my mouth. I felt around in the pit and grabbed the frozen clod of dirt I'd just dug up, big as a brick. Here you go. I roared and hurled it toward the open ground to my left. Bang! Long San was already a startled bird jumping at shadows. Hearing the sound cut through the air, he pulled the trigger on instinct. A tongue of flame spat out, and a spray of iron shot blasted that clod of frozen dirt to pieces. A homemade shotgun. One shot, then you have to reload. This was my chance. The moment the gun fired, I sprang from the pit like a leopard. A dozen meters. For someone with a perfect physique's explosive power, it was over in the blink of an eye. Before Long San could even reach for his powder pouch, he saw a black shadow blot out the moonlight. You smack. I backhanded him across the face, sending the still-smoking shotgun flying from his grip. Then I clamped a hand around his throat, lifted this 180-pound brute clean off the ground with one arm, and slammed him hard against the nameless marker. Thud! Long San spat out a mouthful of blood, the sound of cracking ribs clearly audible. Spare me. His feet kicked wildly, his eyeballs bulging. The suffocation dredged up the terror he'd felt that night. Spare you. I leaned in close, my gaze ice cold. That night, when you used explosives to blow up my door, did you think about sparing anyone? When you were screaming about slaughtering my whole family, did you think about mercy then? I have money. All the money in the box is yours. Long San forced out the words with great difficulty. That was my spoils of war to begin with. I tightened my grip slightly, and Long San's face turned a dark purple. Besides the money, what value do you have left? I do. Long San struggled desperately, pointing at the false bottom of the iron box. A ledger. I have a ledger. It records every payment I made to the big shots in the county and the district. That's a life insurance charm. Just let me go and I'll tell you how to read it. Those people will fear you. A ledger? Something stirred in my heart. If that were true, this thing was worth far more than gold bars. It was a sword hanging over certain people's heads, and a trump card that could let me walk anywhere in this region untouched. Very good. I released my grip. Long San collapsed like a heap of mud, coughing violently. I walked over to the box and, sure enough, felt around in the false bottom and found a leather-bound notebook. Flipping it open, I saw page after page densely filled with dates, places, names, and amounts. On such and such date, gave Wang so-and-so 500 yuan. On such and such date, gave Li so-and-so 2 gold bars. Shocking stuff. This was no mere ledger. It was a vast web of connections, a black protective talisman. With this, the task of becoming this region's overlord was practically a done deal. Nice stuff. I stowed the ledger away and turned to look at Long San. By now Long San had caught his breath, and a flicker of hope crossed his eyes. How about it, Boss Lin? This thing's enough to buy my life, right? Just let me go and I'll leave Black Dragon County immediately. I'll never come back my whole life. I smiled, walked up to him, crouched down, and adjusted his tattered collar for him. Long San, you've been in this game so many years, and you still don't get one simple truth? What? Long San blinked, startled. Only the dead can truly keep a secret. My palm rested lightly on the crown of his head. And besides, I don't like keeping a venomous snake around that could bite me anytime. Long San's pupils dilated abruptly, and he opened his mouth to scream. Crack. A faint, crisp snap, internal force penetrating straight to the bone. His gaze scattered in an instant, his head lolling limply. There wasn't a single external wound on his body, but his brain had been rattled to mush. A generation's underworld kingpin, dead just like that in this desolate graveyard, joining the countless lonely, wandering ghosts. I stood up, carrying no psychological burden whatsoever. Mercy toward your enemies is cruelty toward your family. I waved my hand and stowed Long San's corpse, the iron box, and that homemade shotgun all into my space. Long San's body would make the finest fertilizer for the purple jade grapes, while that money and ledger would become the cornerstone of my rise to the top. Once all this was done, I filled in the pit and restored everything to its original state. The wind and snow buried every trace. I climbed onto my motorcycle and left that grim place. By the time I got back to the estate, dawn hadn't yet broken. I felt no urge to sleep. I sat in the study, and by the light of the desk lamp, I carefully leafed through that life insurance ledger. The more I read, the tighter my brow furrowed, yet the brighter the light in my eyes grew. The people implicated in this were more numerous and ranked far higher than I'd imagined. One name in particular made my gaze freeze. The head of the county supply and marketing cooperative, Zhao Daju's backer. So it's him. I closed the ledger, tapping my finger lightly on the desk. With this, Zhao Daju, the one who'd always been at odds with me, tripping me up behind my back, his day of reckoning wasn't far off. Just then, congratulations, host, on successfully killing your archenemy Long San and completely wiping out the Black Dragon Gang. Acquired key item, Black Ledger. Task, Regional Overlord, progress updated, 80%. Special event triggered, Power Vacuum. With the Black Dragon Gang's destruction, a vacuum has appeared among the county's underground forces, and all manner of unsavory characters are stirring restlessly. Host is requested to use available resources to fill this void within half a month and establish a new order. I looked at the system prompt and smiled faintly. Establish order? I had no intention of becoming a crime boss. That was too low class. But I could become the one who makes the rules. Xiao Sihai. I murmured the name. Perhaps it was time to give this ally a truly grand gift. Creak. The study door pushed open. Su Xiao walked in with a coat draped over her shoulders, carrying a bowl of steaming egg noodles in her hands. Easy, still not asleep? Have something to eat. I turned around and looked at my gentle, virtuous wife. The killing intent in my heart dissolved in an instant, replaced by a heart full of tenderness. I'm coming. I took the bowl and had a bite, hot and fragrant. Xiaoya, tomorrow help me invite the village chief and Elder Qiao over for dinner. I set down my chopsticks, my gaze distant. Our family, we're about to do something big. The next morning, Wisps of cooking smoke rose from the chimney of the West Slope estate. Li Xiuyan and the Tian sisters were bustling in the kitchen without a moment's rest, the cutting board piled with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all of which I'd taken out from my space at the crack of dawn. Su Xiaoye changed into a proper linen suit and directed Da Zhuang to polish the Eight Immortals table in the main hall until it gleamed, then set out the fine Jingdezhen porcelain dinnerware. Today's meal wasn't for satisfying a craving. It was for carving out a domain. At 10 in the morning, the roar of an engine sounded punctually at the gate. Xiao Sihai drove up in that dark green jeep, with the somewhat stiff old village chief, Zhao Zhengwo, riding shotgun. The moment he got out, Xiao Sihai circled the towering gray brick wall twice, clicking his tongue in wonder. Brother Lin, this isn't a house you've built. It's a fortress. This wall, this iron gate. Even the County Armed Forces Department's compound isn't as imposing as yours. He patted the thick wall, his eyes full of awe. You flatter me, Elder Qiao. Securities pour out here in the countryside, so it's better to be safe than sorry. I came out smiling to greet them and offered him a Zhonghua cigarette. Uncle Zhao, please, come in. After 3 rounds of wine and a spread of dishes, Xiao Sihai wiped the grease from his mouth and leaned in close to me with a mysterious air. Brother, did you hear? Longsan's really finished. A brother of mine down at the station let something slip. They found a pool of blood and signs of a struggle at the graveyard, but never found a soul. Word on the street is he crossed someone he never should have. Some deity took him out. I picked up a piece of braised pork, my expression unchanged. The graveyard? That place is haunted, but it's just as well. With that tumor gone, we honest businessmen can finally have some peace. Enough about that unlucky stuff. Xiao Sihai pointed at the black clay jar on the table, whose mud seal I'd just cracked open. You didn't invite me here today just to drink, did you? The aroma of wine filled the whole room. This jar was purple jade grape wine, buried 5 years in the time field. Elder Qiao, you're a straight shooter. I filled both their cups. I'm planning to set up a Xiahe Village Chamber of Commerce to consolidate the local mountain goods, medicinal herbs, and the transport for my winery all together. Elder Qiao's fleet buys in for a 30% stake. Uncle Zhao represents the village, providing land and labor for 10%. I handle production and sales and take the lion's share. The 3 families band together and grow the business big. A 30% stake? The profit from this purple jade grape wine alone was an astronomical figure. Xiao Sihai's heart pounded twice, and Zhao Zhengwo was so excited his hands were shaking. I've got no objections. I'll follow Easy's lead on everything. Zhao Zhengwo was the first to speak up. Xiao Sihai pondered for a moment, his eyes blazing. This is a deal I've dreamed of doing. But to spread this wine across the county, there's one hurdle that's hard to clear. Li Baotian, that guy at the county supply cooperative. He fleeces you at every turn. Our permits and approval slips all have to pass through his hands, and unless you fill his belly, you can forget getting them signed off. A flicker of amusement crossed my eyes. I reached into my coat and pulled out that leather notebook I'd seized from Long San, tore out several pages recording Li Baotian's bribes, and slid them across to Xiao Sihai. Elder Qiao, I happened to come across something a couple of days ago. See if it's of any use. Xiao Sihai took one look and his face went white in an instant, then flushed crimson. On it were clearly recorded the dates, places, amounts, even the signatures of the middlemen who handled it. This was Long San's bribery ledger. In my hands this thing is scrap paper, but in your hands, Elder Qiao, it might save you quite a few toll fees. My voice was level. Good, good. Xiao Sihai carefully tucked those pages into an inner pocket against his chest and downed his cup in one gulp. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, there won't be any Li Baotian left in Red Flag County. Our wine. From now on we walk anywhere we please. After seeing Xiao Sihai off, I kept the slightly tipsy Zhao Zhengwo behind. Uncle Zhao, isn't it about time somebody audited the village accounts? Zhao Zhengwo blinked, half-sobered. Xiao Sihai was going after Li Baotian at the top, so that left Zhao Dezhu below. He gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. That son of a bitch Zhao Dezhu, relying on his uncle being the head of the supply cooperative, he even dared to cook my books. Tomorrow I'll convene the village committee assembly, settle the public accounts, and hand anyone with a problem straight over to the police station. Wise move, Uncle Zhao. That very afternoon, the accounts were sealed away. Toward evening, a panic-stricken Zhao Dezhu came running to the gate carrying 2 bottles of liquor, like a stray dog that had lost its home. Boss Lin, it was all a misunderstanding before. Let me apologize to you. I was pruning the winter sweet and didn't even turn my head. Dazhuang, show him out. Get lost. Li Dazhuang charged out with a wooden club. My brother says go home and wash your ass clean and wait. The liquor bottles smashed to the ground with a crash. Staring at that tightly shut iron gate, Zhao Dezhu finally understood. This was what it meant to have the tide turn against you for good. The next day, dawn came especially early in Red Flag County. Several sedans bearing the Municipal Disciplinary Commission's plates drove silently into the supply cooperative. Half an hour later, that once all-powerful director Li Baotian was hauled out, his face ashen gray, his head drooping to his chest, as if his backbone had been pulled clean out. At that very same moment, in the courtyard of the Shaha Village Committee, Zhao Dazhu was being escorted out by the militia, limp as mud. I want to see my uncle. My uncle is Li Baotian. He screamed until his voice cracked. Your uncle got arrested this morning. Embezzled tens of thousands. A villager watching the commotion spat on the ground. Zhao Dezhu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted dead away from fright. This tumor had finally been cut out. I didn't go watch the show. At that moment, I was carrying the precision entrenching tool the system had exchanged for me, walking through the jumbled rock forest on the back mountain with Li Dazhuang and Wukong. I could leave the business of beating the drowning dog to Zhao Jiangwo. My sights had long since risen above this tiny Xia village. According to the Grandmaster-level architectural blueprints, there was a natural cave on the back mountain that, with a little modification, would make the most perfect underground fortress. Wukong, go sniff out where there's wind blowing up from underground. I patted its head. Ever since this monkey evolved into a spiritual brightstone monkey, its senses had become terrifyingly sharp. It bounced around like a golden pinball and soon stopped beneath a cliff, waving me over. I walked over and felt a faint, warm current seeping out from a crack in the rock. A few strokes of the shovel cleared away the accumulated snow and rubble, revealing a cave mouth about half a person tall. Dazhuang, light the torch and stay close behind me. The cave mouth was narrow, but after walking a dozen meters in, it suddenly opened up. In the enormous natural cavern, stalactites hung down like inverted swords, and an underground river flowed silently beneath our feet. Oh my God, our back mountain's belly was hiding a huge maze like this? Li Dazhuang gasped in amazement. But I was in no mood to admire it. This spot could be the entrance defense zone. That flat patch could be the temperature-controlled storage vault. Divert the underground river for hydroelectric power. As long as I sealed the entrance, even if the world outside turned upside down, this place could ride it out in peace. Just as I was planning it all out, Wukong, walking ahead, suddenly stopped, its golden fur bristling all over, not from fear, but from excitement. It let out urgent cries toward a side cave upstream on the underground river, even trying to break free and rush in. Hold on. I grabbed it. My danger sense wasn't sounding any alarm. Instead, an extremely comfortable, yearning sensation came over me. Dazhuang, stand guard here. I'll go take a look. Following the side cave inward, the air grew increasingly humid, carrying a faint whiff of sulfur and floral fragrance. After about 200 meters, I rounded a bend, and the scene before me made my pupils contract sharply. At the end of the side cave was a steaming hot spring pool. On a black boulder in the center of the pool, there grew a small tree, crimson from top to bottom with leaves like flames, hung with 3 golden fruits that gave off a soft glow, lighting up the pitch-black cave. Congratulations on discovering the heaven and earth spirit root, vermilion fruit. Born of the fire chi drawn from the earth's veins, it bears fruit once every 100 years. A mortal who eats it cleanses their marrow and reshapes their sinews. A martial practitioner who eats it can break through the limits of the human body. Warning, a spirit object of this caliber will always have a symbiotic guardian beast nearby. A symbiotic beast? The words had barely registered when my danger sense abruptly exploded. SSSS. A hiss that made my scalp crawl came from the bottom of the pool. With a splash, a giant python thick as a water barrel, covered in dark green scales, suddenly thrust its head out of the water. Its cold, vertical pupils were fixed dead on me, and its blood-red tongue flicked in and out, spitting out a rank stench. This was no snake. This was clearly a giant python that had yet to transform into a flood dragon. Wukong was so terrified it hid behind me. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. This thing was 10 times harder to handle than that northeastern tiger. But after the fear came an even stronger surge of greed. The vermilion fruit, plus this giant python whose whole body was treasure. No risk, no riches. I licked my lips. SSSS, a rank gust blasted my face. The python lashed down at the crown of my skull like a snapped black whip. Instead of retreating, I advanced. The rock beneath my feet cracked as I dropped low, hugging the ground and sliding out in a baseball slide, barely dodging it. The snake's tail slammed into the ground, sending rock shards flying, and the entire cavern shuddered. In the instant when its old momentum was spent and its new force had yet to build, I flicked the sharpened entrenching tool upward, striking with precision at the soft patch of white scales on its belly. With a SHHRP, a long gash split open, and black-red snake blood sprayed all over me. SSSSGH. The python shrieked and writhed madly, thrashing and crashing in all directions. Wukong scrambled up a stone stalagmite, grabbed a sharp rock, and smashed it hard into one of the python's eyes, bursting the eyeball. The python went completely berserk, opening its blood basin mouth to snap at me, its venom sizzling and smoking where it dripped on the ground. Bring it on. I tossed aside the shovel and switched to the pig-slaughtering knife, charging straight at that gaping maw. At the moment I was about to be swallowed, I dropped to both knees and leaned my body back, sliding beneath it. A flash of cold light. The blade plunged into the softest spot under its lower jaw, and using the momentum of its lunge forward, I sliced hard. Squelch, a full gutting. Its innards and blood came pouring down. The python's massive body crashed down with a thunderous roar, twitched a few times, and fell silent. I shoved aside the snake's carcass and gasped for breath. Half a second slower, and I'd have been snake dung. I reached into its abdominal cavity, pulled out a fist-sized dark green snake gallbladder, bit through the membrane, tilted my head back, and swallowed it down. Boom. An icy energy coursed through my whole body, and my vision in the darkness became crystal clear. Swallowed a 100-year-old snake gallbladder. Acquired passive skills, night vision, immunity to all poisons. Store. With a single thought, tree, fruit, and snake carcass all vanished into my space. But just then, the system flashed a red alert. Regional supremacy task triggered. The Eagle of the Mountain gang from the neighboring city has set its sights on Red Flag County and dispatched an advance team. Right now, they've already crept up near your winery. A giant python just slain in front, a powerful enemy raiding my home from behind. I wiped the corner of my mouth and charged out of the cave. Dajwang. Quick, back to the winery. Something's happened. At the foot of the west slope, the winery courtyard was in shambles. The main gate had been kicked in, several large vats smashed, purple-red wine pooling all over the ground. In the yard stood more than 20 strangers in black leather jackets, wielding steel pipes and cleavers. The bald man leading them had a knife scar across his face. He was standing on old Zhang's back, toying with a dagger in his hand. The Tian sisters and the female workers were forced into a corner. Su Xiaoye stood in front of them, gripping a pair of scissors and shielding them for all she was worth. Her face was pale, but her gaze was extraordinarily resolute. Where's that recipe? Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. Scarface raised his dagger and was about to plunge it down. Stop! Su Xiaoye screamed. At the very instant the dagger was about to pierce old Zhang's palm. Whoosh! A fist-sized stone came flying like a cannonball and struck Scarface's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking. Everyone whipped around in terror. At the top of the slope, I sat astride my motorcycle, drenched in blood, like an Azura returned from hell. Behind me, Li Dazhuang held aloft a fodder-chopping blade, and perched on the handlebars was the golden monkey, bearing its fangs. Eagle of the Mountain? I killed the engine and got off, walking toward them step by step, killing intent bearing down. Once you come to Red Flag County, even if you're an eagle, you'll turn into a chicken for me. You dare smash my factory and hurt my people. Today, This yard is going to get a little more red. Get him. Kill him. 5 gold bars to whoever does it. Scarface roared through the pain. Over 20 thugs came charging up, howling. I didn't move. I only gave a few flat orders. Dazhuang, guard the gate. Don't let a single one escape. Wukong, take out that bald one. The rest are mine. The words fell, and my figure moved. I was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Straight punches, sweeping kicks, knee strikes. All the absolute, overwhelming force of a perfect physique. A steel pipe smashed against my back, then bent outright from the rebound of my steel and iron frame. I snatched it backhanded and thrashed its owner until his mouth gushed blood. In 3 minutes, not one of the 20-plus men was still standing. Wails filled the ground. Wukong was even more savage. It rode Scarface's neck, clawing that bald head into a mangled watermelon. Su Xiaoya and the female workers were all dumbstruck. Was this really their man? I planted a foot on the barely breathing Scarface. Go back and tell your eagle of the mountain. Red Flag County belongs to the Lin family. If he wants to die, by all means come. I happen to be short on fertilizer around here. Scarface kowtowed frantically. I know where his base is. I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me. I bent down and searched his coat, pulling out a list with 7 or 8 names and addresses on it. And a few of them were prominent figures in the county. So the black forces of this neighboring city had long since stretched their tentacles into Red Flag County. Nice stuff. I patted his cheek. As a reward, I won't make you suffer. Crack, his neck bone shattered. He didn't even feel any pain. I turned to look at the still shaken Su Xiaoya, and the menace instantly dissolved. It's over now. I wanted to hold her, but realizing I was covered in blood, I stopped my steps. I'm filthy. But she didn't care at all. She threw herself into my arms, her tears soaking the front of my shirt. You scared me to death. I thought I'd never see you again. Task, Regional Overlord, progress updated, 90%. Acquired spoils. The Eagle of the Mountains Underground Intelligence Network rostered. An intelligence network? With this, I could not only defend, I could counterattack. First, I had Dazhuang take the injured workers to the health clinic, double their medical fees, and give each of them another 100 yuan in fright compensation, reminding them to let it rot in their bellies. Once everyone had cleared out, I walked to the center of the yard. Store. With a single thought, the corpses along with the bloody snow vanished into thin air, reappearing in that composting patch of wasteland deep in my space. The overbearing, decomposing power of the breathing earth would quickly turn all this evil into the purest nutrients. This was my way. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, mercy toward your enemies is cruelty toward your family. After rinsing the blood off the ground, I made my way back to the estate under cover of night. First, I entered my space to dissect that giant python. The snake's hide, once tanned, could stop bullets. Its sinews could upgrade my steel bow. Its flesh was deeply nourishing. I cut off the choicest piece of tenderloin, planning to cook it for my family tomorrow. That vermilion fruit tree I'd already planted beside the spirit spring. Under the dual effect of the breathing earth and the accelerated flow of time, its wilted leaves had fully unfurled, red as fire, and the 3 fruits were turning crimson. 3 more days. 3 days later, after eating one, my perfect physique would surely break through to another level. I exited the space and returned to the bedroom. Su Xiaoya hadn't slept yet. She was holding a math textbook, but her eyes were glazed and vacant. When she saw me walk and washed clean of blood, her taut nerves relaxed, and her eyes reddened in an instant. You're back. She wanted to rise, but suddenly her body swayed, and she clutched her chest. Ugh, a dry heave. My expression changed, and I steadied her in a single step. What's wrong? Did the fright get to you? As I asked, I placed my fingers on her wrist. Her pulse flowed smooth and slippery, round as a pearl. This was a slippery pulse. I checked once more carefully. Coming and going smoothly, rolling round beneath my fingers. There was no mistake. I looked up at her lovely face, my gaze falling on her flat lower belly, and a wild joy pierced straight through my heart. Xiaoya, we're going to have a baby. Boom. Su Xiaoya froze completely, her hand reaching disbelievingly toward her stomach. What did you say? I'm pregnant. A slippery pulse, no mistake about it. I'm going to be a father. After a night filled with slaughter and scheming, The arrival of this little life was like the first light of dawn breaking through. Su Xiaoya's tears burst forth, and she threw her arms around my neck, crying and laughing all at once. Congratulations, host. Your primary wife, Su Xiaoya, has successfully conceived. Core main storyline task, Bloodline Legacy, activated. Offspring potential rating, S-class. Before I could even look at the reward, an obscure entry from that intelligence roster suddenly came to mind. Besides the Eagle of the Mountains base, it had also mentioned a secret entrance to Red Flag County's underground water conservancy project. And the location of that entrance turned out to be deep within the very cave where I'd just found the vermilion fruit. I turned to look out the window at the pitch-black back mountain. I had a child on the way, and my territory was secure. Next, it was time to go dig up that true mountain of gold. Deep in the night, in the estate's master bedroom, Su Xiaoya slept soundly, a serene smile on her lips, her hand still instinctively shielding her belly. I sat in the Grand Master chair by the bed, no lights on. Only the glowing tip of my cigarette, flickering bright and dim, illuminating my contemplative face. System, claim the phased reward for Bloodline Legacy. Acquired, skill book, master-level civil engineering, including underground fortification specialization. Nuclear power generator unit blueprint fragment, plus 1,000 points. Boom. A vast, intricate stream of knowledge washed through my brain like a river bursting its dam. Geological structures, load-bearing mechanics, ventilation cycles, concealed engineering. In just a few seconds, I felt as if my eyes had been remade. Walls that had been mere stone before now became collections of load points, support structures, and material densities. I turned to look out the window at the dark silhouette of the back mountain. Before, I'd only thought of it as a barren hill, hiding a cave at most. But now, combining it with my engineering knowledge, the more I looked, the more the lay of that mountain struck me as off. Round on the outside, square within, sheltering the wind and gathering the chi. That's no naturally collapsed cave. That's a shelter deliberately built to exploit the terrain of the mountain. I stubbed out my cigarette, a sharp light bursting in my eyes. The spot where that giant python had coiled was very likely just an abandoned ventilation shaft. The true heart of the matter lay deeper still. The next morning, the heavy snow had just cleared. I changed into work clothes, tucked the entrenching tool and flashlight into my belt, and set out into the back mountain once more with Yukong. Arriving at the cave mouth where I'd slain the python, I didn't rush in. Instead, I used these engineer's eyes to size up the surrounding rock walls. Sure enough, beneath a moss-covered rock, there were unmistakable traces of artificial reinforcement, a reverse arch structure deliberately built to keep the cave mouth from collapsing in an explosion or earthquake. This was absolutely beyond any hunter's ability. This was military-grade workmanship. Crossing the underground river and circling around the large pit where the vermilion fruit had once grown, I arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Here was a pile of jumbled rocks, seemingly a dead end, but I stretched out a finger and felt an almost imperceptible current of air. Wind was blowing from behind the rocks, carrying a whiff of old machine oil and desiccant. This was absolutely not a natural breeze. Relying on the freakish strength of my perfect physique, I pried away several key boulders like disassembling building blocks. With a clatter, a square, concrete-cast cave mouth was revealed behind them. I'd bet right. This wasn't just a cave. It was a war preparedness tunnel. After walking about 200 meters, a blast-proof door appeared ahead, 3 meters tall, riveted together from heavy steel plate. A blurred steel stamp was engraved on the door frame. Third War Preparedness Depot, top secret. In this special era, countless unknown secrets lay buried in the deep mountains. And this one before me was clearly a war preparedness warehouse that had, for some reason, been urgently sealed away or even forgotten. I poured some cooking oil to lubricate the rusted solid windlass bearings, gripped the handle with both hands, and unleashed my strength. Screech. The rusted gears were forced to turn under the terrifying force. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, then a clunk as the lock released. The steel gate, sealed away for decades, cracked open a gap. First I tossed in a torch to test it. The torch burned strong, meaning the ventilation system was still working. A miracle, really. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. As my flashlight beam swept across, the sight before me made me hold my breath. It was a domed warehouse of several thousand square meters, rows upon rows of dark green wooden crates stacked neatly. I pried one open, not guns, but military entrenching tools, forged from fine steel. Several crates beside them held compressed biscuits, military overcoats, quilts, gas masks, and boxes of medical first aid kits. This stockpile was enough to support the logistics of a 1,000-man unit. Especially those quilts and overcoats. In this winter of scarce supplies, they were as good as hard currency. Discovered hidden map, the Forgotten War Preparedness Depot. Task, Underground Fortress, progress updated, 40%. Hint, this base still has an unexplored core zone. Just as I was about to stow the goods into my space, Wukong on my shoulder suddenly whipped its head around and let out a low, hostile growl toward the pitch-black tunnel at the entrance. I killed the flashlight in an instant and darted behind the wooden crates. My danger sense wasn't sounding an alarm, but those deliberately hushed footsteps beat like drums in the deathly silence underground. Someone was coming, more than one. Boss, this guy dared to cripple so many of our brothers. Today we're going to skin him alive and rip out his tendons, a coarse voice cursed under its breath. It was those stragglers from the Eagle of the Mountain gang. They'd followed my trail all the way here. Since you won't take the road to heaven laid open before you, and instead barge in through hell's gateless door. A cruel arc curled at the corner of my mouth as I stroked Wukong's bristling fur. A ready-made grave like this, it'd be a waste not to use it. After swallowing the 100-year-old snake gallbladder, my vision had undergone a qualitative change. In this pitch-black space, those men's flashlight beams were like broad daylight to my eyes. I could even clearly see the fine hairs trembling on their faces. This was a one-way, transparent slaughter. 5 men, 2 homemade guns, 3 knives. I drew the steel bow to full and waited quietly. Split up and search. 2 to a team. The leader waved his hand. The chance had come. Twang. An extremely faint bowstring snap was swallowed by the cavernous echo. The throat of the flunky holding the flashlight on the left suddenly went cold. Clutching his neck, he crumpled softly. Thwack. The second arrow pierced clean through another man's temple. 2 corpses hit the ground almost simultaneously. Ambush. The leader snapped up his gun and fired. Iron shot blasted a wooden crate into flying splinters, but he'd shot empty. As I loosed the second arrow, I'd already slid to the other side like a great gecko. The 2 flunkies on the right cowered back to back, swinging wildly. A streak of gold, Wukong, descended from above, riding one man's face and clawing madly. The other's ankle was suddenly clamped fast by a hand I thrust out through a gap in the crates. I yanked hard, and a big steel-toed leather boot came down and shattered his sternum. In just a dozen-odd seconds, 4 men were wiped out. In the vast warehouse, only the leader remained, standing all alone, holding his smoking homemade gun. One-on-one, a cold voice sounded directly above him. He jerked his head up and was met by an entrenching tool descending from the heavens, cleaving straight through his shoulder and lodging into his chest cavity. I pulled out the shovel and flicked off the blood. Store. All 5 corpses, weapons included, were sent into the space's fertilizer zone. Once I cleared up, I picked up the army green canvas bag the leader had guarded so closely. Opening it, I found several gold bars, a stack of cash, and a black brick-like military walkie-talkie, its indicator light still lit. In this era, only units at the regiment level or above were typically issued something like this. How did the Eagle of the Mountain have one? ZZZT. Number 5. Respond if you read me. This is Eagle. A gloomy, horseman's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. I said nothing, listening quietly. Number 5? Dead. Looks like they got wiped out. The other side gave a cold laugh. Whoever you are, deliver a message to Lin E for me. Tell him to wash his neck clean. 3 days from now, I'll come to Red Flag County personally and send his whole family to their graves. The transmission cut off. 3 days. Coming in person. This was a declaration of war. From the sound of it, the Eagle of the Mountain was going all in this time. He might even bring heavy weapons. I tossed the walkie-talkie into my space, turned, and looked at the even heavier iron door at the deepest part of the warehouse, painted with a skull symbol. My danger sense was jumping wildly there. What lay hidden inside was absolutely not quilts and overcoats. Clang. My entrenching tool slammed hard against the hidden lock, sparks flying. After a dozen odd strikes, the lock core snapped with a crack. I gripped the door handle with both hands. Every muscle in my body taut and heaved. Screech. The heavy iron door slowly swung open, and a wave of air thick with the strong smell of gun oil rushed out. I raised my flashlight, its beam piercing this darkness sealed away for half a century. Even though I'd been prepared, the moment I saw it clearly, my heart still skipped a beat. This wasn't a warehouse. This was an armory. On the left, a row of long wooden crates. I pried one open, dark, gleaming gun bodies, the signature folding triangular bayonet, Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. A full crate of 10, and there were fully 20 such crates, 200 rifles, enough to arm a reinforced company. On the right, something was covered with canvas. I yanked it off, and amid the flying dust, a steel behemoth mounted on a wheeled gun carriage was revealed. A Type 53 heavy machine gun. A thick barrel, heavy cooling fins, with several crates of unopened large-caliber machine gun rounds stacked beside it. Behind it were another 10 crates of Type 67 wooden-handled grenades, a full 400 of them. With this stuff, forget the Eagle of the Mountain bringing a few dozen men. Even if he brought a few hundred, as long as I held the West Slope Pass, however many came, that's how many would die. Since you want to play big, then I'll give you a surprise. I waved my hand grandly. Store. The heavy machine gun, along with all the ammunition and 5 crates of rifles, was instantly stowed into the Space's arsenal. Discovered and unlocked the Core Arms Depot. Task, Underground Fortress, progress updated, 60%. Reward, plus 500 points, intermediate firearms proficiency. A vast amount of knowledge about disassembling firearms and correcting ballistics flooded into my mind. Where before I'd only known how to pull a trigger, in an instant I'd become a war god soldier versed in every art of killing. Back at the estate, the atmosphere was oppressive. Though I'd suppressed last night's gunfire, the village had too many loose tongues, and rumors had spread anyway. Su Xiaoya hurried over to meet me, her face pale. Easy, Elder Xiao sent word. He says things aren't peaceful over in the county town, and to make absolutely sure you don't go out these next couple of days. It's fine, just a bit of a storm, not enough to capsize the boat. I handed Wukong to her and walked into the house. Li Xiuyan was carrying pregnancy safeguarding medicine. Lin Lan was doing the accounts. The whole family was tense, but everything was orderly. This was exactly the home I had to protect. Dazhuang. I walked into the yard. Seal the main gate tight, let people in, but not out. And call the few trustworthy old brothers from our winery to the back courtyard. I've got a job to assign. Brother, are we going to fight? Li Dazhuang's eyes lit up. We're going hunting. There are quite a few beasts coming this time, so we've got to shore up our fences. Half an hour later, in the cellar, 5 sturdy, strapping men plus Li Dazhuang stood ramrod straight before me. They were all old hands who'd cleared the wilderness with me from the start. I knew them inside and out. I opened the long wooden crate. Clack. Beneath the oil paper, 5 brand new Type 56 semi-automatics lay silent. The men's eyeballs went rigid, palms sweating. They wanted to touch them, but didn't dare. 1 each, ammo aplenty. I tossed Li Dazhuang 1. But once you take a gun, your life belongs to this estate. These next few days, anyone who dares force their way past the estate's 300-meter warning line. Kill, without mercy. We'll defend the estate to the death. The 6 men took up their guns in perfect unison, eyes blazing with the fire of loyalty and wildness. Time crept by under the oppressive weather. The first day passed uneventfully. The second day, heavy snow swirled. Over those 2 days, I upgraded the defenses another notch. I built firing platforms along the inner side of the wall, hid bags of quicklime and Molotov cocktails in the corner towers, and buried a few homemade landmines, converted from gas canisters, underground at the main gate, with the fuses running back to the main house. Though 6 months pregnant, Su Xiaoya was no delicate flower. Leading Li Xiuyan and the Tian sisters, she steamed a huge batch of mantou and stewed several big pots of meat, preparing for a long siege. She was a clever woman. She knew that guarding the rear well so I wouldn't be distracted was the greatest help of all. On the evening of the 3rd day, the snow stopped. The setting sun was like blood, dyeing the west slope a ghastly crimson. I sat in the watchtower cleaning a Type 56 semi-automatic. My danger senses alarm began sounding faintly, on and off. They were here. Any word from Elder Chiao's side? Can't get the phone through. They say the line's broken. Li Dazhuang's face was grim. The phone line's been cut. I gave a cold laugh. The other side was professional. Cut off communications first. They meant to shut the door and beat the dog. Pity, though, who exactly the dog was remained to be seen. Everyone to battle positions. Kill all the lights. On the highway 5 kilometers from the village, a convoy of a dozen-odd trucks and jeeps, headlights off, snaked silently across the snow like a black serpent. This was the entire fortune of the Eagle of the Mountain. To take Red Flag County and avenge the old devil, he'd committed his whole force this time. Charge straight in for me. Leave nothing alive, not a chicken or a dog. Inside the modified jeep, the bald old man draped in mink and wearing sunglasses opened his hawk-like eyes and stroked the light machine gun beside him, laughing coldly. He was Xie Baoqing, the Eagle of the Mountain, the underground godfather who lorded over 3 cities. Over 100 men surged toward the west slope under cover of night, like a tide, well-trained, making no sound at all. In the watchtower, I lowered the night vision binoculars. With my night vision ability at work, the dense black dots on the snow were as clear as ants on white paper. Around 120 men, some with 5-round rifles, some with homemade cannons, and a few standard-issue rifles. This was no gang shootout. This was clearly a small-scale assault operation. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. That swarm of black shadows crept up to the base of the wall, propped up ladders. Some men clutched explosive charges and rushed the main gate. Now, I sprang to my feet, the Type 56 semi-automatic firing in an instant. Bang! The head of the man in the very front hugging the explosive charge burst open like a watermelon. Fire! All 4 corner towers and the firing slits along the wall spat tongues of flame at once. 5 semi-automatics plus Li Dazhuang's homemade shotgun instantly wove a net of death. The wall climbers and the chargers never dreamed a little mountain village would have such dense firepower. In a single moment, a dozen-odd men fell like cut wheat. Ambush. They've got rapid-fire guns. Down below dissolved into chaos. What are you panicking for? Hold the line for me. The Eagle of the Mountain, directing from the rear, flew into a rage. He grabbed the light machine gun and raked it across the wall. They're few in number. Use blasting caps to blow the wall. Under his coercion, the desperados steadied their ranks and counterattacked, using the terrain for cover. Bullets struck the gray brick wall, sparks flying. Brother, there's too many of them. We're low on ammo. Li Dazhuang shouted as he changed a magazine. Once they got close and blasted open a breach, it would be hand-to-hand. I blew away a man trying to throw a blasting cap, then turned and walked to a concealed spot behind the watchtower covered with oilcloth. I yanked it off, revealing that muzzle like the eye of the Reaper. The Type 53 heavy machine gun. Last night I'd secretly mounted it here and stocked up 3 full ammo boxes. Too many of you? In front of a heavy machine gun. More of you just means more living targets. Rat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. A low, terrifying roar suddenly erupted. A long whip of fire swept across the snow with world-ending force. The thugs hiding behind trees and rocks didn't even have time to scream before large-caliber rounds tore them, cover and all, into shreds. The 7.62mm bullets streaked orange trails of fire through the night. Whether it was a pine tree as thick as a bowl or living flesh and blood, everything crumbled like tissue paper before this storm of steel. This wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Machine gun. It's a heavy machine gun. These are real soldiers. Run for it. Vulture King's men completely broke down. They were street thugs and bandits, good enough at bullying ordinary folks. But who among them had ever seen anything like this? Who could have imagined that a country estate would be hiding heavy weapons that even the county's armed police might not have? Fear spread like a plague. No one dared push forward anymore. They shoved each other, and some even hacked down their own comrades to clear a path. Hold the line. Every one of you hold. Behind an armored jeep, Vulture King lay flat under the wheel, the raw muscles of his face twitching violently. His sunglasses had long since flown off somewhere. He couldn't understand it. The intelligence clearly said this was just some nouveau riche upstart. So how had it turned into a warlord sitting on his own private army? Boss, we can't hold. The brothers up front are all dead. A trusted lieutenant crawled over, his face covered in blood. Let's pull back. That machine gun's got the road off the mountain locked down. Stand up and you're a target. Vulture King backhanded him across the face. Panicked as he was an old hand who'd seen it all, and his mind raced. Charging head-on wouldn't work. Going back the way they came was impossible. The only way out, he turned and looked toward the pitch-black pine forest at the side of the estate, so dark that even moonlight couldn't get through. That was the direction of the deep mountains. The path was rough and full of wild beasts, but it was the only blind spot. Number 4. Number 5. Take your men and charge the front gate. Draw their fire. Vulture King suddenly bellowed. Boss, you want us to throw ourselves at the guns now? The two named sub-bosses froze. Go, or I'll shoot you myself right here. He jammed a light machine gun against Number 4's forehead. This was the law of the underworld. When disaster strikes, your underlings are just bodies to soak up bullets. Left with no choice, the two of them led over 20 of their most loyal men, holding car doors and wooden planks as shields, and launched a suicidal charge at the gate, gritting their teeth the whole way. Rat-tat-tat, I didn't hold back. Since you've chosen this road, I'll see you all the way down it. Those 20-some cannon fodder were instantly swallowed by the metal storm. And in that window of a dozen seconds, Vulture King made his move. He didn't even bother with the armored jeep. Bent low, with 7 or 8 of his elite lieutenants, using the chaos and the corpses for cover, he slipped into the black pine forest at the side. Linny, you just wait. I'll settle this score sooner or later. Before ducking into the woods, he glanced back at the guard tower still spitting tongues of flame, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. I stopped firing. The ammo box was empty, and the barrel glowed red-hot. The snowy ground in front of the estate had been stained a shocking dark red, littered with severed limbs and the burning wreckage of vehicles. It looked like a hell of butchery. Bro, it's quiet now? Are they all dead? Li Dazhuang shouted, his ears ringing from the noise. I picked up the night vision binoculars and swept the battlefield, locking my gaze onto the pine forest at the side. A trail of messy but rapidly extending footprints stretched deep into the trees across the snow. He got away. Ruthless bastard. Fed dozens of lives to the guns just to slip off himself. I sneered, and the killing intent in my eyes only burned hotter. A man like that had to be put down, or I'd never sleep with both eyes closed. I peeled off the heavy military overcoat and changed into a light hunting outfit. Dazhuang, take the brothers and guard the place. Clean up the battlefield. Anyone still breathing, finish them off. You know how to handle it. Bro, where are you going? Li Dazhuang watched me sling a steel bow over my back and strap twin blades to my waist, and his heart lurched. Pulling this weed out by the roots. He ran into the mountains thinking he could live. But he's forgotten one thing. I let out a whistle. Screech. A golden shadow dropped from the roof and landed steadily on my shoulder. Wukong still gripped the stolen steel pipe in his hand, baring his teeth. He hadn't killed enough. The mountains and forest, that's my home turf. I leaped down from the 3-meter wall, landing without a sound. Wukong, catch the scent. Lead the way. A man and a monkey turned into 2 dark shadows and vanished in an instant into that pitch-black, suffocating pine forest. In that moment, the roles of hunter and prey completely flipped. The real hunt had only just begun. Inside the black pine forest, the light was extremely dim. This was a spur of the Changbai Mountains, towering trees, deep snow, gloomy even in daylight, let alone in the dead of night, where you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. Huff, huff, Vulture King trudged through the snow, stumbling with every step. His expensive mink coat had long been snagged to rags by the branches, and thorns had cut several gashes across his face. He'd lived a pampered life. When had he ever suffered like this? But he didn't dare stop. That prickling, back-of-the-neck fear never left him, hanging over him like a shroud. Boss, let's rest a bit. The brothers really can't run anymore. His trusted man, Number 6, leaned against a tree, gasping for air. The remaining 7 collapsed into the snow, every face ashen. Rest my ass. Vulture King looked back the way they'd come. Even though he could see nothing, He couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was watching him from the darkness. That Lin E is a hunter. In these woods he knows the terrain better than we do. Stop and you're waiting to die? Hang on for a couple more miles. Over that ridge there's an old cabin the logging crew left behind. I've got a motorcycle stashed there. Hearing there was a vehicle, the men's eyes lit up, and they forced themselves back to their feet. Number 6, you take 2 men and cover the rear. Vulture King pulled 2 grenades from his belt and pressed them into his hands. Rig some traps along the way. Don't make it too easy for that kid to follow. Number 6 found a narrow gap between 2 trees, strung a thin fishing line across it, hooked the grenade pins onto it, and covered it with snow. It was the simplest kind of booby trap. Anyone who tripped the line would be killed or crippled. 10 minutes later, I appeared before the trap like a ghost. I didn't step on that fishing line. I stopped a good 2 meters short of it. My danger sense drew a clear red line in my vision, outlining the deadly trap ahead. Amateur tricks. A mocking smile curled at the corner of my mouth. That crude method might work on ordinary pursuers, but before me, with my grandmaster-level hunting skills and mastery of traps, it was like showing off carpentry in front of a master carpenter. Wukong. I pointed at the fishing line. Wukong got the idea instantly, plucked a pine cone, and hurled it with all his might. Boom. Fire shot into the sky, snow and dirt flew several meters high, and shrapnel stripped a big patch of bark off a tree. Up ahead, Vulture King heard the explosion and felt a surge of relief. It went off. The kid took the bait. Number 6 shouted excitedly. But they had no idea. I was completely unharmed and hadn't even slowed down. I unslung the steel bow, drew an armor-piercing arrow, and switched on night vision. The dark forest before me instantly turned into a crisp, pale green image. No more cat and mouse. I took aim at number 6, walking at the very back, still full of himself. Twang. The arrow ripped through the air, weaving past every tree trunk as if it had eyes, and punched straight through his chest, pinning him to an old pine like an insect on a board. Number 6. The comrades ahead spun around, scared out of their wits. Don't stop. He's behind us, shooting arrows. Vulture King's scalp went numb. That archery was inhuman. Scatter. Don't run in a straight line. He was the first to dive into the bushes. Whoosh. Another arrow shattered the thigh bone of the underling who'd been shouting. What followed in the next 10 minutes wasn't a battle. It was an execution. I trailed behind at an unhurried pace, loosing one arrow every few dozen seconds, and every single arrow dropped a man. Except for Vulture King, all his remaining men lay dead in the snow. We made it. Almost there. The outline of a rundown cabin appeared ahead. Hope for survival blazed in Vulture King's eyes. He rushed inside and yanked off a tarp. There sat a dusty motorcycle with a sidecar, silent and waiting. Heaven won't let me die? He jammed in the key and stomped the kickstart. Sputter, sputter, sputter. The engine roared to life. He'd just thrown a leg over the seat and was about to shift into gear when a cold voice sounded from the doorway, cutting through the roar of the engine. Nice ride. Vulture King went stiff all over and slowly raised his head. I was leaning against the doorframe, toying with an arrow. The golden monkey crouched on my shoulder, pulling faces at him. Shame the road's blocked. I pointed outside. The logging trail was completely sealed off by a huge tree lying across it. That was Wukong's work, taking a shortcut just now. Linny, leave a man some room to breathe. I'll give you all my money. I've got connections in the provincial capital. Connections in the provincial capital? I closed in on him step by step. You mean that rival of Boss Chin, the one who's already been suspended and put under investigation? Or your brother-in-law who works as a pimp? Vulture King's pupils shrank sharply. How did he know all this so clearly? Then we'll die together. A crazed look flashed in his eyes as he suddenly grabbed a blasting cap and moved to smash it against the fuel tank. Too slow. I let out a sigh. A cold flash of light. The pig-slaughtering knife carved a graceful arc, and the hand holding the blasting cap was severed clean at the wrist. His scream hadn't even finished when I clamped a hand around his throat, slammed him to the ground, and planted a boot on his chest. I told you, Hongqi County belongs to the Lin family. Next life, keep your eyes open. Squelch. And so a would-be overlord met the end of his sinful life in that abandoned cabin. Final boss, Vulture King, eliminated. Main quest, local overlord completion, 100%. Rating, Perfect, S-ranked. I stored the corpse in my inventory and climbed onto the motorcycle. Wukong, get on. We're going home. Sputter, sputter, sputter. The engine's roar echoed through the silent valley, and the headlights sliced through the thickest darkness before dawn. Wukong clung to the windshield, his golden fur whipping wildly in the wind as he let out excited shrieks from time to time. The big iron gate of the estate was shut tight, and the lights on the guard tower had burned all night. Who's there? Li Dazhuang's hoarse roar came from atop the wall. The big lug hadn't slept a wink all night. It's me. I braked and cut the engine. Bro's back. The gate swung open with a bang, and Li Dazhuang came tumbling out. Seeing me sitting unharmed on that badass motorcycle, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and let out a stifled cheer. What about that old creep? Li Dazhuang peered behind the bike. Sent him back to meet his ancestors. From now on, there's no more Vulture King in Hongqi County. This bike's the toll he paid for crossing me. A few of the men sucked in cold breaths, looking at me as if I were some kind of immortal. Chasing a crime lord who'd terrorized 3 cities deep into the mountains, taking him out single-handedly, and even seizing his bike? A story like that could be spun into a 3-year storytelling epic. Don't just stand there. I tossed the keys to Li Dazhuang. Clean the bike up. From now on, it's the factory's official vehicle. Have the brothers head out. Everyone gets a 50 yuan bonus. Walking into the main courtyard, I found a pile of corpses heaped to one side. With practiced ease, I stored them all in my inventory. The curtain of the main house was flung aside, and Su Xiaoye rushed out with a coat draped over her shoulders and bare feet, throwing herself into my arms. Right behind her came Li Xiulian and the Tian sisters. The women crowded around me, and their rising and falling sobs tugged at my heart more than any words could. All right, you're all grown women, still crying like babies. With one arm around Su Xiaoye and the other patting Li Xiulian's back, I said, our home is safe now. No one will dare come bully us again. You just focus on taking care of the baby. Su Xiaoye laughed through her tears and thumped me on the chest. This night of terror had finally come to an end. After a hot bath, I went alone to the study and opened that golden quest panel. Reward, plus 2,000 points. Family aura upgraded to territorial suppression, intermediate. Hostile targets within the territory suffer a 20% reduction in combat power, and family members' morale increases by 30%. Special item Fruit of Honesty, ×3. The one who eats it cannot lie for 10 minutes. Random lottery, draw ×1. My points surged past 3,700. The territorial suppression was downright godlike. With it, this West Slope estate would truly become a dragon's pool and tiger's den. And the Fruit of Honesty would be a total cheat code for interrogating captives and reading the cards of sly old foxes down the road. Draw. The wheel spun rapidly in my mind and finally stopped on a slot painted with an old-fashioned scroll. Special skill obtained. Divine level appraisal, antiques and curios. The authenticity, era, and value of any antique or curio will be laid bare before your eyes. Antique appraisal? I paused for a moment, then broke into wild delight. It was 1,976. Because of the special circumstances of this era, countless priceless antiques, paintings, and calligraphy were being tossed into scrap yards as the four olds, or sold off dirt cheap by locals who didn't know their value. This was a golden age for scooping up treasures everywhere. With this skill, in between brewing liquor, I could stockpile a batch of national treasures that would be worth a fortune in the future, rescuing culture and building an eternal foundation for my family along the way. I turned my gaze to Vulture King's belongings on the desk, a dagger, a big gold watch, a ring of brass keys, and a small notebook wrapped in oilcloth. I flipped open the notebook. There were no accounts inside, just strange symbols and maps, like some kind of secret code. Could this be the treasure map to his lair? My eyes narrowed. Vulture King had ruled for years. The wealth he'd wrung out of the common people was surely astronomical. If I could find that money, then the distillery's expansion and the construction of the underground fortress would never have to worry about funding again. This fight may be over, but the sweep has only just begun. After breakfast the next day, I strolled through the courtyard with Su Xiaoye. The paving stones had been hosed spotless, yet a faint, lingering scent of iron in the air still served as a reminder of what had happened here the night before. When we reached a deserted corner, Su Xiaoya stopped and looked up at me, her eyes bloodshot. Those people, where did they go? There were more than 30 of them. There's no way Da Zhuang and the others could have buried them all in one night. There aren't even tire tracks on the ground. How on earth did you do it? I looked at her. Some things you can't hide from the person who shares your bed, especially a clever one. But I couldn't reveal the existence of the system. That was my line in the sand. Xiaoya, do you believe good and evil always get what they're owed in the end? I tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. They wanted to rob our home, to kill our people. So the Earth God took them and turned them into fertilizer for our crops. You only need to remember one thing. Whatever methods I use, it's all to protect this home, to protect you and our child. That's enough, isn't it? Su Xiaoya stiffened in my arms for a moment, then slowly melted. It was true. In this dog-eat-dog world, if I weren't ruthless, it might have been them dying last night. She closed her eyes and nodded firmly. I won't ask anymore. It'll rot in my belly. Oh, right. As if trying to shift her own attention, she pulled a crumpled slip of paper from her pocket. I found this under Tian Xiaoyi's pillow after you left yesterday. She seems to have been secretly drawing something, hiding it away. It was a pencil sketch, rolling mountain peaks, and among them a strange symbol, a circle with a single dot in the center. That symbol, my pupils contracted. I quickly pulled out Vulture King's notebook and laid the two papers side by side, identical. That same symbol also appeared many times in Vulture King's code notebook. Tian Xiaoyi, that pitiful girl who'd been sold off by her own father, that country girl who silently washed bottles. How could she have drawn Vulture King's mark? Call her to the study. 10 minutes later, Tian Xiaoyi stood nervously before the desk, twisting the hem of her clothes in her hands. I slapped the two papers down on the desk. What is this? Tell me the truth. The pressure of the territorial suppression aura made it impossible for even the thought of lying to form in her mind. Frightened, she began to cry. I saw this in Hungry Wolf Gully. When I was little, my dad would get drunk and beat me, so I'd run into the mountains to hide. Once I fell into a crevice in the rock, and there was a stone tablet down there with this design carved on it. Later I heard Vulture King's men were asking around everywhere about this design, even grabbing hunters to question them. I was afraid of being taken, so I never dared say anything. So that was it. Hungry Wolf Gully. I'd heard of that place too. Treacherous terrain, wolf packs roaming year-round, a forbidden zone for the locals. Who would have guessed that Vulture King had gone to all the trouble of crossing into another city's territory to attack Hongqi County not just to grab turf, but for this? I picked up Dragon 3's incomplete treasure map and looked again at Tian Xiaoyi's sketch. Appraise. Item 1. Tian Xiaoyi's hand-drawn map points to the entrance of the Hungry Wolf Gully ruins. Item 2. Vulture King's code notebook contains clues about a former dynasty's treasure. Item 3. Dragon 3's treasure map points to an underground vault in Heilong County. Overall assessment. The Hungry Wolf Gully ruins are very likely the main vault left behind by some defeated army or bandit group. The main vault. My breath caught. Dragon 3's meager stash had already held 20,000 yuan plus 10 gold bars. So how much must be in this main vault? The one that made even Vulture King drool? You can get up. Not a word of this to anyone but me, not even your sister. Understand, I'd die before I told. Tian Xiaoyi nodded desperately. After sending her away, I closed my eyes and thought it over. Now I had all the clues, but I couldn't rush off just yet. Vulture King was dead, but his forces still existed, and Heilong County over there was surely a boiling mess, with every kind of scum and villain scrambling to grab territory. Going now would make me an easy target. I needed to wait for a legitimate opportunity. Just then, Yukong's cries came from the courtyard. I pushed open the door and stepped out. Parked at the gate was a black Hongqi sedan, the county party committee's #1 car. The door opened, and a bespectacled, refined-looking middle-aged man stepped out, all smiles. "Excuse me, is Comrade Lenny at home? I'm Xiao Lu from the county party committee office. On behalf of County Chief Lu and Secretary Liao, I've come specially to deliver an invitation." He held out an ornate, gold-embossed red invitation with both hands. Tomorrow morning, the county is holding the County-wide Industrial and Commercial Development Commendation Assembly. County Chief Lu has personally requested that you be seated on the main stage, and he'll be presenting your Purple Aura from the East liquor with the county's Gold Award for quality products. I took the invitation with a slight smile, and as we shook hands, without a hint of expression, I slipped him a tenuous note. Thank the leaders for me. I'll be there on time tomorrow. After seeing Secretary Liu off, I looked at the invitation, then gazed toward the endless Changbai mountain range in the distance. Tomorrow, into the city. The next day, the Hongqi County Grand Hall was decked out with fluttering red flags, gongs, and drums thundering. A banner reading Countywide Industrial and Commercial Development Commendation Assembly hung dead center. Jeeps and sedans filled the entrance, even a few cars with provincial capital plates. Every notable figure in the county had gathered here, and the center of all the chatter was one thing: that young man Lin Yi, who was going to sit on the main stage. A black Hongqi rolled in slowly and stopped precisely at the end of the red carpet. I stepped out first, in a crisp Zhongshan suit, radiating a steady, commanding air that ran bone deep, drawing quiet praise from more than a few seasoned old hands who'd seen it all. Then I reached out to help Su Xiaoya from the car. In a red wool coat that set off her snow-white skin, a plum blossom watch gleaming on her wrist, she carried the scholarly grace unique to an educated youth and the poise of a boss's wife, standing out among the crowd of officials' wives like a crane among chickens. What a golden couple, murmured the crowd in admiration. Brother Lin, over here. Qiao Sihai had been waiting at the entrance. Dressed especially sharp today, he strode over and gave my shoulder a friendly slap, his whole manner practically screaming to the entire world that we were blood brothers. I just saw. Your seat's right next to County Chief Liu. The only one like it in the whole county. As I entered the venue, countless eyes turned my way, some envious, some jealous, some looking to cozy up. That's reality. Only when you stand high enough is everyone around you a good person. Su Xiaoya had been seated in the VIP section, surrounded by the wives of various bureau chiefs. A few of these officials' wives crowded around her, warmly plying her with questions. She was a bit reserved at first, but soon, drawing on her good upbringing and the conversational tricks I taught her, she handled everything without a single misstep, and even had a few of the officials' wives beaming with delight. I glanced back once, then turned away, reassured. My woman was growing at an astonishing pace. After the drawn-out speeches by the leaders, it was finally time for the awards. Now, let's invite County Chief Liu to present the award for the Special Contribution Prize to the Xiahe Village Revitalization Industrial Company. Please welcome General Manager Comrade Lin Yi to the stage. Thunderous applause. I straightened my collar and calmly walked up. County Chief Liu, his face flushed with delight, handed me the heavy bronze plaque and, gripping my hand, spoke loudly into the microphone. Comrade Lin Yi is a banner for our entire county. He turned the wild fruit of the mountains into gold nuggets that sell all the way to the provincial capital, and he's led the villagers to prosperity. The applause below went on and on. Yet in that very moment of glory, with all eyes on me, my keen danger sense picked up on something. From a shadowy corner on the second floor, a cold, sinister gaze was fixed on me like a venomous snake. Without any change in expression, I lifted my eyes and swept them across the second-floor railing. There was no one there, only the heavy red velvet curtains swaying faintly. An illusion? I withdrew my gaze. After the ceremony came a small business reception. This was my arena. Armed with the erudition my divine-level appraisal skill granted me and a businessman's foresight decades ahead of this era, I was practically fighting downhill. Whether the topic was the economic outlook or antiques and paintings, I held forth with ease, leaving those self-styled highbrow culture types and shrewd merchants utterly dumbfounded. In just 1 hour, I signed over a dozen letters of intent, with total orders exceeding 50,000 yuan. I even casually pointed out that a piece of ancient jade worn by an old cadre was worth a fortune, winning myself his great goodwill. It was a flawless social debut. As the banquet wound down and I walked out of the hall, pleasantly buzzed and leading Su Xiaoya by the hand, I had already become the genuine man of the hour in Hongqi County. Yitzi, you were amazing, Su Xiaoya said, leaning against my shoulder in the car, her eyes hazy and full of adoration. This is nothing. I stroked her hair and looked out at the night scenery flashing past the window. Hongqi County was only the beginning. My road led to the sea of stars. But before that, I had to drag out that rat spying on me from the shadows. And, while I was at it, take Vulture King's key and slot it into the lock it was meant for. Dajwang, get the vehicle ready tomorrow. Bro, where are we going? Halong County. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. Time to collect a debt. Sputter, sputter, sputter. The motorcycle's exhaust pipe belched a thick cloud of white smoke that dissolved quickly in the biting cold of the early morning wind. At the gate of West Slope Estate, several women stood bundled in thick cotton coats, reluctant to see me go. Su Xiaoye, her belly not yet showing, held a freshly knitted wool scarf and wound it around me loop by loop, her movements as gentle as if she were polishing precious porcelain. That place isn't like our county. I hear it's a real mess. You're going there to handle business, not to throw your life away. If things can't be done, just come back. There was worry in her voice she couldn't hide. Don't worry. I squeezed her hand through my glove. It's not like I'm going off to war. With Dajwang along and Wukong too, who could possibly hurt me? Screech, screech. Wukong poked his little head, topped with a dog fur hat, out of the sidecar, waved his steel pipe and made a ferocious face, coaxing a laugh out of Yaya through her tears. Uncle, come back soon. Bring me some candied hawthorns. You got it. I'll bring you the biggest stick they've got. My gaze swept over Li Xiulian and the Tian sisters. Xiulian, take good care of things at home. If anyone causes trouble at the distillery, go straight to Qiao Sihai. I wrote his number on the desk. We're off. I put aside the tender sentiments and waved my hand. Li Dajwang hit the gas, and the sidecar motorcycle roared out of the estate, kicking up a spray of snow. In the rearview mirror, those waving figures grew smaller and smaller. I pulled down my goggles, and my expression instantly turned cold and hard as iron. Once out the gate, I was no longer the gentle husband and father, but an overlord of this black earth. From Hongqi County to Halong County was over 100 kilometers of mountain road. Heavy snow had sealed the passes, and the road conditions were terrible. Only this army green sidecar motorcycle, with its high clearance and powerful engine, could take it. The whole way, Dajwang focused on driving while I sat in the sidecar with my eyes closed, going over the plan. Vulture King was dead, but Halong County, where he'd operated for years, was surely a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. That little notebook held not just the code, but the locations of several secret strongholds, the most crucial being a dance hall called Tubros. It was Vulture King's money-milking den and the hub of his intelligence network. By all logic, once the tree falls the monkeys scatter, and the scum there would surely be fighting each other bloody over the inheritance. That was exactly my opportunity. The messier it was, the better the fishing. For hours later, the sidecar crested the last ridge, and a gray, ruggedly sprawling city came into view. Halong County, thriving off its big coal mine and timber yards, a gathering place for all sorts of people. More prosperous than Hongqi County, and more chaotic too. The moment I entered the city, I sensed something was off. There were hardly any pedestrians on the streets. Big character posters plastered the walls, and shattered glass from several ransacked shops lay uncleared on the ground. The air was thick with a restless, uneasy feeling. Bro, why's this place so eerie? Broad daylight, and there's not even a single street vendor. Li Dajwang slowed the vehicle. Vulture King's dead, so all the forces he used to keep pinned down are surfacing. I sneered. Halong County right now is a fat piece of meat with no owner. Everybody wants a bite. Head to East Main Street. Find that Tubros. The three-story building had its front door shut tight, its half-smashed sign hanging crookedly. Several motorcycles lay toppled at the entrance, with blood not yet dried on the ground. Clearly a fierce brawl had just taken place here. Stop the vehicle. I signaled Dajwang to pull into an alley across the street and switched on my danger sense. There was no fatal sting in my mind, only scattered, faint warnings. There were people inside, but no expert who could pose a threat to me. Dajwang, bring the hardware. I pulled the Type 56 semi-automatic out from under the canvas, wrapped it in a rag, and carried it in my hand. Dajwang tucked his big cleaver behind his waist and grabbed the steel pipe. Wukong climbed onto the roof to stand sentry. I'd barely reached the door when two thuggish-looking youths blocked my way. Hold it. What do you want? One with dyed yellow hair waved a switchblade. You bring a busted old gun to scare somebody? Get lost. He hadn't realized the cloth-wrapped bundle was the real thing. I looked at this punk who hadn't even fully grown his feathers, my eyes as calm as if I were looking at a dead man. I'm here to find someone. Find who? The king of hell. Yellowhair scoffed and reached out to shove me. Crack. Before his hand could even touch the hem of my clothes, he was sent flying like a spinning top, crashing into a trash can, half his face instantly swelling up like a pig's head. All I'd done was give him a casual slap. The other doorman was scared stiff. You dare hit someone? Do you know whose turf this is? This is Brother Tiger's territory. Brother Tiger? I strode through the door, my leather boots crunching over broken glass. Never heard of him. But from now on, this turf belongs to the Lin family. Walking into the main hall, I was hit by air mixed with cheap perfume, stale tobacco, and the smell of blood. Tables and chairs were toppled everywhere, the red carpet trodden black. In the center of the hall, two groups stood facing off. On the left were 7 or 8 men with cleavers and iron bars, led by a bald man with a face full of raw muscle and a gold chain around his neck, who stood on a sofa hollering. This was Zhao Hu, originally just a small-time boss who ran a venue. On the right were 4 or 5, most of them wounded, backed into the corner by the bar. In front of that group of wounded stood a woman. She wore a dark red cheapao with a black man's wool coat draped over it, an incongruous combination that, on her, gave off a distinctive charm and commanding air. In her hand, she gripped a small Browning pistol, her wrist trembling slightly, the muzzle fixed firmly on the bald man. She had an oval face and cold, striking features, radiating a fierce, unyielding spirit. This was Lu Hong, known in the underworld as Sister Hong. Zhao Hu, don't push your luck too far. Lu Hong's voice was hoarse, but carried a chill. Boss Vulture just went off to take care of business. He's not dead yet. Ha ha. Zhao Hu howled with laughter. Words all over the streets. He got wiped out, lock, stock, and barrel, over in Hongqi County. He took a step closer, his gaze roving shamelessly. If you know what's good for you, hand over the safe key, and then keep Big Brother here entertained for a while. In your dreams. Lu Hong shook all over with fury. Even if I die, I'll put one in you first, then save the last bullet for myself. This Two Bros was Boss Vulture's life's work. As long as I'm alive, you pack of ungrateful wolves can forget about touching it. I offer you face and you spit on it. Get her. Zhao Hu tore off all pretense and waved his hand. His underlings howled and were about to charge. At that critical, hair's-breadth moment, thud, thud. The two underlings from the doorway were hurled inside like burst sandbags, crashing down between the two groups and knocking out cold on the spot. The whole room fell instantly dead silent. Everyone turned to look at the door. Backlit, two figures walked in. Me, carrying the long cloth bundle, my expression as casual as if I'd come to pay a friendly visit, and behind me Da Zhuang, grinning foolishly, a blood-dripping steel pipe in hand. Who the hell are you? Zhao Hu's face changed. I ignored him and walked straight toward Lu Hong, activating my divine-level appraisal. Lu Hong, manager of Two Bros, extremely high business talent. Body of pure yin, fierce temperament. Would rather shatter like jade than survive as an intact tile. A rose with thorns, indeed. To keep her purity in this cesspool, and to hold the venue together even after her boss vanished. This woman was interesting. A wild mare like her couldn't be broken by force. She'd have to be tamed slowly. I stopped 5 meters from the bar. That gun in your hand, the safety's still on. Lu Hong froze, glanced down, and her face went pale. The safety really was on. In her nervousness a moment ago, she'd actually made a fatal mistake, since she barely knew how to use a gun. If she'd truly pulled the trigger just now, she'd already be a corpse. She fumbled the safety off in a panic, but the muzzle stayed pointed at me. This man gave her a feeling 100 times more dangerous than Zhao Hu. Who are you? I'm here to collect a debt. I pulled out the ring of brass keys I'd taken off Vulture King and jingled them. Lu Hong's pupils contracted violently, as if she'd seen a ghost. Those are Boss Vulture's personal keys. How are they in your hands? Did he give them to you? Something like that. He left in quite a hurry and left these behind. He's dead. Everyone understood the unspoken meaning. The instant those keys appeared, speculation turned into hard, ironclad fact. Zhao Hu's expression shifted, and desperation drove him to recklessness. You think you can be the boss just by holding some busted old key? Today you're staying here too. This two bros is mine. Yours? I shook my head. Dazhuang, it's too noisy in here. You got it. Li Dazhuang, who'd long been holding himself back, charged out like an enraged black bear, his steel pipe whistling through the air. One underling was sent flying with a swing, his teeth scattering across the floor. I moved too. No gun, not even drawing my blades. I simply took one step forward, and the tiger-like ferocity I'd forged rolling through mountains of corpses and seas of blood erupted without reserve. Zhao Hu felt as if a savage beast had marked him as prey. His whole body went rigid. Crack! I slapped him across the face, and his 200-gene frame spun 3.5 times in the air before slamming heavily into the bar counter, cracking the marble top. I planted a boot on his chest and slowly unwrapped the cloth bundle, revealing the Type 56 semi. CHK. I chambered around and pressed the muzzle to his forehead. Now, who's the one who calls the shots? Zhao Hu wet himself in terror. Boss, you call the shots. You do. The whole room fell dead silent. Those underlings who'd wanted to fight let their blades clatter to the ground and dropped to their knees in a trembling row. Lu Hong leaned against the bar, watching me. This man was more domineering than Vulture King and more magnetic. She bit her lip and put away her gun. Get lost. I kicked Zhao Hu aside, and he scrambled out as if granted a pardon, tumbling over himself in his rush. I turned to Lu Hong, my gaze carrying a hint of undisguised appreciation, then pulling it back at just the right moment. Manager Lu, is it? I hear you handle all the accounts here. Lead the way. Take me down to the basement. I want to see how much of a fortune that old bastard piled up. Yes. She gave a slight bow. As she passed by me, the scent of a fully ripened rose drifted into my nose. There'd be plenty of time. This thorny rose would sooner or later be plucked and placed in my own vase. The stairwell was narrow, and Lu Hong's high heels clicked against the cement steps. I followed 3 steps behind her, close enough to see the curves swaying beneath her qipao, yet far enough that if she made any sudden move, my blade could sever her neck in an instant. Even with my danger sense on, I never handed my life over to the system completely. Boss Lin, aren't you afraid this is a trap? Lu Hong asked without turning around. It's a dead end down here. You're a smart woman, and smart people know how to choose. Stick with a fool like Zhao Hu, and sooner or later you'll be used up and dumped in a stinking ditch. Stick with me, and maybe you'll live like a real person. Her back stiffened slightly, then she kept walking down. You do see things clearly. But how do I know I'm not just escaping the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den? Wolves eat meat, but they also guard their food. Just do as you're told, and at the very least you'll get to eat meat alongside them. At the very bottom, a heavy iron door welded with thick rebar blocked the way. I ran my hand over it. Modified blast-proof door. Behind it is a self-destruct mechanism. Forcing the door or using the wrong key will trigger an explosion. A sly old fox indeed. I picked out the key with a wolf's head carved into its handle and slotted it into the lock, a perfect fit. A gentle turn, and the lock's cylinder sprang open. But I didn't push the door. Instead, I crouched down and, in the corner of the door's seam, felt a copper wire thin as a strand of hair. The fuse line connected to a booby trap. Scissors. Lu Hong quickly pulled out a pair of eyebrow scissors and handed them over. Snip, the copper wire was cut. Only then did I push the iron door open. With a creak, it swung wide, and there was no explosion. Cold sweat instantly soaked through the back of Lu Hong's clothes. This man was not only ruthless, but meticulous. Behind the door was a 50-square-meter secret chamber, its walls lined with soundproof padding. In the center sat a rosewood desk, and behind it an entire wall of curio shelves filled with porcelain and jade. In the corner were stacked 3 large dark green iron chests. My God, Li Dazhuang poked his head in, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. I walked straight to the iron chests. The first wasn't locked. I lifted the lid, a full chest of 10 yuan notes, at least 50,000 yuan, twice as much as Dragon 3 had buried in that dirt pit. I closed it and opened the second, 5 brand new Mauser pistols and 2 boxes of ammunition, worth even more than the money. Dazhuang, this chest is yours to manage. You got it. He hugged it happily and wouldn't let go. The third chest was the smallest and most tightly locked. Not even the key would open it. Using my appraisal skill, I found the weak point of the lock cylinder and popped it open with a deft twist. There was no gold or silver inside, only a scroll wrapped in oilcloth and a yellowed, thread-bound book. I unrolled the scroll. It was a strange landscape painting, layer upon layer of mountain ranges, with certain peaks marked in vermilion dots. I pulled out Tian Shaoyi's hand-drawn map and Dragon 3's half of the treasure map and compared all three. The lay of the mountains and the positions of the rivers matched astonishingly well. The largest vermilion dot on the scroll corresponded exactly to the Hungry Wolf Gully that Tian Shaoyi had drawn. Former Dynasty Terrain Map, Middle Volume. Records the transfer route of a batch of imperial secret treasures near the end of the previous dynasty. Together with the partial map in your possession and Tian Shaoyi's memory, it forms a complete treasure map. Assemble all three, and you can open the path to a forgotten underground detached palace deep within Hungry Wolf Gully. A detached palace. I clenched my fist. So all these years Vulture King had ruled here not for protection money, but to dig up this imperial treasure. No wonder he'd crossed into another city to attack. No wonder he had so many standard-issue weapons. There was likely an even greater power backing him behind the scenes. What is this? Lu Hong leaned in. Worth an absolute fortune. I quickly stowed the scroll and the thread-bound book. This stays rotting in your belly. If a single word of what you've seen today gets out, neither of us will live. I understand. I didn't see a thing. Dazhuang, haul these two chests up and load them onto the vehicle. Take all those jars and vases too. Just then, from the floorboards overhead came a clamor of footsteps and the sound of smashing. A cracked, gong-like voice roared above. Where is everybody? I hear Two Bros has a new owner. Get out here. Since when does an outsider get to run wild on Heilong County turf? Lu Hong's face changed. It's Ironhead Zhang, the gangster boss from the West City, with dozens of men under him. He never got along with Vulture King. He's here to loot while the house is on fire. I looked up at the trembling ceiling, brushed the dust off my clothes, and sneered. Perfect timing. I was just worried I didn't have enough chickens to slaughter to make an example. I pulled two Mauser pistols out of Dazhuang's chest and, loading rounds as I walked toward the stairs, said, Dazhuang, guard this place. Manager Lu, come up with me. Today I'll show you how you eat meat when you run with a wolf. The main hall was once again a smoke-filled scene of chaos. 40 or 50 thugs armed with iron bars and kitchen cleavers packed the hall so tight there wasn't room to move. Their leader stood 1.90 meters, his bald head gleaming. This was Ironhead Zhang. Rumor had it he'd trained in Ironhead Kung Fu and could headbutt through 5 red bricks at once. Damn it, where is everyone? He kicked over a table. I hear that Lin guy is pretty cocky. Crippled Zhaohu. Get out here. The door to the basement slowly opened. Lu Hong walked out gracefully on my arm, forcing her back straight to put on the airs of a boss's wife. And I, as unruffled as ever, held neither blade nor bar, just toyed with 2 bullets in my hand. Well now, if it isn't Sister Hong. Ironhead Zhang leered. Changed men, have you? Can this pretty boy satisfy you? Why not come be Big Brother's woman instead? His underlings around him roared with laughter, a stream of filthy words pouring out. I stopped walking, let go of Lu Hong's hand, and looked at Ironhead Zhang the way you'd look at a clown. You're Ironhead Zhang? I hear your skull's pretty hard. Damn right. This head of mine. Then I guess we'll find out whether it's harder than this. I flipped my wrist, and a Mauser pistol appeared out of thin air. No banter, no warning. I raised my arm and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ironhead Zhang's laughter cut off instantly, a finger-thick hole of blood blooming between his eyebrows. He stared, his face frozen in disbelief, as if even in death he couldn't accept that this refined-looking young man would just shoot without so much as a word of small talk. Thud! His massive body toppled over stiff as a board. The whole hall went dead silent. The grins on all those cackling underlings froze on their faces. A real gun. 1 shot to the head. Now, does anyone else think their skull is hard? I blew the wisp of smoke off the barrel. If you don't want to die, get lost. Clatter. The crowd erupted in an instant, everyone scrambling over each other toward the door. Their own boss had just been dropped in 1 shot, so what the hell was the point of fighting? In less than half a minute, the packed hall was suddenly empty, leaving only a single corpse on the floor. Lu Hong watched it all, feeling like she was dreaming. This man was terrifyingly strong. Sister Hong, have someone wash the floor down. Dump the body in the mass grave and let the dogs have it. I holstered the gun and walked to the bar to pour myself a drink. Also, spread the word for me. Tomorrow at noon, right here at the Night Jasmine, I'm setting out a banquet. I'm inviting every big name who runs the streets of Heilong County. Tell them Lin he wants to make friends with them, and lay down some rules while I'm at it. Lu Hong's heart trembled. He meant to unify the whole underworld. And what if some of them don't come? I swirled the glass, watching the deep red liquid, a cruel smile curling at the corner of my mouth. Anyone who doesn't come won't need to come ever again. From now on, this Heilong County will have only one voice, the voice of me, Lin Yi. Before I left, I handed the keys to the Night Jasmine's front door to Lu Hong. This place is yours to run again. You know how to make money better than I do. I just want to see the books and my cut every month. And keep your ears open for me. Anything about Hungry Wolf Gully, especially old hunters up in years or old veterans from the anti-Japanese resistance. The moment you get a lead, you tell me first. Yes, don't worry, boss. She gripped the keys, her palms slick with sweat. She knew this was a test and an opportunity. As long as she held tight to this powerful backer, she'd become the true queen of Heilong County's underworld. It was already dark on the way back, the sidecar motorcycle tearing across the snow. I touched the Mauser tucked against my chest, but my mood wasn't as relaxed as it looked. Ironhead Zhang had just been a brute. Killing him to scare the rest was easy enough. But tomorrow's banquet was the real fight. Those old foxes had been entrenched for years, tangled up in complicated relationships, maybe even backed by people in the government. To force them into submission, guns alone wouldn't cut it. I'd need power, and I'd need to dangle profit in front of them. Looks like I'll have to bring out a little more of that purple aura rising as bait. By the time I got back to the estate, Su Xiaoya was waiting at the door. Seeing me return safe with a truckload of goods, the weight finally lifted from her chest. Yitzi, are you okay? I'm fine. Just had some business to take care of. I hopped down from the truck and lifted out the leather suitcase with 50,000 yuan in it, handing it to her. Here, take this. What's this? It felt heavy in her hands. She nearly couldn't lift it. Back inside, when she opened the case and saw it packed full of 10 yuan bills, she just froze, forgetting even to breathe. How much money is this? 50,000. I smiled. That's funding for expanding the distillery, plus baby formula money saved up for our kid. Su Xiaoya looked at me, tears rolling down her cheeks one after another. She didn't know what I'd been through out there, but she knew every single cent of it had been earned by risking my life. Yitzi, can we stop pushing so hard from now on? This is more than enough to live on. Silly girl. I wiped away her tears. In times like these, if you don't move forward, you fall behind. Now that we have money, we also need the ability to hold on to it. Tomorrow I have to make another trip to Heilong County. Once tomorrow's done, the sky over Heilong County will finally clear up. Click. The heavy leather case snapped shut. Su Xiaoya drew a deep breath, as if using all her strength to push down the enormous shock of seeing 50,000 yuan in cash. She walked around behind me, wrapped her slender arms around my waist from behind, and pressed her cheek gently against my firm back. Yitzi, I'm a little scared. Her voice was soft, with a faint tremble. Scared of what? I reached back and held her cold little hand. Scared of all this money. The more money there is, the more trouble comes with it. Those bad people, they won't just let it go, will they? Let it go. I let out a soft laugh, turned around and pulled her into my arms, my chin resting on the top of her head. Xiaoya, you have to remember, in this world, reasoning with people gets you nowhere. Only fists. Only when you make them afraid will they reason with you. That crowd is like grass on top of a wall. They bend whichever way the wind blows. Su Xiaoya nodded, half understanding, choosing to believe me without question. Enough of that. I carried her over to sit on the edge of the bed, held her hand, and silently called up the system for a summary. Current points, 4,280. Task list, Regional Overlord, complete. Bloodline Legacy, in progress. Seeds of Knowledge, in progress. Review at 5%. Embryo of a Business Empire, 30%. Underground Fortress, 60%. The Regional Overlord phase was behind me now. I was the genuine, uncrowned king of Hongqi County. Clearly, the system's focus had now shifted to management and development. Yitzi, what are you thinking about? Su Xiaoya shook my arm. Thinking about the future of our family. I gave her nose a little pinch. We may have money now, but most of it is dead money. Money sitting in a box doesn't breed more. You have to keep it moving. I counted it out on my fingers for her. Between the cash and the gold bars, we've got roughly 70 or 80,000. That's an astronomical sum right now. But if we really go for big development, it actually doesn't stretch that far. Su Xiaoya listened in a daze. To her, 70 or 80,000 was more than you could spend in a lifetime. But my eyes were already fixed 10, 20 years down the road. So what can I do? I picked up that copy of self-study series in math, physics, and chemistry, then pulled a few books on financial management and business planning from the space. First, study not just high school subjects, but these two. Future enterprises rely on scientific management, not underworld loyalty. Second, manage the money. Keep that 50,000 safe and set up a family fund. Every bit of income and spending gets recorded. From now on, distillery profits and Xiao Sihai's dividends all go into your account first, and you distribute from there. This was handing her full financial control, establishing her absolute position as the woman of the house. Su Xiaoya hugged the stack of books, feeling the heavy weight of that trust, her eyes reddening as she nodded firmly. Third, I paused. Keep an eye out for something for me, antiques. Lots of families have old jars and pots and paintings passed down from their ancestors. They don't know their value and treat them like junk. Go around the village and town and put the word out. Our family buys these old pieces at high prices, as many as they've got. I couldn't exactly explain my god-tier appraisal skill, so this was the only way to kick off my treasure hunting plans. What do we want those for? Can't eat 'em, can't drink 'em. You don't get it. Those are treasures. It's called cultural heritage. Our Lin family's going to be a great household someday. How can we not have a few heirlooms to anchor the place? The two of us talked late into the night under the lamplight, from distillery plans to names for the baby to what flowers to plant around the estate. It was the first time the couple truly opened their hearts to each other. For the first time, Su Xiaoya saw clearly the sweeping blueprint in my mind. What I wanted had never been to just carve out a quiet little corner. It was to build an era of my own. And she would be the one and only queen of that empire. The night grew deep. I held her as we lay down, my heart oddly calm. Tomorrow, that banquet in Heilong County would be the real test. The next day at 11:30 in the morning, the night jasmine in Heilong County. There was still half an hour until the banquet I'd set, and the atmosphere in the whole dance hall was already suffocatingly tense. Lu Hong had changed into a black form-fitting qipao that showed off her figure even more, a fiery red fox fur draped over her shoulders. The clash of black and red made her look like a poppy blooming in the snow, gorgeous and dangerous. She stood by a second-floor window, watching figures gather in twos and threes below, a lady's cigarette between her fingers. Sister Hong, they've all come, a trusted aide reported in a low voice. Scarface Lou from the East City, the smiling tiger from Southgate, the coal rat from the north suburbs, basically every name worth mentioning on these streets has shown up. Lu Hong took a drag. She hadn't slept a wink after I left the day before, sending out the invitations as instructed. At first, those local bullies had thought she was joking. Some had even talked filthy to her. But when she'd thrown Ironhead Zhang's bloody head down in front of them, they'd all shut up. Still, shutting up didn't mean surrendering. Everyone coming today was a hard case. They called it attending a banquet, but really they were coming to probe for weaknesses, maybe even to grab a slice of the pie. If I couldn't command the room today, the night jasmine and the entire underworld of Heilong County would be torn to shreds by this pack of hungry wolves in a heartbeat. So what do you think? A cold voice sounded right behind her. Lu Hong's whole body went stiff and she whipped around. Somehow, without a sound, I was already standing behind her, holding 2 glasses of red wine. Head on out. Guard the door. I handed her 1 glass. Try it. Freshly brewed. Lu Hong took the wine, looked at the ruby-red liquid in the glass, then at my calm face, and the flutter of panic in her chest miraculously settled. I'm betting on you to win. Because you're more ruthless than any of them. And besides, you've got a certain air about you. The air of a king. As she finished, her own face flushed red. Good eye. I drained the glass in one go. Let's go. Time to meet these tough guys. The moment my figure appeared at the top of the stairs, the noisy hall below fell instantly silent. Dozens of gazes, scrutinizing, challenging, greedy, shot at me like sharp swords. A dozen or so round tables in the hall were packed with people, but no one touched their chopsticks. No one drank. Dozens of vicious-looking men, some polishing knives, some rolling walnuts in their palms, every one of them having brought his toughest brothers, ready to turn hostile at any moment. I walked down the stairs, unhurried, Li Dazhuang following like an iron tower behind me, a heavy leather case in his hand. Sorry to keep you all waiting. I stepped up to the head table and swept my eyes across the room. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every ear. My name is Lin Yi. From today on, the rules in Heilong County are set by me. That one sentence hit like a thunderclap. Bang! A one-eyed man slammed the table and shot to his feet. Kid, who the hell do you think you are, spouting arrogant garbage in here? Vulture Jiao is dead, but that doesn't mean some outsider gets to come tell Heilong County what to do. I didn't spare him a glance. I set the leather case on the table. Click! The latches sprang open, and I slowly pushed the lid back. In that instant, the whole room went silent. There was no gold, no foreign currency in the case. Only human heads, neatly arranged in a row. Zhao Hu, along with everyone who had dared challenge my authority the day before, lay in the case with their eyes closed, the terror of their final moments still frozen on their faces. Now, does anyone else have an objection? My voice was still calm, but set against a case full of severed heads, it was like a demon's voice rising from the deepest pit of hell. Those heads that had died with their eyes refusing to close were like blocks of ice freezing the entire hall solid. The local bosses who'd been running their own little schemes suddenly felt a cold draft blowing up the backs of their necks. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Master Lin, old Jean, the fat lone shark from Southgate, rose to his feet trembling, cold sweat all over his flabby face, his legs shaking. What do you mean by this? Nothing much. I snapped the lid shut, pulled out a handkerchief, and wiped my hands unhurriedly, my movements as elegant as if I were dusting off a work of art. I just wanted to tell you all, I, Lin Yi, am a reasonable man. But if anyone absolutely insists on measuring fists with me, I tossed the handkerchief on the floor. This is how it ends. Thud. Old Jin's knees buckled and he dropped to the floor, his fat face turning purple as liver. Master Lin, I submit. From now on, in Southgate, you point and I strike. With one man leading the way, none of the others dared to hold out. In no time, the hall filled with a chorus of men pledging their loyalty, one after another. Standing behind me, Lu Hong's heart was pounding so hard it nearly leapt out of her throat. She'd knocked around this world for over a decade, seen every kind of scheming and betrayal, and even witnessed Vulture Jiao's power. But to see someone like me force the entire underworld of Heilong County to bow their heads without lifting a single soldier, relying on nothing but sheer presence and a case of trophies, that was a first. This man was simply a born king. Everyone get up. I waved a hand and put my gentle smile back on, as if the god of slaughter from moments ago hadn't been me at all. We're all here to make money. No need to make things this ugly. I snapped my fingers. Li Dazhuang carried over 2 jars of purple jade wine, cracked open the clay seals, and poured around for every table. The rich aroma filled the air, instantly cutting through the smell of blood. The men took cautious sips, and the next second, their eyes lit up. What a fine wine. Not only was it mellow, but with that one mouthful, the bone-deep fear they'd been feeling melted away considerably, leaving them warm all over. This is called purple aura rising. I raised my glass. From now on, this will be the signature brand of all Heilong County, of the whole province, even. I'm not just here to set rules. I'm here to help you all get rich. I plan to form a chamber of commerce. As long as you follow my rules, every one of you here can get a distribution license for this wine. A slap on the face, then a sweet date to soothe it. This crowd of old hands who'd been scared half to death moments ago heard the words, "get rich," and the fear in their eyes instantly turned to greedy excitement. With wine this good, whoever secured the supply became a god of wealth. Master Lin is a man of honor. Thank you, Master Lin, for putting food in our mouths. A banquet laced with murderous intent had, through my sleight of hand, turned into a joyous celebration where everyone came out happy. After a few rounds of drinks, I set down my glass with seeming casualness, my eyes falling on a scrawny old man in the corner, silently smoking. This old man was called Mountain Rat, a hunter famous throughout the county, and also a grave robber. Nobody knew the ridges and gullies of these mountains better than he did. Uncle Rat, I hear you went into Hungry Wolf Gully when you were young. The chatter in the hall died down a little. Mountain Rat's hand jerked, cigarette ash falling onto his pants. He raised his head, a flicker of terror passing through his murky little eyes. Master Lin, what do you want to know about that place for? That's the very gate of hell. Oh, what kind of hell is it? My interest was piqued. That was 30 years ago. I was still young then, and cocky, so a few brothers and I figured we'd sneak in and bag some game. But we hadn't gone far past the mouth of the gully when a heavy fog rolled in, and that fog wasn't white. It was red, red as blood. We tried to run back, but no matter which way we went, we just kept circling the same spot. When night fell, that gully started letting out, the sound of troops drilling, the footsteps of a 1,000-strong army, and the clash of iron armor. Two of my brothers went stark mad on the spot. One of them threw himself right off a cliff. I had the luck to fall into a crevice and lay unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights before I crawled out. That place is off limits. It's a ghost army marching through. The whole room went silent. Everyone present made their living on the knife's edge, but they still had an instinctive dread of things involving gods and ghosts. I, however, narrowed my eyes. Red fog, the sound of troops drilling? In the past, I might have written it off as superstition too, but combining my master-level knowledge of civil engineering with the clues from Vulture Diao, I already had a theory. The red fog might be some kind of geological gas or miasma. The drilling sounds were very likely acoustic resonance created by the valley's terrain and an underground river, or some mechanism still running inside that underground palace. The more dangerous it was, the more precious whatever lay inside had to be. Vulture Jiao's dying obsession had been with that place, which meant he'd surely figured out how to get in. Thanks, Uncle Rat. After the banquet broke up, I had Dazhuang see off the local bosses, until only Lu Hong and I were left in the hall. Boss Lin, you really mean to go to Hungry Wolf Gully? Lu Hong came over carrying a cup of sobering tea. Mountain Rat made it sound so ghastly. You don't strike gold without taking risks. I took the tea and sipped it, my eyes falling on her cold, striking face. What worried about me? Lu Hong's face reddened, and she looked away. I'm afraid something might happen to you. Then there'd be no one to hold the night jasmine together. Relax, I've got a tough life. I suddenly reached out and pinched her pointed chin, forcing her to lift her head and look at me. Those deep eyes of mine seemed to hide a bottomless abyss. The real question is you. Following me, are you afraid? Lu Hong's body trembled faintly. She looked at me, so close now, and bit her lip, a flash of stubbornness and newly sprouted submission in her eyes. As long as you don't fall, I'm not afraid. I smiled, let go, and turned to head upstairs. Come up. I've got things to discuss with you. Let's talk about the account books Vulture Jiao left behind, and while we're at it, I'll give you a health checkup. I hear this place is heavy with cold, dark energy. Looks to me like you've soaked up quite a chill yourself. Lu Hong's face went scarlet in an instant. She was a virgin, but after so many years in the pleasure trade, how could she not catch the hint buried in those words? Yet she didn't refuse. She drew a deep breath and, step by step, followed me up. The luxurious second-floor office that had once belonged to Vulture Diao. The heavy rosewood door swung shut, cutting off the noise from below. Talk. How much hidden property does Vulture Diao have left in Heilong County? I got straight to the point. Besides the night jasmine, there's the underground casino in the western suburbs, the logging crew at the forestry station up north, and connections over in the provincial capital. Lu Hong listed them off like she had them all memorized. Cut off the opium trade immediately. Destroy the stock. I won't earn money like that. My tone left no room for argument. Understood. A flicker of admiration passed through her eyes. A man with limits made her feel far safer. Now that business is settled. I closed the ledger, leaned forward, and fixed my eyes on her. Let's talk about personal matters. Come here. Lu Hong hesitated, then came around the desk to my side anyway. I grabbed her wrist, gave a light tug, and with a startled cry she tumbled down into my lap. At that contact, her whole body went numb, as if jolted by electricity. Your pulse is weak and floating. Cold has settled deep in your womb. I pressed my fingers to her pulse. These past few years have been hard on you. You've worn your body down. An illness has to be treated. I pulled out a small porcelain bottle, diluted tiger amber spirit wine. Drink this. Lu Hong looked at the unquestionable command in my eyes and, as if compelled by some unseen force, took it and drank it down. The strong liquor burned down her throat like a line of fire into her stomach. A few seconds later, a domineering surge of heat rushed to her limbs. Her cold hands and feet warmed at once. Her lower belly felt like it held a furnace, and her breathing turned rapid. So hot. Her gaze went hazy, her cheeks flushed crimson, her whole body going soft as mud. The tiger amber wine, catalyzed by the spirit spring water, was like pouring oil on a fire for a pure, untouched virgin like her. She looked at me, and the last line of defense in her heart collapsed completely. Here was a strong man who could protect her, someone she could lean on. Rather than being coveted by scumbags for the rest of her life, she'd sooner give herself to the man who had truly conquered her. Lin E. She wrapped both arms around my neck, her breath sweet as orchids. Help me. I looked down at this lush, dew-drenched red rose in my arms. Since the flower had bloomed, what reason was there not to pluck it? You sure? After tonight, you're mine. You won't get away for the rest of your life. I won't run. I'm yours. She offered up her red lips of her own accord. I stopped holding back. In one motion I stood, swept the documents off the desk to scatter across the floor, and laid her down on top of it. A long while later, the storm passed. The office was thick with the mingled scent of musk and wine. Lu Hong curled against my chest like a weary little cat. On that desk, a startling streak of deep red, like a red plum blossom in the snow, marked the full blooming of this thorny rose. She had given her most precious thing to a man she'd only known a short while, yet she had no regrets. Instead, she felt a steadiness she'd never known before. Congratulations, host, on successfully winning over the exceptional beauty Lu Hong. A pure virgin detected. Special reward triggered. Points plus 500. Acquired the passive skill Underworld Godfather, increasing your intimidation in the criminal world and boosting subordinate loyalty by 30%. Acquired the special item Treasure Bowl, which raises the wealth fortune of a business location by 20% when placed there. This trip was a windfall. Not only had I gained a capable manager, I'd also picked up a useful skill and item. Does it hurt? I asked softly, my fingers stroking her sweat-dampened hair. Lu Hong buried her face in my chest, her voice a little hoarse. From now on, you can't betray me. Don't worry. As long as I don't fall, half of Heilong County, half of this whole sky, will be yours. She closed her eyes and sank into deep sleep. But I didn't sleep. I gazed out the window at the pitch-black night, my eyes growing sharper. The gentle embrace of a woman is a hero's grave, but I, Lin E, mean to be the man who wakes to hold the power of the world in his hand. Tomorrow, Hungry Wolf Gully would be the real battlefield. The morning sun pierced the gloom through a crack in the curtains. I fastened the last button of my Zhongshan suit and turned around. You're awake. Lu Hong flushed and pulled her coat tighter to cover her long legs, exposed underneath. Her voice was hoarse and shy. What time is it? 9. I walked over and gave her nose a flick. Still sore? She buried her face in her coat collar, her voice thin as a mosquito's whine. It doesn't hurt, it's happiness. I smiled and took out the treasure bowl I'd just acquired from the space. It looked like an antique-style bronze incense burner, and through my appraisal vision, it was giving off ring after ring of faint golden halos of wealth energy. This is the treasure that anchors the shop, a feng shui piece I had a master consecrate. With it sitting here, the Night Jasmine's business will only get more and more thriving. No one touches it but you. Lu Hong trusted me blindly and nodded solemnly. I then pulled out a Mauser pistol and set it down on the table with a slap. This gun is for you to protect yourself. With it, you can stand a little taller. I'm off. Lin, she suddenly called out to me. Casting aside her shyness, she wrapped herself in the coat and rushed over, hugging me tightly from behind. That Hungry Wolf Gully is truly a ghastly place. If you can't find it, just come back. The night jasmine makes more than enough for us to live on. I patted the back of her hand, my eyes deep and sharp. Some things can't be measured in money. When I get back, I'll take you to the estate to stay a few days. Meet the sisters at home. Lu Hong's body stiffened. Then a wave of overwhelming sweetness surged through her. The sisters at home. That meant I wasn't treating her as a mistress or a tool, but was ready to truly welcome her into my inner circle. I'll wait for you. Downstairs, when Li Dazhuang saw me come down glowing, he grinned foolishly and scratched his head. Bro, slept pretty well last night, huh? Shut it. Drive. I shot him a glare and climbed into the sidecar. Wukong was already sitting inside, clutching a pile of pilfered peanuts and munching away happily. Put. The motorcycle kicked up clouds of dust as it drove out of Heilong County town, heading north into the deep mountains. The farther north we went, the harder the road became. 20 li out of town, the concrete road turned to dirt, and farther in, even the dirt road vanished. Trees on both sides blotted out the sky. This was true virgin red pine forest, ancient trees hundreds of years old scattered everywhere. Bro, the vehicle can't go any farther. Li Dazhuang stopped the bike and pointed at the mountain path, blocked solid by loose rocks and fallen trees. I hopped down, took a look at the terrain, and pulled out the map I'd pieced together. This is the back ridge of Kaoshan village. Cross this mountain and Hungry Wolf Gully is on the other side. Hide the bike, grab the gear, and we go in on foot. 2 men and a monkey climbed the mountain on foot. The path was steep, the snow knee-deep, but I moved as if walking on flat ground. Dazhuang, enhanced, had energy to spare, and Wukong leapt from treetop to treetop, scouting ahead. It was already 2 in the afternoon when we crossed the ridge. Standing at the summit and looking down, the sight before us made Li Dazhuang suck in a sharp breath. Between 2 knife-sharp peaks was wedged a long, narrow, deep ravine. Inside there was no blanket of white snow. Instead, it was shrouded in a thin, eerie layer of red fog. That fog was like a veil of gauze, but in the dead of winter, where would fog come from in a mountain gully? And red, no less. Even stranger, the ravine was terrifyingly quiet. No birdsong, no wind. The trees all grew twisted and coiled, like ghosts bearing claws and fangs. Bro, this place is kind of creepy. Li Dazhuang shrank his neck down. This is Hungry Wolf Gully. I narrowed my eyes and activated Danger Sense. Buzz. The alarm shrieked instantly, sitting at orange alert. Great danger below. Eat this. I took out 2 dark brown pills from the space. Miasma-warding pills I'd rolled by combining advanced herb identification with spirit spring water. That's miasma out there. And also the smell of something leaking. I activated my God-tier appraisal skill again, my vision piercing through the red fog. Soil, eroded by unknown energy, heavy metals far above limits. Vegetation, red pines mutated and dead, internal fibers already crystallized. Just as I thought, there was something wrong. This place wasn't just a gathering point of dark, cold energy. It was more like a massive biochemical testing ground. Whatever that army, or people from even earlier times, had left here, it was definitely more than just gold and silver. Squeak, squeak. Wukong, on my shoulder, suddenly grew agitated, gripping my collar tightly and letting out a low warning growl toward the bushes on the left. Through Danger Sense, a red that was darting through the bushes at incredible speed. It wasn't charging straight at us. It was circling around. Observing? Or hunting? I took down my steel bow, drew out a barbed hunting arrow, and lowered my stance like a leopard coiled to pounce, melting soundlessly into the red fog. The bushes shook, and a gray-white shape flashed past. A rabbit? No, it was as big as a farm dog. The thing stopped on a boulder and turned its head, revealing blood-red eyes and fangs jutting out past its lips. Mutant snow hare, infected by the red fog, grown gigantic, savage in temperament, carnivorous. Even the rabbits ate meat now. There wasn't a single normal thing in this hellhole. Just as it was about to bolt, twang. The bowstring vibrated. The arrow ripped through the red fog and pierced the snow hare's neck with dead-on accuracy, pinning it to a tree trunk. Bro, what a shot. Li Dazhuang cheered. I pulled out the arrow and, while Dazhuang wasn't looking, casually tossed the several dozen gene rabbit into the space. Don't celebrate too soon. That was just a grass eater. The real meat-eating monsters are still up ahead. The smell of blood spread through the red fog, like a single drop of blood dripped into a shark tank. The once dead-still ravine suddenly came alive. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Dense footsteps came from the surrounding forest, like countless feet scraping across the snow. A woo. A bleak, savage wolf howl exploded above the valley, and howl after howl joined into one continuous roar, shaking the snow off the trees and cascades. A wolf pack. Li Dazhuang's expression changed, the hand gripping his gun beginning to shake. In the forests of the northeast, better to meet a tiger than a wolf pack. A tiger travels alone, but a wolf pack is an army that fights to the death. Don't panic. I put my back against a huge boulder, my eyes chillingly calm, and switched on night vision. In the red fog, pairs of eyes, glowing green, glowing red, lit up, dense as drifting ghost fire. 100? 200? No, at least 300. And every one of them was massive, their pelts festering, all mutants. So this is where Hungry Wolf Gully gets its name. I gripped the steel bow tight, the blood in my veins starting to boil. Dazhuang, remember the burst fire I taught you? Today, in this death trap, we're going to cut our way out through a river of blood. A woo. At the lead wolf's command, countless black shapes surged out of the red fog, carrying the rotten stench of decay and a hunger for flesh and blood, crashing toward us like a tidal wave.